So
fuck?
is it or is it not the Earth that is obstructing our view to the sun? You said yes and no.
Well, I would just ask him, like, what's happening when I look at the horizon and I see only half of the sun? What's blocking it?
What's happening there?
When you are on the surface of the Earth that is away from the sun, the part.
No, that wasn't my question.
Answer the question.
Okay, do you know how
My
it's going to
question
work?
was you're not answering my question. See, my question was if you're looking at the horizon and you see half of the sun, right, which happens during a sunset or whatever, what is obstructing the bottom half of the sun?
The sphere, the side of Earth that faces the sun.
Okay. So now the horizon is, we're back to the horizon being something that physically obstructs things from our view, right? But that doesn't really work, since you already said that it's just something apparent, optical. So which is it apparent and optical, or is it physical and obstructing?
Now you're literally being dishonest, my friend.
No, it's not.
That's you.
Don't
That's
try
you.
and lie.
You're the one with the double position.
Don't lie. You've contradicted yourself twice. We're trying two things. One, for you to observe your own contradiction and be honest. And two, well, we'll get to number fucking two. What's the horizon? Is it physical or is it optical? Which one?
Optical.
Okay, so not physical obstruction.
Okay, that's one part of it. Oh, let me get the rest. Nothing's in the way, right? Sun. What is that?
Blocking the sun? The only thing blocking anything is your view. Your view is blocked by the Earth, but nothing's blocking the sun. The sun's not blocked. The sun's lighting the entire side of the Earth that is lit.
You just contradicted yourself there yet again.
No, I just explained the difference between the sun not being blocked by an object between Earth and the sun, while the difference of your perception being blocked. It's not the sun being blocked, it's your perception being blocked. It's a big...
I think you gotta, I don't know, take 5 deep breaths, man. All right, let's do this together. Deep breath in. What's between you and the sun? The Earth. If you see a half sunset, then the Earth is the thing blocking the sun, apparently. But you keep saying over and over, nothing's blocking it. Oh, but the Earth is in the way. You see the problem? Sounds like...
I know you're not going to understand again, but nothing...
It's not a lack of understanding on the flat earthers' part. We actually know the globe better than you. That's why we're essentially teaching it to you now. The horizons claim to be the curve of the Earth, but you're like, no, that's not true. The sun doesn't go behind the horizon. It's just
a double standard.
Yeah, we know the globe, man. You don't.
You're twisting and lying again, because when we talked about the horizon, I clearly stated that it's the limit of your perception.
Which was wrong. Which was wrong, because that doesn't match what you read out via definition afterwards, which was correct. And then you try to say, well, I was right all along. You just repeated the wrong thing. So let's go back to Martot's question. What is the sun being blocked by if I'm seeing like half of a sunset?
The horizon is not the curvature, man. So I don't know why you're saying that I said that. I didn't say that.
The
limit of your perception.
Bro.
That's the embarrassing part. That's what you're supposed to say, man.
Also, when it comes to what's blocking the sun, nothing's blocking the sun. Something's blocking your perception, but not the sun. You see the difference? Your perception being blocked and the sun being blocked. There's two different things that we're talking about here.
What's blocking the perception,
so the sun's not being blocked, but your perception is being blocked.
Yes,
there's a difference there.
What's that then? Our perception is being blocked by what?
Your perception is being blocked by the other side of the planet that is being lit by the sun currently.
So the curve of the Earth, then.
So if you're on a planet that's facing a star and you're on the other side of that,
we get it.
side, like
You don't have to restate your incorrect position. We're trying to help you out here, man.
Nothing's in the way. In fact, the Earth is actually in the way. Like, seriously.
So is the Earth in the way, blocking your view, or?
I guess you don't understand, right? You have a lit sphere. You have a face facing the light and a face not
Oh,
facing
Jesus.
the light. So
Lord
your
help.
question is,
We don't have questions.
not facing from the sun. Simply put, what's preventing you from seeing the sun is the fact that you're on the side facing away from the sun.
How
I
about
understand.
how about this? The sunlight isn't able to reach you. Would that also prevent you from seeing the sun?
What?
If the sunlight does not reach you, does that also prevent you from seeing the sun?
That should, yes.
Okay. So
That should, yes. And
when
the
I
sunlight doesn't
when I don't see the
if you
sun,
are on
when I
the
so
other
when I
side of the
don't,
world,
yeah, okay,
right?
cool. So when I don't see the sun, couldn't it just be that there's too much air in between me and wherever the sun
Can you
is?
see the sun at night? Can you see the sun at night? Why
Why
can't you
would
see
I?
the sun at night?
Why would I? You know what night
I
is,
mean,
right?
yeah, night is basically you're on the
Yeah,
side of the Earth
when
that
you
is
don't see
facing
the sun
away
in the
from the
sky, that's
sun.
night. Yeah, when you
Huh?
don't see the sun, that's night. Cool. And
What?
I'm trying to determine if the sun is being blocked by the Earth is the only valid explanation for not being able to see the sun, and I don't think it is.
That's not the context that I was saying it in. I literally just explained
Why are you
that
so
if you're
emotional,
on the
dude? Dude,
you're
calm
on the
down.
side
Take a
of the
walk and come back
sphere
or
that's
something.
facing away from the sun.
Holy, this is painful. So on a globe, you have someone on one side and someone's on the other. And those two people can't see each other, not because the Earth's in the way, but their perception's blocking their own views of seeing each other. I mean, I don't know why you feel the need to explain a position that, number one, we all understand a lot better than you. So you don't need to restate anything. We're basically trying to help you out at this point, because you're saying a bunch of things that are not correct or consistent with the claimed globe idea.
I don't know. He just sounds too emotional to even like be able to listen to what we have to say.
I would agree. Let's take some deep breaths. You want to take a walk or something?
If you take 20,000 miles, yes, you will have curvature blocking you because there's 20,000 miles and the curvature will be significant enough. Do that with 3,000 miles and you will not be affected by curvature at all.
Really, that's weird because like I have this.
1,000 miles,
Hold
you
on,
will not be
hold
able to
on.
see
I wasn't
20,000 miles.
sir. I wasn't finished talking. Thanks. That's actually really weird because they have this formula for predicting the horizon distance, right? Were you aware of that, or?
And okay, give me that formula.
Sure, it's 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's it.
Okay.
So what this comes down to is that if I'm, say, at the beach, the horizon is supposed to be, according to this prediction, somewhere 1 mile, 3 miles in between there, depending on my height, right? Whether I'm standing right at the water or I'm swimming in the water, it's going to change a little because obviously observer height will change.
Don't think
So
that
that's
that's
it. So
accurate.
you were talking about 3,000 miles and not being able to see any curve or whatever, but they're
No, I'm not
predicting
talking
that the
about not seeing the
horizon
curve. I'm saying if you're looking 20 miles ahead, you will see the other.
they're predicting that at the beach you should only be able to see about 3 miles. That's their prediction. So I don't see why you need 3,000 miles when 3 miles is
Actually,
enough.
3 miles will not present enough curvature to block your view. No.
That's their prediction. Yes. If you want me
Wow.
to post a math, if you want me to post a math for you, I can do that. Maybe you can take a look at that and stop embarrassing yourself.
Yeah, we're gonna have to stop the show on that one, NPC. We're gonna have to address that one. Because now you're getting into BYOB territory where now you've got your own globe that you made up. You brought your own globe to the party. Well, you can keep that. Leave that globe at the door because we already know what the globe claims are, and you're not really aligning yourself with those claims. So you're like, oh well, 3 miles. That's not where the curve is. Well, now we have to address that. So what we're gonna have to do here is, we're in 24/7. I keep thinking we're apologetics. It's called How the Horizon Works. Let's see. Let me just get this clip and we'll take a listen together. And you can tell us, friend, whether you agree or disagree with this gentleman here in this clip, because he's going to tell you basically what we just told you. And he's not a flat earther. So let's take a listen. 60 seconds.
Hi, I'm Josh Clark, and this is Brain Stuff, and I'm here to answer a very pressing question. Have you ever been standing at the edge of water, say like an ocean, and looked out on the horizon and said, I wonder exactly how far away that horizon is? You know, where the sky meets the sea, that's the horizon. Well, it turns out because the Earth is curved that it depends on where you're standing and how far above water you're standing. Let's say that you are in the water, right? And you're up to, say, your eyes are about 8 inches above the water surface. Well, again, remember the Earth is curved, and despite the ocean seeming flat, they actually curve themselves, which if you've ever really looked at the horizon, it kind of goes like this a little bit, which is pretty cool. But it also goes like this, right? So if your eyes are 8 inches above the water, right then you're about a mile away from that horizon point where the sky meets the ocean as far as you can tell. If you're standing up above water and you're like I am about 6 feet tall, that means your eyes are about 5.5 feet above the water's edge, which means that you're about 3 miles away from the horizon. Isn't that amazing? Going from 8 inches above water, 5.5 feet above water, is the distance between 2 miles between you and the horizon.
Uh-oh. Let's get a quick reaction from NBC. Go ahead.
So you mean basically from 3 miles, you can see basically an inch of curvature. That's not going to block your view.
That's not what he said.
Yeah, you just completely missed the point, right? So let me summarize it for you real quick. If you're 6 foot height at the beach, you should have a horizon at 3 miles that is blocking everything from your view that is beyond 3 miles. Get it? Because 3 miles would be where the hump is, where the physical obstruction of the Earth starts blocking stuff from your view.
Will anyone post it in the chat?
Post what?
An image.
Well, how about you take a look at the formula I posted first?
I'm going to post an image to someone who will post it in the chat only.
Now, we're not talking about images at the moment. We're talking about formulas and horizon distance.
Okay, but that's just calculations, right? It's not measurements.
Really?
Well, yeah. It's actually a prediction, a calculation that the globe makes based on the radius and observer height. The problem is that when we go outside to check this, it's wrong.
Just straight off Google, from the ground, a human's vision range is up to 3 miles until the horizon line.
Yes, that is the limit of the perception, though. Not the limit. The curvature will block your view.
Let's be honest.
That is their exact claim. Yes, that's their claim. The thing you're saying that it's not, that's what they're claiming. Right? Because that's what's blocking the bottom of boats, right? The surface of the Earth.
If you're honest enough, you'll at least post this in the chat.
You're not even being honest with yourself, man. That's why we have to teach you things. So you're feeling like you need to teach us. Like you're getting this whole thing wrong. The reason why you can't see past the horizon is because it's be the curve of the Earth. So when you turn around and say no, it's not the curve of the Earth. Well, now you sound like a flat earther.
Hey, dude. In what I just sent to Effie Jedi, if he posts it, there is a perfect to-scale representation of what 3,000 kilometers and its curvature would look like on a 40,000 kilometer scale. With
statements based off of this. What it isn't is flat earthers just calling things fake. We're addressing things face value. If you say, well, Eratosthenes measured the Earth, well, let's take a fine-tooth comb and go through it to find out whether that's true or not. What you're doing is just, well, it's automatically all true don't even ask questions.
How to get it? I mean, you're probably going to get a very straightforward
You're
answer, better
talking
than
to
what I can say.
yourself. You're just talking to yourself. Okay, you've been challenged. A house, you need a foundation to lay it upon, and then you build atop that.
You measure elevation angles to stars with a sextant in slow.
Another star to draw another circle, and you have to compare with your own position to draw the third circle to get the right coordinates, right?
Awesome stuff. Well done. So at least you do understand what that is. Well done for at least understanding that.
I
understand?
watched a demonstration from ProtoThad, which was very consistent, like I said. So yes, I know this because of that. I might not know all the dynamics, but I understood that, yes.
Yeah, well done. So you understand that you can't have a circle of equal altitude.
Yeah. It doesn't mean that. Look, I understand some level of basics, but it doesn't mean I understand the whole advanced mechanics. Unlike omniscient here, I mean, I study multiple subjects. I'm not like specialized in all of them.
Yeah.
Oh.
So you understand that the line between the ground position of that star and you have a horizontal line, right?
Yes,
Between
and I like what he did. I understood what he did, and etc. Like, don't remember it all, etc. I would have to rewatch it to refresh.
Good.
But on the hit, I did like pretty much understand. That's why I still know what I do know about it.
Good. So you understand that is a
So
horizontal
if you would give me
line.
demonstrations like that, that would work just as much flat Earth wise without having a straw man or like omitting actual important factors and stuff like that. I would actually take that and learn that. Except that I only see demonstrations like this working with globes.
No, because you understand the base premise. We've said the horizontal line between the ground position of the star and you several times, and you've agreed. That's a horizontal line.
The horizon. What is that? Isn't that just where like you said, it's just where the sky appears to meet the ground, hang over, but then earlier you were saying that it's because of Earth curve. Which one? I mean, is it Earth curve or is it something else?
I never mentioned the horizon earlier. All I was asking is like, why does when you look out, why and boats sail away from you, why do they like disappear from your vision? That's all I was asking.
Where do they
I never
disappear
mentioned
at?
Are they disappearing on the horizon?
Yeah, over the horizon.
Right. So the horizon is where the Earth curve begins to block things out behind it, right? You're saying that it's a hump.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right? Well, that's supposed to happen at 1.22 miles. And I'm going to post for you
Yeah, send the video. Send the
video.
video. I'm gonna go watch it now.
Go watch it. It's only 10 minutes long. You can come back and just let us know why it is that the Earth curve horizon tangent point is not where it's supposed to be. There's the video.
All right, I'll show you, man. But
Okay,
like, yeah,
thank you.
this is a nice talking with someone that's actually like respectful and understand not everyone's home language is fucking English, bro. But yeah, I'll go watch the shit, bro.
Okay, thank you. Was there somebody else
That's
with some
not the
questions?
attitude that was happening when I first came in.
He's
Sorry,
saying this
everyone.
as who is to being the nice guy. That's fucking retarded.
He hasn't heard this who got mad yet.
I came in right. There was three of them. There was three of them going at it between themselves, like just dissing flat Earth and flat earthers.
Did the other two take off?
Well, yeah, the one was a girl, right? And she seemed the most interesting, but he was acting like a dick because there was a girl here. So, and then she lied. It kind of. It's not just you. It wasn't just you.
I got it.
I couldn't, I pop in, I couldn't speak at the moment, and I had to go. I just came back real fast, and then she was gone.
Yeah, she was. What was the last thing she was being a dick about? I don't remember. She was being a dick about. Oh, she was making the assertion that if we have a map, it proves the Earth's a globe because latitude and longitude proves the Earth's a globe. And then when I kept reiterating it back to her, okay, that's your proof. Latitude, longitude, the map that we have, that we can use those, therefore the Earth's a globe. Okay, that's your proof, right? She's like, no, what sense does that fucking make? I'm like, that was your criteria that you made. So are we going with that? I said no, because I heard T-Dub whisper that it proves a flat Earth, so I don't want to do that anymore. It's like, all right, she was just being like dishonest with her own criteria.
Well, it's funny how people come in and ask for maps, right? As if it's, there's some sort of juxtaposition between, like a flat Earth map and a globe Earth map, or just that they're,
Oh, there is a difference.
Versus a map, right? And you ask them, well, okay, what's the steps involved in cartography? How do they make the map? I don't know. Okay, then. So, what are you basing any grounds for? Like, what's your grounds for even bothering to ask that question?
Yeah, and she saw it. She's like, shit. I don't even know why I'm affirming that this is what the criteria I would need. Yeah, I don't even know what. Yeah, you called her out on it pretty good. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, I you can't make a map on a globe. You just can't. Not while you're on it, or not while you're in the system, and the whole map being the stars. Then you'd have to be beyond the stars to make this. You can't make it while you're on a globe. Yeah. That's why we don't have an accurate map, because you can't make one if you keep pretending to live on a globe. As everybody's seen, you got to cut out sections of this, wrap it around, yada yada yada. So the things that you have to implement to make a map are straight lines, shortest distances, circles, all the things that aren't possible on curved surfaces.
It just jumps straight to the instant conclusion that so that the land can, the configuration of the continents, correct. That's it. That's where everything is in relation to everything else. You must accept it, and it's all based on a globe.
Yeah, Bill, people, I don't know, man. It's deep. Like it's embedded. People are it's crazy to hear people assert like angrily that they know something that they don't even know how they even begin.
Did he cut out or did I? Hello?
It was him.
Okay.
Yeah, he disappeared.
Well, man, people I wouldn't like to find out that everything that I thought that I knew because I had to repeat it on a test and get grades and spend all that time, to learn. And then someone tells me that, nope, it's all nonsense. I'd be pissed. I'd attack the messenger. I think I would.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't, so I don't know if I would.
I guess it depends on the circumstance, because in certain things, well, after this topic, I'm kind of happy pretending I don't know anything.
Here's a good example. We got Wander who wandered in, right? And I think I might be mistaken. I think he had a pretty good conversation before and was like, hey, this does make sense. And then I think he talked to like Nathan Oakley, and then he's like, fuck this shit. I might have the wrong guy though.
What was his name?
The guy who just wandered in.
Oh.
All right, I could be wrong. No, I think I'm wrong. But
Nope, lost wandering.
Yeah, there was this one. He was on. Yeah, I think I had him mixed up. I think, but there was this one guy who came on was having a pretty good conversation. He was like, "Oh, this is making sense," and the globe's not making sense. And then he jumped into like the Friday, the Friday Oakley spot, and then he was just berating him so bad, and he's like, "Fuck this shit, there's the globe. I'm fucking done."
Calvin, what's up, buddy? You know, if you can talk, if you're just here to listen, but I want to, engage if you're willing. The Earth's flat, Calvin. Did you know that? You were right.
No, it's not.
No tanks. What are you playing the devil's advocate? I want Calvin to do.
Yeah, because nobody in this Discord knows me, so I can help him out.
Yep, Earth's flat. Always has been. You sort of probably know it already, anyways. But you learned something different. That sucks. We all did. But good news. You can prove it to yourself pretty easily, actually, if you want to. Okay.
Rich, are you are you secretly also atheist oblate guy? Don't say anything and just blink if you are. I don't know.
I knew it. Welcome, Jitty.
What's up, man? I was invited to a party, but it feels like it's ended.
Well, we hope to have a guy come back who's watching that BMLSB 69 video. So 10 minutes or so, and that was about 5 minutes ago.
I will stay tuned to see if anything happens then. I'll make myself a drink in the meantime. I'm clearing out servers at the moment, so I'd best not talk to them, otherwise the whole server will close down. I closed down Politics channel about 10-15 minutes ago. You know how it goes.
How many was in there?
Pardon?
How many were there in there?
On the other channel, there was about 15 people in there at one point. And then I had a conversation with this woman for 45 minutes. And then it just went completely dead after she left. She was intolerable.
Oh.
She might have been Brenda's daughter, by the way she was talking.
I don't even know how to make sense of that.
No, neither do I. I see our lovely friend Rich Evans is in here. What's up, Rich? I haven't seen you for a while. Oh, you muted. Okay. Well, all right, mate.
Yeah, he's been gagged, but he hangs out anyway. Like if you were to kidnap somebody and put a gag in their mouth, and then all of a sudden, cut their hands and their feet loose and say, you're free to go, they hang out.
Yeah, that didn't go well. This room is fucking retarded, guys. These people are all fucked.
Well, I hope that dude comes back, or we watched the video and it got too scary and you don't want to come back. I don't know.
Yeah, it was a way out. I mean, I could hear it. It was a way out. These guys, like, I went down to the other room to just see if I could, drum some business up. And then I went down to the other room. I got muted in both rooms. I just said, hey, what's going on? And then they say, do you think God exists? Oh, he took too long. He thinks God exists. And then they mute you. These people aren't willing to hear anything against their beliefs. Nothing. These are lost people. I mean, one room is, Sky Daddy, God doesn't exist. The Jews are God, and LBGT is the way. And then the other room was just the same. These people are done.
But they think they came from monkeys, so
Yeah, I mean, they laugh at you like a monkey if you don't say that you used listen. They'll say, "Hey, Kembo, just we'll know everything about your character. Just answer us this: do you believe you evolved from a monkey?" And if you say no, they'll put you on server mute, laugh at you, and say, "This guy thinks he's not a monkey. That he doesn't believe in evolution. He thinks God must exist." And they'll go on cackling like monkeys. These people are fucking lost, dude.
yeah, I used to jump in different VC every now and then, but I don't think I can talk to them. It just like you said, man, they a little lost.
Yeah.
They
No, I
somewhere.
can talk.
Yeah, they not even here.
I can talk to them, all right, but sometimes, but it's just fucking scary. These people are around. I remember what was it last time I was in here? It was like the three people: the one who's a girl who used to be a boy, the one who's a boy used to be a girl, and then they were talking about their feelings and how feelings aren't real, but they're valid, and there's no such thing as feelings. And then it was, and I said, "Hey, listen, we're going to talk about like how the Earth identifies or what." And they screamed and yelled. And I said, "You can't be serious. We'll never talk about something as insane as that." While they talked about the other things that are absolutely like insane, like they're in the records or in the books that like
I'm telling
yeah.
I'm telling you, bro. A lot of these kids, man, they don't understand that they got like they got it made over here. Like especially in the state, you know, any advanced country, like any uh, beside a third world country. People in a third world country, they have nothing, bro. They
Oh, I
have
never been.
nothing.
I never been
Yeah,
there.
I live there, so I know, man. I got families that don't have anything. So when you have a little, a little stuff going on, man, you appreciate life more. And these kids, they just like I said, bro, they got it made, and they don't even know it, and they complain about the stupid ass shit ever.
Yeah, man. It's like somebody's compared it to before, like to the fall of Rome. Like they've compared like the obvious parallels is Rome. Like Rome used to be a bunch soldiers, then they came up, then they got intellectual, then they got so well off that they were pretty much using democracy to monopolize those around them to then so they didn't have to do anything like the Romans, but then they were doing so well that they got so bored that they had nothing to do that they just started like infighting and dressing as women and doing the exact then the downfall of Rome, etc. That's pretty much a story to like what happens to like a person with who's got it made too much. Like you got it. It's so easy that you're like, what do I do with myself? How about I do something to myself? How about I change myself? How about what is self? Maybe can be what I want to be. Yes, we are all Caesar. Where the fuck am I going with this? But yeah, man. It's like rinse and repeat. Crazy stuff.
I mean, the system, they done a very good job by brainwashing people, man. Same thing. That's why we got a lot of people just sitting there, willing to defend the globe anytime, any
Yeah.
days.
It's a natural and repeatable process. Like all right, so like Romans 1 in the Bible, right? How long ago was that? 3,000 years? Is that the Old Testament? I don't even know. No, that's New Testament, right? But like Roman 1 says, right? If you do not attribute what is true to God, that God is true, what you will do is you will, by default, make false idols by default because you're going to need, it's like ingrained in human beings to find the one single thing that's true. So it says it in Romans 1, like it's plain as day, that you'll give up the truth of God for false idols, and then you'll begin to worship animals and the creatures and the created world, and you'll give tribute to the created world, saying that the world created itself and the created man is responsible. And then men will lie with men, and women will lie with women, and they'll give in to their lust. It says the whole thing, like plain as day, like 3,000 years ago. It's just on repeat. You got it too easy. I mean, whether the Bible's true or not, that line is true, and it was true then, and it's true now. Yeah. Another Bible verse I heard used in the flat Earth debate, which is kind of I think, an interesting one too, because people will hold, like, I don't know, people will hold them to it. They'll say this. So it was, I think, I don't know, Matthew or something like that. What did they say? Matthew said, anything other than yes or no is like devil talk. I'm not a Bible pusher guy. I don't know the words, but I was like, all right, that one kind of rings true too. It's like, yes or no, sir. Answer the question. Yes or no. Anything else is, I'm pretty much saying anything other than yes or no is bullshit. You're going to bullshit if you're not saying yes or no. Yeah. So whether it's true or not, it's true.
I mean, it's cool to talk about, Bible verse and stuff, but I think when it comes to flat Earth, I think, this is my personal opinion. I think we should just keep it, away from flat Earth, because we can, basically demonstrate, the Earth being flat without, bringing the Bible into the
Yeah.
conversation.
That's
just my opinion.
Can you though? Can you?
Yeah, just water.
Well, I mean, what holds the law of identity throughout time? If is it multiple things that make it true that water lies level, or is it one single thing that makes it true that water lies level? And if it's something, if you're saying, well, it's water itself, right? Well, that then, without any kind of way to communicate and understand water, that puts it into the Platonic realm of not knowing. So unless you have knowledge of the one true thing, then you'll never know anything, because it'll go into the Platonic realm, and you won't know that water is level. So,
What I'm saying is, what I'm saying is this, right? Like, for, some people,
I know what
even
you're
a lot of
saying.
people. Yeah, a lot of people, man, because sometimes when they hear the Bible, it's like, even what you're saying is true, right? 100% or whatever, or the Bible supported, right? You push them away instead of pulling them into the topics, So, and for other people, when you leave the Bible alone and you just talking about, what we can observe, prove, testable, measurable, or whatever, and then you pull them in slowly, and they willing to listen because you don't sound religious to them. That's what I'm saying.
Listen, I know what you're
Yeah.
saying, but what I'm saying is that these people, like I started off by saying I went to the one room and then went to the other room. What I'm saying is that these people hate God. That's it, right? We're not going to talk about the Bible too much, right? That's it. They hate God. They know the implications of the earth being flat. They're not. You can't talk to these people.
Yeah, well, they don't believe in God. They believe in science. They
Yeah,
don't
you
think
can't.
that God has the ability to give the knowledge to all the living things on this earth, right?
Yeah, whatever it
That's what.
is. They just that's the tie. That's the thing that I'm just calling it how I see it. That's the thing I see. The people like you that'll come back day after day, anti-flat earthers, almost all of them. I mean, you got like exceptions, like McToon's in the church, Bill Duffy's in the church. I don't know, man. It just seems like a strong tie-in. Yeah, but I wasn't really talking too much about like the Bible. It's just that like some people will say that it's just philosophy. Like some of these things in the Bible, it's like a philosophy. That's kind of what I was talking about. Is like the philosophy of the natural. It's just that in human nature that if you don't like again like have like some kind of firm like place, you're going to adopt something. You have to, it's like a human. It's a human condition. You can't not have a belief. You have to have one, and they're going to put it into. And I see them putting it into other things, and then saying, well, and then attributing it to these other things, and saying, well, like truth is relative. Like it is. What's the new shit people are saying now? I manifest my reality. I mean, maybe I guess in a way, yeah, sure. Like in a way, I got if I want to go to the bathroom, I got to think about it, do it. I take my thoughts and turn it into action. But it's like let me see who jumped in. Nobody good, but it's just, you're gonna adopt it no matter what. I see them adopting these things, and it's leading them to think that they're monkeys. It's fucking crazy.
I think another thing too, man. They don't think God exists, or they just against it. You know, maybe it's because they done so much wrong, or even the way they things in general just wrong, right? So if God do exist, guess what happened, right? All the things that they done in the past, or the thing they're doing, right? Oh, I got a phone call. Hold on.
Well, we don't want to exclude deception in the conversation, right? Because the Bible overall is about something really simple. God creates all things, including man, and a deceiver comes along and says, you can be God. And so man in his deception will become self-deceived, making himself God, doing whatever he wants with quote-unquote his life, and thinks that there will be essentially no repercussions for that, taking something that was given to him as a gift, using it, abusing the creation, abusing other people, worshiping himself, and then you have to be self-deceived the whole time to kind of do that. Cannot pay attention to the fact that you didn't choose to be here, you were brought forth by somebody much more powerful than you, right? So you have to live in a lie if you're going to make yourself God. That's, in a nutshell, kind of how it works.
100%. Yeah. I do get it. Like when Ken Bob says, like, don't bring it in there, but that's the root. Like you're saying, right? It's the root of it. That's the whole reason that you think that you can make the world in your image. It's
right.
Yeah. You know.
So if somebody who believes in God or the Bible itself, which is the Word of God, those would be two messengers. So you shoot the messenger because you don't want to hear it. So you rail against them constantly. Don't tell me there's an authority beyond myself. I don't want to hear it, and I will ridicule you, and I will persecute you for even bringing it up.
Yes, sir. Yep. All day. And it seems like it's, I don't know. Listen, I try to, yeah, I don't want to get to that part, but yes, I am surrounding myself like with people who are on the opposite side, so I guess it seems more common. But yeah, it's exactly what that's all it is.
Discord is full of those people, right?
Yeah.
Discord is full of those. And the world at large doesn't pay a lot of attention or think about the fact that they're here not by their even own choice, right? Did you have any choice as to when you were born, where you were born, who your parents were, what neighborhood, what social class, what color of skin, eye color, height, muscular tone, all that stuff? You have no choice in any of those matters. So if you didn't have a choice, who made that choice or who brought you forth in that scenario? Nobody ever thinks that way. Or they've been so distracted they don't have time to think about those things. People are taught, like, bombarded by all kinds of distractions. Namely, how am I going to survive? Oh, I got to make money, right? And there's a whole rabbit hole to go down in it. So
yeah, the only thing
no one's thinking about
I would chime in on is that, yeah, I chime in on like you have no choice other than to make a choice. Like that's the only choice that we don't have is not to make a choice. Even if I were to say to you right now, well, I'm deciding not to make a choice. Well, that was my choice. Like it's another like unavoidable thing. So then you're given autonomy and responsibility to make a choice and to see if and that's a responsibility that we have. It's not free. It's
100%. You got to choose. You would hope to make an educated decision, right? You would certainly hope to. And you would hope to have good information. But in a world that's full of information, how are you supposed to parse through what's true? And I think logic is one of the greatest tools for that. It's not everything, but it's a big cog. So you can actually parse through the information that you get and see if it holds up.
Agreed. And logic, you've heard of the transcendental argument. Logic is one of the strongest arguments for God. Logic is what requires a mind to exist. It must exist prior to the material world for the material world to fall into an orderly, logical fashion. Therefore, the material world is derivative of a mind, greater pre-existing it. So I mean, but logic is, I mean, if people would just not violate the law of identity, law of non-contradiction, and sufficient reason, and true or false, the excluded middle, they would have a lot easier time, like saying, well, listen, I can be this and this at the same time in the same way. That's a law of logic contradiction, violation. Saying, well, I'm going to follow my truth, and then they're equivocating truth for purpose and saying, there's no purpose in life other than to follow my truth. No, there's only one truth, but you have, and that you do have a purpose. There's not multiple truths. That would be a contradiction. That would be true for you and then not for me, and that would be a contradiction. So if people could, I mean, I've heard people obviously in this arena say, why don't they just teach these simple laws of logic in like second, third, fourth grade? Because they want you to accept contradictions, I think.
Absolutely. Oh, I believe it's purposeful, but at least in the States. Now, I've heard, and Jedi maybe can tell me about this, but they do teach logic as part of the standard curriculum in other places. But in the States, man, you're on your own. They prefer you be about as dumb as a bag of hammers.
Don't really get taught logic in any English or British comprehensive school, mate. It's not really on the curriculum.
Okay, well, I stand corrected.
Seems like the fundamental building blocks of any argument or any kind of proof, being the laws of logic, should be taught prior to teaching you all of these proofs and fundamental building blocks of life in science or chemistry or anything else. Seems it.
Well, it's hard to have good slaves if they know when you're, buffaloing.
And then I'm getting like more and more bitter, I guess, because now I'm starting to think like, wow, these people like I talk to on here or in person, because I do talk in person to people, can't fucking get through to these people. I'm like, maybe they should just be slaves. Yeah, like maybe that's where you belong. Maybe, just put you in front of the TV. Get yourself protected at the Walgreens and stay there. Yeah. Don't have any more kids. It's your right to not have more. It's your choice. Maybe that's good.
Well, they in some ways choose it, because you can be ignorant, but if you're willfully ignorant, if you never choose, back to choice, right, to challenge even your own ideas. If you're satisfied, even though you might be frustrated, right, you might really feel like a slave. Well, how do I become free? If you never go down that road, then you must be satisfied with your place.
It reminds me of another because these little things like stick with me. These are like Nike, just do it. Yeah, nothing to it, but just do it, right? But it reminds me of like another little like slogan. You can right. It's been claimed by I don't know, like philosophers, that you only have two options when it comes to what's true. You can either profess it or suppress it. Right? You are making a choice to either suppress it or profess it, meaning admit that it's true, or you're going to suppress it even though you know it's true. Yeah. And it reminds me of the same thing like you said. Well, they don't know that they do have the choice. They know it. They're either going to suppress it or they're going to entice it. Everybody has a choice.
We got some new folks in here. Anybody want to engage? Hey, Tower, how you doing?
What's up, buddy?
So what brings you in?
Dude, honest to God, I just kind of fuck with flat earthers big time.
Oh, cool.
I like you
How do you do that?
Yeah, dude. I know. Do you know Alan? Do you know Wits It Gets It? I don't know. These
Tower, I remember you. They kicked you out of Ether Cosmology last time we saw you. How you doing?
They might have. I think I was trolling.
Yeah.
I think I said I think I was talking about like the Jews in Japan and shit. And I think they kicked me out. They kicked me out because they didn't want to hear the truth.
It wasn't just them. They took a vote. I mean, you're in voting.
Really?
You remember?
That is
No,
what it
you were there for the vote. You're like, listen. Shane was like, listen. Who wants to keep him around? Are we done toying with him?
When was this? When was this?
Nah, it was one of the times.
When? Like
Listen,
in like time frame?
Yeah, so you're into the consensus. The consensus
The
makes
consensus?
something. Yeah, like does consensus make it true or?
No, absolutely not.
All right. What makes it true that the Earth's a globe?
I don't think it's a globe.
Okay. Is it your thoughts that define what is or isn't?
Huh?
I mean, you said I don't think it is a globe.
Yeah.
So so now it's not a globe because do your thoughts define what is true and not true in this world, or is
Yes.
it something else? It is your
Yes.
thoughts.
It is.
Not
Yes. Beyond comprehension of science. Yes.
Indeed. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Fuck
yeah.
them.
So
Fuck them eggheads.
right. So what is it that's got you leaning towards the flat side of Earth?
I have a lot of friends. Like I said, I have a lot of friends in the flat earther community. I'm not scientific whatsoever. I don't really care about that, but I do. I don't know. I think it's interesting. I think you guys kind of fight for it a lot, which kind of says something about it, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, some people like the scientific, like cause and effect approach to like things like gravity and, you know, I don't know, like pressure and those are some scientific approaches. I guess you could get
Also,
something.
I don't think we've ever met because I don't know you.
No, I was part of the voting committee last time you were trolling. So
When?
last time you were trolling there.
When was I here?
There.
Or there? When was I there?
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay. Because I've never been on that server, and I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, okay. The way we.
I think you're mistaking me.
Oh, okay. Maybe I am. I don't know.
No.
Maybe you're not the leaning tower I thought you were.
Oh no, not leaning tower. I used to go by Halp.
By what?
This is just an alt.
Oh. So it's friendships that make the world not go round, or what is it?
Huh? Friendships? Dude, the world doesn't go around, dude.
Yeah, that's what it says.
Not
It's the friendships that you made that make the world not go around. So it's the friendships that you made with like Alan and Shane and Whitsitt that have convinced you that the Earth is not spinning. The friendships did it.
No. I just I think that it's cool that you guys fight for it a lot. I don't really personally care because that's just not what that's not where my head goes. But I do think it's cool that you guys fight for it.
Like if there's like a color, right, that's out there that I don't care about because I don't care about it. I don't know all these painting colors. Is it more or less true if I don't care about it?
I don't know. Your angle is very weird.
I'm asking you, right? Like how what is it that gives you the how have you formed your belief around this Earth conversation? And you keep referring to friendship.
I think you're overreading into what I'm saying.
No, I'm asking. You said I'm not taking a good approach. I said you're right. Maybe my approach is the angle I'm getting at is trying to understand how you have weighed the consequence of whether the Earth is a specific shape or not. And you keep referring to friendships and coolness.
No, I just think that like I said before 40 different times. I do not actually care about flat Earth or if it's round or it can be fucking donut. I personally don't care because that doesn't affect me directly.
Doesn't it? How doesn't it though?
I don't know. I care about my rent being paid. I'm kind of a rentoid dude. Because a rentoid goy. I'm a rentoid goy, dog. But I do think it's cool, and I do think the discussion.
Well, listen, man, I could go to the apartment complex down the street and not onto a flat Earth Discord if I want to talk about rent. So I'm just like, I'm like, oh, okay, flat Earth stuff, I go to the unemployment office and hear people bitch about their rent, but we got the tower here right now. He's friends with the big guys.
This leaning tower guy. I'm literally not. I don't know.
Because I want to know which way you're fucking leaning, dude. You're not picking up on any of these. Which way are you going? You going flat? You're going globe? You're the leaning tower, the undecided tower. You're not getting any of my little quips.
In the hollow Earth. I'm a hollow earther. I'm a truther, dude. Me.
All right. Yeah. So is it true that you believe in a hollow flat Earth?
Yes.
Okay, so you believe, you don't know. Do you know anything?
No, I know.
You do know. Okay, well, all right.
Yeah.
So how have you come to attain this knowledge?
By saying I believe it. That's all.
Hey, bro, listen. Like, I'm a guy.
Your
right?
your angle
you're
is
a
very
guy.
weird. Your angle is very autistic, by the way.
Yeah, I get it. Autistic meaning the equivalent of I'm staying on topic and trying to ask you for the answer. Right. So, but like the way you're avoiding answers,
You're
right?
an opposite.
Yeah, the way you're avoiding answers, man. I'm a guy. It's like you're fucking flirting with me. Just fucking answer the question. Oh, he left.
What server was he talking about? Okay.
Ether cosmology, which doesn't really go there much. But Shane still jumps on there. Alan talks a lot about the like motion or lack thereof of Earth and the Mickelson Morley, and they go in deep, too deep for me now. I'm like, sir, they go in too deep. Numbers, like all sorts of shit. I have people over there usually like Riggs, Shane, Alan. Like Tora will jump in there. If you want the invite to it.
Is he the story for anybody else, or is it?
Yeah, he's breaking up pretty bad.
Jump out, come back in, no thanks. All right, try again.
Can you hear me, or am I still breaking up?
Yeah, you sound better. You're good.
I was saying it's called ether cosmology. It's usually like Shane, Alan, Bear Taria, Tora. Like if you know Tora, they're usually in there. Witsit used to go in there. I haven't seen Witsit on Discourse since I stopped coming on, but he used to go in there a lot.
So when you say they go pretty deep, what do you mean?
Riggs is usually in there. What I mean is they go over like the interferometry, then they'll go over it's like spec sheet on spec sheet on. It's like literally spec sheets of measurements of like interferometry measurements and the angle that's needed while for this. I don't know if you've been on like Flat Earth Dave's website thing. What is it, app? Right. Shane's got his Shane's model featured on there, so they go over the diffusion of light over distances and all these other things, like deep on that type of stuff.
Okay.
So they're like the etherites, like I guess, and which is I'm not knocking it because there's something to it. Not that we'll ever know it, but if that's what interests them.
I've never looked into interferometry, so when people start bringing that up, I kind of just check out. Maybe I should look into it. I don't know exactly kind of study it really is, but
that's a study of light.
Okay. When it comes to the ether, since that's a pretty hot topic right now, it's got kicked back up. There's going to be some tension for a while, it seems like. I guess I know that there are people that are just bought in that have no intention of scamming anybody, right? So I would hate to accuse somebody of that if they're really bought in. But if I were to ask somebody some questions about what it is that they're bought into, that kind of fall back under the categories of, fallacious logic that got people on the ball in the first place. And my best example of that fallacious reasoning, affirming the consequent, where you can see an effect and then tie a cause to it that, quite frankly, is not even necessarily related to it, but say that anyway. I'm just curious if anybody is going to, consider that. And I haven't come across any etherites yet that will entertain that idea. So that's kind of where I fall on the whole ether thing. If it can't be defined, can't be shown, is for the most part speculation that they want to tie to some light phenomena. I'm just going to kind of ignore it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, yeah, but yeah, well, like, listen, like, so, like, so, like, I was, I understand ignoring it. There's plenty of other stuff that, if you're only on to proving that Earth's not a globe, you can prove it with tons of things. This isn't even necessarily, matter to one thing or the other. So, the basis of it, like, I guess I understand the basis of the idea is that, people say, well, what's in between the space between atoms, right? They'll say nothing. Well, then they say, well, it has to be something, right? So it's the argument of this. I would say it's the argument that's been going on for thousands of years. Is what is this world made out of, right? So because in order to have objects in space, you need the space first. And if we keep on defining the space, right? So you need objects. I mean, if you're going to have somewhere for objects to go, you need the space for them to go, right? And if we keep on defining the space as like the air, the water, everything in the space, the atom, the molecule. Okay, well, that's the stuff that's in the space. What's the space? Well, then people will say, well, it's the atom and the molecule. No, the atom and the molecule is the physical material that requires space to exist. So what is the fundamental necessary thing that allows all things to exist, that had to come into existence prior to it? And they say, well, it's the ether. Yeah. And it does have ties to like space time mumbo jumbo bullshit of coordinate systems, but the reason that people cling on to space time mumbo jumbo shit is because there is something to it in the way that there is something to it as far as it, whatever it is required for objects in space to exist.
Okay, so, and I'm not going to assume that you're going to vehemently defend the position. I just know that you probably understand some of the nuances and arguments for it. So I'm going to ask you questions, and if you can't answer them, it's no problem. But this is a fundamental question that I would ask. Who said there has to be something in between our convention of atomic material?
Who says there has to be? Because it can't be nothing, because nothing can't exist.
So I've heard that, right? What does that mean, nothing can't exist?
Yeah, nothing is just like a placeholder for something that's undescribed to this point. Like, well, what's in the box? I don't know. I don't see anything. Well, I don't see anything of consequence to me, but if we go in to see what's in the box, we will find particles and stuff. But nothing, the word nothing is just a placeholder. Okay. It's like using the word, like, well, what is this? It's like using the word reality, right? It's like, well, if I were to just say, well, reality is reality, it doesn't mean anything. It means nothing. That word, it doesn't even mean anything. The things that make up reality, right, then make reality. But reality isn't anything. It's a placeholder for the things within the world.
Okay. So let's assume that the atomic model, conception, or convention, whatever, is accurate. And we have discrete building blocks for everything. Gas down to the individual atom when it's gas, right? The argument is that there must be something in between each individual particle, because not having anything in that space, or that description that you call space, that can't be nothing. Is that accurate?
Well, yeah, I mean, that part of it, yeah, that would be accurate. I believe in that line of questioning.
Okay. Yeah, my question would be, why can't there be nothing?
What would nothing look like? Can't even imagine.
Well, we have this word. nothing, right?
Yeah.
So no thing.
Yeah, it's like an unimaginable thing. That's what I'm saying. Nothing is. It doesn't even. It's to tell you an idea of something not existing, and you can't even imagine it in your mind. Like nothing, true nothingness. You can't even imagine it. So how could that possibly be what underpins all of the fundamental reality being nothing?
So if we can't imagine, even though I suppose when we ask you that question or make that statement, you can't even imagine nothing.
I'm saying try right now to imagine true nothing. Like what would you would have to then say? Well, you would have to like in your mind like, all right, I have a box, and it's just nothing. But then you got the box, and I'm saying no. Imagine true nothing. You can't. It's like a feat that humans can't even accomplish. It's imagine it. How could it be that?
I don't know. I think I can. I think empty space where things, like air particles bounce around unimpeded. I can imagine that.
Oh, maybe.
So, I mean, I'm just saying, my way of reasoning through this is, well, I think I can imagine an empty area where things are free to flow. Like,
yeah, but you're gonna have to imagine. You got to imagine the area, which is again conceptual.
Okay, so the area, which we describe as space, right? Having no thing in it, I can imagine that, unless you think I'm crazy.
Yeah, maybe you can. I don't know.
So,
yeah, I mean,
I was having a conversation with Brian today. So, I was trying to think through this. I'm like, okay, so because the ether is intriguing to me at very least, right? I can entertain the concept, but what we know, at least in the physical realm in which we live, that if you have energy, which is in and of itself something to ponder and imagine about, right? Energy.
Remember, E equals mc squared, so energy is just mass moving. So just brings you back to a material.
Well, energy itself cannot manifest without something physical. Would you agree?
Energy can't manifest without something physical. Probably, yeah. I don't see a way out of that right now.
Okay. So in my mind, the two have to be intrinsically linked, but it doesn't require that there be some sort of background medium, because let's put it this way: we have laws that govern the reality that we live in, that they do things that we can't give a cause to, but it happens anyways. So a designer or creator, right, would create things in such a way where this is just the way it is. Now, energy, whatever that is, only being able to manifest itself, or for us to detect it, must require some sort of material so that we can experience that particular energy. Some people call that energy light. Some people call that energy ether, or some people say that the energy is transferred through the ether, but I don't know that it's a necessary mechanism or a necessary fabric. As far as I can tell, we just don't experience energy without material things, and that's why this place was constructed the way it was, with the material for the energy itself to manifest in. To me, the ether is kind of surplus to all that.
I hear your line of questioning 100%. I mentioned it in that when they tore down Whitsett, I was in the Ballbuster show, talking to, and I made this argument to like assure people of the same line of questioning, right? So maybe you've heard the argument before, right? And I made it then, and I'll make it again. But so the cup, right, has the potential to sit on the table. The thing that actualizes, well, I won't use those words, right? The cup sits on the table. The table, right, is holding up the cup. The floor is holding up the table. The joists are holding up the floor. The foundation's holding up the joists. The earth is holding up the foundation. right? Well, we can keep on going, right, forever, right? We say, oh, well, then the waters are, the earth sits upon the waters. Well, what does the waters rest upon? The thing is, we don't know, right? But it has to rest upon something that is non-contingent, non-dependent upon something else, or otherwise we would fall into like an infinite regression, and we wouldn't have the cup sitting on the table in the here and the now and the present, right?
Sure.
Yeah. So when like Witzit or somebody talks about, well, the ether, right? So what they may be saying that the ether, the background medium, is what dictates to the laws, of gas pressure, et cetera, and giving it its direction on where to go, right? Right. It's not just a magic power, but even if the ether is what dictates, send signals, vibrations, frequency, oscillations, whatever, to the energy so that it coalesces or moves, whatever. So it has an interaction with another something, right? Because I do agree with you 100% on that what we see is interactions. We say, but anyhow, even if that is the case, then what's holding and containing the ether just the same as what's holding and containing the cup on the table has to be something that's non-dependent upon something else, and that would just be God that would contain. It can't be something else. It has to be something that's non-dependent, non-derivative of anything else for it to contain that system.
Right.
So it doesn't do away with, because when I hear like Oakley, and I mean they're fucking awful, but they're like, oh, you fucking, they sound like we're in the medieval ages. They're like evil one. They're saying like these blasphemer. They say those exact words. I just wanted to put that out there. It still wouldn't do away with, the necessary non-contingent, grounding of that, right? But I do hear the parallels for sure in regards to like relativity and space-time bending and warping, and the claim that the background medium of ether of light and then the the vibration through the medium, I do see the tie together, and then the claim that what directs all of these things would be that ether, because when you have then Witzit will use the example of when we have like a super vacuum, and then we take everything out of it, we get a vacuum energy, that's more powerful than directs things where to go again. Like so.
Wait, say that part again about the vacuum. Just to elaborate on it.
They get so they have like a vacuum energy. So they have like a super vacuum where they surround it pretty well, and once they get everything out of it past like a normal vacuum that we see at regular science labs, like energy bursts out of it. Something from nothing. These plasma beams like come out of these vacuums.
I wasn't aware. I'd like to see that actually. That's intriguing.
I might have.
Then again, you have another phenomena, right? That would probably need some sort of scientific method applied there, I suppose, because we wouldn't want to take effects, right, and then ascribe a cause to them without doing some due diligence.
Yeah. So like for sure. I remember his name was like David DuPont or Point or so. I could look it back up, and it was like more along like plasma energy vacuums. I could maybe even Google it. It might even be on Google. But then it's like Witz's argument is there's no such thing as a vacuum. There's no such thing as a perfect vacuum because we have the ether, right? And then when we make a vacuum, the ether then dictates to the material world, which order to order itself into again. So I mean, that wasn't his argument, but he was not arguing for a vacuum. I'm saying that because that's what Oakley was saying.
Gotcha. It's funny how all of these postulations, speculations, always kind of surround this idea of a vacuum. Somehow, if we just take air out of the space, then we can begin to further make claims about what's going on in our existence, because when we take the air out, now we have to have something else. And I'm not saying that that's what you're saying, But I just think it's interesting. Well, if we suck a vacuum and then just start dropping shit, right? There you go, grab it. Well, if we suck a vacuum and then we have, let's say, bursts of light or some kind of a phenomena going on within this chamber, and now we've got something that we could tie to this idea of ether. And I just think that's my opinion. Like I'm not attacking anybody. I just feel like that's a bad way to go about studying the natural world.
Yeah, yeah. Like I said, it's a very old. It's not. Maybe it sounds like a new question or a new thing or whatever. It's just like the most fundamental. It's like the oldest thing. It's like, what is reality made of? Yeah.
Yeah, that's a question.
Yeah, and then people say, well, it's made of all these objects in space, in the space that we have available. Like it's all made of all the objects in my room. It's like, okay,
right.
but what's, if we take everything out of the room, what's there? And they're like, well, I don't know, but whatever it is had to exist for the material to exist within that, so
yeah,
this is that same old question.
Right. So, I'm a God-fearing man, and I like to think about our existence through the lens of the Scripture and what I know about God. And he's described as a father, and he treats his kingdom like a big family. So, if you have a family and you get kids, but ultimately they're young and fairly ignorant and can only handle so much information, and as they grow, they can be given more information. But to learn more things and to experience more things, that's fine. But when they're young and they're ignorant, there's certain things that you don't give them access to, and there's certain knowledge that you just don't give them because it's not for them. And if they had it, they probably break something. You know what I'm saying? So if I were God, right? Let's play that game. Or in this scenario, there's just certain things I'm not going to let my kids know, and there's ways that things are going to happen, and I'm going to build stuff and construct it that they don't need to know about, and besides, they wouldn't understand it anyway. So I think there's a certain point where man is going to be banging his head up against the wall and just begin to speculate about stuff because it really isn't for him to know, because there are mysteries about creation and about God and about the spiritual realm that it's just above our pay grade at this point. Now, we may find out later on, maybe when we leave the material, but I think for now, the more we start jacking with stuff that we, start in Dad's closet.
What's up? I can't say I disagree with you, but you know what it's starting to sound like? It's starting to sound like, because I'll give you the reason why, right? But it's starting to sound like it might be a justification for these ancient lies of the globe, right? Because they tell you, no, listen, this gravity atmosphere, you can't go into space, and that's a separate thing from here on Earth. And we'll sit here and say, there's no difference. We're here. This is space. There's space. What do you mean space? Length, width, and height, right? So we could do away with that whole paradigm. We say, no, whatever's out there is also universally here. Well, that thing, right, that space is outer space, right, is made of, is right here. I'm standing in it, right here. Sure. It's right here. So that thing, that ether, right, that is not outer space, it's right here. I'm standing in it. I'm walking in it. So now it's accessible to everybody to get it.
You're not in the sky, bro. Come on.
I get it. Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, bro. Come on.
I get it. Yeah,
you ain't no Skywalker.
I could be for like I've done it on video a couple of times. You never bought Airwalks, chump?
So the because ether, right, is the air that the gods are breathing.
Yeah. But no, I mean I hear you, Cecily. Like I'm like, I don't know.
Everybody knows that. It's the air of the gods.
I would disagree based upon.
What do you mean?
Yeah. Well, because what you're stating is that God, right, the thing that it doesn't need anything else for its existence.
No, I'm not talking about Vishnu, bro. I'm not talking about Vishnu. I'm talking about Zeus and friends. Okay, the gods.
Well, then maybe not.
I'll mute him for now. We can finish our conversation.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, I get it. I mean, I get it that. Yeah, people, you're not gonna know everything. Yeah, you're not,
right.
And some things should be off limits. But And then it's like very tempting, I would say, because they've hijacked reality in every other way. Like they're like the hijacking of space-time warping and bending is some sort of hijacking of reality. The horizon was a hijacking of reality. The sun setting, it's all hijacking of something that's actual exists in a specific way. And there's always like some element to it that has to be true. Like it has to be not true. It has to be, I don't know, not true, but I don't know the right word for it. So it's like almost I can understand the wanting to take it back and prove that that whatever this thing that is that's fundamental for objects to reside within is within we're encased within it, like isolated within time within it, and it's not outer space. It's right here, and it's a contained system with God watching over it. I see him why people and like want to take that back, but yeah, I don't know if he'll ever be able to say I know it. I don't know.
Well, if the ether believer, to be honest with you, I don't think anybody would have a problem if the ether believer just said, "Look, we're speculating about something that," and I think Whitsitt does this sometimes. He says you can't scientifically prove it, right? And he basically is saying this is something that logically, to me, even though if we start poking around in his logic, we will find that a lot of it is still just affirming the consequent. But I digress. You could just say, listen, this is something that I just believe and I want to speculate in and I want to charge down this road. And if people want to come with me, then by all means, let's go. But yeah, I'm speculating, and some of what I'm reasoning through, I'm kind of just, robbing Peter to pay Paul. I'm sort of affirming the consequent or begging the question over here or because if this is something that I cannot prove in a physical manner, then I'm going to speculate. And everybody should just know this is going to be Speculation Sunday for the rest of my endeavor. I don't think there'd be a problem.
Yeah. Well, like I said, his logical proof is that it must exist in order for anything else to exist. Like the space, whatever space is, must exist for the material world to exist within it. It must exist prior to it, so therefore it's fundamental to it. Therefore, I know it exists because the objects in the world exist. So I wouldn't say I'm speculating. I'm saying it's necessary logically that whatever it is exists. How could you deny it? How could you say it? How could you deny that it exists? It has to, because that's what the objects and all the things that you touch in the physical world exist within. So I mean, it's like hard to deny it at that point. You get into a corner, and I don't even know what it is. I don't even know what it is. I don't even know what I'm saying when I'm saying. I keep saying it because I don't know what the hell it is.
Right. Well, I mean, you and I will probably agree. I think we do. If that's what he believes must be, then he's only saying that, declaring that out of ultimately his ignorance. Because to step from one realm, the material realm, to where God is and where he does his stuff is another place that, quite frankly, we can't fathom or imagine. And so his means and methods to carry out this existence will probably all be wrong. I think I'm okay with saying I'm probably wrong about a lot of things that I think I know still, right? And saying something like it must be might be a dangerous thing to say. But that's me. So
I agree. I agree that I've told him before. I said, I told him before. I said, this is a spiritual issue for people that you're like into. Like that's what is happening, and he doesn't. I don't think he sees it. Yeah, and I say it to him. That's what it is. It's like almost like it sounds like, because that's why I made that statement about the table. It almost sounds like what you're saying is God is not necessary. That we have the ether. It's like it's very borderline. And
yeah, I can kind of see that. I see what you're saying. All right.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna go have some dinner, but nice talking to you, man. Thanks.
Same, man. Oh shit! Now it makes me think you guys were all just listening to me and says whose conversation dropping out. So here you're listening to ethergress, I guess. You're on the ether side. I didn't really even get into the it just has sorry, it just has like these like philosophical implications on with people. But yeah, I mean, I think all it really is that some people just want to know how the sky works. Like, you know, so they get into it.
Did any of that footage true?
The thing is also, I think sort of after COVID, it's only sort of happened after COVID. I think, like, every government seems to be occupied, like, it doesn't seem to be, anyone who's willing to tell the truth, and it seems very, very scary as a young person just looking at all of it. But
look,
I think it's
I
alongside that as well, like, if a
feel
lot
for
of
the
them are
future
doing the deception.
generations. I really feel for the future generations because I'm not a young fella anymore. It's horrific. The lies that just get covered up. And look, think about this. Time when someone lies, they will create another lie to cover up the first lie. Unless there's undeniable evidence, like someone's caught on camera, stealing that apple or whatever it may be, they'll continue their lie because ultimately they know that the lie is going to get them into a lot of trouble. And if we're talking about things like moon landings and the Earth being a globe, because it's been told that it's a globe for the last, 100 years now. Imagine how much money has been spent on this lie, and people are going to want answers if someone was to come out and say, yeah, no, we were wrong. It's not a globe. We live on a flat plane. We don't know what the shape of this Earth is. There's a lot of things we don't know. Mate, heads are going to roll, and it's not going to happen.
I think also it's kind of strange. We named all of these objects that we can supposedly go to after gods. You see Donald Trump saying we're going to Mars. He repeats fight 3 times. You know, it's like we're going back into paganism or something like this. Like it's like a temple bull system. Like America just activated Mars. They're going to war.
Yeah, it's such a strange world we live in at the moment, and there's so many people that are just so asleep. It's just amazing, amazing.
Yeah, no, I think us in the Commonwealth, we're especially fucked.
Are you from the UK?
Yeah, we're fucked, bro. Because
Yeah.
you know, there'll be a virus, and you know our government is going to be the most authoritarian in the West.
Governments. You're not
Yeah, well,
wrong, I tell you.
they're shared in policy. They're basically the same thing. It's the same snake, just multiple heads.
Yeah, the other one's Canada, isn't it?
Yeah, well, Canada. I mean, I think America is in large part pretty much the same cabal of people, the same oligarchy.
I think the people in America are probably going to be our saviors if they wake up enough. I think that's our only hope. If that doesn't happen, we're gone, mate. The Western world is gone.
I know. I mean, look, they're gonna try do some racial war in the UK. I think that's how they'll take us out, but I don't know how they'll try to take you out. It'll probably be, you know, coronavirus, something, you know.
We're not allowed to
something
talk
like
about
this.
that stuff.
I mean,
Look, we're not allowed to talk about any of that stuff on this channel because it's live streamed to YouTube. So we just got to stay off that topic, unfortunately.
yeah, no. Until then, it's thoughts and prayers, really.
Yeah.
That's all you can do.
Sad state of affairs. You don't come into this channel very often, do you?
Well, no, I don't really want to. I mean, I think in terms of talking to people, I want to talk about more pertinent issues to our reality. There's a lot that's wrong, and I'm sort of aware of how they're trying to push our psychology, the way we think, into a different worldview, and it's not. It's probably number one priority when I talk to people.
Do those channels not get taken down?
I don't know. I mean, most of them aren't streaming.
Okay, because I know Discord sort of listens in on the conversations, and they've taken other channels down for talking about, medical stuff.
Well, look, I mean, just go pills.gg if you've had the COVID vaccine. That's all I'll say.
Yeah, no, I haven't, mate. I haven't. In fact, I turned around and bought a very large property during that period because I just wanted to get away from all that rubbish.
Yeah, I'm saving up now. I'm gonna try live somewhere on a couple acres, but yeah, no. Always use these economic events. Because
It's
they messed
amazing.
with the interest rate, didn't they?
I was awake to, some of the stuff that was going on, but I was never awake to the shape of the earth. I never looked, to be honest with you. All right. But then, whilst researching some other stuff due to my health, I come across this flat earth and I was amazed. I wasn't angry like a lot of these people are. I was just amazed. And straight away, it sort of like sparked this little bit of interest because I thought, these guys are talking about a flat, yet outside, it looks like they say. But for 2 years, I still could not believe that it was true. And like, it really got to me. I was like a 24/7 just watching both sides of the story, There were lots of people. There were some Globy channels that I used to follow and some Flat Earth channels. Some of these people have now passed away. And I said to my wife, I go, this is going to kill me. I need to know. You know, I need to really know what's going on. This is a big deception if it is true. So I went out and I bought one of these P1000 cameras. And look, I didn't know how to use it. Never been much of a cameraman, you know, didn't take much photos, but took a lot of footage and started to listen to what, you know, all these people were saying about drop over distance and distance to the horizon and everything. And being a bit of a maths buff in the early days, I thought this will be easy to test. So I took a lot of footage and downloaded it to the laptop. And when I analysed that footage, I was shocked, absolutely shocked. There is no doubt in my mind that we live on a flat earth. There's no doubt. Yet, even though I had that footage, there were still things that really bothered me. And one was the sunrise and the sunset. So I started videotaping some of the sunsets. Every time, you know, I went interstate, I would videotape the sunset. And again, just looking at it with your normal eyes, you would swear that the sun was going over the horizon. But when you analysed it in slow motion off one of these P1000 cameras, it's a whole nother story, you know, and you can understand how people have been deceived just with sunsets.
What happens?
Well, as the sun gets further away, there's a reflection that's caused, especially along the water. I would do a lot of this videotaping along, you know, the coast somewhere. So you have a reflection in the water. Now, as it continues to get further away, that reflection starts to blend in with the actual sun itself. So what you end up having is a circle joining a circle, which creates like an oval. You could call it an oval. Okay, so an elongated circle. And that starts to flare out at the bottom, not flare in, it starts to flare out at the bottom. And then, if you watch closely, it actually fades away. So I believe most times the sun with these high powered cameras, the sun will fade to nothing before it actually sets like they show you in all the movies and that. It literally fades to nothing. You can see like the outer parts fade first into the you call it the surrounding air and that, like we can only see so far, and then this really tiny little bit goes zoosh.
Would you say it would be plausible for like the dome to be of some crystalline structure and for the moon to be just a projection? Because that's what I believe. If the earth was flat, it would be projections.
I don't know. Look, you know what? I think there's some things that we're never ever going to find out what they are. Out of our reach, you know. I don't even know why would we even bother speculating. We just concentrate on what we stand on, and that's it.
You're not. If you haven't done any experiments since July 27th, I would say do some more.
Well, to be honest with you, November 23, my house burnt down to the ground, took my laptop, took my P1000, took my drone. The only footage that I had left was what I'd uploaded to YouTube. I'm not going to go out and buy another P1000 until I finish building my new house. I need to have somewhere to live, you know, that's mine. So, but I'll find a second-hand one because they've taken it off the market now, and I will go back out and do more observations.
Yeah, because there's been a lot of pretty strange activity. I can't
You
really
sure
tell
about that?
Well, I mean, yeah.
Let said something, but now he's not speaking.
Huh?
Let said something, but now he's not speaking.
Talking bullshit.
It was a John Cena meme. Were you sure about that?
That's all he had in him.
Never any proof, eh? Time and time again.
Just upset feelings.
Sounds like, is it Tonga?
We don't need proof.
Don't need proof. Who said that?
Who said we did?
So, can you tell us why you don't need proof?
Burden's on you.
Burden's on us. We made the claim that we live on a globe.
Did you prove you're on a globe right now?
I can't prove I'm on a globe because I'm not on a globe. Oh, solid answers.
You're not the real Batman.
I am the real Batman. I'm the real Batman. On a
What
daily
happened to the other
basis.
guy?
The other guy is a fake Batman, mate. Don't you worry about that. Trust me, I am the real Batman. So please show us some proof. That's all we want. That's why we're here, to be honest with you. We just want to see some proof.
Proof of what?
Is that Brandon?
No, it's Crystal, I think, right?
Some fool with a voice change.
That's man.
Is that Crystal? I'm tabbed out. Or is it someone else?
That's Harley Quinn. Crip, maybe that's why you believe in this shit. Because you're always high out of your mind.
I don't believe in it.
That's why you think this earth is flat.
Measurably, observably, practically used. Belief is not required. Like right now, you can plumb something and get water to flow a certain direction, even if you believe that is curved. You just
there's no plumbers. There's no plumbers out there building shit to flow frickin' up the curved hill. They're building it to flow, down to the horizontal frickin' flat base that we live on.
Well, I actually know an engineer that works for the state board that does all the big sewers and that. And I asked him about this, and he goes, "We never take the Earth's curve into consideration at all."
Why would they? There's
I
not
know.
one.
Yeah, I know. I know.
Oh Lord.
And what's better too is that some of the excuses, the excuses that's dropped is that the Earth can be treated locally as flat. Well, yeah, but that defeats the claim of not flat, and it calls into question what's your definition of local.
Locally flat everywhere, which basically, if you add it all up, means it's freaking flat, retards.
How do we know your little experiments aren't manipulated?
Who's we?
If you want, like, you could do an experiment in your room right now.
Oh, that's not Crystal. That's someone else. Definitely.
So you could take a flashlight, and that could simulate the sun, and take a ball, and that could simulate the moon, and another large
Correlation does
object.
not equal causation.
What? Sorry.
You heard me.
No, I just don't know how that relates.
What we do here, if you are proposing an experiment, the first thing you do is give the naturally observed phenomenon. What did you observe? And then form a hypothesis. And then
I observed the Earth is a ball with my own eyes.
Well, what I'm talking about is lunar eclipses, right?
Can you define
simulating a lunar
What'd you
eclipse?
How much curve?
Have you ever seen a lunar eclipse? You want like a photo?
Yeah,
A lunar eclipse is impossible on a flat Earth.
We can talk about eclipses, but let's do this observed curve.
Yeah, so just and we
hold
can
on.
simulate this with a flashlight, which you should have at home. And
Yeah,
if
hold
you
on.
don't have it, it should be on your phone.
Yeah, hold on. We'll get to it. Okay, so this curve you saw, where did you see it? Where were you?
I was on an
outside.
airplane.
Okay, then how much curve did you see over how much distance?
Oh, good Lord.
The distance from the Earth to the moon. That's how much distance.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, I'll have to make me tab in. Let's see, who is that? Was that Quinn? Let me wild guess.
Yeah, what's up?
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna put you on mute. Okay, go ahead. So how much curve did you see? You're on an airplane. Would you look out the window? What'd you see? Yeah, Quinn, I said we'll get to you next. Can you control yourself or do I have to control? Okay. Let's see, we'll try. There you go. You're unmuted. You give up, Todd, or what? Okay. See, look how easy it was, Quinn. You just had to wait like 30 seconds to get to a conclusion there.
Oh, I can't hear the other person speaking. Who's the other person speaking?
Oh, yeah, maybe that was the issue. I should have double checked that first. If you go to the very top there, it's like Aolite droid dude.
Oh, turn him up? Was I talking over somebody?
Yeah, if you had turned him down in the past, it's probably explainable.
Yeah, I might have. I don't know. I'll turn him back up though, because his volume was quite low.
Yeah, you can turn him to like 5%, where you don't.
You
have
don't
to
know
hear
what
him.
you're talking about.
Oh, I hear him now. Thank you.
Yeah,
sorry, that's my fault. I didn't realize I was talking over someone.
Yeah, no worries. Like you could just have them at like 5%, enough where you don't have to hear what he's saying, but enough where you could hear someone talking, so you don't overtalk them.
Yeah, no. I sometimes I mute people. So.
Oh yeah, after hearing this guy for like the last 10, 15 minutes, I totally understand why someone would turn him down to 0. Completely worthless, useless, totally useless.
You're gonna poison a well?
Okay, so eclipses. Have you heard of the Selenilian eclipse?
That's impossible on a flat Earth. Unless your moon is under your Earth. Is that the case?
You there, Quinn?
Oh yeah.
Oh, was that a question from? I thought you were talking to this other.
No, the other guy's done. He tried to define his curve that he saw from an airplane, but he gave up.
I didn't give up.
All right, let's try again. How much curve did you see over how much distance?
I saw the whole horizon curve.
Okay, how far was that? Yeah, how much and how much drop over how far?
I don't know the exact details.
Well,
that is irrelevant.
Give it a guess. That way we can test this. We can test it at ground level. No need to even go up into a plane. You can use your observation and figure it out. How much curve over how much distance?
Around 50,000 feet.
Okay, that's how high you were, and how much drop did you have over what distance?
10 kilometers. See, this is your problem. You're being incredulous. This has nothing to do with flat Earth.
Yeah, this has to do with you. You said you saw the curve. Can you define it? Isn't it interesting that everything in this world can be mathematically defined, but this fishtail that you saw something and you can't put numbers to it. You can't define it. You can't even give it a ballpark. Like,
math does not define. It describes. Math is useless in science. This is your problem, Crit. You need to lay off the pharmakia.
All right, here, Quinn, look at what I just posted in text chat there, the Selenilian eclipse. Google that. This is where Google can save you. Because I would suggest to you to use all the eclipses.
Crit, what's the source of that picture? Who took it? Quinn, can you answer that?
Who took that particular photo? I'm not sure. I'd have to look up the source.
That's impossible. It's photoshopped.
I guess that's why it's called the impossible eclipse, because on a globe it would be impossible. But yet, in reality...
No, on a flat Earth.
Oh, really? Why would the impossible Selenilian eclipse be impossible on a flat Earth? Explain.
It would have to be under the Earth.
What are you talking about? Why would I have to be under it?
In order for it to have a red light.
For it to have a red light. So you don't know what you're talking about.
The red light comes from the reflection of the Earth off the sun.
Yeah, let's rewind a bit. Let's dial it back to where you probably got confused. So what is the Selenilian eclipse?
It is the lunar eclipse.
Okay, what's special about this type of lunar eclipse?
The moon is behind the Earth.
Right? Yeah, you don't know what a
And
Saturnalia
the
eclipse.
Earth casts its red shadow.
That's wrong. That's wrong. That's not what's special about a Saturnalia eclipse. You don't know what that is. You tried. It didn't work out. Better luck next time. Now, do you want me to give you the answer?
Tell me your belief.
No, it's not what I believe. It's what a Saturnalia eclipse is.
It's what you believe it is.
No, I just asked you what it is. Nothing to do with my belief. You okay?
Let's hear it.
So that's when the moon and the sun are above the horizon at the same time, yet there's a lunar eclipse. So how's the Earth in between the moon and the sun if I can see both of them above the Earth's horizon? Impossible on a ball. Sorry. Game over.
It's called exceptions.
How would there be an exception? The Earth obviously is not a ball in between those two luminaries in the sky if you can see both of them above the horizon.
It's because it's not a perfect ball. It's an oblate spheroid.
And how would that cause the sun to still be above the horizon while the Earth is between it and the moon, eclipsing the moon?
Because the sun is closer than you think.
And how would that cause what I just said?
It's local.
And how does that answer the question?
You
Keep
just
trying.
don't like the answer.
It's just not an answer. It's just like you might as well just say, I bought paint from the hardware store. It was blue. Okay, and how does that answer what I asked you?
How about you explain it?
Okay, well, I already did, so I'll just do it again, I guess. The Earth can't be in between the two of them if they're both above the Earth's horizon at the same time. So you're just wrong about what a lunar eclipse is, obviously. Like all globers.
So I think that's caused by atmospheric refraction. I hope I'm pronouncing that word properly.
Yeah, how do you explain the upside down though? That might give you the observation, but how do you get it to flip? So that you probably only got halfway there by saying that it's refracted. Like which one is refracted, the sun or the moon?
Let me think a minute.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like a lot of the stuff you guys really haven't thought it all the way through, but we have on the flat Earth side. We've evaluated all the evidence, have come to a conclusion. So when you think you've got this gotcha, it's more likely a gap in your thinking and understanding, which is why using the sky, invoking sky magic, you're just going to get yourself in trouble. Just stick to the surface, the curve of the Earth, or the lack thereof. Where is it? As soon as you start saying, hey, look at that solar or lunar eclipse, now you're in trouble because we can roll out the impossible eclipse. If you
So
use
what
all
causes
of them,
it?
Well,
yeah, not
okay.
not the
As
Earth.
I understand, what happens, light from the sun and the moon passes through the atmosphere. The light bends, and the bending allows us to see the objects, right? That are actually just below the horizon, but we see it as if it were still above. So this is like the refraction part. I don't think any flipping happens. They didn't like physically flip positions. They remain in the sky
No,
as
the
they are,
shadow. If
but
that's look
it's
at the.
just because.
Okay, Quinn. Look
Oh,
at.
I was going to explain. So it's just because that's how
Okay,
the light bends.
okay, you're not listening. Okay, the shadow. So the so-called shadow, Earth, the Earth shadow on the moon is coming from the top, not the bottom. This is geometrically impossible. There's two things wrong with a solidity eclipse if you use the variables that you're talking about. If it's the sun and then the earth and then the moon, this observation has both sun and moon in the sky at exactly the same time. So not in line. And if you try to explain it away with the refraction, you still have a problem because the shadow is coming from the top, not the bottom. It's flipped. The observation's flipped 90 degrees. This is why they call it in the globe model. People in the globe model have coined this the impossible eclipse. Because it's not possible inside the heliocentric model. It's a hard defeater. This observation defeats the claim. It's not possible. It is impossible.
Well, no, I think that's just refraction, right?
Then how do you get what's a shadow? What's your explanation for why the shadow is upside down?
Okay, so the curved shadow you're referring to?
Yeah, look at it. What's direction is a shadow coming from? The top or the bottom?
Let me look at the picture. Sorry. It's up here. Yeah, so you're talking about like the top curved shadow right there, right? Where it says what you saw, and it's like it's coming from the top, right?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, just so I'm just making sure because I want to make sure I'm looking at the same picture.
So you saw the shadow
Yeah.
coming from the top.
Yeah. So, the shadow might seem to creep in from the top or the side or whatever perspective. It's from your location. So, for example, if you see the moon low in the sky near the horizon, the Earth's shadow may look like it's coming from above the top, top part. But this is just due to the viewpoint, right? From where you're looking at.
No, because it's daytime. So that defeats what you're saying. With that example, it would have to be nighttime. So now you got daytime, not nighttime.
So when does Rahu and Ketu come into play?
It doesn't. That's globe shit.
It's not globe shit.
Yeah, that's globe shit.
That is the religion of flat Earth. They believe in Rahu and Ketu.
Incorrect. That's globe. That's globe shit.
What is causing this phenomenon?
Not the Earth. Yeah, that's been ruled out.
So what
That'd
else?
be your claim. If you're bringing up eclipses as some sort of evidence, then that would be your claim, yeah?
Yeah, so I would say like the daytime visibility of both the sun and the moon during the eclipse is simply an optical illusion caused by the bending of light through Earth's atmosphere. Earth's shadow's direction depends on the moon's position relative to the observer. I don't think any of this suggests a flat Earth, right?
So how come I can see a full moon during daytime?
So you're invoking sky magic, which is what I said. This is where you end up in the problem. You end up in trouble.
That's your problem. You can't explain it.
Don't need to.
Your
Claim
optical illusion.
Yeah, I didn't
He
claim
explained it.
Best part. That's why I don't invoke sky magic, so I don't have to claim it. I don't have to prove it. You should probably do exactly the same thing. Otherwise, you're going to end up with a big you don't know.
I think you're being too secular.
That's all right. You can think what you want to think.
Oh, I know.
So you can't explain your own evidence. You try to reverse the burden and then change the subject and ask another question on why the moon is visible during the day. No, none of us made these claims.
I would prescribe that you suffer from the lemon illusion, and it's a very real delusion. You saw the globe somewhere that it wasn't there. It's very simple.
Are you saying I can't trust my own eyes?
No, you didn't see a globe somewhere. I'm saying maybe trust them a little bit more.
My eyes don't lie to me.
Well, you prescribed us an illusion for some physical thing that you want us to just describe to you.
So can someone explain that picture in chat right there?
He just got done doing it. Crit did.
I think he's talking about the one that
How does it have circles?
with the wasp, whatever, the hornet there in the water.
Yeah.
This is how you know the Earth is flat. It's the physics of water, the demonstrable physics of water, like right here. That can create a shadow.
What are those circles?
It's not an optical illusion, is it?
It's the indentation of the insect is making in the water.
That doesn't make any sense.
That's exactly how it works.
Yeah, if you read what the actual caption says, it's talking about a physical object required to cast a shadow, something you don't have in the Selnelian eclipse. You just
I
have
think you're
refraction.
conflating physical with tangible.
Well, how's refracting an
You
object above an object causing a shadow?
The water is physical.
I think you've missed the point again.
That's right, the water is physical.
Goes the wasp, casting the shadow.
Water is one of the 3 states of matter.
Thanks, Captain Obvious, for that useless tip.
Very good.
It's actually liquid, by the way, not water.
He was close enough, so I was like, just give it to him.
Water is water.
No, it's not.
Is water
So
wet?
the three states of matter are solid, water, and gas.
No, solid,
According to
liquid,
this-
and gas.
Yeah, according to this genius AOL
No, it's
dude.
solid. No, it's
Water
solid,
is a
liquid,
liquid.
gas. Water
Yeah,
is
you
a
missed-
liquid, and also it's a solid, and it's a gas.
Yeah, dummy.
No, water is not a solid.
Just restating what he said. Another idiot who can't track along.
So what do you call
He hates me so much, bro.
Ice
water
is
is
just
not
ice.
It's not a solid?
Water is a solid because ice is made of water. So it's
Wow.
water.
They're actually going to start thinking about this. Like he said something dumb and it was just like kind of made fun of, and now you're like trying to like seriously figure it all out.
No, I didn't know what the conversation was at first, so I don't know. Why are you mad at me, heretics? Why are you
'Cause you're
mad at
slow.
me all
is
the
a
fucking
troll.
time? Goddamn.
There's no S in my name.
Goddamn.
Because you're slow.
From the screen to the ring. I mean,
See, he's a troll.
yeah, I'm a troll. I'm trolling. I mean,
Yeah, it hurts him that he can't be included in the conversation. He's not capable.
no, I am
So
capable.
he has to include himself some way.
It's called the
and
lack
it's to
of
be
a
the
father.
jester. I love it.
Whoa!
I don't mind the jester.
First things first, I do have a father. Second thing second, I'm
Yeah.
bored. It's because I'm
Well,
bored.
he's
It's the
not
definition of
not
bored.
a terrible person. Don't put that on him. He's just a troll.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyways, water can be all 3 of those shits. And that's why I said that shit.
Well done.
Well done. I didn't know what the conversation was before, so.
So isn't that where you stop, like wait, listen, find out what it is, and then try to respond?
Nah.
Do you have ADHD?
Yeah.
He suffers from globism.
Globism. I mean, I'm not the one who thinks that water is flat. I'm not gonna lie. You think water is flat? That's crazy.
It's funny how you say it.
Water curves.
Water
Can
do
either
be
of you show
curving.
that? Yeah, can you show that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can. Look at a tsunami.
No.
Okay. How about water at rest?
At rest? Ooh. So like if you like pour water in a cup and it fills to the brim, and then like has that oval, it curves. Yeah.
It curves.
And then
Well,
you
maybe
just,
I know.
you just think it's magic. Y'all motherfuckers think it's magic, and it's crazy.
All right. So restate your claim again.
Water do be curving.
Yeah, you sound like a retard. Let's ask the other guy. Elite dude, can you show water curving?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Make sure the water is at rest first.
What does that mean?
Do you know what resting is?
So it has to do a specific thing.
Well, aren't we talking about a specific thing?
No, we're talking about water in general.
Okay, so water in general, like a water droplet floating in the air in a cloud. Very tiny mass. Not attracted to a very big mass. Oh, I didn't know. Oh, I went there too soon.
If you pour water in a ring, it's going to take the shape of that ring.
Yeah, pour water in a ring. Okay. And the surface would be even, having no parts higher. I mean, it's the dang definition for level. Under horizontal condition, it states example, water seeks its own level. You know what seeking is? What's it seeking?
Seeking to take the shape of the container.
Yeah, very good.
And the surface is doing what? Resting flat. Maybe.
You're importing that.
What the fuck does that mean?
No, this is American made. It's I didn't import it. I'm
drink
hinting
domestic
at
water.
I am American made. So yeah,
You're
just can't
adding
admit it.
on to it. You're
level
adding on to it.
marked by a
No,
surface.
we're not. You fucking dumbass. This was the point the whole time.
It doesn't need to do that.
Yeah, apparently it does, because that's what it always does at rest. Just can't admit it, huh? It's too
So
devastating.
you're saying if water doesn't have any influence, it's going to remain level.
Yeah, pretty much.
That was a good way of putting it.
I disagree.
Well, how do you
Okay,
disagree?
You just disagree with water? So you're arguing with water.
Yeah, he's disagreeing with one of the realities of life.
So you see water just sitting there flat in your cup or bucket or bathtub or whatever it is, and you just go, I disagree. So disagree with reality.
So how does this work on a larger scale?
Same way.
It doesn't. We see currents.
So that would be water not at rest, right? We already went over this when you said if there's no influence on it. That's how you worded it.
What are the currents caused by?
Cares, wind and shit.
And where does that wind come from?
Dude, what are you doing?
Doesn't matter.
You're just spiraling.
Doesn't matter at all, dude. It's complete red
does.
herring from the point. It doesn't. Complete red herring from the point. Talking about the behavior of water at rest, the fact that it seeks level. If it's left alone, it's just going to flatten out, right? Doesn't mean that you can't have wind fucking blowing on it, causing waves and shit. Nobody said that.
That would be influencing the water, wouldn't it? And you put it that so eloquently. No influence, right?
Still seeking an even surface. Even though there's wind blowing on it. Can you wrap your head around that?
It makes sense, but I just don't get why my institution will lie to me.
What did they lie about?
Maybe they're just numpty dipshits who didn't know any better.
Well, actually, it's compartmentalized. So, which part of the institution lied to you about which part of the institution's philosophy? You're gonna have to be specific.
You want me to dox myself?
No, I want to tell you who. I'm asking you who lied to you. Like we're talking about geometry. Did somebody lie to you about geometry? What is the lie that you think is being told to you?
I think this whole globe Earth.
A cartoon? Lied to you? Okay, yeah, Scooby-Doo isn't always honest, I guess.
Why weren't we taught everything that you were telling me in school?
You weren't taught hydrostatics. You weren't taught, here, draw the level line of the cup. I mean, this
Why do
is
they
just
use
foundational,
globes
horizontal.
instead of flat earths in the classroom?
Because it's just a concept that's easy for kids to sort of latch onto.
But it's a lie.
Well, Santa Claus is it's a white lie, right? It's just for the greater good, so the kids have fun believing that Santa Claus is bringing them presents, right? That's what it's about.
But Santa Claus is conditioning you into accepting lies.
Well,
Okay, so someone lied to you.
Well, I would say your teacher didn't lie. Yeah, your teacher was just mistaken and was regurgitating what they were taught without looking into it any further. So they're just teaching you their own belief. But as per the chat at 36 minutes past the hour, science from pre-K, your teacher would have taught you that water will always form a flat surface.
See, I think you just bought into the marketing. You didn't really understand what the symbol was. You bought into this marketing, and you never really stopped to ask the questions, and then now you're here, and we're having a good discussion.
I think you're trying to reprogram me.
No one's trying to reprogram you. Just answering your questions and showing you facts in reality.
What stops you from doing this to your community?
Doing what? To what community?
To your local community?
What stops us from doing what to our local community?
Telling them about flat Earth.
Who said we don't?
What is your success rate?
100%.
Cares?
Kids?
So you think that there's some convincing that has to be done? You are the one that's telling me there's some conspiracy theory is lying to you about something, and I asked you to be very specific with who is lying to you, and you said, well, why should I care that some people lie to me about Santa Claus? Just because you didn't understand the marketing. It didn't reach you, but this other marketing did reach you. See, I don't think you should go around life thinking everybody's lying to you. That's why I wanted you to be very specific. And
Were you once a Glober?
A name.
Everybody here was once a glober. The only difference is we decided to look into the claims that we were told. You've chosen just to believe it on face value. Without realizing the contradictions you were taught. Oh, we live on a spinning space ball that's curved, and the water curves around the surface. And then in your next physics class, you'd be learning that water lies flat, level, and horizontal. Didn't pick up on the contradiction. A double speak.
The Earth is spinning 1,000 miles per hour.
Any evidence of that?
That's
Anyone ever measured that and proven that?
It seems to me that science says has become Simon says. Don't know if you're familiar with that.
Yeah, what they would call scientific consensus. However, in science, there is no consensus. It's an experimentation to show a cause and effect relationship. It either causes it or it doesn't. There is no consensus needed. Consensus
Yeah,
is pseudoscience where we can all discuss it and discuss what we think may be happening according to our best guess, and we could come to a consensus on that. So that would be pseudoscience.
yeah, you get a lot of Glober. They're saying science says this and science says that. When science really don't say anything, they actually treat it like a game we used to play back in elementary school or preschool. Simon says that's how they treat it.
Exactly. So has anyone ever measured
Flat
this
Earth is just a game of
rotation?
telephone.
Or has anyone ever measured this
you
rotation you were
said
just
that
claiming?
you said that I was lying to you, and you think you go around life and you think everybody's lying to you. That's what you divulged to us. I'm wanting you to flesh out your conspiracy theory. Tell us who is lying to you and about what. Be specific.
I only speak for myself. I don't say everybody's lying to us, but if you study the history of man, you know damn
No, I
well
wasn't
that
talking about you. I'm talking about a lot.
all governments lie. So there you go.
But why would they lie?
Yeah.
Why would they lie?
Why wouldn't
Why
they?
would they lie?
Why wouldn't
they?
What reason do
Well,
they
I mean,
have?
To
if you
control
look at
you?
not only that, but I mean, if you're just looking for a logical reasoning of a motive, the space industry is worldwide is $1 billion, if not $1 trillion industry. So when they see one nation making billions, all they don't even have to lie with each other.
Well, yeah, that's
Just
why
gonna lie
Jack
for the
Parsons sold
billion.
it to the military. You know, Jack Parsons sold it, and then
And
we had everybody clamoring for the rocket race, and what we had not have now is really really good fireworks,
I don't want
all
people
funded by
confused.
How do
your
you explain the
enslavement,
Cold War?
and wage enslavement.
I'm not claiming that I know this, but if you're going to look for a motive on why would they lie about the world we're in, one would be for control, the other one would be for money. That's just logical reasoning. I'm
No,
not
I'll give
saying
you
it's
one,
true.
but the second one
But
only
look
follows
at
after the first one.
but look at the industry.
So it's only about
look at
power. It's not about money.
look at the amount of money they make just off of space movies, Star Trek, Star Wars.
Well, the money's to
Just
make you
that alone.
pretend like there's some value there.
What's
And you being a
another? What's
battery.
next? Dinosaurs.
You just start adding it all up.
What do you mean? What's
piecing it
next?
all together.
Well, all you're
All
doing
these
now is
lies.
Aioli, all you're doing is gish galloping and just asking stupid questions that are completely non sequitur to the topic. Yeah, who cares what happened in the Cold War? It has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
Well, I mean, if you want to get, I'm sure other people won't like it, but if you're going to bring up dinosaurs, can you use the scientific method and prove them?
Yes, we can
He doesn't know
observe
what
their
that is.
fossils.
He doesn't know what that is.
Are you sure are you sure they're not molds? You know how long they've been able to make molds of bones?
Can
What
you
does
prove
this
their
have to do with
molds?
flat Earth? What does dinosaurs have to do with the shape of the Earth?
Like I said, most people, even on my side, won't allow me to go to that
Well,
argument because
technically, as a glober,
deters from
you would have to say that the Earth was smaller in the Mesopaleomic whatever time where these dinosaurs were, because the Stegosaurus wouldn't be able to get pump oxygen through its bloodstream to its brain to function its mouth to eat, all these like really tall forests. So you would have to go into this like expanding Earth as a globetrot.
Well, not, but I mean, it has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. But if you study
Well, in
if
this
you
instance,
research
yeah, and
dinosaurs,
it's just crazy.
if you research dinosaurs, the word didn't even come around till 1853, I believe.
Well, yeah,
So
there's
not even
just an appeal to language, though.
Because
So
the
we're getting
Chicxulub
off in all
meteor
kinds of
that killed the
tangents.
dinosaurs would not be able to
it's
pass through the
definitely
flat Earth.
it's definitely a tangent. I'm not arguing that fact.
And that isn't argued. Well, this about the meteor, that's argued because that would not even be necessary if you just have
You
a
can't even
mega
prove the
blast of a
meteor.
volcano.
You can't even prove that though. Couldn't even prove it. You'd have to be there.
Yeah, and there's no proof anywhere of anything like this of a meteor.
I mean, if you look at another tangent, stop me if you guys want, but another tangent would be the Great Flood. If you look at Katrina and what it had, the effect it had on the landmass, think of a flood that was worldwide. It would reshape all the land masses. So the way it looked before the Great Flood, it would look different after.
Yeah, you're getting a
You
little
have
too
to
Graham
prove the flood.
Hancock.
You have to prove that.
Well, no, I mean
No. I'm saying if it did happen,
Hey,
it
Lo,
would
you don't know what
totally
you're talking about.
reshape land masses.
Yeah, see,
There's
there's
no such
evidence
thing
of
as a worldwide
there's
flood.
evidence of worldwide floods all over the place. There's
No,
evidence
there's only
that,
been
the
localized
ice shelf
floods.
broke and it broke through and caused the the dam, the Grand Canyon. Like, so it's like it just you're not being specific with what you're talking about, Alo,
No,
to even be questioning this discussion.
The greatest evidence you could have for a worldwide flood would be water. Like if there was a flood in your house, what would be the evidence? Water.
So where was all the excess water displaced?
Look at all the
There's
water.
floods all the time. That's what we're saying. Like the
all the-
low
look at all
pressure
the water.
comes in, the storms surge. What kind of variable you want?
It
You
doesn't
got
make sense on a flat Earth
it only makes sense on a flat Earth. It has
because it would
it
fall
makes no
off.
conceptual sense at all.
Fall off what?
So why doesn't the water fall off the spinning globe?
Because of gravity.
What's gravity?
It is what causes objects to fall. down.
Like a helium balloon in a cloud.
So if the Earth was flat, water would fall off the edge. But if it's a spinning ball, it wouldn't. Like, think of what you're saying.
Because in flat Earth, there is no gravity.
There's no
How do you
gravity.
know? How do you know
There's
what
no gravity on a.
occurring? Yeah. So again, what is gravity? Other than some things, not all things, but some things fall down at an average of 9.8 meters per second squared. What's the causation? What is it?
I would even argue that.
It is an electromagnetic force hidden underneath the Earth.
I would even
Whereas
argue
on
that.
a flat Earth, you can't explain why objects fall down instead of left and right and up.
Things do go left and right. Are you crazy? Ever dropped a piece of paper?
No, they don't.
You never dropped a piece of paper?
Yeah, it always falls down.
Only if you crumble it up. It still goes left and right on its way down.
That's because of wind.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's the variable you're measuring it in. That's the medium you're measuring the variable in. My bad. But if you take that same piece of paper and crumble it up, it falls different. The only thing you changed was the variable. You didn't change the medium. Get a different result. Just because you changed the variable. It's the same variable. Instead of a flat piece of paper, you crumble it up real tight into a ball and it falls differently within the same exact medium.
And why does that happen?
Because the paper's more dense than the medium it's in.
That doesn't
I want
explain
to go
why.
back and cover. Well, you've claimed
exactly
that you've claimed that it's the
That's
core
exactly
of the
why.
Earth's electromagnetic field that's creating this gravity. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So, do you understand what the Curie point is?
The Curie point.
Yeah. Which would be the temperature that metal loses its magnetic properties. So, for example, iron is about 770 degrees before it loses its magnetic properties. Yet the core of the Earth is estimated to be between 5,000 and 7,200 degrees Celsius. So you're about 1,000 degrees, or 7,000 degrees above your Curie point. So no, we don't have a molten core that's causing this gravity as you've claimed. Secondly to that, gravity today is explained as the theory of general relativity.
That's a straw man.
No, it's not a straw man.
Four-dimensional
I didn't say that the core caused it.
You said that we asked you what is the causation of gravity. You said it's the electromagnetic core of the Earth.
No, magnetic field underneath the Earth.
From the core, yeah? So how have you got this electromagnetic field from under the Earth, in the Earth, at the core when it's above the Curie point? And again, has nothing to do with the claim of gravity today.
Yeah, you're discombobulated. You're mixing and matching different aspects of your faith-based belief, whatever you want to call it. It's silly.
That's where I differ.
It's silly stuff. No, you differ because you make stuff up more absurd than the last guy. Yeah, we know.
If the core of the Earth is a molten iron core, it cannot be magnetic. Just like the gentleman said, it goes beyond the Curie point.
So why does it get hotter when you dig more down?
Well, that's not what happens.
Are you saying that there is no core?
It's actually cooler. It's actually cooler.
What are you?
Can you prove that?
Measure the temperature.
When you measure, go in a cave.
You measure the temperature of the bore machine that's drilling the hole. You lift it up and then wait a while, like a day, so the heat from the digging cools off, and then drop a thermometer in? Or are you actually getting that from the bore machine? I mean, friction's going to cause heat.
We don't want to blast past. Yeah, we don't want to blast
It
past
gets
the
hotter
proof of
the
Earth
lower
soil.
the elevation.
Gets hotter.
A bunch
I
of
hear
guys
it
are
gets,
following his red herring bullshit right now.
Yeah, this is nonsense.
I hear it gets to 60, 65 degrees and stays there.
It's because the ground retains more heat.
Dude, this is young Sheldon.
Hold on a second. You can't follow him down this rabbit hole. First of all, you would have to prove, first of all, that there is a core of the Earth and that the Earth is a ball to have a core. So this is all a red herring. Now, do you know the current rhetoric for gravity or not? Because it has nothing to do with the core.
No, he doesn't. He's made that pretty clear. And what he likes to do is once he has an answer or something answered, a question answered, and we ask a question, he likes to move off onto another subject and ask about things such as the Cold War.
Okay.
Doesn't like to stay on topic.
That was related.
Oh yeah, this guy is
No.
going all over the place. It's like a Roomba that's just
Because you guys were
forgot
talking
its
about the
programming.
space race.
How does the Cold War have anything to do with the shape of the Earth? Please tell me. Doesn't. Great. We can
Yeah, I
move
think
on.
his point is probably something like two governments racing to deceive their populations about the shape of the Earth, something like that. So that's the best I can do.
And
So
then
they
I would
both
point to the
mutually
trajectory.
agreed
No, the
to
trajectory.
lie about the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, why not? It's profitable for everyone. So that's a bit like saying, why do Coke and Pepsi both sell cola? Wouldn't one of them tell on the other one? No, because they're both using it for their own reasons. So.
But Pepsi and Cola have nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
We're talking about if you want to talk about motivation, we can talk about motivation. If you want to talk about the shape of the Earth, that's fine too. In fact,
I just want to understand how the Earth gets hotter on a flat Earth the more you dig down.
Well, that's pretty obvious, isn't it?
Are you saying there's a how?
Well, yeah, there's more pressure the further down you go, so that creates heat. That's true either way.
Correct. Which is what I stated in the first instance.
Yeah, why would that be different?
Ignored.
The question would be, why wouldn't it be the same?
What?
The question really is, why wouldn't it be the same? Google that answer. Google it good. I don't think we're going to get an answer out of AJ. What do you reckon?
No, he's not Googling quick enough.
No, I can hear the typing, but maybe it's just the cogs in his brain moving. I don't know.
Again, the same issue as always. They come in here thinking they're going to jump in here, tell us how the Earth's a globe, get us in this great gotcha, thinking that we're all dumbasses in here, yet they don't know anything about their own model and spend the entire time Googling it for themselves.
Yeah, exactly. It's the willful ignorance of the glober.
You can hear me type?
Yep.
Yeah, fight the fictions on your own time, buddy.
So now we'll go back to the original questions that we started with, and that which you originally brought up in regards to rotation, but we'll start before that. Who has ever measured the curvature of the Earth, directly measuring any drop over distance, showing that it's curving in the first instance?
Ooh, it's a tough one.
Eratosthenes.
That's not got anything to do
What
with
did it?
gravity, Brian.
What?
No, sorry, I asked
Eratosthenes.
him the second question. Crypto, I
Yeah,
got
go on.
off topic there, probably. That was my fault.
Okay.
He doesn't have anything on gravity, so I thought I'd ask him about Earth curve and who's measured it.
Oh, okay, fair enough. My apologies.
Eratosthenes. What did Eratosthenes do?
He did an experiment.
No, he didn't. What dependent and independent variable did he manipulate?
The sun and the cast of its shadow.
No, that's not what he did. In fact, it's
He
the opposite.
manipulated the sun.
It's actually the opposite, because in order to even come up with that measurement, you need consistency and not manipulation. It's actually the opposite of an experiment.
What is that called?
So, what is what called? The opposite of an experiment?
Yes.
It was an observation.
Yeah, you can call it an observation, you can call it a calculation, you can call it many things. You can't call it an experiment.
He observed a shadow.
Yeah.
Therefore, bald.
It was a demonstration.
Well, it definitely wasn't a demonstration.
I think what you would call it is measuring shadows and then affirming the consequent. I think that's what that is.
So what is your standard of an experiment?
Well,
Yeah,
first
you've
of all,
got the... Yeah, go on.
I was going to say, again, he's going to
Go ahead.
take it off topic here and want to talk about what an experiment is. So, first of all, we need to finish up with Eratosthenes, yeah, before we go off on this tangent of what an experiment is, because we don't even need to cover that to show that what Eratosthenes has done. What was Eratosthenes trying to do in the first instance?
Was that a question?
Yeah, it was. What was he
Google
aiming
it.
to do?
Go on.
What was he aiming to do with what you claim to be an experiment? What was the
It was
purpose?
aiming to
Google is your
calculate
friend.
the circumference.
So he wasn't directly measuring Earth's curvature. He had it pre-assumed, and he was calculating what the circumference would be. That's not the question I asked. I asked who directly measured it.
Ooh. He's got you there, mate. Oh, Google. Google is your friend. Google Earther.
You said he pre-assumed the curvature?
Yeah.
Well, if he's calculating for a radius, then he's definitely not measuring it.
Yeah, he's already assumed the radius is there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's assumed the radius is there and then calculated it, right? So that's what, as AJ said. Oh, that is some furious typing.
Yeah, dude. Do you want a job as a secretary?
This guy's got 100 words per minute down.
He's coding.
Alright, you got me stumped here.
Well, the fact is that
Yes, we do.
He didn't directly measure anything. He calculated shadow angles from the surface to calculate what the circumference would be if it was a sphere. So, anyone else? Anyone else measured this curvature of the Earth directly? What's their name and what did they do?
It's crazy how Alberuni never comes up. I've never.
Yeah, I know.
Alberuni's method is even more laughable than Eratosthenes.
Yeah, it's harder to bullshit with Alberuni.
Well, Aoli, the simple answer for you is that you don't know whoever measured the curvature of the Earth, yeah? And that's quite evident because you're Googling it in the background. But that's fine. We just want an honest answer. It's not a gotcha. So my second question is, which takes us back to earlier that you failed to answer, who has ever measured the rotation of the Earth? Who's directly measured that and proven it?
That was done by Michelson Morley.
Michelson Morley, how did they do that?
Pretty sure Michelson Morley, when they first published their first experiment, they actually had Einstein scrambling to explain it. So it wasn't that they'd proved it, it's that they'd actually disproved it, and everyone was like, shit, what do we do about this? And that was when relativity came around.
Yeah, and again, my first question would be, what was the whole point of the Michelson-Morley experiment? What were they trying to achieve?
They were trying to measure the motion of the Earth.
No, they weren't. What were they primarily designed to detect the presence of?
Space.
Nope.
No.
I always forget which one it is. It's either the two-word one or the one-word one.
Ether.
That's it. Luminiferous ether.
The ether.
Ding, ding, ding.
So what does measuring the ether for the presence of ether have to do with Earth's rotation?
What a lie. Nothing.
No, nothing. Oli. And secondly, Michelson-Morley showed that there was no rotation of the Earth, like Eratosthenes said. And this is where relativity comes in, and they had to propose a length contraction to make it fit their belief, yeah? So no rotation of the Earth. You got anyone else?
I don't think relativity even proposed the length contraction. That was stolen from Lorentz, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was stolen from Lorentz, yeah.
They just kind of borrowed it. So it's actually just a bastardized and stolen band-aid over a bad theory.
Yeah. Yeah, length contraction ended up being proposed as one of the implications from the Michelson-Morley, and is now one of the key aspects of Einstein. Stolen aspect. Righto, Ollie. Last question. Can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container.
The atmosphere.
That'd be begging the question.
Whack-a-mole saying random words now.
This is my point. What's containing the atmosphere?
Gravity. Atmosphere. Air contains itself. Come on, man.
There's a pocket of space at the top of the atmosphere.
Oh God.
So do you understand that gas? You understand that gas fills space?
Nuh-uh.
Why doesn't it fill the top?
Well, this is
It
my
does.
question.
Doesn't.
It does fill the top. What are you talking about? Yeah, it does.
It's
Gas
lower
fills all
pressure.
space. So you have a pressure
You can
gradient.
have, dude. You can have. Yeah, you can have gradients in a container.
Roboting,
You're really
sorry,
bad.
dude.
It's like you don't understand how this works.
Roboting.
I mean,
We
are
didn't hear
you
what you
It's
said.
denying the
lower at the
presence
top.
of
It's
It's
good
gradients
talk,
within?
colder
but we
and
didn't
it's
hear what you
hotter at
just
the
said.
bottom.
Oh shit.
It's called a pressure gradient. Now, to first obtain pressure, we need containment for the particles to press upon. So you're just describing, again, something that requires containment. You're violating two natural laws here, gas pressure and entropy.
I agree there's a container.
So then this container would prevent anybody from traversing out into the areas that are called space. Yeah?
Yes.
Cool. So no space. So is it fair to say then that, you came in here, you thought that you were going to come in here and teach flat earthers about the globe, but realistically, all you have, again, is a belief that you've believed on face value without any further investigation, and you actually don't know that you're living on a ball. Because to know something, you need to know and have some facts, yeah? There is no body who's measured drop over distance. There is no way that we can detect that the Earth is rotating from the Earth, and there is no way to obtain gas pressure without containment or from entropy occurring, which would be an irreversible change of gas or free expansion of gas into a vacuum without that container.
And what put that container there?
Don't know, but we know that we need containment for gas pressure, especially next to a near perfect vacuum. So we have no curvature, no rotation, no space. But what we do have is measurements of Earth measuring to be flat.
If it's flat, why is there topography?
Well, we all know there's topography, yeah? We have topography upon the plane of the Earth. Earth is always referenced as the horizontal plane to measure the height of that topography, the mean sea level.
Yeah, so the overall topography would be flat. If you compare, a vastness in, let's say, 24,000 square miles, and you consider the changes in elevation, that would be relatively flat, right? Its aspect would be flat.
Yeah, the claim of the globe is that even though they have all this topography and mountains and valleys, etc., if you were to look at this as a whole, it would actually be smoother than a cue ball.
And we're asking, where does that curve come into play? Like, we know the Earth curves up and down from horizontal. Where does Earth make a big ball to where water doesn't lay flat?
Your eye curves.
Okay, yeah.
That has nothing to do with what we just stated, yeah? Earth measures to be flat. Now, if it appears to have some type of curve because of your curved eye, that does not make the Earth a globe. Let me give you some advice with your Googling, yeah? Don't just Google a broad question like, well, who's ever measured curvature and get the answer Eratosthenes? Like when we were having that discussion, you need to read further into this and actually think about it logically, like what was Eratosthenes doing in the first instance? Or what was the Michelson-Morley about in the first instance, yeah? Because, of course, if you just Google how's the Earth curved, well, you're going to get some pretty broad answers. This is where you need to start asking the questions on how these things work and investigating more thoroughly. Someone is roboting really hard.
He Googled to a whimper and not a bang.
What's the discussion about?
How come I can do a globe Earth simulator and zoom all the way out, and it'll be a globe, and zoom back in and
That's
it
a
looks flat?
simulation. You answered it in your question.
Is this guy for
Is
real?
it possible
That
that
was
like
very
something
easy.
can be that a ball can be very big?
Yeah, I don't. Did somebody? What was somebody was trying to white knight for this guy? Step right up,
Well,
white knight for him.
I just got to ask this guy first again. You've already answered your own questions. According to the globe, we have Eratosthenes who measured a circumference and radius. So, what's the radius? Or maybe his white knight can help him out because
The white knight will be better than this.
yeah, I'm pretty tired of waiting for the Google answers.
Somebody's got to have an answer. How's the globe measure? You notice the clicks. How's the globe measure? Not very much. And then he literally put that in chat GPT right now.
Oh man, we want to keep this conversation flowing. There's no flow here to this conversation if you have to keep Googling. Just be honest, yeah, and just speak to the best of your ability. If there's something I don't know here, I don't run off and try and Google it, yeah. I say, I don't know, and then I pass it off to somebody who does know.
Well, I think he's abandoned Google because now he's asking us, can it be a really big ball? Now he's asking us for his globe proof.
Do I trust the authority of ChatGPT and Google or that of the Discord Flat Earth mods?
Well, like I just stated, you can just ask it broad questions and you're going to get very broad answers. And at that point, that's where you need to further ask questions looking into what is being claimed. And what you'll find is that it's not exactly as it's been put to you.
Me, I wouldn't trust AI or the Flat Earth Discord mods. I think you should go ahead and just see what's going on out there in reality.
Good point, Suzu.
Have you heard of the zetetic method?
Sure. Zetetic method.
By Samuel Robotham.
Robotham.
So you would need an empirical investigation in the first instance, yeah? Which is what we've been trying to tell you to do or I've been trying to tell you to do from the beginning.
Yeah, it's not really sinking in for this guy.
Empirical investigation means that not on your personal experience, as in your belief system, yeah? It needs to be empirical.
Why?
Because that's the first part of the zetetic method that you just brought up.
Just like AI is doing with us today, policing. It said those who made these machines eventually became like that.
Mm-hmm.
And if you look at what's happening today, the Bible ain't lying because this has happened before. Look at what it say. It say people who trust these beings will also become like them. It said those who make
Who is
Isn't that
that?
the truth?
them, and so will all who
Look at
trust.
him. He's a fool.
Because if you
His trust is in artificial intelligence.
a good thing, then you ain't gonna see
Hence, he
no.
has no actual intelligence. Like nobody, you were the artificial
In
intelligence.
other words, the Bible is saying everybody that's so full of technology and this new technocracy, eventually they're gonna become
I'm
a robot.
operating off my own cognition.
Well, it's saying
No,
everybody
you're not.
that's
You're googling rapidly,
what rules the
and you
world?
descended into spiraling into a Google spiral.
Technological abomination.
So
That's
you
what
don't
the
agree
Bible
with
is
the
saying.
model presented by Orlando Ferguson?
They worship the
Yeah, you're
beast,
still in the Google spiral. Like
became
you can't escape it.
and they
You're
became
caught in
evil,
its tide.
relentless, and that's what we are. With all this technology, it ain't making the world a good place. The world getting worse and worse. But while the world going to hell in a handbasket, they still perfecting neurally. And you can't see the plan. The best way to attack a group of people is why they are infighting. So while all the humans are about to go to World War, it's about to be Civil War in America.
This is great.
All time. The humans
Concave Earth.
are
Yeah, that one's debunked the same
beings
way the
are
globe
really
one is debunked. There's no
in a
curvature measured.
about to wipe each other out.
Is
And
this
that
guy
is
hot whacking
the
or just playing something for us?
Yeah, he's just playing something. Mute him. It was amusing enough. It's over now. I mean, I don't hate what he's talking
internet
about, but
is
mute him.
making us hate each other as humans.
It's just like a recording.
That's
Yeah,
dissensionist.
I mean, it was almost on
Okay.
point. That's why it was like funny. It was like, well, he just picked the point, like to interject, and
Yeah.
it's like, okay, good, now stop.
Yeah, no, I agree, 100%.
So at this point, we can just go ahead and conclude there is no globe evidence, at least as far as this individual is concerned. Google can't find it. AI can't find it. The Flat Earth Discord mods can't find it. I think we're done here.
Says who?
Yeah. Well, you're presenting, Olson Ferguson because he fought against a flat Earth perspective. However, you're asking, don't we believe him? Well, no, we don't, because I've already stated many, many times that Earth measures to be flat. So why do I want to listen to his speculations?
Yeah, he's just a science fiction writer guy. Like what are you upset? Those are a dime a dozen.
So his map wasn't flat.
And
Well, then it wasn't a
so
map. Do you need it to be?
Yeah, what's the point? Like AJ said, and?
just keep skipping past and ignoring the fact that it's measured flat. Yeah. Water lies flat, horizontal, level. Latitudes derived from elevation angles. Celestial navigation is derived from elevation angles. Surveying uses plane triangles, elevation and depression angles. We have a measured flat surface.
Until one day it isn't.
Well, we fly flat. So when's that one day going to come? Is that an appeal to future fallacy?
Well, the paths that they fly, it's different.
What's different? That you don't think they're flying level?
No, they have to account for the altitude and the curvature.
Oh,
Can you show us that data, please? Can you show us that data, please?
We need some flight data showing that, because we can definitely show flight data showing the opposite of what you're claiming. Planes fly horizontal and level, parallel to the surface of the Earth, yeah?
I've talked to real pilots.
Great. Can you have them bring in their flight data? Can you bring them in here, please? Because they would probably know more than you at this point.
We have flight data from the National Transportation Safety Board that shows otherwise.
Can you show me?
Sure, I'll post it in the chat.
Yeah, the BBC did a documentary on how the Concorde flies flat and level.
There you go. Shows pitch data, shows with the nose up about 3 degrees. And there's a section in there where if you look at the time segment, you can see it flying at about 580 miles an hour for 2 hours. And it's flying flat and level across an even altitude. There's no adjustment for curvature. Never happened, won't happen, can't happen because there's no curvature.
$580 miles.
It's 580 miles an hour, so that's 1,170 miles that it, or sorry, 1,160 miles that it went flat and level.
Who's in the hot
So
seat?
in other words, too bad. Try again with your globe. Try again. Try something else because this doesn't work. You don't have curvature here.
While we're waiting for the curve, we're waiting for someone to shut down the server. Ready to pack our bags. Come on.
Is NASA a valid source of information?
For what?
Yes, it is.
For what?
It's a fun red herring.
For
science. Yeah, they're just quiet. As far as I know,
You
yeah,
guys took the law of thermodynamics from and entropy from NASA.
We did. Can you show it?
Are they lying?
Yes.
Why would they lie?
Why wouldn't they lie?
Good question.
If you're going to unconditionally believe them anyway, why the hell would they tell you the truth?
Well, would they lie to you in the methods?
Well, are you going to answer the question?
Well, they have to actually do it in the methods, right? So
No, you
why
believe
would
it
they
anyway.
lie?
You don't have
Why
to
would
do
they lie to
anything.
you in the marketing, but not in the methods?
Well, because most people just believe the propaganda. They don't care about the method.
Crypto, you're arguing with into the break.
It's an agreement.
Oh, I see.
So if you have a look in the chat, Aoli, the citation that I gave you originally in regards to irreversible changes came from Libra text, 15.2 entropy rules, irreversible changes. The most widely cited example of an irreversible change is the free expansion of a gas into a vacuum.
So you got anything else, or you gone quiet now?
I'm thinking.
Hope he's thinking.
Well, here's a question. Why did you feel that you were going to be that guy that brought in the globe evidence into the room? What made you feel that way, Elo?
Gravity.
You felt like a big man, like you lifted a lot of weights or something?
I didn't think I was gonna. You guys are already too deep in your delusion.
Well,
It's too
no,
late.
you had the valiant efforts of being the Globe Crusader, and I'm just asking why you were chosen.
He's the chosen of NASA.
Yeah. And I think that he's just projecting, yeah. Aoli, you're the one that's in the delusion, yeah. So far, you've tried to prove us wrong with eclipses, which you had no answer for in the end. We've got no curvature, no rotation, no answer for gas pressure or entropy. So far, we've just got the Cold War. So I believe it's you that's projecting and living in a delusion here. We've been able to state some pretty solid facts with citation.
You are the one that has a belief in something that you cannot prove, that there is no proof for.
It's okay, man. There was never a globe. But, if you want to keep it, if you want to keep that faith, we are not going to stop you. That's not why we're here. We just want you to know that at this point it's just a faith. A blind one at that.
Well, earlier we were answering his questions, and then he got scared and was said that we were trying to change his perception. That was very revealing.
I'm the one trying to help you guys.
How so?
With what data? Do you have any data whatsoever to reinforce the thing you're trying to help us believe?
Yeah, you're doing a really poor job at that, dude. Sorry.
I can't break you out of
Trying
the
to help us.
psychosis that you're under.
Yeah, this is
Think
what's
again, you're
called propaganda. Yeah, this is propaganda, right? When you just tell someone something baselessly and you just repeat it over and over again. That's propaganda. So have you got any actual information for us?
I mean, the reality is, if it was a globe, it would present itself as a globe, but we don't see it as a globe. We cannot experience it as a globe, and there is no proof anywhere of it being a globe, as there's no curvature.
Well, you're standing on it right now.
Yeah, that's
Well,
just a
again,
reassertion of the thing in contention.
yeah,
Who's
again,
standing on it? Not me.
You completely ignored the fact that it's measured flat and you're unable to give any type of measurements for curvature in the first instance. So just restating and circling back is a waste of time.
Is this really all you've got? It's just keep repeating the same thing? I'll take that as a yes.
Even longitude and latitude lines in your globe paradigm are derived from measurements on a flat Earth. Isn't that neat?
What if I told you, Alo, that you are the best the globe has got?
Well, it's really no different to anyone else that comes in, is he? I mean, we've heard these arguments about 20,000 times, not more. In China? Oh,
Yeah, let this
well,
man
explain.
narrate the next cosmos.
He hasn't given up. He's Googling hard. The keys are clacking.
Solid Googler, this guy.
Perfect example of curvature is the Miramar Beach oil rig.
You're not listening, are you?
Can you draw the curvature?
The Earth are based.
I can put it in chat.
Okay, when you put it in chat, make sure you yourself actually draw or point to where is the curvature and whatever you're going to post, okay? Yeah, I'm going to need for you to draw where is the curvature at in that picture. I see no like where do you think's curving?
Why is the horizon behind the oil rigs? That's what I want to know.
Oh, are you talking about the curvy crane? So that's curving, but no other line is curving. Interesting.
But no, right. Oil rig.
Such a retard. Yeah.
So there is no curve in that line.
So why can't you see past that horizon there?
I got 99 reasons. Where's
Because
that
it's
part?
curvature. It's a drop of altitude.
No, that would be not. I wouldn't even. That would never even come into consideration.
Why is the horizon not at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet? At 1 foot, the horizon should be at 1.225 miles. It's not. It's clearly behind the oil rigs that are at the furthest one is at 9.4 miles. So what do we give the horizon? 10 miles? Maybe it's more. I don't know, but it's obviously 9.4 miles or greater, and it's behind the oil rigs. So the horizon's not where it should be for your ball. You don't have that. Try again. On to the next.
I mean, this is wild. Where the Globers just come in and put a presentation of flat Earth on for you. I love when atheists start quoting scripture. It's like you know you really got them. You got to them.
So you have something against atheists?
No, they don't have anything against themselves.
Why did you talk about the scriptures there?
The irony of conversations we have repeatedly.
That just shows your religious inclinations.
Oh, does it? Is that a bad
Flat
thing?
Earth is a cult.
Well,
dude, are you just like a propaganda death bot?
Yeah, he is. But
Bro's
he
just a
has no
propaganda
reason
death
for
bot.
why it would even be bad. Like to him, because he's in the death cult, right?
Well, have you not noticed he's just repeating platitudes and won't actually engage with anything?
Yeah, we've all noticed.
So I don't know what the point of keeping this guy around is. It's pointless.
Well,
I
there
mean,
was a white
engage in your
knight that was trying to
traps.
stick up for him, but I think they realized like what kind of just garbage this person isn't anything. Oh, like let him mess with the flat earthers.
But dude, you're just chatting shit at this point. Or you are in a death cult. You are wrong. Eratosthenes. It's like you've got like 20 talking points and you just say them randomly.
He's really upset at the phrase flat earth. He doesn't understand it.
Needs that curve really, really bad. It's got to be there somewhere.
Yeah, and it's like part of his whole thing to begin with, and that's the irony. He's so mad at something that is so pivotal to his entire ethos. It's peculiar.
Yeah, and the only thing curved is their brain when they start telling you that level and horizontal are curved.
I think your brain is flat.
Hilarious. See, he just says things that don't even make any sense.
Well, I'm having them all. Flat would be an aspect, whereas unlike your brain, which is smooth, would be a surface contextualization.
No, my brain's curved, like he said.
Smooth, he said.
Yeah. Smooth, not flat. Flat, not smooth. Identity violation much? Z hates his own game.
Do you have anything else that relates to flat Earth that you can prove?
Literally everything that has been presented so far, and much more. Yeah. Anything else? Your morning Cheerios.
The beach.
Like, what put this flat Earth here? In globe Earth, we have an explanation for that. We have the Big Bang. You have no explanation. You just say, I don't know.
No,
Plenty of globers
horizontal
think the
to the
Big Bang's
right.
bullshit as well.
That's the Big Bang.
Yeah, nothing exploded and created everything. Yeah, I love the Big Bang. Nothing exploded,
It did
created
not
everything.
explode. It imploded.
That's a very Catholic doctrine you hold to be true.
Scientific.
How did it implode if it's ever expanding? How is that imploding? Please tell me that imploding is everything moving away.
Yeah, this guy just says random things and don't notice, and then when you do notice, random.
Oh, it's nuts. It's absolutely crazy, these people. And I think that we've got a problem when we're just dealing with what is real. You know, the flat ground that we live on, the no curvature that we can't find. It's just not there.
Yeah, they're confusing their conceptual model. They have this globe, and it's really a stellar model, right? And it's this dome of perspective, and they have two domes and two flat Earths. One's flipped on top of each other, and they take the angles of elevation from hell.
Yeah,
That's
and
how
they
they keep
use a
them
flat
going
plane
to
to do
work
it
to be the
because it doesn't work without
batteries
the
for the
flat plane.
system. So when they ask about the dome and they ask about the flat Earth, they're really just talking about their own model. Which is what I find so funny about it is the globe is a flat Earth model. They just don't understand scale, concepts, nor models. The globe is on trial. Hear ye, hear ye. Any speakers for the globe? Will not you say something for your globe?
Clubbers will go so far to claim that stars appears. I therefore the table is spherical. Oh, that's not a
Yeah, there is no sphere. It's just the lemon illusion. They're just feeling this feeling of grandeur, since there are children seeing mobiles above their head, and then they had the little spinny globe thing, and so now they see it when they look out the window.
Look up at your ceiling. Look at this man. Underground is open. Yeah. I'm moving. They're standing still.
Dr. Pepper is a woman.
Tell me more.
What would you like to know?
Were you on listening to Nathan's show today?
No, I wasn't. No, it's sort of like 3 a.m. for me. I jumped in really late for about 5 minutes on my phone when I woke up this morning, but then I had to get off and go and do some other things.
How dare you?
He reviewed a very short 1-minute clip from a guy named Thor, which is his real name. That I can't remember his last name, but he's the son of the developer of some super famous RPG game, which I can't remember the name right now. World of Warcraft, maybe? Anyway, super famous guy, which obviously is not that famous because I can't remember. So he's got ties to that game series and Blizzard Entertainment, and South Park did an episode about his dad. So he's pretty famous. But the whole point was he was talking about flat Earth. He's like a coder and a programmer and a game developer. And so he'll sit there and do his midnight game developing, right? And while he's doing it, he'll just put up a chat stream and start talking to his chat. And he'll just clip it out. It's actually pretty entertaining. But one time he just came across, I love conspiracies, man. And he's like, check this conspiracy out. And he's like, the flat Earth, right? So you got the flat Earth. And then you've got like this azimuthal map that you're looking down on, right? But what happens when you zoom out? Because the Earth isn't a floating disk in space. And so he's like, I love this conspiracy because it's got a lot of people loop it into one big conspiracy triangle. So it's not just that the Earth is flat or that it looks like this. It's that when you zoom out, that flat Earth is actually on top of a giant globe. And we're just a little puddle carved out of this huge giant globe. So you have like this big conspiracy snowball, right? So notice what he was saying. He was saying some people who go down the flat Earth idea aren't satisfied that the Earth is flat and they don't know the whole bound, so they speculate that we're on this giant globe. And we know of people like that in our community of late, right? Who have been speculating, well, maybe it's just a giant globe after all.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Especially when you got these ancient maps that show more land, and where you got the complex of thinking of the Earth as a shape in total, creates ideas in your mind. Like, well, what is it? Is it just some kind of amorphous shape, like like tree roots? Is it like cylindrical? Is it kind of like hemispheric underneath? Like, who knows? You could have an infinite amount of permutations in your mind. So basically a nondescript shape. So if you ask somebody what shape is a tree, right? If you had to be quick and abrupt, you'd just be like, well, it's tree shape. Right? Now you could isolate a particular tree and say, well, this tree kind of looks like a stick with like 17 triangles and 7 balls making a silhouette, of the shape of the overall tree. But, technically it's just one distinct nondescript shape, right? Which can only be defined by its name. Like, it doesn't have any geometric properties necessarily that you could say, follow these geometric properties and you end up with a tree shape. Like, you really can't do that.
Yep.
So lo and behold, we got people thinking, well, the Earth is a shape. Flat is not a shape, by the way. But when you say flat Earth, so that's not really saying what the shape of the Earth is. So then you still have this unknown in people's minds that they try to fill with their imagination or rationale. So where we've gotten to today, my friend, is that there are some people who began in the flat Earth community who said the Earth, who have went on to say the Earth is not flat, because flat as an ideal doesn't exist, obviously. So mountains and rivers and valleys and hills would make the Earth ideally not flat, which on a purely pedantic technical point is true with that isolated use of the definition of flat. However, they then go on to say, by the same token, the Earth is not a sphere because spheres, have an equidistant radius from the center to the surface, and the Earth's surface being topographical in nature means that it can't be a sphere either. So technically, pedantically, it can't be a sphere and it can't be flat. So what's left? So I'll give you 3 guesses to guess what they call the overall shape, defined as the Earth's shape, relative to what I just told you about the shape of a tree. So what do you think they call the overall shape of the Earth? Now, keep in mind before you answer, this is an evolved position, beginning with flat Earth concepts, going into the Earth's not flat, the Earth's not a sphere. So what do we call the Earth? What do you think they call it now?
I did see something on this the other day. I can't remember what it said, but I know they claim Earth-shaped, but then Earth-shaped. No, it wasn't a. I believe what I read, they called it a sphere again, not a.
No.
Or was it a globe, but not a sphere?
There you go. There you go.
Itself. Yeah, globe, but not a sphere.
Correct. Globe, but not a sphere. In other words, the true globe. So the nondescript shape that the Earth is the true globe. So we went from flat earthers, we went from globe skeptic to flat earthers to it can't be flat because of mountains. It can't be a sphere either, but it's just a shape that's nondescript. And the only term I could come up with for a nondescript shape that represents the Earth is globe. So therefore, I'm no longer a glober. I'm now a true glober.
But then I may be wrong. My understanding was always that I may be completely wrong, but my understanding was a globe was a sphere. Yeah.
Well, so this is the problem. So when we go down the road of it's not flat because of a hyper-specific application of an ideal term flat, which does preclude any idea of variance, right? Which, by the way, is not the only term that defines flat. That's a specific, singular, isolated term. So you have to be hyper-specific. So they want to be hyper-specific and critical and pedantic against people who call the Earth flat, but then they want to be allowed to generalize the Earth as a globe. Now, keep in mind, the term globe does not simply represent a nondescript shape. It is not true that a globe is simply a nondescript shape. That is not what globe means. If you look into the meaning of the word globe, and you look into the etymology and history of the meaning and context of the word globe, globe has always meant, when referring to a construct that exists in three-dimensional free space in any meaningful way, that it's entirely wrapped around itself like a ball or a sphere. When you say something is a globe or a globule or globular, you're meaning that it's self-contained and wrapped around itself. Like an orange is a globe. Even a potato, in some instances, could be considered a globe. But a table, like your dining room table, could never be considered a globe.
Correct.
So why are people barking some pedantic asshole nonsense out of one side of their mouth trying to criticize flat earthers, but yet they want to call the Earth, which, by the way, in their own minds, they don't know the entirety of the physical construct, yet they want to tell you, without having been or known the entirety of the physical construct, that they can assure you that it's globular in nature. How could they possibly do that while simultaneously breathing down your neck for using the term the Earth is flat?
Yeah, I don't know. It's crazy. Yeah, some of the stuff I've been hearing lately is just crazy.
Right. So check this out, dude. Remember that I told you that the neosynthesis that's coming down the pike is that flat earthers and globe earthers will both agree. We all live on a giant globe, and we have no idea. It's just a giant globe, man.
Yeah, see, me personally, I've never bothered looking into any of those other maps because there's no way that I can verify them to be true. Yeah. I don't even really think about what the overall shape may be to even propose one. That stuff doesn't cross my mind. Yeah.
Right. But think about how silly this is. So some of these arguments that are made to posit this idea are such arguments as this, which is all horizontals are parallel, all verticals are perpendicular to horizontal. Okay, so let me ask this question logically. If that is true, does that mean that the Earth can't be a sphere?
Yeah.
No, it doesn't.
No.
Not at all. Not even close.
Can you explain why?
Well, first we have to set the baseline that spheres, like actual clinical, hyper-specific definition of what a sphere is, doesn't actually exist in tangible reality, right? We agree on that?
Yep.
Because it's an ideal, right? So
yes,
anything that has dimensionality or constituent parts or particulates isn't going to meet that definition, right?
Yeah.
Right. So we then have to parse out that nothing can be a sphere. So the Earth can't be a sphere. So trying to argue that because all horizontals are parallel means the Earth isn't a sphere. Now, most people with any sense in their head would agree that the Earth is not an ideal sphere, even globers, right, who believe the Earth is a sphere. When they say the Earth is a sphere, not one of those people, except maybe a stone cold, high on acid dude, would actually posit that the Earth is an ideal sphere, right? They'll concede that because of the nature of variance, it's actually not a perfect sphere. So the more accurate representational word, which is synonymous with sphere, but in an imperfect sense, we have that word. That word exists. What's that word, my friend?
That's the word they're trying to use. Yeah, globe.
Yeah, there you go. That's the word that people use. Because that is the word defined, what it means. So let me ask you this question. Now that we've said the Earth can't be an ideal sphere, and we know that if the Earth was spheroidal in any way, shape, or form, it could be referred accurately as a globe. So then we have to go back to the stupid argument. If all horizontals are parallel and all verticals are perpendicular to horizontal, therefore the Earth can't be a globe. Now, is that statement true?
If you're talking about the surface, as far as I'm aware, yes, because otherwise you would just be obtaining tangent points, wouldn't you?
Nope, not at all. Because you are assuming something that hasn't been given in this argument, and that is that all points of the surface map to a horizontal reference plane directly and parallel to it, which they don't necessarily have to do. For example, you've ever seen a piece of grid paper?
Yes.
Okay, grid paper, it's got X and Y axis, right? Little squares. Pretty simple to understand. So imagine that the vertical lines are vertical and the horizontal lines are horizontal. The X and Y axis is already given to you on your piece of paper. Now, what I want you to do is draw a circle in that graph paper. Now, let me ask this question. All X and Y axes, all X axes are parallel. All y-axes are perpendicular to all x-axis. Therefore, that circle cannot be a circle. Now, is that a true statement?
So all the parallels are... Sorry, can you say that again? I lost that one.
Okay. On a piece of graph paper, all the x lines and the y lines are perpendicular and parallel. They're perpendicular to the x versus the y, and they're parallel to themselves. So all x's are parallel, all y's are parallel, all y's are perpendicular to all x's, correct?
Yes.
Yes. Now draw a circle on that piece of paper, and then tell me it's not a circle. And then tell me it's not a circle because the x's and the y's are in a grid pattern. You see how stupid that is?
Yes, I think so.
Right. So when you're talking about the surface of the earth that we have available to us and the bodies of water that rest on it, if they're all horizontal and parallel to each other, now go back to your little grid and your little circle you drew, and what I want you to do is on the top of the circle, the very highest point of the circle on the page, I want you to draw a little straight line on the top of that circle. And I want you to imagine that that part is where you live, and that part is where you experience all water horizontal. Now, technically, schmecknically, if you went to the left or right, the water would run off the side of the circle you drew, correct?
Yes.
Right. So, technically, schmecknically, if you lived on a giant glob of mass or dirt or whatever you want to call it, and that in totality was the Earth, but you lived on a section that was isolated from the rest, in which contained the water, and your experience in it was of a flat, horizontal, stationary plane where water is all level and horizontal, you would still be living on a giant spheroidal globule pile of dirt, wouldn't you? And you would have no way of knowing, yet we have all these pedantic assholes throughout the entire history of the past 7 years of us dealing with this, who think that they can tell you what the whole nature of the Earth is, but you can't tell them.
Yes.
So, for example, all the arguments fit in this. So, for example, you might say, well, we take, someone might say, well, we take elevation angles to stars, therefore the Earth is flat. Okay, so in the entire territory that we have accessible to us, we're able to take elevation angles to stars and to use it, right? But that is within the territory that we have access to. If we continue ad infinitum to due east, right, indefinitely in a direct linear line and don't coordinate ourselves around, the center point, you know what I mean? Just continue in that same direction and don't change.
Yeah. Straight path. Yes.
How do you know that you're going to continue on a flat horizontal plane and not reach a point to where you end up falling off a curved edge? You see, these claims that are intrinsic upon understanding the entirety of the construct and making claims universal about it, up, down, left, right, extending in free space in all directions. Like those claims, you don't really necessarily have access to the knowledge of the fact of those claims. You just don't in a lot of instances. Yet people are making these claims and then telling other people that they're wrong for making similar claims. Like it makes no sense.
If you are saying that on paper,
No, brother, drop out. Drop out. Hey, drop out, homie. Drop out, come back. So years ago, we had members in the community that brought up these types of arguments about horizontals and parallels and level is level and straight lines rest within horizontal planes and all this nonsense. Therefore, the Earth can't be a sphere. Well, that's not true.
So that would be.
I said it then, and I'll just say this again. I told them that their assertions does not exclude the Earth from being a sphere. It doesn't. Period. And they couldn't comprehend it until now. Years later, they're calling the Earth a globe again. Wow, interesting.
So these would be the arguments that are made by, say, like I've made these arguments as well, the Oakley crew as well, about Earth being measured flat. You're saying that we can only do that locally. We can't tell what extends out beyond. That's what you're trying to say, yeah?
Well, it depends. It depends on like what overarching claim you're making, basically. So, for example, I heard today a claim, and I wasn't there for the show. I heard it after the fact, so I couldn't bring up any points. Is that you can't live on a bigger globe because of the equator, which isn't true. Like if it's the case that they've charted out a polar coordinate system from a center point out to a specific extent, and then they've converted that polar system into a globe, Just because they've done that by looking at the sky doesn't mean that you couldn't be on a bigger construct. It just means that the available information that we've used to interpret in a particular way. It doesn't mean there couldn't be more. All it would mean is this. This is one problem. I'll put it to you this way. Back in the day, when a lot of these observations demonstrated that the Earth would have to be gigantic in size in order for these observations to be true, a lot of Globers said, oh, well, maybe the Earth is just bigger. But when they said the Earth was bigger, they were imagining the Earth being bigger, but all the mechanics of the sky relative to the Earth in the heliocentric paradigm maintained their same relative positions. That couldn't be true. So if you expand the Earth by 5 times the size, and then try to equivocate the equator we know now with the equator of the expanded Earth 5 times the size, you would end up with a problem. Because the path of the sun is fixed over particular areas of the Earth throughout the year, and so you can't expand the path of the sun. If you expand the Earth, you don't expand the path of the sun around the bigger Earth. It just gets tightened to the top like an 8 ball. You have an 8 ball, it has an 8 on the top of it, a billiard ball, and that 8 has a little circle around it. So imagine that would be the circular path of the equator, right? But then the rest of the Earth would be different. So that doesn't exclude that either.
Ether locking.
Well, there is something to be said in all of this argument, which is if you make a claim that the Earth is a particular thing in its entirety versus the Earth is something that I'm not sure of in its entirety, one of those has a much greater burden to bear, don't you think?
Yeah, describing an aspect is very simple, but the overall shape, like, how are you going to do that?
You guys hear me better now, or?
Yeah, go ahead. Well, that didn't last long.
I don't see it.
Buddy, bro, get in a place where you have better bars, reset your connection, do whatever you got to do, then come back. So how this is relevant is, you guys might remember, what's his name? What the heck? Forgot his name already. Is his name Scott? Let me think. Who's that guy that used to be here all the time? He was like trying to do psychology.
I think that was either Scott Mackey or Matthew.
Yeah,
Was
Scott Mackey. It was Scott Mackey. So back in the day when we had a occasional, let's just call them Bevites because we all understand that term, coming in, he would call them flat earthers, and he would categorize that in the context of, from his position, he considers globers. Now, pay attention to what I'm about to say, because what I'm about to say actually is severable from the shape of the Earth, and you'll see why in a second. But his position as a glober is someone who thinks that all verticals are splayed radials from a center. Okay? So all verticals are splayed radials from a center of mass, essentially.
correct. Yes.
And then in his position, all flat earthers are, or sorry, not all flat earthers are, rather anyone who believes this proposition is a flat earther, which is all verticals are parallel to each other. So basically he only categorized it as really the nature of what vertical and horizontal is relative to each other. Right? Now, technically, schmetnically, like we've seen before, we've got papers from guys like physicists or physics professors from universities writing papers where they take a splayed radial vertical, right, and they actually put it into a construct where the surface of the Earth experiences gravity, quote unquote. We're just calling it that because that's what this paper did, as if it was the same Earth that we're on, right? So you could have a like a mass attracts mass to the center of mass, splayed radial directionality, and still have a flat Earth. And simultaneously, on the other side, you can have all horizontals be parallel and all verticals be perpendicular to horizontal and still be on a globe. So in actuality, those two things don't actually exclude one or the other. But one thing's for sure, I'm saying this to say this. So generally, I would think that a flat earther and a Bevite would agree that horizontals are horizontal and verticals are perpendicular to horizontal, right?
Yes.
But if Scott Mackey would say, well, you're both flat earthers, right? But in the one person is thinking that the Earth is like a table in its general construct and orientation and layout, where the other person is thinking that Earth is a giant globule. Yet both people are asserting that horizontal are parallel. So they're not synonymous, right?
The spherical grid system on a piece different. So
Horrible, bro. You're just gonna have to sit out, bro. That's the third time you tried to get your connection right, and it's painful to listen to. So it actually doesn't even piss me off that much that these guys think that the Earth could be, a globule in a sense, but to use the word globe like it's the true globe, I don't know. It just kind of seems silly to try to say that you're not making a claim about the overall shape of the Earth, but simultaneously call it a globe, which in context of all contexts that it's ever had in the history of its use has always meant a spheroidal or ball style object. So to try to sneak it in that you're trying to say, I'm not making a claim about the whole shape of the Earth, yet I'm calling it a globe or the true globe, is just retard level, self pedantic shovel smashing in your own face.
It's
Yes, you're
flat
100%
Earth.
correct there. For a flat Earth to be claiming a shape, overall dimensions of globular, then yeah, 100%. And I understand what you're saying about the vertical and the horizontal plane, and they could still have this perpendicular. But according to the radius we're given, would they really have a horizontal plane, or would they just have a point on that globular object perpendicular to their down, which is gravity, or the center?
Well, that would be horizontal by definition, would it not?
Would
And
the
the globe
would
and
the
the globe
point
by definition would just be a conceptual model. So even if they are
would
the
the
true globe earthers, they would just be appealing to a conceptual model that's based on the premises of level being a horizontal condition, horizontal being parallel to the plane of the horizon.
Right. Sure. So, in good faith and for the benefit of all, I decided to invent a word that doesn't yet exist, that has no previous context, that defines the Earth as a self-contained nondescript shape that is relevant to the Earth only. And so, just off the top of my head, and keep in mind this isn't necessarily the final draft, my word is Hointant, or hointant, which refers to a nondescript shape that is in reference directly to the Earth. That is the definition of the term. Therefore, it is the correct term. So we can all vote on it right now. Everyone in favor, say yes. Everyone not in favor, say no.
I reject it. It's freaking.
Point and sell.
I just think it upsets me. The sound word. Can't have it.
Well, it transgresses the Izot gap. So it's the physical manifestation of your dreams.
What? Dude, that made absolutely no sense.
So you
Except, well, you know what? Let me give that guy a benefit of the doubt. So you're saying if the Earth, if someone doesn't know the shape of the Earth in its entirety, but recognizes that it's a nondescript shape in a totality and refers to it as a term, that the only thing that they can impress upon that term is something that they're imagining at the time, or that they've dreamt about or thought about, right? So you could imagine the Earth as an upside down tree, as a potato, as a blob, like if you dropped a package of slime on the ground and it just splatted and just made all its little splats everywhere.
What happens?
Yeah, so all three of those forms would be nondescript, right? I don't know. I never thought we'd reach the day where it was flat Earth versus globe Earth, and now it's uh, true Earth versus flat Earth versus globe Earth versus sphere Earth versus true glober. My, how times have changed.
So you're basically saying that because we're only giving a surface description, we don't have an overall shape. The word Yoitant describes abstract shapes. Therefore, we don't know a shape, so we would call it Yoitant. Is that where we're going here?
Yep.
We already went.
In other words, the Earth is what it is, and the facets and parts of it that we have access to, we can make claims about. But the totality of it is like, it's almost like the word nascent, where it's right on the tip of your tongue. It's right about to be realized, but you just can't get there. There's like something illusory that you just can't reach. So you can't make a definitive claim about it because you don't yet have access to the definitive claim. But you can make claims about the way in which you experience it.
Yes. I just wanted to go back to your other point, if I can, because I've made the argument myself that on a sphere, this isn't a horizontal; it's a tangent point, and a point isn't a horizontal line. So you're saying that You say that's incorrect, yeah?
Well, in their view, well, a horizontal line expressed on a sphere in which the radials represent the vector of down, then any transposing yourself along that line would result in an increase in elevation from the surface. You see what I'm saying?
Yes.
It would be like going uphill. Now, in no sense of the word of horizontal does anybody ever in the history of mankind mean I'm going up a frickin' hill.
Correct.
Even so, like they're imagining that from your vantage point, you have a tangent line that extends out of both sides of your head. You know, thinking about looking at it orthographically side on. So you have a tangent line from the back of your head to the surface of the earth, a tangent line from the front of your head to the surface of the earth, and that's like a triangle with a spherical bottom, right? Like that's how they imagine it.
Yeah.
And those intersection points are your physical intersection points to the horizon. And technically, if you take those 2 points and drew a line straight between those 2 points, which would be a chord line, right? And then you drew from the center of the chord line up through you, right? You would then have a 90-degree angle from which to get a parallel and a perpendicular, right? However, as soon as you move along, yes, but however, as soon as you move along that line, you've now altered those 2 legs of the triangle that touch the surface of the earth, and so you no longer have the same reference. In other words, the horizon itself, according to your definition of what a horizon is changed.
Some asshat tried to define horizontal as being a bendy line for me yesterday. And he tried to say that the plane of the horizon is also curved because he cited something called a plane curve from a geometry book.
Wow.
It was really annoying.
Yeah, but aren't plane curves expressed on a plane? In other words, they're flat?
Yeah, it's just a flat, like a circle or something.
Or a French curve. A French curve is a plane curve.
Yeah.
Or my favorite one, little history from Zanuck. Zanuck, for a period of time, had an argument saying he could prove that level curves. And we're like, okay, what do you got? So he goes, okay, in a map, you have level curves. Now, guess what, guys? He's absolutely correct. On a map, you do have what's called level curves. Guess what they are?
Curves within a level plane?
Correct. In other words, lots of maps will have a mountain, but you're looking at it top down, so they'll draw the outline of the base of the mountain, then they'll draw the outline of the next base of the mountain 10 meters higher, and each 10-meter section is represented by a curvilinear line, and that is called a level curve. But it's a slice of a horizontal plane through the mountain, essentially.
Well, another thing, too, is the definition of horizontal doesn't say parallel to the plane curve of the horizon.
You guys ever been on a plane?
Yeah, I've been on a plane. And I can't complain.
The horizon is curved when you look out on a plane.
You sure about that?
Yeah.
Well, how come there's numerous people that go up on a plane and say it's not curved? So who's lying? You or them?
Yeah, well, you never been on a plane
It's
before? You
them,
broke?
dude. It's them. Sorry to burst your bubble.
Well, what maybe? Hey, well, maybe you're neither of you are lying. Did you ever
What
think
about
about
every
that?
other
Maybe
human who has said the opposite of that?
that's not true. If every
Yeah.
other human
I
said the
fly
opposite,
6 trips. 6 trips a year. I fly. I've never seen a curve ever.
right? So, what's the problem here?
A lot of people seeing a curve.
Well, maybe they all have astigmatism. You ever think of that?
Wait, how does that change the
Well, think about it.
horizon
Think
being
about yeah.
curved?
Think about it, dude. Your eye is a lens, right? And if you have a deformation in your lens, you're going to get a deformation in your interpretation of the outside world. And most people that are alive today have spent a large portion of their life looking at screens and things too close to their eyes without doing
Dude,
proper
what
eye
about
exercises.
pictures? What about
Well, I
pictures?
can.
Aha!
Well, I
Now you're
can
getting
confirm.
somewhere.
Pictures
I
from
was just going
out
to say.
like a plane view. You can literally see the curve.
I can
Yeah. So
confirm
that.
that I've both
Go ahead.
been on a plane. I was going to say I can confirm I've both been on a plane and I have astigmatism, like pretty bad, yeah. And I still haven't seen a curve from a plane.
How? Are you
Oh, that's
looking
because you're
wrong?
All right, dude.
Are
So we got
you
a
like
problem here.
ignoring what's before your eyes?
Hey, no, dude. We got a problem here, dude. There's numerous accounts of people going up high and not seeing a curve at all kinds of various altitudes. Now, you did say camera, which is a good point. However, we have numerous different cameras at numerous different altitudes taking differential amounts of curvature or straight. So some images are
Yep,
straight,
and
some
going
images
up
are curved.
different lengths up in the air.
Yeah. So, friend, check this out. We got
So if you
pictures from
use
two. Just listen for a second. We
if you
got
use
pictures from.
trigonometry,
Yep.
you can calculate where people are on the Earth based on the curvature of the photo.
Yeah, sure you can, dude.
You can.
You sure about that?
That's the whole thing about trigonometry. Yes.
Yeah, so why don't you give me an example of a photograph that you're telling me how high they are off using trigonometry? Go ahead.
Yeah, let me find it.
Okay, so using your trigonometry based on the curve, what you would be telling me is that the Chinese space station is 1 inch off the ground. Is that what you're trying to say? Because there's pictures from the Chinese space station that have zero curvature in them. So we got problems here. We also got
Chinese
the
space
one
station.
weather thing. Yeah, Chinese space station. We also got the one weather thing that went up to 240,000 feet. Also shows a flat horizon. So we got problems here. Now the Chinese space station is within 30 kilometers of the alleged height of the ISS. So if the ISS is showing us an extreme curvature to the surface, so much so that the Earth almost looks smaller than it should be, but the Chinese station is showing us flat horizon, who's right and who's wrong?
I mean, do you believe the people? Do you believe the one that gaslights the people?
Well, I'll tell you this, friend. When you come back with your trigonometry to tell us exactly how to calculate the heights of things based on the curve and the images, we'll know the truth, won't we?
You're telling me now like trigonometry is wrong.
No, dude. What I'm telling you is, why don't you get
I
a
think
sample?
trigonometry.
Hey, why don't you get a sample of differential curvature rates taken at different altitudes? Apply your method and get the correct altitude for every one of the images. Go ahead. Let's see it.
Y'all are gonna end up proving it's curved by yourself.
Doing all right so far.
What?
Doing all
Well, see,
right.
my problem is, friend. Here's my problem, friend.
What?
I just told you that there's numerous different conflicting amounts of curvature rate at various altitudes. So how are we going to apply a uniform trigonometry to them to get the accurate altitude if at different altitudes they have different curvatures that aren't conducive?
Dude, you lost me.
I know I did. That's the problem.
What were you saying? I'm looking up stuff online. I don't know what you're saying. What?
Oh, what I'm trying to say is if an object is at a particular height, no matter what the object is, it should be experiencing the same curvature rate in its field of view, correct?
No.
What the heck? What, the Earth change size?
What size is it to y'all?
Well, stir
Hey,
fry,
listen.
again, you've completely ignored what he stated, yeah? He stated that you've got the ISS and the Chinese station that are only kilometers apart, yet one shows basically an entire side of the globe and one shows it to be flat. So which one's correct? And to do that, you're going to have to work out the quadratic equation to be able to show what height we should be seeing curvature based off our radius. So if you can work that out, you can tell us which one's correct, the ISS or the Chinese.
Don't they both say that the Earth is curved?
You didn't listen again.
It
Both of those
doesn't matter.
Don't both of those say that the Earth is curved?
One
It's
is giving
irrelevant to the
images.
Not a
point.
good example.
No, it is a great example.
All of their evidence, if you're going to be using their evidence like leads to show that the
No.
Earth is curved.
You just brought up
Wow,
images, yeah? And AI gave you an example that we get images from the ISS showing nearly a whole side of the Earth, and then we have images from the Chinese space station showing it to be flat. So which image is correct?
Show the images. What are you talking about?
All right, well, hold on. Before we go on, let me set a baseline. So we all know skateboarding. We know skateboarding's real. We know skate parks are real. We know skate parks exist on the surface of the Earth. Yet we also know that there's numerous famous skate park videos out there that show a skate parker skating on his skate park, and from the camera's point of view, the skate park itself looks as if it's a mini globe because of the nature of the camera. So would you look at that curvature of the skate park and try to interpret how big the globe that he's driving on is from that curvature? Of course not. It's ridiculous. So in other words, just because you have curvature in your image doesn't mean it translates to physical curvature in reality.
Dude, if there was a really long freeway like skate park, you could definitely calculate curvature off that.
Yeah, how would you do that?
You take one image at a certain height, like at both fixed points, super far away from each other. That's how.
Then what happens?
Okay, let's say you do this with video. Even better. You have a light. You show a light, and if you shine that light completely straight, you should be able to see that light, right? No, you have to pick it up. You have to put it up in the air.
And?
The plane is quote unquote flat. Why do you have to
Okay,
curve
so
around
yeah,
it?
perfect. Okay, let's
Quote
say, for
unquote
instance, that you're
flat.
saying, okay, so if you're saying that if one light is lower and one light is higher, that the only way that you cannot see one or the other is if the Earth is a globe, then why is there videos of people in a hallway of a building lowering a light with another light and having two different cameras take a video of the two lights, and one of the lights disappears before it even reaches the surface? How is that possible?
You didn't answer my question.
Dude, what I'm demonstrating to you is that your question doesn't prove anything.
Yes, it does.
Okay, in order for your question to prove anything, the example I just gave you cannot exist.
Say that again.
You're claiming exclusivity of a phenomenon being explainable only by one mechanism, and I just demonstrated to you another mechanism that can be demonstrated across a flat surface where one light disappears and it can't be seen until it's raised
What is
higher.
it again? You
You're
said
wrong.
it's like, is it like going in a tunnel and then going down? Is that what you're saying? What?
No, it's as simple as setting up two cameras on one end of a hallway, setting up 2 lights on the other end of the hallway, lowering and raising the lights in the cameras, and then one camera, which has a greater angular resolution, can see the light lower, and the other camera, which has an inferior angular resolution, cannot see the light before it even reaches the floor. And it has nothing to do
If the
with a big
hallway's long
curvature in the
enough,
way.
you will absolutely have to raise the light to see that shit. Like, this is the reason that
Well, then you just
build.
dude, you just debunked yourself, dude.
What are you talking about? That's what I was saying with my other experiment.
Yeah. Okay, dude. Okay, perfect. So, what you're trying to insinuate without actually saying it is that if the hallway is long enough, it's going to have curvature in it. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, even though you guys think it's completely flat.
Okay, perfect. Let's say that's true. At what distance and rate will the curvature become significant? That's the
Let me
key.
find.
Now, keep in mind, I told you in this example, the light becomes disappeared before it even reaches the surface. Before it even reaches the surface. So if it hasn't reached the surface in the field of view, it cannot go behind the surface in the field of view. I mean, I can't be any clearer than that.
I'm trying to find this one video.
So, for example, I'm standing outside right now. There's a gas pump over there. If somebody's walking towards the gas pump from my left to my right, and as they approach the gas pump and they haven't yet reached the gas pump, they disappear, and they haven't reached the gas pump yet, then they're not behind the gas pump.
Here, where's the chat? Is it on the hold on.
It's just straight off the live.
This
Doesn't have a
thing.
separate chat.
We already know what you're going to post, yeah.
This one?
Yeah.
How do you
Honestly,
disprove that?
Globers don't understand that gas will always fill a container. It just spreads out to equilibrium.
It's just fog of war I can't see. Is that your explanation? Is that why you have to raise a light?
Stir fry. For a start, your example of just using light is a bad example, yeah? Because
I
over
don't see
distances, you're
anyone
not
disproving
accounting
that.
for. Well, over long distances, you're not accounting for diffraction, dispersion, scattering, etc. So now I'm going to ask you some questions about your video.
Yes, you are. You are absolutely considering those if you're looking long range.
Are they? So where are they doing that in this video that you've provided? What was the
With a camera.
distance? What was the distance between?
They're doing it with a
those,
camera,
barriers?
dude. Refracting light. How do you think people record?
Oh gosh.
What?
Okay, so again, when you shine a torch light, you're not just going to get a horizontal beam of light, yeah? Not like if you were using, say, maybe a laser pointer with a collimator in it. Now, secondly, my questions are, amongst these shutters, I'm going to call them shutters, they're like boards that they've set up across a certain distance.
You're losing me with this magic talk here.
It's not
like,
magic
I'm not gonna
talk.
lie.
You've provided the video, yeah, of the board set up with them shining a light through the holes in the board to a camera.
Yeah, proof the Earth is curved.
Okay, so what distance apart are those boards?
I'm not the video.
So you don't have the information that you present.
It's right there.
Sure it is, dude. If you don't know anything about it, hey, bro, if you don't know anything about it, then you don't actually know what happened. So you can't actually tell me what happened. So you have no point.
Dude, the video's right there. It's less than a minute.
Yeah. We understand the video, dude. We've also been involved with those guys in the community for the
Understand the
past 7
video,
years.
then how aren't you on the side of, okay, it's obviously curved then?
No, it's not
The
obviously
science is
curved.
legitimate and logical, man.
It's not. Okay, cool. So what happens when incoherent light passes through an aperture?
Yeah, he doesn't even understand what that question
Yeah, that's what I thought.
What are you even saying? This is like some word soup.
Exactly.
I know, yeah, bro.
It's funny how I understood it, though, right?
I'm asking you basic questions, dude. So, example, how far
That is
were the
not
boards
a
apart? Were
standard
there any
question
obstructions?
amongst people on
Have
this
a clear
planet.
line of sight.
That is
Yeah,
not
dude,
a
you don't know
regular
anything.
question amongst people on this planet. Maybe in your bubble, but not regular.
It's pretty
Well,
basic
dude, let
if
me
you
ask
understand
you,
optics.
Word soup. A lot of big
Yeah, word
words
soup, yeah.
that mean nothing.
So you're just not
No, they all meant
just not
something.
equipped for this topic, basically.
Do you want to repeat the sentence and I can explain to him? Maybe that might help.
What was it?
Well, diffraction was what
I
I
just
brought up
want
in my
you
first
guys
instance.
to go and like educate the people that build bridges and shit,
Cool,
like on how they have to build their
So this
bridges.
is all rhetoric and propaganda, right? So we're actually with you. If all you're here to do is go, oh, there are people cleverer than me that know things, just leave. There's no point having a conversation.
So AI's question: what
There's
happens
people that
when
have
incoherent
proven
light
things.
passes through an aperture?
Do you know what an
It's
aperture
not
is?
just simply me saying that other
Do you know
people
what an
have done
aperture
something.
is?
That
Do you know what an
people
aperture
already
is?
haven't proven through
Do
history.
you know what an aperture is?
What is it to you guys?
Do you know what an aperture is?
What is it to y'all?
No, it's just a thing. So what is that thing? Yeah, what can you look it up and then come back to us? Because you've been asked about an aperture and you don't know what that means. So instead
What
of
is
just
it
saying,
to
"Oh,
y'all?
clever," it doesn't matter. It's not
I
a
don't know if
unique
it's some
thing.
flat earther slang or
No,
whatever.
dude, it's
Perfect
basic
actual word.
optics. Basic
Perfect
optics,
actual
dude. Go
word.
and look it up. Yeah, APERTUR. Go and look up what that
Dude,
means.
hey, crypto, it's our gang sign.
Looks
We
like the
we have finger
portal.
signs for it.
This looks like the
Yeah.
portal.
Aperture gang. Dude, just go and look up what aperture means. 'Cause this is embarrassing.
Why can't you just do it? Like,
I know what it means already.
okay, so say it. What
Go
is
and
it?
look it up.
In what context am I looking up aperture?
There's no context.
Well, there is. Sorry, crypto. The context of the video that you posted as provature of the curvature of the Earth, because you have a torchlight going through some holes, and I pretty much just answered your question for you.
Yeah, but dude, there's no context in what the meaning of aperture is. It
Oh,
means
yes, you're
a
right.
thing. He doesn't know that. He needs to go and find that out. And
Yeah, sorry, you're right, crypto.
so go and find out what aperture is. This is basic optics, and then come back. Because otherwise, there's no point talking to
How
you.
does that disprove the
Well, hold on.
the light experiment?
We don't
Go
care,
and
dude.
find
We
out what
don't
aperture means.
care. When you know what an aperture is,
You guys
then
are
you'll be equipped
pretending
to have
like
this
these words
conversation.
have significance right now, but you're not
Yeah,
disproving
they
it.
do. They do. Let me tell you why, Fred. I'll tell you why,
Tell me
since I'm
how
much
all
more
that stuff
gracious.
is significant.
Yeah, hey, dude. If somebody's saying, I'll tell you why, that's your cue to let them or just rumpus them. Which one are you going to choose? All right,
Y'all
so.
aren't disproving me. You're just
Holy, hey,
words.
dude. I'm asking you to yield the mic so I can tell you the answer to your question. If you open your mouth again to override when someone's trying to tell you the answer, to tell someone there's not telling you the answer, then that just shows you're disingenuous and don't need to be here. So what is it? Do you want to know the answer or do you not
What
want
the
to know the
fuck
answer?
are
Which one?
you saying, guy? Dude, I want to hear you.
All right, so, okay, you want to hear me? I agree. So be quiet and I'll tell you. All right, so you have a setup. You have the human on one side, you have the target receiver on the other side. And from this graphic, I'm just going by the graphic, you have two boards with holes in it, right? So the hole is the aperture. Okay, so you're trying to get the light through the aperture. When light passes through an aperture, it diffracts. So it gets less intense on the other side, unless it's coherent or laser or collimated. Now, the problem with is if you have two boards and you're holding a flashlight,
What is
listen
say
for a
that
second.
again? Say the one part about them with the lights in the aperture. I'm sorry. I didn't catch that.
Yes, light when it passes through an aperture or close to an edge of an object diffracts. It doesn't
Through
just
an
travel in
aperture?
perfectly. Yeah, through a hole. So this is a board with holes, correct?
An
So the
aperture's
light,
like a camera lens, bro, or some shit like that.
well, dude, it's any
Like
type
an
of hole that you're
opening.
intending to pass light through.
It's
Correct.
not
There you
a.
go. Now you get it.
It's an opening to a camera. It's like you know that whenever you
Holy crap,
close a
dude! Hey,
camera
hey,
lens.
bro,
Hold up, wait,
Are
no,
you?
you gotta follow
No,
me
no,
one more time.
no,
You
no,
know that
no,
thing
no.
whenever you like close a camera shut, whenever you twist it, that's an aperture.
Holy crap, dude! In the camera,
Or the
functionally.
diameter of a telescope, even.
Oh my goodness, dude! Painful.
Dude, if you interrupt again, I'm just going to have to serve him. You will. AI
Okay, the purpose.
explain.
Yeah. Okay,
Who
the
said that?
purpose of an aperture. Just listen. Doesn't matter who said it. You either heed his warning or suffer the consequences. So, check it out, Holmes. The purpose of an aperture, the functional purpose, is to create a limited diameter for the available light to enter to exclude all other forms of light from entering at different angles greater than the angle of the aperture. That's the whole purpose of it. So it's essentially a hole that serves a purpose to restrict light or to allow light to only enter through the hole, which is exactly what is being done in this thing that you presented.
So what about them picking up the camera and the light and having to do that to see?
Okay, let's just say, for lack of any better understanding, that they have one guy with a flashlight. Far down the other side, they have somebody with a camera that's going to receive the light. And then in between, they have two boards with holes in it. Okay? Now, if it's the case that the one person on the one end has to raise the board to see the light, guess what? It's entirely possible that the angular relationship between the boards is such that Jaren is actually slightly pointing the flashlight upwards. It's passing through the one aperture, being limited in its available propagation angles, and causing the majority of the propagation angles to extend up. And so the other guy has to raise it up to get the light. How hard
What
is
is a
that to understand?
propagation angle?
Well, so for example, you would agree that a light bulb, when you turn a light bulb on in the center of a room, the light bulb like shines on all the walls, correct?
Yeah.
However,
just shine on all the walls. It adds light everywhere.
Yeah, sure. However, if you took a giant black piece of cardboard and put it on one side of the light, near the light, that one side of the wall wouldn't get any direct light, would it? Right. So
cardboard and light bulbs.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So if
We've gone
cardboard and
from
light bulbs,
light and distance to cardboard and light bulbs.
Hey, bro, what do you think they were doing with Jaren? They had boards and light bulbs. Duh. Same exact setup. So when Jaren did it, it scientifically, in your mind, proves the globe. But when I'm talking about it, you're laughing at it. See how inconsistent you are?
Because I can't even tell what you're trying to say half the time. It sounds like word soup magic words.
Dude, it's not
like
word.
I'm looking up
Dude, it's
Aristotle's
called.
curved Earth right now.
Okay, let's see if somebody else can grasp this concept. If you have a light bulb and you cover the light bulb on one side only, it's still going to shine out the other side, but it's not going to shine through the cover that you put on the one side onto the wall. Correct? The answer is obvious. Of course that's correct.
So I think what you're trying to explain is that we got Jaren just holding the torch that could be held at an angle, yeah, because he's just holding it in his hand above his head.
Yes, so the results of this test could entirely be explained by Jaren having a slight elevated angle off level to his flashlight. This is so obvious, it's pathetic that nobody even realizes this. Now, the original test was supposed to be done with a laser, collimated and mounted and level. Not some dude holding a flashlight over his head which, by the way, it's hard to do. Do you know how hard it is to hold something stable over your head? Do you know how hard that is? That is hard. Try holding a laser pointer over your head at 20 feet away. Yeah, try holding a laser pointer over your head 20 feet away and see how much you can keep it on a quarter-size circle you draw on the wall. Go ahead and try that, and you come back and give me the results, bro.
You
couldn't.
This is like he said, she said. Like your capabilities are not as good. Like so it will not go right. How is this even like possible?
He is
Type
shining
thing. Like
that.
that's your argument basically.
No, he's
Just
holding a
want to post it
torch.
in chat.
He's holding a
that is
torch
my argument.
where the light. He's holding a torch where the light diffracts through an aperture that he could be holding at an angle to those holes and those boards, not horizontal, due to the fact that he's just holding a torchlight above his head. Yeah. And secondly, to this, if you're going to claim this is the curvature of the Earth that's involved, we're going to need to know the distances between those boards so we can calculate that the center one does in fact match the claimed curvature, but there is no information on the distance between the boards.
AJ, we're also going to need to know the exact trajectory between the boards and the receiver, and if there's any terrain features that could obstruct. For example, one person that was allegedly at the site said there was a bunch of trees on the line of sight, and so they could have been what were blocking the light. So in other words, friend who posted this video, you don't know any of the particulars that would actually make this a valid proof of anything. That's the problem.
Did you see what I just linked? It's like the first definitive evidence that the Earth is very curved, and we actually calculated the distance.
Oh, is it from the NOAA?
Circumference of the whole Earth.
Yeah, NOAA, History of Geodesy.
Man, I don't like. Does this embed? Oh no, it doesn't embed. Oh yeah, it does. It does embed.
So you're just basically claiming Eratosthenes.
Oh, here's what it says in here. I know, this is what it says, friend. Calculate the size of the Earth by determining its circumference based on the equator. The Greek philosopher Eratosthenes. Yada, 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 dude. Whoop-de-frick.
All you have to do is go to that image and then read what it says underneath.
Yeah, calculate.
We read,
like pretty much.
read it, dude.
What does calculation mean, dude? Ooh. You don't know what calculation is?
Who's asking what?
Hey,
Who's asking who? What?
Hey, Crypto, calculation actually comes in the dictionary 2 entries after aperture.
Who was asking? Were you asking me?
Yeah, do you know what calculation is?
A calculation. Why is that relevant?
I didn't say ask me a question in response to the question. Do you know what calculation
I know what a calculation is. Why is that relevant?
Because that's what the post you said. The post you posted,
because the post I said, like that's the new topic conversation. If I know what a calculation is,
that is the second time you've done this. Yeah, you propose Jaren's observation, which uses an aperture, and then you want to know how an aperture is relevant to the conversation.
He doesn't even know what aperture is.
No, he now proposes calculations as evidence, but doesn't know what a calculation is. It's totally relevant. So answer the question.
I never said I didn't know what a calculation is, dude.
So then answer the question. We've explained how it's relevant. What's a calculation?
Dude, I don't know. To be honest, all I'm hearing is...
Calculation is how you determine things with numbers and set values.
Yeah, interesting. So far, all I've been hearing is I believe the Earth is a globe, and I'm just finding sources on the internet that when I type the Earth is a globe, what's the proof, pop up, and I'm just posting them in here. It's basically all I'm hearing, dude.
I just go and look for the one with Aristotle where it's they go and do
Aristotle.
Yeah, that's the one I just linked.
Aristotle?
Yeah, that's what I just linked. They did.
Oh, please, please.
Aristotle did a test where they went a mile apart, and they had to like. Here,
There's another
let's see. It's
calculation.
right on what I linked.
There's another calculation.
Of course.
Yeah, do you have anything that's not calculation? Truth of
What
the
is math bad?
Shit. This is freaking hilarious.
Is math evil?
What? Retarded. Like, you don't.
No, I don't get why calculations are bad.
I didn't say they're bad.
So why stop using them?
You need to.
Because they're right?
You don't seem to know anything. Like, I asked you what aperture was. You don't know what that is.
I don't know y'all's slang.
Yeah, I do. Yeah,
I don't know y'all's. Whatever.
aperture isn't slang, dude. It's
I know what aperture is.
Can you tell us?
I mean, I just want to hear what y'all have to say.
Yeah, you don't know, do you? You don't know what aperture is. Be able to.
What is aperture to y'all?
It's
Because
not
I hear you guys
something
using words that
specifically.
don't even sound like real.
Holy crap, dude!
So on the one hand, you know what aperture is. Yeah, can I just point this out? On the one hand, you don't know what aperture is. On the other hand,
it's whenever
you're telling
you
me
close a camera.
No, you need to listen. Listen with ears. You don't need to open your mouth when you're listening. On the other hand, you tell us know what aperture means. It can't be both, so choose one.
Oh my goodness. Bro.
Dude, there's probably
Which is
several
it?
definitions. The one I know is like whenever you're using like something to close a lens.
It has nothing to do with using a lens.
Oh boy. Let me ask you this question, homeboy, to see how genuine you are and if you actually want to have a real discussion. Did you miss the part where I explained to you what an aperture's function is?
No, I'm seriously trying to get an understanding of you guys because
Yes, so stop talking, dude. Stop talking. I'm asking you in good faith to see if you actually paid attention when I took my time to teach you the functional purpose of an aperture. So I did that. Everyone else heard it. Did you hear it?
I asked you to repeat yourself, and then you didn't.
Yeah, I did repeat myself.
What did you say? I didn't catch it.
Wow, dude. Okay, here's your last chance. So, the functional purpose of an aperture is to restrict the amount of light and the available propagation angles that pass through a hole so that the light on the other side you can functionally use for some purpose, either to make a picture, take a reading, whatever. That's what an aperture is for. It's essentially a hole in a barrier that restricts other light that you don't want to do. Right? So it limits the amount of light that's let in and the amount of available angles that are let in so you can have a particular amount of light to work with. That's the purpose of it, correct?
Yeah, how does that tie into people needing to lift stuff above their head? I'm being dead ass.
Well, I'll tell you why. Because if you have a point source light or a light that sends light in 360 degrees, and then you limit that light with an aperture, the light that comes through the other side no longer has 360 degree availability. In other words, the light goes off in particular limited directions. And therefore, you don't have the same available angles that you would have if you had direct access to the light. So, for example, if you put the light lower than the cardboard and you shined it up because you didn't have it level, then you wouldn't be able to receive the light level on the other side, no matter what you did.
It sounds like a fog of war. Like
Holy
you're describing.
crap, dude. Wow, dude. Now, let me ask this question, friend. Friend. Yes, let's talk about war. So if you're a
is
machine
there
gunner,
fog of
no,
war?
hey, dude, I'm going to give you an analogy in war. Okay, since you
I'm
brought
not
up
talking
war, I'm going to
about
give you an
war, dude.
analogy.
I'm
Hey,
not
I
talking about
am.
war.
All right,
I'm not talking about war.
kid.
Fog of war is fog around D&D.
You're having a hard time understanding this concept, so I'm going to use a different analogy using bullets. Okay, because people sometimes understand bullets when you use it in terms of light. Okay.
I'm not talking about war, dude. I'm
So,
talking about fog of war. Fog of war is when it's like
I
fog. It's
know
like
what fog of war
it's
is,
air that
dude. I
appears
know
in
what it
your
is.
way whenever things are further enough away. Right? That's what you guys are describing, pretty much, right?
Holy, dude. I'm not talking about the video game connotations of fog of war, for goodness sakes.
I mean, that's what it
Holy
sounds
crap,
like.
dude.
Y'all are trying to explain.
Yeah, hey, you know that the fog of war that they title in those video games where you can't see the territory you've been to yet refers back to the actual term fog of war, which just refers to the kind of frenetic pacing of information and access and demand on your time that creates this inability for you to understand everything that's going on simultaneously. Okay? So what I'm trying to do for you is to take it away from light, which you don't seem to understand, and put it in the terms of bullets, which a lot of people more easily understand. So if you're a machine gun nest and you have 360-degree range out of your nest, you could shoot at every direction. Okay.
Hold on.
Somebody, okay.
Before you
I don't
go
know. Okay,
on
hey, bro,
about this,
if you ask me what a machine gun
didn't
nest is,
ask
we're done
you.
here. We're done.
I was about to say something. I didn't even get to say something before you
I know,
started.
but I'm just
Confirmed that you were
mocking
going
the
to
fact.
talk.
I'm
So
just
I was gonna
mocking the
say,
fact
why
you
is
don't
light not
understand
relevant?
terms. Holy shit,
is
dude. Because let me tell you why it's not relevant, dude. Because so far to this point, you've demonstrated your complete abject ineptitude at being able to understand the simplest terms we're using here.
dude? They're terms to y'all. They don't. The words that you're saying.
Correct. Hey, dummy. I understand that you don't understand these terms, so I'm offering you to make an analogy using like a bullet example with a gun and bullets. So are you going to let me do that, or you just want to keep being obstinate?
Dude, I just don't get how light can be not relevant.
Hey, bro. You're dumb as a brick. So here's what's going to happen. I'm going to put you on mute so I can give my analogy. If you can bear with it, then you can reply afterwards. All right. So imagine you got a machine gun nest. I'm actually going to set this up in the real world. So I'm standing where I am. I'm in a machine gun nest. I can shoot in 360 degrees, much like a light bulb sending out light. In front of me is a giant boulder. There's a guy hiding behind the boulder. Now, if I shoot my bullets directly at the boulder, they're going to hit the boulder. If I shoot my bullets to the left of the boulder, they're going to pass by the boulder and continue on. However, the guy behind the boulder is never going to get hit by my bullets because my bullets are going straight past the boulder. So that means that the area behind the boulder is entirely free from bullets. So if you stand behind the boulder, even 100 feet back, you're still not going to get hit. So if you put a sensor 100 feet back from the boulder expecting to get hit with a bullet and be like, no bullet hit my sensor, therefore the Earth's a globe, you'd be dumb. All right, go ahead and respond.
So the bullet thing's easy. It's because light has no gravity, dude. Like it doesn't fall over length like a bullet does. Like it's not gonna go in a straight
Wow,
line.
dude. Wow. Painful, dude.
Wait, that was a kind of a.
Hang on. I think I just heard that correctly, but he's stating that a bullet has no drop over distance, which is one of your main calculations.
Yeah.
Long distance shooting.
No, he said light. He said light has no gravity, bro.
Well, then he's disagreeing with his own.
Munchie.
He's then disagreeing in his own belief system due to the fact that Einstein and general relativity states that light does take a curved path due to gravity.
Oh my god, this motherfucker's stupid. Stupid.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah, dude. Notice how in my example, I was speaking about the left to right. So to make my example more analogous, I would need the boulder to be higher. Like, let's just say the boulder's infinitely high. So I can't shoot over it and lob around to hit somebody. But see, the problem is, why do I have to struggle so hard to get you guys to understand basic geometric concepts and the limitations of redirection of angles when you're attempting to claim that this concept proves the globe and you can't even coherently make an argument for it?
Well, I think to make it even simpler, and correct me if I'm wrong, please, AI, we could just exchange Jaren's torch for a gun, where he's trying to shoot this bullet through the two holes. However, he's standing below the holes. He's got the gun above his head shaking around. And when he shoots it through the first hole on a 45-degree angle, it is never going to travel through the second hole to the other side, to the target.
Correct.
That's pretty simple, stir fry.
Dude, I meant that I had no weight, not gravity. I said the wrong word. Straight up.
Okay, so did you just hear that analogy? Let's
I said the
switch
wrong
out
word. Y'all mute me.
Yeah, cool. No, it's all right. No problems.
Chill. Chill.
So
It's
again,
a fucking flat Earth, bro.
again, you've got AI's analogy to answer. Yeah.
What I said is true still. Like, light has no weight. It doesn't fall over a distance.
If you okay, let's try it again.
Not gravity.
Let's replace the flashlight with a gun, and Jaren's holding this gun over his head, and he is going to try and shoot this bullet through the three holes of these boards, right? But he's not quite at the correct height. He's not horizontal. He's not horizontal through the holes. The gun's on a slight angle upwards because he's just below, and he's got this gun over his head shaking, and he shoots that bullet. There's no way that bullet is then going to pass through the second hole.
Light travels infinitely faster than a bullet, and it doesn't just drop off over a long distance. Like, you know those laser pointers, like those green ones with the big line you see, like people doing all the time in the burbs or whatever. Dude, the straight line, like, it doesn't change.
Yep,
Like,
perfect.
it's
I'm glad you agree. I'm glad you agree. I'm glad you agree. So if you use that giant green laser pointer like you just described and shot it through one hole to which the angle was facing upwards into the sky, would you then have it go back downwards through one on the ground? The answer is no, because you just said it's
From
going
the
off straight.
moon, yeah.
Oh,
yes,
from the moon,
there are things you can reflect a laser off of.
Okay, I agree with you. Let's say I agree with you. Let's say I agree with you.
Being on Earth
okay,
and doing
I agree.
like a
Let's say, okay, bro. Let's say you're right. So what you're trying to say is that Jaren shined his flashlight off the moon, and that's how he got it through the second hole. Good grief, dude.
Dude, I was saying that I was not even saying like shooting up in the air with a green laser pointer. I was just using them for an example, like saying that's what people usually do. What I'm saying is, if you shoot one straight in a straight line, you have to pick it up to see it after a while. And it is a straight line. You can see the straight line. You know those things. You know people be moving those little.
Yeah. So let me ask this
things
question.
from the 2000s.
Yeah. Perfect. How do you know the angular relationship of Jaren's flashlight to the boards? How do you know that?
They have it on camera at both places.
No, they do not have it on camera of all 4 points in the same. Oh my goodness, dude. You are so slow, dude. I said, how do you know the angular relationship? Holy crap. Dude, they do not have the boards, Jaren, and the end result all in the same shot. They don't have that. Period. To where you can ascertain at what angle the flashlight is relative to the reception point. For goodness sakes, dude. If you think they have that, dude, you are out to lunch.
I'm looking at it right now, dude. What are you talking? You're gaslighting me now. I'm literally looking at it. What do you mean it's not real?
Okay. Screenshot it. Stop what you're doing. Stop. Screenshot it and post it right now.
I sent the video link.
Hey, screenshot your citation from the link that you're claiming and post it right now.
The video is literally
Okay,
talking about.
bro.
It
You're
gives
gonna be
all the
on
evidence
server
to
mute.
me
Hey,
right there. If you want me to, if you want me to grab.
You're gonna be on server mute until you provide that screenshot. That's the rule. Okay. So when you have it posted, we'll unmute you. It's not hard. Just go find the point you think proves what you're saying. Press screenshot. Post it up in here. Let's roll.
It wouldn't be like him just to lie, would it? He wouldn't just do.
Why would he lie?
Oh,
He just pinged me the link to the YouTube rather than the screenshot he was asked for. Okay, I'm not perusing this thing for you, bro. You're going to provide.
genuine question. What if the Earth curved 1 millimeter per 10,000 kilometers?
Well, someone like you would definitely know about it.
Would I?
Yeah, you sound really smart, so you'd probably know.
No, this is a serious question.
Oh, God.
I've got a serious question. Why would anyone called Caporn of Heaven have the necessity to change his name multiple times just to get back into this server?
Because that's Discord. That's what you do.
Interesting.
Brilliant for you. Are you going to answer the question? Or are you going to be a little pussy bitch?
Are you going to ask the question, or am I going to press the nasty red button?
Oh, you're a bully.
He doesn't answer questions, he just comes to waste people's time.
It's just...
Yep. Problem fixed. Now, where was that Fry one? He was going to post up a video. Or a timestamp or something.
Yeah, he hasn't done it.
He put the
He's
video
not going to be
up.
able to. Yeah, it doesn't
least-
exist. What he's claiming doesn't exist. But seeing as he did bring up lasers following a straight path, maybe he can explain this measurement 7 from FE Core, Lake
Oh, well.
Igizel.
Did you want him unlocked, mate? I'm happy to unlock him for you.
See what he says.
Cool, he's all yours.
Stir fry. You're saying that lasers take a straight
Anytime I have a
path?
point, y'all mute me, bro. Anytime
You're
I have a
saying that
point, y'all
lasers-
mute me and kill the
Well, no,
momentum.
you
don't have any
get
points.
muted because there is no point, yeah?
Every time I have a good point, y'all mute me and say, all right now.
You haven't made any good points. What you have done is avoided a bunch of questions and obfuscated. You haven't
I feel
actually
like
answered
y'all
any
just wasted
questions.
my time. I came here to get an understanding of y'all, and you guys just mute me and say,
Bro,
like,
you've been asked direct questions at least 5 times by me, and you give me a straight answer.
And then people use words for the wrong thing, like certain words that are being used are just don't have the definition y'all are saying. I'm sorry, but
No, they didn't, and you had that explained,
that's
yeah?
wrong.
And that was the word, that was
Yeah.
columnator.
there's like a lot of
Is it-
words in the word soup I heard. Don't mean
Well,
to
it's
make
not
you.
word
I don't mean to make you
soup.
upset, bro. I'm just saying.
I don't know if you understand, right? So when you say soup, it implies that the sentence didn't have meaning. When I heard the sentence, understood means you're just too stupid to understand what he said.
Yeah, you're just claiming that that's our
The way he
definition,
was
yeah?
using
When
words,
we
it
know.
was like playing a game of
No.
Twister.
Not at all.
It was like a game of Twister with words.
It's very, very obvious what aperture, collimator
Seriously?
mean. If you don't know, you
Okay,
just look it
yeah.
up.
And then what about all the like 7 other words that were huge and did not mean like anything in the moment?
You should have looked them up. If you didn't know
I
the
asked you guys
words.
what they meant, and you had no answer.
What words?
The only
Look 'em
real
up.
words.
Come on, dude.
The only one that was
This
in
is going
Let's be
contention
specific.
now, bro.
Let's be specific. What word? Let's go. Come on, which word?
Whatever. It was like something you guys were saying whenever you were
Can't
explaining like
remember.
refraction or some shit.
Diffraction.
No, it was diffraction, and you never questioned it. Yeah, we had to explain what an aperture was, an opening or hole that allows light to pass through. And we have fixed and variable apertures, which cause diffraction. You never asked what diffraction meant.
Yes, I did. I asked y'all. I was waiting for an answer, and everyone was just quiet. I thought y'all just didn't want to answer.
Well, it doesn't
something.
matter. You're just conceding that you don't have a sufficient acumen for the lexicon that's being discussed. So chill out.
It's flat earthy. I don't really know y'all's.
Man, diffraction
I'm
is
not
just
insulting
bending.
you guys, dude. You guys don't
It's
gotta
not
mute me.
flat
We're
earthy.
getting
It's just
understanding.
Dude, are you going to listen now?
I really want to. I want to get to know all y'all's lexicon.
No, you're not going to listen. So diffraction is just the bending and spreading of light as it passes through an aperture when it encounters an obstacle, such as an aperture. Very simple. Nothing to do with flat Earth.
Yeah, I thought you guys
that's just
said
basic
refraction.
optics again.
I thought you said refraction, not diffraction.
No, diffraction. But
yeah, I was confused. Y'all don't gotta fucking mute me, bro. Bro.
Personally said diffraction.
I'm seriously trying to understand how you guys think. I'm not trolling.
Yeah, I hadn't finished talking.
Hold up.
I hadn't finished. So you just need to. You have a serious issue. I don't know if there's stuff stuck in your ears that you need to clear out, or sing the proper brain.
Dude, you're like cutting out over and over talking.
Am I actually?
Yeah.
Yeah, you are pretty bad, Crypto.
I'm not trolling, man.
How am I cutting out? I don't know how I'm cutting out. I'm actually.
Y'all can flat earth all y'all want, but I'm not trolling.
Regardless, diffraction has a very meaning. Again, it's got nothing to do really, and it does have something to do with the subject. It's not like slang that only people.
Yeah, I thought you guys were saying refraction and rephrasing that word for something else.
Yeah, you said that already. Diffraction.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get.
Do you know what that is? Talk over me again. Do you know what that is?
Diffraction?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is it?
It's like, isn't that the shit they use to like do certain experiments with like Isaac Newton was doing light experiments using diffraction and shit.
That's not what it is. Definition for diffraction.
Or like what?
I just gave you, dude. You didn't listen. I just gave you a really simple explanation.
Yeah, he just defined it for you, bro.
I just did it for you. You didn't listen. Diffraction is the bending of light when it encounters an obstacle or passes through an aperture or an opening.
Yeah, it's more accurately.
Can you follow that?
I mean, that's pretty simple stuff. Again,
okay.
What I'm doing
so I get
every
that
time,
now.
every time, and what I'm actually doing takes to. No, not again. I don't know why I'm cutting out. I'm actually at home.
It's like your mic is like picking up half of what you say. Dude, the diffraction thing can be true and all. So now what they have to do to fix that is they measure how intense the light is like over distance, and then they move back.
It might be because my controller was charging. So here's the thing, dude, right? So every time someone mentions a word that you don't understand, I'm deliberately taking the time to Google it to see how long it takes to get the information. It's taking me like 2 seconds, and literally as AJ was defining diffraction for you, I was reading it from the Google search that I'd done. The reason I did that
I'm saying something.
The reason I did that was to demonstrate how easy it is for you to just do this yourself, and you're choosing not to. It's a waste of everyone's time.
Diffraction is like where light dissipates over time through openings. Yeah. So
yeah, you didn't listen
so
to me.
they account for that. They accounted for that.
Didn't listen to me at all.
Not at all, man. And then you just start talking over with what he believes it is. Yeah, this is why you get muted, dude.
Yeah, you're just rude and stupid, and it's a waste of time talking to you.
Yeah, so I took the time to watch the snippet that you sent. The only time it shows all 4 sites in the same view
is in a graphical cartoon.
Well, there's a surprise.
There's also
Now,
no
Stir Fry.
evidence from this clip that they took into account anything.
What?
There's barely any information in this clip at all.
What the one where they disprove themselves?
The one you posted.
Yeah, the
There's
53
nothing
minute,
definitive
53-second
in
one.
this clip whatsoever.
You're not saying what? I can't hear you. People just joined. What?
I heard it. You're full of shit. There is nothing.
I didn't hear what he
definitive
said, dude.
whatsoever.
I'm on my phone, bro. What did you say? I didn't hear you.
There is nothing
clip.
in that clip definitive at all.
Are you serious?
Yeah, we're dead
So
serious,
after
dude.
all of
The
this,
only
you're all
thing
being
even
serious.
remotely
You're all
presenting
being
any
serious.
real information is the infographic, which is a cartoon. Cartoon, brother, a cartoon. More time for the slow kids in the back. A cartoon.
It still explains. Just because it's a cartoon doesn't mean shit. Why does it mean shit?
What's the distance between the boards?
Quite the fucking childish.
What's the distance between the boards?
The distance between the boards, it says on the video.
No, that's height.
It
They
doesn't
say the distance too.
Okay, what is it? Hey, what do I got to go watch it to find out what the distance is? Remember, this is your proof that you're offering, dude. Don't even understand it.
Yeah, and it works.
Or it does,
All
brother.
right, well, let's go a different way then. You stated that a laser is going to follow a straight path. Yeah, you agreed with that numerous times, and we tried to give an example of it shining in the air, and you didn't accept that example.
17 feet.
About the moon, yeah? So, again, at 50 minutes past the hour, there's a laser pointer that was placed at 2.92 meters above sea level, or above the lake surface here. They had a target distance of 24 miles, and they should have had a target hidden height by the globe of 90.81 meters. However, they were able to hit their target. What say you?
Which thing are you referencing?
I'll put it in the chat again for you.
Yeah, let me see. Because I'm still on that video, the one I posted. Everyone's like shitting on just because it's cartoon.
No, we covered the video, and as a lead off from that conversation, you were stating how lasers take a straight path. So now I've given you a laser observation. So now I've given you a laser observation where there's 90.81 meters of curvature missing.
Yeah, at some point can we focus in on the claim that we're shitting on it because it's a cartoon? Because that's definitely not what AI said to you.
Someone said it's just a cartoon. But what are you talking about?
What did he say?
Where's the light
Specifically,
curving?
what did he say though?
What are you guys talking about? You said
Specifically, what did he say? What did he say specifically? Because you haven't understood what he said.
What are you guys talking about? What is the thing you said you linked and referenced in chat?
Specifically, what did AI say to you? Sorry, AJ, it's just this is really important because it's like the whole previous conversation doesn't mean anything unless he understood what AI told him. So specifically, what did AI say about the cartoon?
I'm literally asking you to repeat your last part. What did you say?
Yeah, so specifically, what did AI say to you about the cartoon?
I just asked him what did he say in the end? I didn't catch that.
No, this is a while ago now.
You did
because you're talking.
Who's even talking? I don't. Who am I talking to?
It doesn't matter who you're talking to. Can you answer the question?
I don't know. I was talking to someone else about a question. I'm just wondering.
Yeah, AJ, you see, he's actually trying to avoid answering my question. That's why I keep repeating it.
Yes, and he avoided it back then. You're correct, because I steel-manned AI and he still didn't answer it. So, Stir Fry, we're going to go quickly back and address what you're stating about the cartoon, because the way that you're wording it is not the way that AI put it to you. Maybe AI would like to maybe waste his time and say it again, but I don't know.
I don't think he'd like to, but he may do it anyway.
Okay.
Yeah, so what you
Video
said is
itself,
that... Oh, sorry, go on.
the video itself doesn't have any of the particulars demonstrated in any verifiable way. The only expression of the particulars and the relationships between the objects are in a cartoon. While the cartoon may have some data in it, there's no correlating that with what's actually happening with the video. So there's no way for us to know that what actually happened is exactly what happened in the cartoon. So for example, in the cartoon, character is holding the flashlight perfectly level, the perfect straight angle all the way to the first hole. Hey, if that's not actually happening, it's actually the case that the first hole is higher or lower, or the flashlight is higher or lower, then you're not going to have this straight propagation angle, and therefore this entire thing is bunk. So unless they can prove that in the first instance, this thing is garbage.
Dude, they have it on camera right after the cartoon. It's not just the cartoon.
That's what he's saying
They
to
don't
you. Is
hey,
they don't.
okay.
They do.
Sorry, go on. No, they don't.
Friend. Let you off the hook the last time. We're not letting you off the hook this time. Go to the video. It's 1 minute long. Pause it and screenshot it where you think what you just said exists in the video. I watched the video and I didn't find it. So now it behooves you, since it's your argument, to find it and present it to us. Okay, if you're unwilling to do that, then we're just going to consider you a disingenuous asshat from here on out.
Dude, the video's there.
Dude.
Hey, Stir Fry. I'm going to put you on server mute, Stir Fry, and you can make your decision. Okay? Go watch the video and pause it where you think what you said occurs and post the screenshot. Or if you don't have the methods to post the screenshot, you can post the exact timestamp. Okay? Or you can cite the exact timestamp, for example, 53 seconds. Any three of those, which specifically shows the image that you're claiming exists within the video, that is what your burden is to bear. There's no point in continuing talking with you if you're not going to put forth that effort to do that. Okay, his answer is he posted a collection of screenshots, which is a video. Since a video is essentially a bunch of moving pictures and each one is a still, and that's his equivalent to posting screenshots. Dude, are you serious?
Yeah, well, if you're going to post a whole video, we need an actual citation that we can go to see what you're speaking about. So we need at least a timestamp. If you post a timestamp,
I will accept an actual timestamp, or I will accept a screenshot of the timestamp, the actual frame where it shows the setup being validated like it is in the cartoon, in reality. Go ahead.
Oh, you might be a while waiting on that.
Hey guys, just real quick, has he been instructed, or at least made known, as so many of them don't know, that in this mockumentary hit piece that they did, like that Jaren and their fellow, their team, if you will, they actually did make that work, but in the video itself, the way they edited it, they made it like as if it didn't work. I mean, I just want to know, like, are these guys being told that so that way they understand that there's a deceitful thing going on in that video that they're watching, that they're spreading?
So, Mr. Stir Fry, I watched the end of the video. Let me tell you what it shows. It shows Jaren, a darkened environment, looking at a downward angle towards a screen off the side of a camera. And nowhere in that relationship does it show me where the flashlight is relative to the boards, relative to the receiver, which is the camera. So you're wrong, sir. So one more time, if you think that information exists within the video, go to the video pause it where you think it is, and then post it. Okay? Or it will also allow, if you just type that you're not actually caring about actually citing or backing up what you have to say, and you just want to speak in generalities and vagaries, we can just continue and treat you like a disingenuous asshat, and then we'll allow you to speak again under the auspices that you self-evidently admit you're a disingenuous asshat. We'll also accept those terms.
I just watched it again. I think I understand where he's talking about. And all it says is, what height are you at? Okay, lift up the light above your head.
Yeah, that doesn't tell me anything about where he was, where the flashlight was, where the boards were, where the reception point was. Doesn't show me anything of that information whatsoever.
Correct.
This is almost as bad as when somebody kicks a door and then the ghost hunters turn around and be like, "Did you hear that noise? It was on my microphone. I got a ping on my microphone. There's a ghost. There's a ghost, bro." Okay, so he admits that they talk about it in the video. That's why you don't see it. They talk. Okay, bro. So the information isn't in existence in this video, and you conceded that you are indeed not talking about something that's present in the video. From this video, you have no idea whatsoever that they actually set up everything as it's shown in the cartoon. No evidence that that actually occurred. Zero.
And no, Stir Fry, the defense isn't that we believe them. You believe them, yeah? Not at all. Again, please tell us the information that they stated, that they gave verbally, because I just listened to it and they gave a height. They didn't give any distances. They didn't give any other information. And they said from that height, just lift it above your head.
Okay, but claiming the height and showing that that's the height are two different things. So if they didn't demonstrate that they are actually at that height, and they just narrated that it's at that height,
Agree.
in order for this
the
conclusion to
claiming is
carry,
in there, as in verbally, isn't even in there verbally.
correct. So it is a fair critique to you, Mr. Stirfry. When this information is presented, Mr. Stirfry, the only reason you think this proves the globe is because you believe it. There's not enough valid information in this video to prove anything. That's the problem. Oh, I'm going to be gracious to you and take the fact that you said they didn't actually show any of the validity of the information in the video as a concession. So now we're going to unmute you. So if we're wrong, you can correct us by proving that the information is in the video. All right.
I meant that you can't screenshot it.
Okay, so the burden was to prove the relationship of the site where Jaren was, the site where the reception was, the site where the sender was, the site where the two boards were, and there's none of that information in the video at all. So it doesn't exist from this video. Now, to be fair, it may exist in a different video,
Yeah, I was just
but it
about to
doesn't
find
exist
one.
in this one.
Sure. Yeah, I was just about to find one where it exists in another video. You you
Yeah,
called
so
that.
the
That's
problem
funny.
is, here's the problem, friend. The problem is that the producers had the actual professional crew there, didn't give a lot of their access of their clips out to Jaron and to the other guys who were involved. And the only ancillary videos that they had were people that brought their own equipment that weren't involved with the crew, because the producer of the crew is actually on record saying that he intended to paint Flat Earth just as, like a neutral, good light, just explain who they are. But then he took a turn and decided to intentionally paint Flat Earth in a negative light. He actually did a bunch of things on the set and with the other crew members that were essentially biased towards the end of intentionally presenting Flat Earth in a bad light.
What whenever I ask a question, y'all, don't take offense. I'm just wondering, like, what it's in. I don't even want to know, quote unquote, your defense or whatever. It's I want to know, like, what you guys think, like, because I don't know people like you guys. It's just interesting. Like, I have a question about I just have like a bunch of questions, but it's like I'm fascinated by the flat Earth guys, but it's not like I'm trying to shit on y'all. I have one that I have seen that's pretty solid that people say though is what about airplanes having to dip down but going straight?
Well, first of all, are we finished AI? Are you happy with the result there?
I don't even remember what he was talking about. It was the light aperture thing. That was proven.
No. That it wasn't in the video.
Yeah,
that.
absolutely. He conceded. He conceded
You
that
could
this
say
video proves
technically.
nothing.
You could say technically if you don't believe them, like that's
no,
like
that's not what was stated. That's
it
not what he
feels
stated.
like
It wasn't that It wasn't that we didn't believe them. Yeah. You've been corrected and told that in the end they did get this observation to work. Secondly, you have nothing to verify what they actually did from this video. And then we also talked about diffraction of light. And so at the moment, all you've done is hand wave, dismiss everything, and sort of said, nah.
No, I didn't say that. I said that they have all the evidence that they need in the video.
Well, we've just come to the conclusion that they don't, and you agreed that it wasn't in this video, and you were going to go and search for another video.
I said you can't screenshot it. That's not saying what you said.
No, you said it wasn't there, and you just realized and that you were going to look for another video that did have the information. That's what actually happened.
But Stir Fry, did you hear AI explain to you how the producers admitted, and this is the document that is actually provided by Jaron himself through email, through correspondence with the producers, and that their explanation, if you may not know this information, that's why I think it's important. Their explanation,
that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, so listen. So what happened was there was a moment where they were in front of kids, and they realized that the kids were getting very, very interested and leaning an ear because this was very interesting to them. And as the kids started to like their ears perked, they changed course. As AI said, they then turned this into a hit piece to disprove that the Earth is not what was being presented, to say that it is curved and it's not measured flat the way they were doing it with their observations. But but you might not have known that going into watching the video. But I think that's very important for all you guys that all the Globers that come into using this video as like proof. Like, oh, look at Jaron, that's interesting or interesting, and you guys all think like he proved the globe. And I understand why, because all the media about it, if you ever look this up online, there's like all these videos of like, oh, Flat Earther proves that it's a globe, ha ha ha, trying to mock him. But I'm pretty sure you didn't know that the producers turned on him and they edited.
I don't know about all that. It sounds like some hearsay, like, and that also doesn't.
They were really they wanted to just kind of not paint Flat Earth in a bad light, one way or the other, and then they saw these children like asking questions and kind of going, oh, this is interesting. And then they were like, oh my gosh, we can't have kids being freaking swayed the wrong way. And then that's when they changed their whole freaking song and dance.
Right. This isn't hearsay. It's literally from Jaron himself in his correspondence with the producers. And if you want to look that up, he has a video to where he puts everything on the table in regards to the way they painted the whole observation, this whole little, documentary, the way they painted it in a bad light, and they made it look like the headline you probably read when you came across this video: Flat Earther proves it's a globe. That's literally what they were trying to accomplish. After they saw that the children were getting very interested, they had to come up with a way to where they can now turn it around. And they did. And it was you are proof, by the way. You coming in using it with your little cartoon that you posted, you're proof that they were very effective in what they did. So congrats to you for that.
So there is emails you can go and view, Steph, right?
I still didn't have the Aristotle thing disproven.
Gosh. Well,
again,
there's
nothing to disprove. How can you listen, friend? How can you disprove a bunch of assumptions? Just assumptions.
Evidence. I really want to get him to the lasers, because he's made the claim that lasers follow a straight path. I mean, where does he go from there?
Laser pointer. I said laser pointers. Yeah, they do. You guys ever seen those laser pointers that just shoot up straight into the sky? That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Has anybody told him that Aristotle didn't do anything? It wasn't
he did.
Aristotle. Is he talking about Aristophanes? Or is
he is.
I don't know. Is he confused or what? He's saying Aristotle. It was a Sigmund Freud too.
He said that the Earth is a round sphere.
Yeah, we don't have to debunk assumptions, Like
okay,
I said.
So a simple, let's just set the record straight. A simple lookup about Aristotle's first positing of the Earth being elliptical or spherical is because of his observations of eclipse shadows. Based on the claim that only a round sphere could imply a circular shadow. Now, here's a problem with that, friend. A huge problem with that. Let me explain. A globe casting a shadow on another globe demonstrably creates an S-shaped shadow in reality.
What?
Yeah.
Okay.
You guys can you actually explain that?
Sure. You sure? Hey, I'll do you one better.
Lost me there.
Hey, bro.
Explain how it makes an S.
Exactly.
Reality.
Exactly. So the appropriate response when someone makes a claim like that is, "Oh, can you show me that?"
All right. What do you mean by
I will.
S reality?
I'll post it right now. You can keep talking while I'm doing it.
So what do you mean by S reality of like a shadow on another global sphere? What do you mean?
During like a lunar eclipse, like whenever
he's going to post it.
The sun and the moon.
I understood what that meant. I'm just
he's going to post it, but he's trying to show you that the shape of the shadow.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
That's formed by one ball to another ball. You don't get what we see in reality. You get this, like he's talking about this S, like this. It's a really weird, I guess more like an ecliptic, like I don't know the right word, but it creates a shadow that it's like wraps around the sphere. So it doesn't even half out the ball. It just makes like this weird, like he's saying, like an S. He's gonna post it.
It creates a variable shadow that transitions from inverted curve, extroverted curve, elliptical curve, and sinusoidal curve. Doesn't maintain the same curve, which is what the claim is, according to Aristotle.
Wait, did you post what you're talking about though?
Yeah. I will. I gotta collect them together, and some of them are big, so you're just gonna have to wait.
Can you say again what you said about the shapes? They're what? Elliptical?
Yeah, what I'm saying in reality, a straight object can cast a curved shadow on a sphere. It's demonstrable, which you're going to see shortly. And a ball casting a shadow on another ball doesn't create a consistent curved shadow. It creates a warping elliptical to sinusoidal shadow. Okay?
All right, peace, guys.
So this claim,
Good talk.
this claim that a ball casting a shadow on another ball would be congruent with what we see is just false.
Yeah, demonstrably. Yeah. It's really weird though, right? Like probably just because we have been, and they just say that without even like guessing it, never even like using it as their own example. Like they just say, "Oh, because we see it, it's the ball casting a shadow." And then once you look into it, you're like, "Wait, that's not what a shadow does from a ball to another." That's why there are flat earth, because we've gone through these questions before and realized for ourselves, oh yeah, that's not what it's not what we've been told. This guy dipped out anyways. Too much truth for him.
All right, so one of them's loading. Hold on, let me make sure I put it in the right chat. The heck? Could have. Why is it taking so far to upload? Here, let me do this. Oh, there's Paraplegic's Lego Man. Oh, sorry, they're still uploading, so you're gonna have to wait a little bit longer.
I think that guy left.
No,
Of course he left.
Aussie Man's here. Aussie Man was the one that was really questioning that. The other dude dipped.
Oh,
He's been
I
on there
thought.
for a while.
Oh, okay. I thought it was the other
Trying
guy
to hear
that
this
said the
out.
shadow.
All right, bro. So they're starting to pop in right now, so you can look in the chat.
Like,
Okay, so from the top, you have the little ball on the table. You have a straight object, and you see that when the straight object goes onto the ball, it creates a curved shadow. Straight object, ball, curved shadow.
wait, this
Second
is
one.
believing that the Earth is flat?
Irrelevant. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what the Earth is. The point about this is that Aristotle's claim and many other people's claim is that the shadows on the moon are indicative of a ball, the Earth, casting a shadow on the moon that behaves in a particular way, and therefore the Earth must be a ball or could only be a ball. This is just demonstrating that that claim is false. Oh. First, you have a straight object making the curved shadow on the ball. Second, you have a object and another object, zero distortion as the shadow moves across the face on the left side, zero distortion, but on the right side you see that it's a sinusoid. You go down to the GIF and you could see that you have the Earth represented by the blue and the moon represented by the ball held on the string, passing through the shadow of the Earth represented by the blue, and you will see the shadow does not maintain this alleged circular shape.
Wait a
It goes
minute.
oblong, it goes sinusoidal, it's all wonkily donkily. It's not what we see in reality.
Yeah, that kind of just looks edited. Is there any like studies you got like showing this? That kind of just looks like an edited ass video. Like, sorry.
Well,
Hey,
all
bro,
you need is
bro.
a top image, yeah? All you need is a top
Yeah.
image, and you can search that for yourself. That a flat surface can
I'm
make a curved
confused what
shadow.
the flat surface has to do with the round object. We're talking about two spherical objects, right? Or just round
You're missing the
objects.
point. You're missing the point. You said that the Earth is a round ball casting a shadow on the moon, so that's why you see the shadow be that way. So you're saying that the Earth is round and it's casting a shadow onto the moon, making it give the crescent. Somebody said crescent earlier. I think that was you. And then you
I
said
didn't
that
say
proves that the Earth is a globe.
Yo,
I'm sorry, maybe I misheard.
yo,
But the point would be that you can have that same effect with even a flat stick. And we're not even saying it's like that. That's not even reality there. That's not even what we're saying. It's just proving your position. That's all.
Oh, well, I mean, I
yo.
don't know why someone would, I mean, if you talk about the crescent and the moon, yeah. Flat surface could obviously make a circle on the moon.
There's something I had
Hey,
to say
so
about that
If
one
the Earth
video
was,
I
of
talked
course,
about.
pointed on top of the flat
The
surface.
video that I talked about, I posted
It's
where
not
I said you can't screenshot nothing. Yes, you can. You can screenshot the distance you would need to do to prove that like the Earth's curved with the whole light experiment.
where's that in the
It's
video?
screenshotable.
Where is that in
the
the video?
cartoon. I don't know.
Cartoon
I'm just
the
saying.
cartoon doesn't have the distance.
I'm just saying, like, yeah, the whole video proves.
Dude, let me give you a help, Stir Fry. Video is a garbage pile of dump when it comes to arguing from. You need to find better evidence with particulars that are actually validated. If I were you, I would give up on thinking that this video proves anything, but you're free to do whatever you want.
So, question. How do you vision the sun in your I'm guessing you're
I'm
geocentric,
curious
right?
too. I also want to know the sun.
Hold up. Overlord, you're geocentric, right?
Not necessarily. Geocentric connotes the idea that the Earth is within a solar system in which the Earth itself is the center of rotation for all the extraneous objects that are not the Earth. Right? So it's just a different vantage point of the same cosmological model, right? Which, by the way, is interchangeable because you can use any central body. I mean, you could say it's Venus centric or Mars centric if you wanted to.
Well, I mean, we have the sun. Wait, how do you think the universe? How do you think the world works? I'm just wondering.
Yeah, the
Like
world,
sun and
the
stuff.
realm that we inhabit is much more local than you've been led to believe. It's not an expansive universe that's billions of light years across. Very close.
Uh-huh.
And all the other objects and the way that they've been telling you about their three-dimensional relationship to the Earth is a bunch of interpretation at best.
Yeah,
So
what's the proof for that?
what is the sun? Like, what is the sun to you? I'm just wondering.
The sun is a sun. What else could it be?
Yeah, but what do you think the sun
is.
is other than just being a ball of fire up there? Like, what is that all you think it is? It's just a ball of fire in the sky that exists?
I mean,
Is it this thing that does like this fusion or fission of
Well,
fucking atoms?
no. I'm just
Is that
asking
what
him
it
what
is,
he
or-
thinks the sun is to him. I'm not asking what it does, or I'm just asking
No,
what
I'm
he
just
thinks
curious.
of the
Yeah,
sun.
I'm curious what he's going to answer as well. Because he said the sun is the sun, but like the sun
Well,
as described by who?
Just no, man, he'll answer it. So, like, do you just believe it's just a ball up there, a flaming ball up there in the sky, or?
I have a question. Is Mars
Hold on,
round?
buddy.
I'm being dead ass. Is Mars round? Do you guys believe that?
No, dude. We're going to answer the other dude's question first, yeah?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. So the other question is the sun. What is the sun? So the sun is a great circle of light that appears in the sky. There you go. That's what it is.
So you do. It's just like a thing that exists in the sky, like to you. Like I'm not trying to contradict you or anything. I'm just kind of.
I mean, I haven't explicitly sampled the sun or been inside it to see how it works, so I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, so the sun would be exactly what you and me see every day. I mean, what else can you tell us about the sun other than what you're told and believe in
I
faith?
I believe in the heliocentric model, right? So we revolved around the sun. What I wanted to ask was, because you guys are in the faith of a flat Earth, right? You guys believe the Earth is flat, and I wanted to ask where the sun is when the solar solstice happens. Sorry, the summer solstice. My bad. And I was wondering how like the sun works in your guys' model when this happens. And this is when the top of the North Pole, I believe, is the summer solstice. Is always day. It's like I forgot how much time there's daylight, but there's points and periods of time where it's 24 hours daylight.
So on the globe, the sun's path.
Yeah, it would tilt back towards the North Pole would tilt towards the sun, is what would be happening in the sphere, in the heliocentric model.
So first of all, we don't have a model to claim, yeah. And second of all, I would say that falsifications.
If you believe in the geocentric.
Well, no, we don't have a model, yeah. The globe itself doesn't have a working model as proposed.
Yeah, it's a heliocentric model. That's what I prescribe to.
Yeah, right. So we don't propose a model yet because none of these things can be verified. So we're not going to propose something that can't be verified. We're not going to.
You're just going to deny what I said?
I'm not denying anything. I just asked the question that no one here has presented a model, and that the sun just follows a specific path, and it's in the sky, and that's all we can say about that. However, we do know
that in the summer solstice.
What we're saying is the sun is following its path, and it's above our head.
Except in the summer solstice, where it's daytime for more than 24 hours.
In the north, not everywhere.
Yeah, but why does that happen?
Can
you like explain that?
Making a false claim.
Yeah, I did say the north. I literally said the north. I don't know if you just joined. I think you just joined. So maybe sit down and listen real quick.
Yeah, no.
I did say the north.
I've heard enough. You're trying to get him to ascribe to a model, and models are reification fallacies.
I described my model. I'm just asking for your viewpoint.
Or dude, the answer is the same. Yeah, fair enough. The answer is the same in both paradigms. The sun changes its relative position throughout the year. There you go.
But that doesn't happen because everyone still sees the sun.
Hey, the sun changes its relative position throughout the year, correct?
What are you talking about?
Okay, is the sun in the same position at all times? Yes or no? The answer is no.
Yeah,
in fact, it changes its position from your location to your observation of it throughout the year. Everyone on Earth does not have the exact same location of the sun relative to their position in their field of view throughout the year. Therefore,
why is that though?
Because the sun changes its position throughout the year.
What does that mean?
It moves.
Well, you know what it means when like you change your position, right?
Yeah, so you're saying
so the sun just does that.
Okay, so the sun is moving, right?
Yes.
Okay, it's just taking its path, like I stated. Yeah.
So if it's moving, then how does everyone see it? Like how? That's why I'm asking for a model. Like you're just saying it's
your eyeball.
Like Like what do you mean? Like in the flat Earth, how is it moving? Is it moving like up, down, left, right? Like what way?
East to west.
East to west. And what, like throughout the year it moves more or what?
Further south or north.
And that's how your model is.
No, that's just what happens. And just you asking that question shows that you don't understand the explanation on any model. Hey, well, are you going to listen to anything or just steamroll over every single answer that you get? Well, irrelevant because everything that every answer that you've given has shown that you don't actually understand the explanation on any model.
My character, cool.
Okay, so you're not going to listen to anything anybody says.
Anything, bro? I mean, I'm listening, but you're just attacking my character. I don't really want to hear someone bitch.
Over talking, dude. Trying to explain to you.
There we go.
You don't seem to understand what's happening. You just over talk every response.
Attacking my character again, like a bitch.
Quit crying like a bitch.
Stop
attacking
over talking is a fact or not a fact. It has nothing to do with character.
He's attacking my character. What are you talking about? He's literally saying I'm not hearing you guys.
If you start talking as soon as someone starts answering you, every time you ask a question and they characterize that as over talking, it has nothing to do with your personal character, for goodness sakes.
Have you been listening? He said I've been not listening to anything of what any of you guys have been saying, which is just factually not true.
Oh, he didn't say that. He said you weren't understanding.
Bro, you're not listening then.
Not even what I said, which shows that you're actually not listening, I guess.
Reiterate what you said.
I said that your answers to what was already given to you show that you don't understand what's happening on any model.
And what does that mean?
The sun is changing its position throughout the year. That's objectively what's happening, regardless of what model you choose to interpret that through.
So it can be... So in the flat Earth, right? How is it that during the summer solstice, because it has to be brightening the north, right? Up there. How is it shining in one area of the world if the Earth is flat, and then behind the world on the other side of the world at the same time? Like, how is that happening?
Behind the world question doesn't even make sense.
It doesn't make sense, but again, it's just following a path and moving in the sky, yeah? It's in a different position, like everyone has tried to explain to you. So my question is, hang on, my question is then, to further to this, my question is, how does the observed sun behavior, such as the way it's viewed on the summer solstice, provide evidence that the Earth is a globe or a flat surface?
It proves it tilts. Because there's another thing called the winter solstice.
How does it prove it tilts?
Because the north is lit for 24 hours because it's facing the sun.
So the sun couldn't take a tighter path over the north? There couldn't be another explanation for this? This does not prove...
I'm sorry, your accent's hard to understand. Excuse that again, sorry.
I've never heard that I have a hard to understand accent.
It's me,
hey, brother, I can fix this. It's very simple.
I'm sorry.
Hey,
I'm just asking.
Very simple.
I was being
very simple. I know how to translate this, Ozzy man. Take your earphones, turn them upside down, and then you'll understand them perfectly.
All right. So again, how does the observed behavior or path of the sun correlate to either a globe or a flat Earth?
Oh, we were talking about models. Well, we were talking about the summer solstice, which I said happens because the Earth's north tilts towards the sun, which causes 24-hour periods of light of daytime for you guys.
So that would just be either a hasty generalization.
It's not a hasty. Wait,
I just a confirmation bias because you've ruled out any other explanation, and the sun.
This is what I believe. Why would I have other?
And the sun and its path that it takes is just a correlation.
What do you mean?
Right. So you have a relative.
Correlation.
Okay. Yeah. Fair. What you actually have is a relative relationship between the location of the sun and the earth, right? That could be from the earth changing its relationship relative to the sun, or the sun changing its relationship relative to the earth. So why do you prefer one over the other?
What are you talking about? It's what I know. Why do you prefer one over the other? It's like, it's what we know, right? To what you know, the flat Earth, that the Earth,
No.
the
See,
sun is.
I've never seen the earth tilt, and neither have you.
I mean, the sun. What are you talking about? That's what I'm saying. The summer
And
solstice.
nobody here, again,
And then
has
wait,
made a
hold up,
claim.
hold
No
up.
one made,
I'm not
no
done.
one
Weren't
here has
you?
made a,
You guys were
no
talking
one's made a
about
claim.
interrupting.
Yeah, because no one's made this claim of what the sun's doing over a flat Earth. You're trying to question us, and we've given you a very simple.
I'm asking you
answer.
if you can't if you can't claim anything.
Yeah, I'll answer it for you, friend.
On
I'll
your
answer it
own
for you. It's
known or
simple.
belief. I mean, that's on you, man.
It's very simple.
You're not that
It's very
solid on what
simple.
you think.
It's very simple. All of us see the sun move from our vantage point throughout the year. We all agree that the sun, from our vantage point, is not in the same location throughout the year. We all agree on that. You've asserted that the reason why the sun is in different locations throughout the year is because it moves. You then claim that it's because the earth is tilting. Now, I've never seen the earth tilt.
What does that mean?
It means you have an extra step of reasoning for a conclusion that we don't possess, because you agree that you see the sun move throughout the year. We agree we see the sun move throughout the year. You're the one claiming on top of that.
I never said the sun moved. I said I believe in a heliocentric model. You know what that means? Do you know what a heliocentric model
Hey,
is?
dude, let me ask this question.
Well, look up what that means, because it means the sun is in the center, we rotate around it, and the earth also rotates.
Hey,
I didn't
dude,
never say
from
the sun
your
moves across. I thought you were talking about in our perspective. Yeah, in our perspective, no
yes,
shit.
in
The
our
sun looks like
yes,
it
from
moves
our
around.
perspective, we all have the same information. You do not have access to the sun and the earth in the same frame in the relationship
Just
of themselves.
explained it, dude. I told you the
No,
summer
you
solstice and the
don't.
winter solstice.
Hey, stop
I
for a
mean,
second,
if you don't
Stop for
prescribe
a
into
second.
any knowledge, you're saying
Listen,
I haven't proved anything, and I'm
You
giving
are making
facts,
your
and you're over here getting
claim.
mad.
You are making your claim from your observations from the ground.
So you're going to
All
keep attacking
experience.
my claims, and you have made none. Your
Listen,
buddy literally said
we
you
don't
made
have an
zero
extraneous
claims.
claim. You do.
What extraneous claim? I'm talking about the sun. I'm asking you to claim different, and you can't do it.
Okay,
Why is that
let
on
me put
me?
it another way, Aussie man.
Why is your lack of belief in your
when you're
flat
standing
Earth on
outside,
me? I'm so confused.
We are. We
When
both.
you-
No, stop for a second, AJ. Stop for a second. We both have the
AJ
same
said it,
claim.
man.
There's three claims. Okay? Three claims. There's claim which we hold one, and you hold one. Right? And then there's the third claim which you hold, which makes it the third. So we both agree on the first two claims, in that the sun, from where we are and where we're looking at it, moves throughout the year. On top of that, say, the reason why the sun appears to be moving throughout the year is because the sun is actually still and we're moving. So you have the extra claim, not us. We both agree to the same claims
Yeah,
until that
and
point.
the Earth rotates. There you go.
That's a cool claim. I mean, that's a great claim, dude.
Okay.
You're going to validate that.
That's stupid, man. Do I really need you to validate? All right, I need you to go take a picture of the ice caps. I need you to go take a wide picture. This is so dumb, bro. Are we gonna actually?
Hold on. No, it's
are we
not.
gonna? Wait, no, stop. So are you gonna actually argue against my claims, or are you gonna just keep saying, "Well, I need you to go measure this by your hand"?
I don't need to argue against your claims. You have to validate your claims. So, for example, if I go
wait, why do I wait, Overlord?
Hold on a second, dude.
What is
Hold on
known
a
as
second.
like knowledge?
Holy crap,
like
dude.
Wait.
Yep.
You got to calm down.
All right, so check this out. I'm going to finish my sentence and then I'll allow you to speak. This is why these aren't synonymous. If I go to the ice cap and I take a photograph of the actual ice cap, that is direct observation of the thing in question. If I see the sun move I infer that the sun is not moving, I'm moving. That is not a direct observation by categorical necessity. It's an inference, which means it's an additional logical step. It's not directly observed. No one is observing the Earth tilt directly. Unless you go outside of the frame, you have the sun and the Earth together, and you can see the Earth tilting relative to the sun. No one's ever done that. So your analogy with the ice caps doesn't fly. All right, we'll unmute you so you can reply.
So, in your belief, you just believe whatever we see and perceive is fact, right?
He's asking for evidence of otherwise.
No, well, I'm asking him a question now. So whatever we see and perceive is what's fact, right? There's no other elements that we can't see in the works of our universe or world.
There are indeed other elements, but those extraneous elements that are beyond direct need to be parsed out, and the reasoning presented of why it carries that conclusion, and that's where you can have a contention or an agreement.
Wait, why? That makes no sense. You're gonna take out fundamental.
What?
Natural...
Are you kidding me, dude? Why in the world would you ask me why?
Okay, you're gonna interrupt me. Go ahead. So, anyways, fundamental natural.
If you don't want to be interrupted, I'll give you a trick. Oh, I'm serious. I just want to give you this trick.
You just
if you don't want to be interrupted, if you don't want to be interrupted, don't say words like why.
Bro, you're a hypocrite. Anyways, I'm confused. So you're saying these fundamental aspects that affect our universe that we can't see, and that's what I'm talking about. Like you know, like I don't know if you prescribe to any of these. That's why I'm telling you if what you believe is what you perceive and see and can feel and touch. Like, is that all? Like that is reality? Like the sun moving, right?
Okay,
You
dude,
see? Wait, bro. Oh my god, I'm not done. So you see the sun moving across the earth, and in your head, the sun just must be moving, right? Like I'm asking like a genuine question there.
Wake up.
Okay.
So
I'm trying to make sure I understand his logic. Like what's wrong with that? Why is that so blasphemous?
Yes, we all agree.
Like moaning.
We all agree that the sun is moving across our field of view. That's what we all agree.
Well, I'm asking why you believe that. It's because you see it, right?
Because that's directly observed.
Yeah, that's literally what I said. So, because you see it with your eyeballs, right?
There's no belief about it, dude.
Okay, because you see it with your eyeballs is literally what I'm saying, man. So, in your belief, it's only what we see and perceive that is reality.
Dude,
right?
okay, Ozzy, I'm gonna have to mute you because you're dumb as a rock. So I'm gonna have to explain it to you.
You're dumb, dude. Are you kidding me? All right, go ahead.
No. Let me tell you why. I'll tell you why once I mute you. You've said this phrase 3 times in a row. Okay, Ozzy, stop trying to leave and rejoin. Just listen. You said the same phrase 3 times in a row when I had already answered. We don't just believe. Oh, whatever, dude. Anyway, so what I said 3 times in a row is that we don't just believe what we see with our eyes because there are other things that can be inferred or deduced, but you have to present a rationale of why it leads to the conclusion of what you're claiming, and in that parsing out, you can come to agreements or contentions. I said that at the beginning. Then you kept bitching that you weren't allowed to finish, so you could re-ask the same question 3 times that was already answered, almost like you're attempting to gaslight yourself and the audience that I didn't answer it. Oh, that is the reason you got muted, dude. Oh, you only believe what you see with your eyes? No, well, actually, you can use information you see with your eyes, plus rationale and inference to make conclusions. Oh, wait a minute, so what you're telling me is you only believe you can see what you with your eyes? Was I too hard on him?
No, man.
Oh, he
that
thinks
was
you're
terrible.
afraid. He's in the chat right now. He thinks that he was too hard on you. The word vomit was kind of scary, to be fair.
I can't believe it. I just don't believe that they can't understand what's being said so simply and plain.
Yeah, the level of stupidity is actually a bit scary. Maybe he's right. We are scared.
It might be one of those cases where it sounds too good to be true.
I don't get why people can't stomach being muted for 10 to 15 seconds while somebody gets their sentence out and then unmutes them so they can reply. I mean, it's like, it's a problem.
Because he can't stomach not being able to talk for even 1 second.
Yeah, that's right. That's because they don't want to listen and then not listening. They've already got their answer, regardless of what you say, and they just want to regurgitate it back out.
Yeah, so he's going to put on his notch on his bedpost, argued with flat earthers, destroyed them because they only believe what they see with their eyes. It's very interesting that they would even contend with the idea that the sun's position changes throughout the year from everyone's vantage point, because that's literally the foundational premise of being able to even create a stack of inferences to assume the Earth is the thing that's moving, right? That's part of the argument string they need to carry their conclusion.
That's why I said he didn't understand his own so-called model in the first place.
I feel like maybe his problem was that he's imagining the Earth as a Mercator map disk in space, like they showed him on YouTube when he decided to pre-charge before coming in here and asking questions.
He argued with the raw observation, though, the sun changing its position, which is where they got their tilt from. He obviously doesn't know what any of what he's claiming is based on.
If you pull up sun's tilt, right, the evidence for the tilt is, let's see, cartoon, 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 cartoon. Let me scroll down and see if there's anyone, so I don't have to keep saying cartoon. I'll just wait till I get the actual photograph. Nope, they're all extraneous viewpoints outside of the Earth. So, like looking at the Earth from outside viewpoint back at the Earth. So, who's ever experienced
And then
that?
they just...
Aussie Man's probably done that.
And then they just make a relationship with the sun's path and claim that it's the tilt.
Well, how else are you going to explain it when you say the sun's this giant, almost 100 million miles out, and the Earth is the thing in motion around it, relative to it?
Oh, sorry, and I left out seasons as well. But yes, AI, you're 100% right. They need to have a variation in the sun's position, or the sun to be taking a specific changing path to claim the tilt in the first instance. And then they deny that the sun does this.
That's because all he knows is the story. He doesn't know any of the natural observations any of it was actually built on.
Munchie's back. He was white knighting earlier.
What happened?
Yeah, he's a dumbass.
I didn't white knight anything.
What
Don't
happened?
worry,
just
don't
acting
worry,
like a
Munchie.
moron.
We forgive you.
I love acting like a moron with y'all. This is funny.
What happened?
What happened? Anyways, I'm just gonna mute.
Cool. Let's set a baseline, Munchie. The sun changed its relative position throughout the year. The sun's position relatively changed throughout the year.
Okay.
Good answer.
When he answered with that picture he's got there, it just the answer matched his picture. Yeah, just his mouth stuffed full of food and couldn't answer.
He's out of like a YN grunt. Like,
All right. So you can't answer whether the sun changes its relative position throughout the year. You don't know, right?
what do you mean?
Right. Okay. That
You're not
basically
explaining
gives you my
yourself.
answer.
You're not explaining yourself. Like, it's
Right.
just like,
Can I just ask a quick follow-up question? You basically answered the first one. You don't know.
out. No, I didn't answer the question because you're just like not giving me any like context. You just gave me just like a question and there's no context.
It's pretty cut and dry. So does
I mean,
the Earth
it's not really cut and dry.
Just real quick, does the Earth tilt?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Once again, they know
What
the
do you
story.
mean?
They know the
I
story.
mean,
They don't
you're
know
not
the
even
actual
like giving me
observation.
any answers. I mean,
Yeah. Okay. Another guy who's also just going to talk through everything too. You guys go ahead.
I didn't do anything. See, like he just shuts down. I don't know why he shuts down, but it's okay.
I just wanted to find out if you're another one who knows the story and not what the story was based on. That's all. And you helped me out with that. Thanks.
No, I didn't.
Is the sun moving its position in the sky throughout the year? Yes or no?
Throughout the year. I mean,
Yeah. So, for example, the sun may set. We know we get claimed east to west, yeah, but in summer and winter, it's not directly east to west. It changed its relative position as well as it through the year, through the seasons. It even changes its position according to us throughout the day.
yeah. I don't know what you want me to say about
So
that
does
shit.
the sun
but
change? Does the sun change its relative position throughout the year? Was the question. Does the sun change position?
I don't know. I don't look at the sun. Really. I just be like, going about my day.
Okay.
Then why do you think
So
there's a
now
tilt?
then,
What?
Then why do you think there's a tilt?
It do be tilting. Because but like why do you think that like with the earth it spins like
Yeah, he asked you a question.
fast,
Dude.
but like
there's no point you asking a question. He's asked you one. You didn't answer it. You might as well answer his question.
What do you mean?
We asked you a question.
No,
You
you're
just ignored it.
Because the sun pretty much, if we're talking about just in our solar system, it just stays the same. But it does move around the Milky Way, so it does kind of move. So
I really didn't address the question.
Shit.
Yeah, so based on that answer, he asked you a further question. Then why do you believe the Earth is tilting?
It do be tilting. Because
it do.
Like no, because of just like the different climate. So like in the south is like closer to the sun. It's tilted more closer to the sun. So that's why you get like more
So the sun's changing its relative position.
What do you mean? No, it's not. What are you talking about?
What you just said.
Oh, dude.
That's not what I just said.
What, do you not understand relativity?
This is stupid. You ain't nothing better, bro. Well, it's just different climate and all that stuff.
It is stupid. It is very stupid, yeah.
Nah. What's stupid is that like you believe in magic water that is just always flat. on GD.
What's
It's just
stupid is that you
magician
believe
water.
that's what we believe.
It's magician water. Ooh.
How is it magic?
I mean, I don't know. Y'all don't explain nothing. But
Another
I just
one that
think
didn't
that the
pass
like
pre-K.
what? I did pass pre-K.
We don't. Hey, we
I'm
don't
not
have
sure.
to see. There's a
I
problem.
mean,
We
you
don't
didn't
have
pass
to
high school
explain.
or middle school.
We don't have to explain.
You don't
We don't
have to
have to
like get
explain.
aggressive.
Yeah, fair enough. But we don't have to explain that water is the.
I mean, you kind of
standard.
do. I mean, you
Oh,
just saying it is what it is, and then just going about your day, which is
dude.
just like
Hold on a second. Demonstration trumps explanation. Okay, so if you can demonstrate something, extraneous explanations are irrelevant.
But then when I said about my explanation, heretics like started to mute me and be like, "Oh, I'm gonna shut down. I'm gonna shut down. I'm gonna have a little tent." Yeah. When I tried to have a conversation, I don't know why, but you know.
Well, at least we got that out.
Yeah, I came out the closet. Anywho. Yeah. Anything else before I move on? Oh, before we move on, because it just seemed like y'all done.
You said that there's more.
The image I posted.
I guess we're done. Yeah.
You said that there's more sun in one place than another, depending on the season, right?
No, that's not what I said.
What did you say?
I said because the climate, one side is hotter than the other.
So what, is getting more sun or what?
Are you a little bit? A little.
I don't know. Was that a yes or a no? I don't know what you said.
You don't know what I said?
No. Do you remember the question I asked?
Yes.
Okay, so what's the answer?
I just said the answer.
Okay, what was
Did
it?
you hear?
I already told you I didn't.
You didn't hear.
Yeah, that's what I said like 2 statements ago.
Did you zone out a little bit or?
No, I just don't. I couldn't make any sense of the word salad that came out of your mouth.
No, I think you kind of zoned out. But I'll tell you it again. But like, you don't have to be like, a little bit rude with it. But what I said was that because of the different climate, one is hotter than the other. So like up north, you can get like snow, and
I already addressed that. I know.
I
So
did.
I already had a follow-up question to that. I already followed that up with a question, which was, so it's getting more sun, right?
You didn't follow up a question. You're just like,
No, there it was again, and you just dodged it again. So it's getting
I'm not
more
dodging
sun.
a question. What are you talking about?
It's literally what you're doing as you say you're not.
I'm not.
Again, anyway, so it's hotter one place than another. It's going to be all cold and Arctic up north, right? And it's going to be nice and tropical down south, right?
Yes, but except like the South Pole.
Okay, let's just.
Oh no! Because the middle point is like the meat. I forgot the name for it, but like in the middle area, that's where. Wait, that's where like the hot stuff is. But like when you go deeper into the deeper into like the southern area or the northern area, you can get colder, so you can go.
Okay, so when it's winter in the north, is the south getting more sun than the north?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so the sun's relative position, its position relative to the earth changed, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not moving. It's not moving. I mean,
No.
the earth is just like, changing. You know how changes be.
Yeah, so I just asked you what the sun's position relative to the Earth is doing.
Yeah. I don't get what you want me to do. And do you?
Right?
What do you? I don't know what you want me to like.
It's just
answer.
a yes or no.
I don't know what you want me to answer.
All right, somebody else can try.
Yeah. There we go.
Yeah, nah, this guy's completely retarded. I'm good.
I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything to you. You don't have to be like, you know.
You just have to be yourself, yeah?
Yeah, I'm being myself.
Yeah, that's it. And just
Okay, so let's break it down. So a relative position. A relative position requires a relationship between two objects. So if one of them changed, and the other one changed relationally to it.
Yeah.
So if there's a differentiation in the two objects at all, you have a relative change. So the answer is they change their relative position.
Yeah. What do you want me to answer? Like, I don't know what point you're trying to prove, but
it's a yes or no answer. Does the sun change relative position?
I say yeah. But I don't know what you're trying to prove. But it's like, you know, I don't know if you're proving the flat Earth point or the globe Earth point.
Okay, congratulations. You finally found out where your tilt came from. You're further ahead than the last guy that spent 2 hours
Okay, so you're proving the globe Earth? What are you talking about?
Oh, I can't do this anymore. I'll see you guys later.
No, dude, any paradigm about the nature of the relationship between the sun and the earth must include a relative position change between them throughout the year, because that's what's naturally observed throughout antiquity across all cultures at all times. It's not up for debate.
Yeah, but can I ask a question? Just like, you know, no fun stuff. I was like joking and all that stuff, but can I ask you a question? Real quick. Just one. Right? So with the moon, right? With the flat Earth, right? The moon. So with the moon, you can see only that one. Everybody can see the same part of the moon that all across the world. You can see the same part of the moon, right? So you can see different part of the moon, but like in real life, we can see like the same part of the moon. Say again? Yeah, the moon is round.
No, I
The
said
moon
is
a
Mars
sphere,
round?
baby. Yeah. Yeah. It is
We have
round.
perspective video on there from the Curiosity rover showing it looks kind of flat from perspective, but over here on Earth, looks like a sphere.
It do be sphering. It do be spherical. But that's really it.
Yeah, I mean, I like learning the flat Earth lore.
It is.
Which
it is fun to
which
learn about flat
rover?
Earth
Yeah,
lore.
which rover are you referring to? Are you referring to the Mars rover that's allegedly on Mars, or the Mars rover that's on Devon Island? Which one?
Allegedly?
Allegedly. They did that shit.
Sure. That's your opinion, sure.
I mean, they did it. There's actual evidence. I mean, if you don't want to take
What
the
evidence?
fine,
What
but
evidence?
there's evidence.
There's
There's evidence. Multiple evidence. There's multiple rovers, multiple Mars rovers on Mars, and there's like legit, like the models.
That's a claim. Yeah, that's a
no,
claim.
it's not a claim.
So
But, you know,
Observe Earth through.
I mean, you can look it up.
Here, watch. There's
You can look it
multiple
up on
rovers on
Google.
Mars. That is a claim. And what will it tell me?
You can look it up on Google.
And what will it tell me?
I mean, you can look it up.
Oh my goodness, dude! What? Look up the claim or the evidence? Which one?
Look up the evidence. It's on there. Type it into Google.
I don't know, dude.
Or ChatGPT.
I thought it was your belief that you were going to defend, but I guess not.
Yeah, I just did. I was just saying, type it into Google, put it in, you'll see it.
Yeah, all right. So you agree that Google will confirm your beliefs. Good. I agree with you.
They should totally put a telescope on Mars and look at Earth.
Type shit. They should, bro.
They got a picture with the rover looking at Earth, but it's just like a blue dot.
Wow. So
I mean, they pretty far away. They are pretty far away.
Nothing you
from
can
each
use
other
to validate where it actually is.
Oh my god, bro. Anywho, it is. They are far away apart, pretty far away apart. But it do be vibing.
Oh, that's the claim, sure.
It's crazy. We can record ourselves all the way over there, and it's just a little speck on the screen.
True.
Yeah, and a nondescript, indistinguishable, unvalidatable speck.
It is
I
insane.
love space.
Space do be cool, bro.
How is it cool though? From your point of view, it's equivalent to fiction.
I mean, it's not fiction. You believe that the school teaches us that the space is a vacuum when a vacuum has nothing in it. So, I mean, when space have multiple things in it. So, I don't know how you think that the school taught us it's a vacuum. Anywho, yeah, space do be cool.
I have a serious question for the flat earthers.
Yeah.
Do you guys believe that anything before like 1950 was even real?
They're gonna say no. Trust, they're gonna say no. Trust it.
I seriously wonder.
I've encountered living relatives that were alive before 1950.
See?
Awesome. There you go.
Cool. There we go.
Unless, my friend, you ascribe to last Thursdayism.
That's what I'm talking about, yeah. Like, did it even happen?
They're gonna say no.
Retroactive uniformity.
Who
nature
knows,
is.
Who's to even say it didn't just start?
Yeah.
Like that's a common like what's it called? That's a common point that I hear.
It is. They just say, "No, it ain't. It's fake," and I'm like,
"Really? I've been here for years and I've never heard that."
I've heard it multiple times. Multi of times.
Somewhere else
in this community, there are plenty of people who use it as an argument point, but not actually posit that idea. But there are plenty of people who posit the idea that there's 1,000 years missing from our history. And
if you don't believe it happened, I don't believe last Thursday happened.
Yeah, last Thursday.
Yeah, but I'm talking about something different. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about where there was a worldwide shift change, and they actually hit it. And so there's 1,000 years of our history that's missing. There are people that posit that idea.
Prehistory?
Well, you've heard. I'm sure you've heard this, that the winners get to write the history books, right?
No, not always.
Yeah.
Right, so you're going to lose a war and then just write the winner's history.
Yeah, type shit. I mean, no.
Smart.
Yeah, like
what war are you talking about? What war are you talking about? You're talking about war. What war are you talking about? You're just being not specific.
Dude, it's not my position. That's why I said some people hold that view, and some of the evidence they provide.
No,
I'm
talking to Heretic. He said about like a war. So not being specific.
I just think it looks so funny. This image from Mars is just like the horizon is like looking flat, and it's but
on GD.
Where's the evidence in the photo that it came from Mars?
I don't know if you guys like NASA.
Yeah, they don't like NASA.
Evidence.
They think that like NASA is fake.
Yeah. Okay, you guys are off on a tangent again. So liking them or not wouldn't be any kind of evidence.
No, I'm just wondering.
From Mars.
I mean, there is evidence from NASA, but like you can get the evidence from NASA, but you'll be like, no, it's fake.
I have it.
It's fake.
Don't worry about that. Just post it if you have it, please. We'd like to see it.
You would?
Science.
Yeah, so wait, stir fry. Wait. So you won't be judgmental if it's NASA or not. You just want to see it.
I'll just take a look at the evidence. I'll scrutinize it for sure.
You're serious. You're serious right now.
Yes, that's why we're asking.
So you plan to scrutinize it and not
Nah. I don't believe them.
Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. I'll give you guys a real world example.
Wait, AI.
It's in the chat. Yeah, but I like to talk about examples. So it's in the chat right now where Homeboy posted things seen by NASA rover on alleged Mars. There's images out there of things that look like trash, birds, more trash, rainbow strings, lemmings, etc. that were allegedly. Hold on. They were allegedly photos from Mars, but they show objects that exist on Earth. So how are these photos from Mars? What say you?
Because we sent them there.
Motherfucker is using Wikipedia. Wow.
Well, maybe they just took pictures on Earth and said, "Hey, Mars."
No, wait. I want to go off the heretics thing. Motherfucker legit went to Wikipedia, which is not a reliable source. So that's crazy. That's crazy. How motherfuckers like Wikipedia?
Yeah,
you really like Wikipedia, but we like NASA. That's crazy.
Yeah, look at chat.
Whoa!
Did you find any
There it
evidence
is, bro.
Yeah, cool. Did you find any evidence?
Isn't that awesome, man?
Yeah.
That is awesome, bro.
Did you find any evidence yet?
Wait.
Wait. Did you find any evidence yet that pic he just posted was taken from Mars?
Yes. It being NASA.
Well, that's just
right there. It's right there.
NASA
You know what that pic? That pic.
NASA's the people who does
looks
Mars.
like. Yeah, guess what, guys? That pic looks like my mountain range behind my house when Venus comes out.
Right, but it's round.
There's no way to tell what this image is of, dude.
It's a NASA. It's on the Curiosity
because
rover.
wait. Hold on. Wait a minute.
Do you literally just go through phases
wait.
of fucking retardation? Or is
I
this
actually have a real good. Go ahead, bro.
Because you haven't been engaging in the conversation other than to be a clown. And then there's like here and there where you're just like, wait, hold on. And you just
I'm
like
trying to find
pause
the
the
rover.
conversation until
I'm trying to find the
your
rover.
fucking train of thought comes back into the room.
No, I'm trying to find the rover. Hold on.
Well, I guess you better get your ass to Mars.
I actually have.
Also, our sky does not look like that at all. Our sky does not look like that.
You heard of filters, bro?
Depends. It does, dude. Depends on your exposure and your camera.
Nah.
But if you have a very bright star that's coming out, like Venus or whatever, during certain times of the day, and you put on differential exposures,
Venus
you
is
get an
not a
image
star.
like this from Earth.
Venus is not a star.
Oh my goodness, dude. Hey,
What
what
do
does
you
the word
mean?
planet mean? Hey, what does the word planet mean?
Oh, okay. So
Go
planet.
go look up what the word planet means, and then tell me it's not a star.
No, wait. Nah, it's gonna take me some time. I don't have the thing handle.
All right, the answer is wandering star. The word planet literally means wandering star. In fact, the bodies in the heavens that we commonly call the planets today were in the past called, you guessed it, the wandering stars. Right, so I want to tell you my theory.
But okay, hold on. But to be a planet,
man, I gotta tell you my
have
theory,
to
man.
orbit the star. You have to orbit a star, be round, and also clear your neighborhood. So
Cool story.
Jupiter does that. So I don't know. You can take the definition from there, but one word can have multiple definitions. So with this definition, it takes orbiting a star, has to be round, and it has to clear its neighborhood. So yeah. Easy.
I got this theory.
That's from middle school.
And hey, hold on, bro. I want to tell my theory to my compatriots.
That's middle school logic. That's middle school logic.
Not logic.
Yeah,
or
we
knowledge.
heard you. We heard you the first time, Holmes.
I'm not Holmes. I don't have a home.
Okay, so yeah, cool story.
My
dude.
dad.
Yeah. Why don't you give him a call? Ask him to teach you some manners. All right, so I just want to tell my story real quick to my compatriots here about the picture that he posted earlier of the various objects found on alleged Mars. So one argument could be made, right, that they have the Devon Island thing from the Glober's point of view, so that if any images come from alleged Mars with any humanoid objects there, they could just say, oh, that was a slip up. That was one of the images accidentally from actual Devon Island, not from Mars. And then they can have that plausible deniability.
Well, I guess it's your turn again, Stir Fry Tie.
What? I'm listening to y'all. Excuse me. Shit.
Well, the last guy couldn't handle not being able to yap his mouth for 10 seconds like the last guy before him, so we lost him. So I guess it's your turn again.
Me?
Sure, why not?
I don't know. Y'all bore me, really.
Well, keep listening to boring stuff.
I am. Whenever people get in here, it's interesting.
I got an interesting topic that's kind of new about a topic that's kind of not so new. So I got to post a video though, but it's basically so Will Duffy's quote unquote the final experiment, right? So he's got a video on there where keep in mind the event called the final experiment, the trip hasn't occurred yet. So the guy as a guest on his show, but the title for the show is The Final Experiment Convinced Me Flat Earth is Wrong, but I have a special request. The man in question was convinced by the final experiment that flat Earth is wrong when the quote-unquote experiment hasn't even occurred yet. And his special request... Yeah, and I didn't watch the whole thing, which I do want to get this context, which may be a clue, is I can't remember... Sorry, forget that. It's that he wants to get married. He wants to bring his sweetheart with him to Antarctica and get married down there within the final experiment. And it almost sounded to me, and I can't confirm this 100%, so I'll have to take it back if it's not true. It sounded to me like he was trying to satisfy this woman by switching his position so that she would then be involved in it and go down with him, and it would be some kind of romantic glober and flat earther meeting of the minds, and now they can get married and be in love, and it's all kumbaya.
Hey, I had a question about that. Are there any people who believe in the globe are like mods in here?
Negative.
Dang, really?
Oh, that's hardcore. The fact that they've got it set up like that. That's actually very one-sided.
Yeah, as opposed to literally anywhere else, right?
It's our way or the highway.
Well, I mean, if you don't like it, you could
Yeah.
just probably talk to anybody else in any other chat ever. But if you want to have this discussion, well, it's best, I think, probably facilitated by us.
Yeah, but I've seen very valid points get brought up and has crushed flat earthers, and they get muted and
Well,
kicked
how
out of the
did they
channel.
get brought up in the first place if we're going to squash anything like that?
Because the pudding was in the cake, and you didn't want to eat the cake that was handed to you.
As far as I know, we pretty much just let anybody speak. Like the last two idiots who took up like the last 4 hours of airtime.
You've been muting everybody, man. All you guys.
Don't think we muted
don't let
any.
us talk.
I don't think. I mean, they were muted sometimes when they're over talking, but for the most
Every
part,
time I had a
they were able to
point.
want. What points did you have? Let's put this to the test. What point did you actually have? Let's see if that's true. That when you have a point, you get muted. You first have to have a point. So what would that be?
Dude, you know what I'm talking about, cuz.
No, I don't, because I never heard you make a point once.
You were here, man.
Yeah, I know, and I never heard you make a point.
All right, bud.
You claimed there was specific evidence in a particular video. You were asked for a citation in order to continue the conversation. You refused to elucidate whether it was in there or not, or provide it, and so you were put on mute so that you could concentrate on providing it. Then unmuted.
Concentrate.
I mean, what's so hard to understand?
I gave y'all the video. Period.
It doesn't matter, dude. That's not how it works.
You guys give us images and then say, "Here's this," and now we can do it too, man.
There is one way you could look at it for these flat earthers that easily, let's say within the next 15 to 20 years, more people will have access to aeroplanes, even flat earthers, because aeroplanes will become a common way of travel, right? Like flying
They
cars.
already are. They already are.
Okay, like a flying car. A flying car. A flat earth will be able to drive their car all the way up to like 45, 55,000 feet. And they will see that the
Never
earth
happened.
is
Never
going to turn out. Well, 25 years ago,
there's no universe
one,
where they're going to allow private cars to be at 50,000 feet. Not only that, there's no technology that could do that.
Well, 25 years ago, social media influencers and all this phenomenon didn't exist, you know, and the world is in more dire straits than ever before. So
there's a hard
know.
cap on. Yeah, but I'm just saying that's a little too high because there's a hard cap on that. So maybe you want something more conservative. Like they're not going to allow them to fly past jetliner height. Not going to happen.
Well, you're not going to get a rogue dude that's not going to modify his.
Yeah, there'll be a rogue guy. Sure, I agree with you on that. Yeah.
I mean, you just jailbreak your car like we used to jailbreak our
the
phone.
point is, if you have to go to that extreme, it's not going to be commonplace. So it's still going to be few and far between.
Yeah, but a flat Earth will be able to jailbreak it. You go up and be like, "Whoa, the Earth is round! Holy shit!"
So you know what? I have a
hold on, dude. So far, what you've presented to us for any type of globe evidence is that one day, some rogue dude, when flying cars are invented, is going to modify his flying car, fly to 40,000 feet, therefore Earth's a globe.
No, humans can already go that high. They don't need flying cars.
I have a better
go that high with
example than
balloons.
that.
Seems a little bit desperate because we're told that for thousands of years it's been proven that it's a globe, but you're here telling us you're going to find out that it's one. We'll get the proof.
So, what about the Red Bull space jump? They jump from space and then they have like the whole picture of the globe underneath. And
Yeah,
they're
it shows a
falling
flat
to the
horizon.
Earth.
From inside
Can
the
I ask you?
capsule.
Wow, dude.
Yes, from inside the capsule, the camera showed a flat horizon,
Look.
which is why Neil deGrasse Tyson talked about it. He said that the fisheye lens outside of the capsule was showing a curved horizon, but it's actually in reality just a flat horizontal, straight line horizon, which is distorted
Neil
by the
deGrasse
fish.
Tyson would
I guess you're not.
not.
I guess you don't actually want the answer.
I'm
Well,
looking at it
my
right now
question is,
myself, dude.
Fry.
It's not.
Right. I was
Right.
just explaining that as you were over talking the explanation, so I guess you're going to stay stupid.
I was just literally looking at it
Fry,
being curved right now.
do you believe that you would be smarter than an astrophysicist?
He believes the Earth is curved, man.
Hang on.
Well,
Are
wait
you
a second.
smarter? Hang on. Would you believe that you're smarter than an astrophysicist?
Also, I just watched someone jump from fucking space to
Okay.
Earth.
Do you believe that you're smarter than an astrophysicist? Do you have more knowledge, more information that you could pass on?
How is that relevant?
Well,
I'm
we'll
talking
get there.
about a
It's very.
space jump.
We'll get there.
I'm
It's
talking
very
about a
relevant.
stunt jump.
Yeah, we will get there. It's very relevant, and it's a very simple question. It's a yes or no.
Neil believes in the curved Earth. Around.
Neil,
He says
so
he
do
said
you,
it's a ball.
so do you believe that you've got more information than Neil? Yeah, that you'd be smarter than him on this subject.
Nobody calls it a ball. So what do you have to say about that?
Well, because you don't want to go down the path in relation
No, hold on,
exactly
stir
to
fry.
this
Neil
Red
deGrasse
Bull.
Hold on,
Tyson calls
AJ.
Earth a ball.
Hold on, dude. Stir fry. You said what do you have to say about that? So AJ, present what you have to say about it. Stir fry. Be on your self mute until he finishes his point. All right.
What?
So
Just close your
nobody's
mouth.
denying.
Close your mouth and open your ears so AJ can answer your question.
Nobody's denying that Neil deGrasse Tyson states that this is a ball. Oh, that we live on a ball. Sorry. Yeah, we're speaking directly in relation to this Red Bull jump and what the science communicator, Neil deGrasse Tyson, actually has to say
Yeah,
about that
go fuck
Red Bull
yourself.
jump.
Go fuck yourself.
Well, Steph, I'd like to add something, Steph, for
Hang
you.
on, hold on, guys. I got interrupted
I'm
there
just
by
coming from a point
Sir
of understanding,
Gangland.
y'all.
Okay, so I'm asking, do you believe that you are smarter than Neil deGrasse Tyson, the current science information presenter, I suppose, in regards to what he states about this Red Bull jump?
Haven't seen it.
Okay, so Neil
Haven't seen
deGrasse
it.
Tyson states that from this height, you will not see any curvature. I think his exact words were, that shit is flat from that height. Now, yes, he agrees overall that we're living on a sphere, but for you to be claiming that this somehow shows a spherical Earth, you're also claiming that you must have some information that Neil deGrasse Tyson doesn't have, or that you are in some way smarter than him, or have more information in astrophysics and science.
I'm looking up his statement on it.
Yeah, so his statement actually begins with after the Red Bull jump, many people hold on, friend. You can look it up while I'm talking.
So, where is it?
Yeah, yes, you can do it quietly. Thank you. So what he actually began with when he first started talking about this was the Red Bull jump occurred. Many people were looking at the view from outside the capsule looking down and saying, look, it's the curve of the Earth. And so what Neil said is, as a physicist, as someone who's a science communicator, he felt a responsibility to not let people make such stupid statements. And he then went on to say, this is clearly a fisheye lens. And this is not the curve of the Earth, so please, for the love of God, stop telling people this is the curve of the Earth, because at this height, this curvature rate, you're not going to see that. You're going to see the Earth as if it's flat. Because if you actually look at the curvature rate from that video, makes it look like New Mexico is like 1/8 of the entire Earth. So it's clearly not representing the curve of the Earth in any way, shape, or form.
To help you out, Stir Fry, think about the photo you posted earlier with the basketball and the camera showing the curve. That would be thousands of miles in scale off the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, so get 1 millimeter above that basketball and show us how curved it looks.
Mm-hmm. Your own demonstration shows you when you're that close to a sphere or a ball.
I just find it's very ironic y'all use Neil as your source of reference because he does not believe the Earth is flat.
That's cool.
Highly
That's
ironic. You deny Neil.
Irrelevant, dude. We're responding to your point that you can
ironic.
see curvature from an airplane, you moron. Not even people from the outside will claim that.
I still can't find the whole Neil thing.
We're using it because Neil deGrasse Tyson wanted to communicate to fools like you that you wouldn't see curvature from this height, so you didn't come into rooms like this and make a fool of yourself.
I don't see this anywhere online. You might need to find it. Cite a source. Otherwise, it's round.
With seismic activity and earthquake detection, they now listen to the Earth.
We're going one topic to a full conclusion.
Okay.
So there we go. There's a AI found it quicker than I did. Now you're going to watch this video, and then you're going to say, "While Neil is wrong."
No, I'm not, because you guys aren't watching my videos.
Okay, so you're going to put your fingers in your ears after you got what you asked for. You're going to say, if I don't get that video, then la 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 la, it's a globe. You got the video, now you're still going to go la 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 la. You're a waste of time then, aren't you?
I just don't get why you guys are.
Hey, friend, let me show you how it's done, friend. Let me teach you. Let me teach you. Yeah. Let me explain it to you. I'll explain it to you. It's called a hostile witness. It's a very valid argumentation tactic because he doesn't agree the Earth is flat, but he is stating from his expertise that this image doesn't prove the Earth is a globe, which means his opinion is actually more valid in this case. Now, the thing I posted for you is about 2 minutes long. First 1 minute 30 seconds is the jump. Then at 1:30 begins Neil talking about it. So if you want to watch what Neil says, you start at 1:30. If you want to watch the jump again to refresh your memory, start it at the beginning.
Currently watching the full jump.
Yeah, I'd suggest to start at the beginning and have a look at what Heretic also stated about when the capsule door opens. There is no curvature from that view.
Yeah, they got another camera from within the capsule showing the horizon from that angle, and it's just perfect, flat, straight line.
Yeah, absolutely. Not only that, but when he's dropping, the camera, which is the camera that got the view, while he was falling, inverts the curvature, right? So it's obvious, just as Mr. Neil deGrasse Tyson said, this is a fisheye lens. So don't go off pretending that you know this is the curve of the Earth, because you're a fool if you do.
So when recording the capsule, y'all tripping?
We're inside of it.
No, they record outside too.
Right before he takes the jump.
They record outside too.
Yeah, we know. I told you all this already.
The whole point is that they're recording two different views and they're contradictory. That's the whole point. So the whole point that there's multiple views is the point.
What?
I had a feeling you wouldn't understand.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of expect that in here.
So that bendy globe horizon thing that you think you're seeing is a camera effect to dumb it down.
It's not.
Oh my god.
I'm going to post it for you because we actually like to post what we're saying.
The guy who
I
wanted to
post
be a
what I
mod.
say, and you
I
all
was like,
just like
"You're prepared to
start
mod this
complaining about it.
conversation, dude? You really think so?" Nuh-uh. You're
Are you
arguing with
saying Neil deGrasse Tyson is a liar?
Just because one person says it doesn't even necessarily mean that it's
Yeah. You
untrue.
definitely
And I'm
sound like you
seeing
have
it
more
before my
expertise on the
eyes.
subject than he does. Let's go with
I'm
you.
seeing it before my eyes in a non-fisheye lens.
It's not a non-fisheye lens. That's the whole point.
The one recording outside, yes, it
See what
is.
AI just posted there. That's the other camera angle from within the capsule.
I'm looking at the one from outside. There's multiple ones from outside
And now,
even.
why are they different?
They're actually not. They show the same.
Well, you're just lying or a complete moron.
I'm literally watching the video right now. Watching the
So,
full jump, the 20-minute whole video.
so what's with the megastructures in the Earth's mantle that they've used measuring
Well,
devices?
Richard already told you that we're just going to take a topic to a conclusion.
Well, you've been talking about his shit and
Well,
fighting each other
yeah,
back
but
and forth,
he hasn't figured it out yet, so we got to keep helping him.
but I've
So I
got the
posted the
evidence
2
for you
images.
all. Like
Yeah, that's okay.
the pudding's in the cake. I've got the crown jewel.
No problem. No problem, bro. So we'll wrap this up and then we'll let you go. So I posted 2 images which represent right before he gets out of the capsule and right after he gets out of the capsule. And you'll notice that in the first image, the horizon's flat. In the second image, the horizon's curved. Now, that territory that's in the curved image from his point of view is New Mexico. So unless you live on planet New Mexico, this is clearly a fisheye lens. Which is exactly why Mr. Tyson felt responsibility as a science communicator is to get out in front of this and tell everyone, hey, if you think this is the curve of the Earth, you're whacked in the head.
Where does he get?
Yeah, what I'm saying about this whole thing is that doesn't prove that the Earth's flat. That's all.
That's great and all. The whole point of this argument is that this video doesn't prove the Earth is a globe.
I mean, I'm looking at the globe myself.
No, you're not, dude. That's the problem here.
I am.
Where?
On the video, the beginning of the video.
Did you hear anything that just said?
Yes,
Okay,
I
so
did, and
let's play a game. Let's play a game called I Showed You Mine. Now you show me yours. Screenshot it and post it. Okay, I screenshotted the 2 screens that proved my point. Now it's your turn. Go ahead.
Yeah, that doesn't even show the whole globe because it's curved behind itself. I'm looking at it more now.
Hey, you gonna post it sometime this century?
You guys have literally seen the video.
Dude, are you gonna post it or not?
It's like...
Hey, type in the chat when you're ready to post it. I don't know, dude. You got like situational Asperger's or something? Schrodinger's autism or something? If you do, please, by all means, submit an IEP and we'll accommodate your disability.
doing. And not only that, they made sure to photograph him standing there with a really wide-angle lens, which curves horizontal lines. So in the photo, you see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, "Wow, he's in space. Look at that." No, he's not. At that height, you don't see the curvature of the Earth if you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball.
Yep, so we played Neil deGrasse Tyson in his own words. We demonstrated that it's absurd to think this represents the curve of the Earth because that would mean that the Earth is essentially New Mexico. We demonstrated that from the internal camera, which was not a wide angle, got a flat horizon. Oh, what can we trust here? We can't trust this as being proof of the nature of the Earth. Okay, it's as Mr. Neil deGrasse Tyson said. So we're waiting for your screenshot so we can continue the discussion. I'm going to unmute you to see the progress of you Googling how to take a screenshot. Okay, so let us know if you've Googled how to take a screenshot yet.
Dude, you got a flat brain or some shit, you weirdo ass motherfucker. Call me autistic like that.
Hey, bro.
What's up? Your brain flat too, weirdo?
I said you were Schrodinger's
motherfucker.
autist. Hey, you taking any excuse you can. So I actually gave you an out, so now you can be indignant and just leave and think you've won. So your choice.
You are stupid as fuck.
That's a really great rebuttal.
I'm capable of taking a screenshot and posting it, which requires like 20 IQ points, which you have yet to prove that you can do. So we're waiting.
The one person calling y'all the ball Earth,
y'all,
is like your main source of the Earth being
Hey, brother,
flat.
brother, I
No,
just
it's
want
not.
to know. I just want to know if you're capable of making a screenshot. Otherwise, I'm just going to have to assume you're an AI bot. Can you put the check mark on a CAPTCHA?
What? I've got this whole 9-minute video here for you about Neil deGrasse Tyson demonstrating the absurdity of flat Earth.
Can you respond to anything that he said about
all
your
y'all got
globe
brains that are
evidence?
flat too.
Hey, dude, can you respond to anything that he said about your alleged globe evidence?
Nah, shut the
What we've
fuck
been
up,
talking
dude.
about?
Y'all have flat brains too.
Okay, so no, that's a no. You can't actually respond to the conversation that we're having, and you wonder why you get muted. It's a waste of time talking to somebody like that.
I just don't understand, right? Why all these, globe heads come in here to troll. Okay? Like, it's not okay. Okay, this is serious. Okay?
Trying to post this shit. Can't.
What are you trying to post right now? Is it on topic?
Why can't I post in here?
What do you want to post?
Well, he's
Send
new
it to me.
the
I'll post it.
server. He doesn't have posting perms. He came like a beeline right to this channel.
Just send it and I'll post it. If it's on topic, if it actually addresses anything we've been trying to say to you for like the last hour.
It's Neil deGrasse Tyson demonstrating absurdity of
No, dude.
quote-unquote flat Earth.
No, because that's irrelevant. That's off topic.
No, it's not. We're talking
It's
about Neil,
not,
bro.
because we're
It
trying to
absolutely
get you to
fucking is,
address
and we're
the
talking about
things
him.
that he said about the Felix Baumgartner jump. That is the topic that we're
It
talking
is
about.
absolutely fucking not off topic. We're talking about
It
Neil.
absolutely is, because we said specific things about your alleged globe evidence from the Felix Baumgartner thing, and so it needs to be about that, whatever you're going to respond with.
Yeah, again, you're just rinsing and repeating, dude. We said from the beginning that we understand that Neil believes the Earth is a globe, yeah? But he was just clarifying for globers like yourself, so you didn't make a fool of yourself in forums like this, that the curvature cannot be seen from that height. So unless you've got something to address that exact claim, we're not interested in Neil's beliefs on the globes that we already know he holds.
So I'm going to post a Google tutorial for you. If you could please just look in the chat here, it'll explain to you what you need to do next.
Unless you believe that you're smarter than today's current science communicator.
And if you are, then just show us how. Show them up.
I'm watching a video on this shit right now. The
On
one
which
where
shit?
y'all are talking about,
Shit
like,
that isn't what we've been talking about this
it's
whole
about,
time.
yes, it's about what you're talking about. Jesus Christ, it's I'm finding Neil talking about it, the what's it called, the Red Bull jump.
So the same stuff that we've posted for you already.
How far away is your right? I mean, it does look like the edge, dude. That's literally what I was saying. It looks like it curved under itself, and there's more Earth.
What does? Take a screen cap.
I posted a video of the Red Bull.
Take a screen cap of the part you're talking about. Send it to me. I will repost.
Can I not post in here?
Well, that's what's already been determined.
Why not?
You really don't listen, do you?
No, why?
Okay, for the second time, you don't have the sufficient roles on the server to post.
In here?
Correct.
Justice chat.
I don't know. I don't know how it is for every other chat, but you're going to need a higher rank to post here.
You can post images on the main channels. You can't post in any guest room.
You guys got that
just joined the
salty.
server. Okay, what they do is they limit the perms of people who just join because there's a lot of freaks who will
No,
then
dude, I
make
was just
stock
able to type in
accounts.
here.
It's not us, dude. We don't set those rules. The server mods do. But we'd like to see a screen cap of what you're talking about.
Yeah, y'all mute at your leisure, bro.
Whatever, dude. That's irrelevant, too. We just want to see
Really
a
do.
screen cap of what you're talking about. Just send it to somebody. Send it to me, Crit, AI, whatever. It doesn't matter. Just send it.
Yeah, you've already sent stuff to me. Just post it again.
Yeah, because I didn't know where the chat was. Now I know where the chat is. Why can't I post in there?
Dude, you already know why.
Why? I don't know why.
Jesus, fuck. Nothing really sinks in with you.
No, because you didn't say what.
Do you have the appropriate perms to post in this channel?
Why?
Yes or no?
You didn't say why.
You're new to the server.
Dude, I was able to type in here earlier. Literally an hour earlier. It's not because of that. They were taken away.
You can type, you doofus. You just can't post an image.
I can't post a link either.
Correct.
What the fuck, dude? I was able to post a link earlier.
Okay, well here, go troubleshoot, go post in other channels, and figure it out.
Did you try turning it on and off again?
I tell that to my wife all the time, and that usually works.
Since he wouldn't post the evidence from the videos that show the Earth as a globe, I took the liberty of doing it for him.
That's very generous.
What a nice
I'm not
guy.
as invested in this as y'all, to be honest. But I mean, I'm literally looking at it being a fucking globe.
I'm going to post a picture so that everyone can see. I'm going to post 2 pictures and you tell me which one shows the Earth as a globe. Which one? Which one?
All right, will those do? Tell us which one's the globe.
Is Stir Fry really trying to make this argument?
Yeah, so I got 4 pictures from the video. Which one is the Earth as a globe? Which one?
All of them, because that's reality.
Okay, so the one where he's falling down and the horizon is inverted like a bowl, that's representing the Earth as a globe. The one where the horizon is flat, that's representing the Earth as a globe. The one where the curvature is clearly exaggerated by a fisheye lens to any rational, sane person that can fog a mirror, that represents the Earth as a globe.
So, Stir Fry, are you saying that the Red Bull jump images are your proof of the globe? What's your claim?
Oh, he's claiming that he's smarter than the scientific communicators today.
Never said that.
Stir Fry, what is your
Must be.
claim?
Yeah, that does show a globe Earth, yeah.
Stir Fry, do you have a claim?
Do I what?
Do you have a claim that you are
Yeah,
trying
the
to make?
Earth is a globe, and that video shows proof.
Okay, so you have no claim at all.
I just said my claim.
Video claim. Video shows what he just showed.
Yeah, someone jumping
Yeah,
from space.
that's not. Oh my god.
Yeah, dude.
You guys
What's the height?
remember
What's the
Space.
altitude? No, what's the altitude?
Red?
You realize it's a balloon, right? Balloons
The
going to
altitude is
space?
127,000 feet.
Got it. Does NASA send balloons to balloons to space?
What?
Balloon in air, man jumps out. Fucked up photos equals Earth is a globe. That's your claim.
Say that again. I was looking at images.
Oh.
That last part. I just didn't hear the last part. Trying to find a picture from 127,000 feet to compare. I'm just curious. Let's see. Oh yeah, skydive world record broken. Did you guys see this one that wasn't Red Bull?
Yes.
One that's not the world record.
Yeah,
So
not
watch the TED
anymore.
Talk as well and the documentary of it.
Hell yeah. I think I watched some
And he has,
shit on
he has
this
a
too.
has a way cooler spacesuit.
I mean, I see a curved Earth from there. Same height.
No, you don't, dude. If you were paying any attention this entire time, no, you don't. That's the whole point. It's just been the entire point of the whole conversation that's been going on forever.
Did he use a fisheye lens?
I don't know. Post your stuff. Let's see. Must have if they're showing a curved horizon, because from 128,000 feet, which is where the world record was done from, seeing a curved horizon was just an effect of a camera lens.
I'm watching a video right now.
I feel like 2015 wants their arguments back.
This is worse. They would have updated and tried something else by now. He just hasn't listened to anything, and he's just respawned on the same stupid claim for like an hour.
Yeah, I know the type.
If you believe in modern engineering, this is real.
He's still running on XP Pro. He hasn't had the update.
He's bricked.
Yeah, I don't have the recent lore on the flat earthers. That's why I'm here.
Well, I mean, you kind of should have at least some of it, more than you have now. I mean, we've
I
been
don't have any.
talking to you.
Dude,
I know. That's my point.
I have a
is
little
that
bit.
You don't seem to have absorbed anything.
I only have a little
from
bit of
anything you've
knowledge,
said.
and I've got it muted because you guys can't you
Getting
can't
muted
combat my topics.
shouldn't really affect your ability to listen.
You guys can't combat my topics, and you mute me because you get angry.
What are you talking about, dude? There's
Literally, what I
absolutely
just said is what
nothing
I'm
to do.
talking about.
I don't even know when the last time you were muted was. You haven't
I
really been
do.
muted much through most of this.
I was muted like an hour
And
ago, a
that's not
shitload of times.
yeah, an hour ago. Okay, and that's not an excuse.
Yeah, like a
for
shitload of times.
not understanding anything we just said to you in this past hour.
What gives off that?
You're whining.
I don't know. I just think that you have some kind of learning disability, and there's just no getting through to you.
I just don't think you guys are taking it seriously. Like, it's
Nah, that's
obviously
cool.
not flat.
Taking well, how is that
looking at a
obvious?
curved horizon right now.
Hey, that's
where it's not curving down.
Listen, bro, that's an effect of a camera lens. We've been over and over this. Neil deGrasse Tyson told you this. We've shown you other camera angles from the same elevation, and we see that it's not a curved horizon. Like what aren't you getting?
I'm watching these people skydive right now.
Okay,
I think this is one of those guys.
From what altitude?
I think this is one of those guys that is entertaining
From
himself at your
135,000 feet.
At your
I get the
expense.
feeling from me he's just a moron, honestly. But
so the record is from 135,000 feet. Bless you.
So 130,000.
I'm back.
What are we back to the Felix Baumgartner, the record? You're talking about that again?
No.
Well, you said 130,000 feet, right?
Yeah, that's not him. Not what I'm talking about.
Same thing, basically. 128.
Yeah, not what I'm talking about now.
Oh, so okay. All right. You go up another 2,000 feet, and now you see it. So what would that be if we scaled it to the beach ball? 2 millimeters. We had what? Some fraction of a millimeter, and that's enough.
So, can I get my answer about the seismic activities within the Earth's core and its mantle? And they've discovered these huge objects floating around.
Yeah, why don't you go ahead? Because this guy is not picking up on anything. So yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So you can see, I just put a link. You can see that the Earth is round, it's not flat, and they've done all around the world. That's how they picked it up. So how's that? Yeah. How's that flat?
Do you
Explain
have a
that.
point? Do you have
No,
a point, or do you have a question?
No, the point is that the Earth is round. They detected huge underground structures around the Earth's mantle, and by the images that I linked you
How does that
with the
conclusion follow?
science.
Can you just maybe boil it down to like a syllogism or a point or something? Like how does
Ooh,
that conclusion Earth is round follow from anything you just said?
okay. Jesus, why I don't know if I could talk to these. Um, um, I just showed you a link that the Earth is round due to the reasoning of the mantelpiece, and I don't understand.
It's not really.
I don't know. I don't understand.
It's round due to the reasoning of the mantelpiece. That's what you
No,
got.
but look, well, just to put it there, you guys can be free now from your own torment.
Do I really have anything to respond to there? I mean, I didn't hear an argument.
It wasn't an argument. I'm just telling you, you're free now. You're free.
Why? Because you've declared it. You've set me free. Well, I don't know if it was really your job to do that.
Okay, your job here is done. We're all free.
The world's round. It's a globe. Use it free.
Well, this was the guy who wanted to be mod. You really think you're able to mod this conversation? You just said "tis globe" over and over again.
Yeah,
Wait.
you didn't give an argument for it. You just kind of declared it. You said some irrelevant stuff that doesn't follow to the conclusion of Earth being a globe.
And the link. I
Declared
linked
it
it
to
in
be a
chat.
globe, and then said, "Okay, guys."
I linked it in chat. The link. Vaffanculo, ti straziato.
Give me the link then.
Vaffanculo.
Give me the
I
logic.
linked it inside chat. I'll do it again. Oh my
Okay, well, if you know what
god.
you
feel
linked,
like
voice
I
Hey,
feel
chat.
like we need
Vaffanculo,
severe trust
passa
issues to be able to
poco.
mod this chat.
I'm
If you
muting
know
myself.
if you know what you posted, just say it here. Because I'm busy doing other stuff. I'm not going to read your stuff right now. But if you got an argument,
It's a
surely.
video on YouTube. It's actually on the
I
news
don't
and
know why
everything.
you
It's
all
actually
have to.
it's in the
I don't know
mainstream
why
media.
every single one of you has to respond before you've even finished hearing what you're going to respond to. So, if you've got some sort of proof or logic or anything that you posted in the chat, and you know that, then surely you must be able to just say it here.
You can see the pudding in the cake or the cake in the pudding.
Can you just give me your argument, bro? Is what I'm asking.
They're using these sound devices to detect the seismic waves through the earth all the way to the mantle, and have discovered huge objects around the molten core that is going around, and they're trying to figure out what they are. And some of them are 1,000 kilometers long by 1,500 kilometers high. Okay, these objects in the earth. How can the earth be flat if if I can see the imagery? It's around Earth. Have a look. Mafangulu.
Okay, so
Mafangulu.
detecting. Okay, so structures are being detected underground. Therefore, how can it be flat? Is your conclusion?
I'll go with yes.
It doesn't make any sense.
I've heard that there are tunnels under the earth and there's reptilians that live there.
Yeah, there's that too. And actually, that I believe that as well.
There you
That
go.
could be that could be the reptilian. The kingdoms. What they've just discovered.
Yeah, obviously, because someone said so.
Well, not only that, but that miniature moon that came within our system, and it's sort of still here, and it's orbiting the Earth. That Elon Musk starship that went up, and there was actually an alien spaceship. They grabbed it because the Queen died in the UK. She was a reptilian, and they're bringing down the new Queen of reptilian is in the spaceship because they had a problem with their thrusters, so they couldn't gain re-entry. No, I'm not spiraling. Wait a second. This is all got to do with a flat Earth, right?
No, this
So
has
they've
to do
came
with you
down because
spiraling.
forget it. You don't want to know the truth.
Dude, the guy who came up with aliens in the executive branch of world governments, that was Edgar Mitchell, Apollo 14. That has nothing to do with flat Earth. That reptilians have been replacing world leaders. I can tell you why he said it too. He thought that everything was going to change after the Apollo program. And he was stumped. He was like, hey, why is everything so awful still? This was a giant leap forward for humanity. We did back-to-back missions to the moon, took photographs. Things are supposed to change and change quick. Nothing's changing. So then he wanted to drag politicians out to space and say, look at it, get this thing he coined the overview effect. No one gave a shit. They just continued their same old global positioning. And then eventually he said, the only logical conclusion is that the people in government have been replaced by cold-blooded reptiles from outer space who can shapeshift. Because their view towards humanity and the planet is such a degradation of the human condition that they must not be human. And because of what they're doing, it's so damaging to life that they must be reptilian. This is Edgar Mitchell. You can look it up. Edgar Mitchell claims reptiles in government. Apollo 14. Had
would you
nothing
happen
to
to
do.
have a
This has nothing to do with flat Earth.
Would you happen to have a year for that? Just out of curiosity. Not holding you to it. I was just curious if you happen to know approximately the year.
Yeah, when he started saying it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me. There's a whole article like written about it.
I was just curious if you knew off the top of your head. I don't want you to go down, searching.
Here,
I was
I'll
just
look it
curious.
up here. Yeah, here's one from Vice: Moonwalker, alien hunter, psychic astronaut who got sued by NASA. If these guys looked up their own space lore, they'd be like, wow, this stuff is really full of holes. This stuff is all kinds of crazy shit. Occultism and whatnot.
The reason I asked if you knew what year it was, because when I was a little kid in the 80s, you remember the TV series V? They were reptilians. I was wondering if it happened to coincide with the 80s or before.
Oh yeah, like where they got the idea, where he got the idea from.
Well, I usually TV comes after the idea.
Yeah, apparently he said it on the podcast or some sort of radio show. Well, like what date was that exactly?
Sorry, I didn't mean to change the whole subject. I was just curious.
It's good because like the exact date. Like, hey, when did these guys say these things?
I'm just giving you people the pudding and the cake, and it sets you free. And
Did they use a seismograph to get them pictures?
yeah, how did you know?
Because seismograph is triangulation. How do you do that on a ball? Can you explain that?
Because the Earth is round.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. Can you repeat that?
Because the Earth is round, they went to the other side of the Earth to do the triangulation of the triangular, or maybe they did it in the one spot since the Earth is spinning and the in its inner core is spinning, so they could have sat there in the one spot, shooting frequency waves into the Earth, and therefore that's how they got the speed. Oh my God! I just unlocked the universe. I'm worth trillions.
So you don't know, in other words.
Oh, I know. I can feel it. It's like, when a guy walks in the desert with two pieces of metal and it guides him to water.
Yeah, we don't really deal with that kind of stuff. Kind of deal with facts.
Like triangulation.
Yeah, holding two pieces of metal and walking, and that's how you'll find water.
Yeah, but we're trying to find a ball, not water. And nobody can tell us where it is or how they measured it.
Maybe seismology has improved since the Kohler borehole, where they drilled down nearly 8 miles, and seismologists were telling them, "Oh, you're going to hit this material next," and they'd hit something completely different. "Oh, well, in the next mile, you're going to hit such and such material," and they didn't, etc., etc. But maybe they've improved since then.
The Russians got the furthest.
What do you mean? The experts didn't know what they were going to find?
Yeah. In other words, we can't tell you what's actually 8 miles deep, but trust us on what's hundreds of miles deep.
Hundreds? Isn't that thousands?
Well, that's even worse.
Yeah.
It is
thousands. If you can't do, yeah, I know. So if they can't tell me what's 10 miles below the Earth, why should I trust them what's 100 miles or 1,000 miles below?
Got it. Sorry, I am slow.
You know, they reckon that there's massive pockets of the Earth that's just covered in gold.
Okay, you're missing the point. So the seismologist told the guys what they should find in the Kola Super Deep, where they actually drilled down to see what's in there, and they found out that they were wrong. So why should we trust them?
Don't trust them. Don't trust them.
The answers are at the bottom of the Mariana Trench. That's where they need to be drilling.
So the Kola Super Deep borehole is as deep as the Mariana Trench.
Yeah,
if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, but there was a crazy concept where they was going to put an oil rig above the trench and then dig down deeper because it's a free part of the ocean where it's and it's softer too.
Yeah, you can't dig any deeper. That's the limit. That's the very bottom. That's why they couldn't dig any more deeper in Russia.
Is there any mods in here?
They dug in the wrong part of the world. It's like saying, would you start digging on top of Mount Everest to dig to the center of the Earth? No, you start at the lowest point, wouldn't you?
Not if you're Russian.
At the time, this was done in like the 80s and stuff. And they thought the Russians were building some sort of doomsday weapon. They were like trying to dig down to put nuclear devices like right against the mantle and then blow them up if they didn't get their way geopolitical. If their geopolitical position was threatened, they just destroy the Earth. Yeah, America did try to go into the ocean and dig a hole starting through water, part of the way through water. Yeah, and they didn't get very far at all. It didn't work.
Hey, Heretic, you got a second?
Yeah.
Matthew Lawrence would like to be let back in to politics.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, brother. I told him I'd ask. That was it.
Maybe he learned his lesson.
Maybe.
We're doing it just for you.
I appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Matthew's pretty tame as far as Globers go.
Right?
It's good that he wants. I said that he's gonna have to. I talked to him a couple of weeks ago. I said, "Yeah, you're gonna have to change your way. You're gonna have to be able to listen and not interject and not like poison the well." He said he couldn't do it. He just can't sit back as we're brainwashing people. And I'm like, okay, well, stay away then.
Yeah, I don't like it when they join just to take over new conversations and steamroll them and derail them. And
I'm dedicated to helping you with your sickness. I just want you to know that.
Hey, thanks, Heretic. I'll behave.
Wow, that was quick.
That was quick.
Yeah, remember, Matt, it's not about behaving. It's just respecting the room and just respecting that when people come here, they come to hear flat Earth. They don't come to hear you.
Yeah, I get it. I think that day I was a little bit hot headed, and I apologize. But yeah, I know, and I appreciate that.
Daniel, do you believe the world is round or flat?
Well, now he's
I
going to
mean,
feel
Matt,
like he's getting
Matt-
baited. He just got let back after interfering with conversation. Immediately, somebody asks him that question. Well,
No,
it's okay. Let it
I'm fine
happen.
answering. I'm fine answering questions, but I don't want to interrupt whatever you guys were talking about.
It's nothing.
I just told them the evidence that they needed to save them, and they're refusing my evidence. So they've got mental illnesses.
Yikes.
I think that it's probably not very helpful to claim that somebody who disagrees with you has a mental illness. I think you could argue your point and present the evidence and do your best, but
I gave him the evidence. Like, it's the best evidence in the world anyone's ever given
You
him.
haven't
Like,
made your point. That's what I'm saying. Matthew's telling you to make a point
Huh?
that you haven't done yet.
yeah, we discussed that we found the reptilian queen hive as well.
Hey, Matthew, 9 minutes after the hour, he posted a video, and it's about 9.5 minutes long. And supposedly anyway, if you watch the video, I guess you'll realize the Earth is round, I guess.
It's a blob, man.
I'll go look for it.
It's a big blob.
Yeah, it's a YouTube video by Anton Petrov. Update on strange blob structures inside planet Earth.
So far, his claim is watch video equals Earth is a sphere. That's basically it.
Yes, that is true.
There's reptiles down there. There's like reptile civilizations.
I'll admit I brought that shit up.
But I ran with it because I actually, I believe what you're saying, Master.
It's always fun to bring up Apollo astronaut quotes and then hear the globalists argue against them.
That's always a good one. Always good.
The same reason to use Tyson. Bring up a Tyson quote and hear the globalists say, "Nuh-uh." You're like, okay, good. We agree. Tyson's full of shit.
Thank you. Thanks for playing.
So far on the table we have this type of deciding what's underground, can't even accurately tell us what's 10 miles down. We're supposed to trust it thousands of miles down. That's what we have on the table so far.
Correct.
And aliens, reptile type.
Aliens.
Yep. Subterranean reptile aliens that came here on a fake moon.
Can't make this shit up. Oh yeah, they did.
And you can't. And you forgot that the Queen was a reptilian, and they're replacing her with the new starship that from Elon Musk as well. You forgot that one.
That's your proof for a globe?
That's what he's running with, yeah.
And he wants to be
Pretty wild.
he thinks his proof is so good he should be a moderator and represent the globe side.
Just for the record, I never said that I should be a moderator, but I find that interesting. I mean, you put something in my mouth, and I don't know what it is.
That's the most honest thing you said.
Resist the urge.
Does anybody else have 500 million pictures of the comet on their feeds on your social media?
What? Say again?
They're getting so many pictures of this fucking comet that's been hanging out for a week or so, man.
Oh, there's a comet.
I haven't seen it. Where is
There's
it?
a comet, dude. There's a fucking comet. Anyway.
Can I comment on that?
Oh, hey, tip your waitresses.
I wouldn't commit to it.
Oh, hey.
I saw what you did there. Don't ask permission, just speak.
Speak only when spoken to. Any of you guys ever been to the Petrified Forest? It's right near that crater in Arizona.
Man, I went there. I took my whole family out west and to Arizona, and I was like, all right, we can see the what is that? The God damn it, what's it called?
What?
Either the crater or oh god damn, what's that called?
Grand
the river
Canyon.
and the Grand Canyon. Thank you so much.
Grand Canyon, yes, the big one. Yeah.
I took them to the fucking crater. It was so stupid. I should have took them to the Petrified Forest.
You should have gone over to the crater and the Petrified Forest. That looks it's really cool over there. I've been there years ago, but
Matthew started watching that video and he's just like, screw this, I'm out.
Yeah, he's
like, nothing to do with this. They're gonna ask me questions and fuck that. I'll have to agree with the flat earthers that the video is a pile of fucking doo-doo, man. Yeah.
Any of you guys seen the movie Starman?
Yeah, with Jeff Bridges.
Yeah,
Old 80s movie.
Yeah, man. That's why I took my family instead of to the Grand Canyon. I went to the crater. I wanted to see it so bad.
Right, man. Well, I got curvature and a flat horizon in the same picture, man. You guys want to see that?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, we do.
I got it both. I got both, man. I deliver the goods, man. I'm telling you. You just gotta trust me. You just gotta trust.
I heard a screen capture.
It was a screen capture. I got
it.
It was naughty.
It's like, you gotta see it. See, there's curvature.
Hey, don't
and
you
flat
guys-
horizon. See that? I'm just saying.
Man.
Yeah.
I thought it
You
would
guys
be a
hate
flat
when-
horizon and a chick.
Yeah, that's
laying
what
on
I
her
was
back
thinking.
with her boobies.
Oh, because you guys are dirty minded. That's why. Your head's in the gutter. I'm telling you.
That's beautiful, dude.
It is a beautiful picture, man. No doubt.
That's a good picture.
Yeah, the orca.
Love the sky with the sunset. I mean, it's probably been touched up a couple times, but you know.
Where the hell are the Globers at?
Dude, you don't even know, Alpha. You ain't even up on the speed, bro.
We got it.
It's been a new evolution.
We got blob Earth.
What's up? Huh?
Why are you all so quiet?
Am I quiet?
That's what I'd like to know.
Am I too quiet?
Oh, Flat Earth dude is loud, but Alpha's quiet.
Am I quiet?
All right, I'll
Hello?
back off a
Test
little
1, 2.
bit. Man.
Yeah.
Is the mic low or what am I doing here?
Yeah, you're a little low. You're
I
all right.
really?
I mean, I can hear you, but
You changed my
I
settings.
got you turned up to like 140%. So I don't know what's up.
He's gonna blow your ears out in a moment.
Right?
All right, now we're on movies. Flat Earth dude, have you ever seen the movie Orca?
No, I don't think I have.
It's kind of like the movie Jaws, but it's killer whale.
Yeah.
You
Okay.
should look it up. It's an 80s movie. You'd love it.
I probably would love it.
Yeah, the antagonist has a way better motivation in their story arc.
AI, you've seen it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Well, the reason
bad,
why
dude.
the orca gets pissed is because they capture the orca. It like traumatically gives birth because it's been captured, and the baby lands on the deck, and then they like kick its ass or something, and then the orca gets pissed and then decides to kill everyone.
Yeah, the female got drug up and strung up, and its baby spills out on the deck, and the
Let me do
male is
a
like all
quick mic
pissed.
check. How's this? Is that better?
I can
Mic
hear you
check, 1,
fine.
2.
How about you guys?
The
Am I
best thing
coming
is
in low?
Orca
Yeah, you
gets
sound
away.
good.
3.
It's
A little
not
bit
your normal,
quieter
not
than
your
normal, but you
level,
sound good.
Niggy. You're
Dude,
low.
crit is super low.
I mean, I could turn the gain up a little more.
Sure,
Uno,
man.
dos, tres. 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hello?
You're good, man. You're good.
Is that better?
It is
Here's
good.
the real issue, friends. Here's the real issue. How come there's not a in-platform universal volume mediator? Like, how come that doesn't exist?
You just don't trust any of us to be solid mix engineers.
That's it.
It would use an algorithm to automatically do it, so that we all essentially have the same input output.
That's
How
when we're
about
in the
now?
same room.
Normalization setting, right?
That'd be awesome, man. Why not?
I used to have this little tiny cheap box back in the day when RCA cables were a thing for TVs and shit,
Mhm.
and it was a volume normalization box.
Really?
That way, like right now, I run the batteries out of my remote, constantly holding it volume up, volume down. When shit gets loud, shit gets quiet, I turn it up, turn it down.
Right.
There should be a freaking normalization setting. Smart TVs, shit.
How
When
about
we used
now?
to,
Is that better? 1, 2, 3.
Oh,
Yeah.
Discord. Not supposed to have everything nice and balanced and harmony.
That's true, man. It is a chaotic place at times. Yeah.
Hey, Alpha. So the new evolution is, you've heard of true earthers. Next evolution is true globers.
True globers. What are
Yeah,
they?
true
Like,
globers.
is that something separate from the mainstream cosmology? I bet you it is. They've just made up a new cosmology, huh? Their own Earth size.
No, it's no, it's an evolution of a true earther.
What? No way.
He's basically co-opting their term, right? Is that right, AI?
Wait, Jaren's
I'll post you guys a short clip. If you watch this clip, all will become clear.
Oh yes.
It'll all be clear.
Yeah, Jaren's calling like flat Earth isn't flat Earth anymore. He's calling it Venus. Flat Earth, not including sun.
Oh.
What? Are you serious?
Yeah, so you're
Yeah,
all
you Venus. Yeah, you Venus head.
I can't wait.
You can go to Home Depot and learn all about being a Venus.
A Venus? What?
See, that's what I'm saying. This guy should have got ran out of the community in 2018.
Now he's a fucking cancer. Yeah, but I mean, it seems like he does have a following, so most of the people that follow him are gonna just agree with whatever he's saying.
No shit.
So, how many? What's his legion like? 100,000, a million? What? How many followers does he have?
Don't know. Where'd you drop that video, AI? Where'd you drop?
Seems to still be typing it in.
Oh, there it is. Thank you.
All right, I'll be right back. I want to listen to this shit. Right back.
Yo, yeah. Yo, AI, buddy, you there?
I think he's listening to a video.
Yes.
There you go. You read my message.
Yeah, we listened to that the other day.
Oh, I must be tripping balls then. Don't worry, a new one's coming.
not-
Everybody, don't worry, a new one's coming. I swear to God.
We're on something right now. We're talking about some other retardation right now.
Good God.
What was that video?
What the fuck is in the background talking that shit?
Who is that manga?
I want to fucking every single one of those guys. That voice sounded familiar in the back of Bev, whoever that was in the background. I want to say a name, but I don't know if that's him or not.
That's an hour-long episode talking about that stuff.
Jesus, dude, did you hear all of it, AI?
I'm pretty sure I listened to the entire episode.
How were you not cringing, dude? Like that.
There was tons of clips in there, but that clip kind of is the shortest summation of the point.
Oh my God. Has the rest of the group heard this? Have you guys heard what he's saying?
I just listened to it. It's a globe. Everybody knows it's a globe.
Everybody
Obviously.
knows. Obviously. Yes, obviously.
Yeah, obviously. Fuck out of here.
Get out of here. It's what you were taught in school.
No. We got to be PC correct here and liberal. It's a true globe.
It's true.
I told you he was a glober all this time.
Yeah,
I called him not to be a glober all this time.
He's fucking rebranding it, dude. What a fucking douchebag.
Nuts.
Fucking manga.
I always fucking had arguments with this guy. I swear to God, you guys remember me listening? I always dreamed that guy. I swear to God, he was always.
Oh, you're not cutting off your mic too soon, bro.
He muted it, I think, or
yeah.
He's self-muted.
Yeah. What's going on?
You were in the middle of speaking and you muted yourself.
You cut yourself
There's
off.
a lag before his voice comes through, and he pressed mute. It probably seemed right to him.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Heretic understands exactly what happened. On point, Heretic, just like always. You're always on point, my buddy. I won't mute, don't worry.
Well, shit, man. You were talking and then you cut off. I wanted to hear what you were saying.
Yeah,
no, all I was saying is... Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
It's a globe.
No, Vlad was just agreeing that he was calling him out a long time ago.
Oh, yeah, I don't know if everybody knew. I knew this. Yeah, I hated that guy a long time. I hated that guy for a very long time.
Yeah, he's a bit arrogant, little manga.
Well, Elder Bear's in there, but there's that voice in the background. I want to say... I'm just going to go ahead and say his name. I think it sounded like Fusili Jerry in the background.
No, it's Rob Keane.
Okay.
Well, Jerry and Bev always have good conversation, just what I'm saying. I know that
I was
one.
going to say.
They like each other.
Isn't Fusili in bed with Bev? you know what I mean. No homo, just together.
Yeah. If he's on his team, he says the same shit. Yes. He has the same talking points.
We know that mountains are there, so the Earth is not flat. Fuck, dude.
Well, that's the thing. That's what Fusili with Jerry would agree on, Bev, on exactly what he would agree on.
How long have we been talking about this topic that we're not even talking about fucking mountains, dude?
Right.
Many times have we been
bitches
saying
were
this shit.
obfuscating the whole time. Well, sorry, interruption.
Fuck, dude. He's got 3,000 subscribers to his channel. Now, I don't know if they're just morbidly curious or they're actually people that subscribe to his rhetoric, because that's fucked up, dude. If they're following the shit that he's...
It's the way he says it. That's why he's got the followers, I think.
He's charismatic. He's putting that little...
charismatic? He's just this guy? I don't even know the guy.
Some
really.
people like the accent. I don't know why.
That accent.
I don't like that accent.
I fucking I don't go for that shit.
What'd you say,
I think
Heretic?
It's like a Liverpool Beatles accent.
Yes,
maybe they're drawn to that shit or something. I don't know.
Yeah, so I noticed a couple of those guys reemerging in some of these forums, and I was like, okay, what's going on? There must be something up. There was recently some contentions going on over an FED and stuff, but I wasn't sure. I started seeing their rhetoric, and I went back and checked, and I was like, yep, they finally evolved.
Are they morphed into the second evolution? They're fucking okay.
There's some
So now
people
there's-
they kicked out. Turnup, I guess they shunned him. He was around here talking about how it's really bad now.
Yo, what's this about Fusili Jerry? Isn't Fusili Jerry in here like all the time, but like quiet, just chatting in the?
Yep.
No, he talks
doesn't
sometimes.
He doesn't usually go off the rants that he does, like saying anything like what over there in on Bev's channel. But if he does, we're not gonna react the same. We're not gonna be like, dude, you're on point, bruh. Fuck that, dude.
Fuck, I never hear him talk, except for like little snippets here and there. Like, I almost just assumed he was good.
They fucking ran Monkey Ball out of there, man. You guys know Monkey Ball?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Fucking ran Monkey Ball out of there.
I mean,
Who dat?
a lot of us, they gave a role that you only saw one channel, and it was just like a text channel that you couldn't type in. It said the Earth's not flat, like you're model afflicted, something along those lines. Then if you leave, they tell you, oh, you left. Dude, you gave me this role, like model afflicted or some crap, and I couldn't type. I couldn't join any VCs. There's one text channel I couldn't type in. What the fuck you talking about? Like I left. There was like,
So it won't be too long. AI, they're gonna join like the Wonder Twin powers with Jaren. By your powers combined, you know what I'm saying? Like it's just gonna be.
Oh, they're doing an episode. Either it has happened or it's happening very soon about the final experiment.
Is Bev gonna? Oh man, they're licking their chops. I bet they're
I'm very interested to see what their perspective is on it in light of the fact that they claim to not be model afflicted, yet they call the Earth a globe, which connotatively and denotatively and contextually throughout the history of humanity has only ever meant a spheroidal style object.
Can't wait.
Did you say connotatively?
I want them to bare their fangs, dude. I want to see what the best they got, because if they're morphing into another fucking idea of what they're gonna come out, I don't know. Are they preserving this thing? Like, are they gonna? Is this gonna be like an unveiling or some shit? Like, are we gonna get blown away because they got the new coming out?
Chicanotatively.
Chicanotatively, bro. That's fucking.
Hey, speaking of snakes, look at fucking Matthew Learns came fucking crawling out of fucking grass. Sorry.
Oh man, All right, keep it to the points.
Matthew, did you watch that whole video? That 9.5 minute video?
Yeah,
he's the
I did.
He's the cobra that everybody likes.
Okay, before you go on to that,
No,
Matthew,
I don't like Matthew.
Matthew, I
Never
just want to
did.
know. I just want to know, Matthew, if you've heard of the true globers yet.
I haven't heard that term. No, what is it?
Are you willing to watch a 1-minute clip real quick?
Yeah.
It'll explain everything. So it's the last clip that was posted.
A YouTube link.
The main reason we're talking about this is to bring people who aren't aware up to speed, for example, like Alpha and other guys, but we're not trying to, promote these guys in any way, but we're trying to critique the position in light of the history of this argument between in-house flat Earth communities and even globers. Like, there's plenty of globers that attack these positions as well, like the idea that the Earth isn't flat because of mountains, and it's like, okay, whatever.
Friends, I have another serious thing I have to talk to you guys about, and it's regarding this one dude. He's sending phishing fucking links, right? And he's part of you guys' friends. This just happened to me today. Yeah, I already got him banned off the Flat Earth Reality server from the other guys because I have the video, the screenshot and everything. And Heretic, he's in your friends list. I fucking hold on. Let me. And he's probably in all your friends. He's a fucking glober that snaked into everybody's list, and he's sending out fucking phishing scams. So careful. I got caught by it today. I had to do a whole bunch of shit to reverse a whole bunch of shit. That motherfucker though, I gotta remember his name real quick. Hold on, boys. Shit.
We got a scammer in the midst.
He's not a scammer. He's a hacker. He's a Russian hacker. So, and he's on this server. So be careful. Yes. So here, I'm gonna send you the screenshot.
Are you looking
in the
for
side
that?
chat? Here. It's in the side chat, boys. Watch.
Was Adam? Were you on Nathan Oakley show today? Price of Adam.
Yeah.
Okay, so the show was about, at the beginning, it was about Thor and his conglomerated conspiracy idea where you have the flat Earth. And then you're like, okay, well, what if you zoom out? What is the Earth beyond what we know? And then he put it onto a giant Earth. They were critiquing the idea of the giant Earth relative to our local environment. And in light of the thing that you just watched about the true glober, and part of the argument is horizontals are parallel, verticals are perpendicular. That actually fits with the giant Earth concept because you can have a localized, contained area that has flat, horizontal, level water throughout the entire area, but still be on a gigantic sphere and still have all horizontals parallel. So I think that maybe it would be interesting for... Yeah, it's kind of like the next step of synergy between the two views, so it's kind of like... Yeah. It's a natural segue to talk about that next on their show.
The bridge between.
Yeah, it's always been the math's broken, so the only thing that it makes sense for the globe to do with everything that we know about the globe and how it works, where we find something and they work night and day to fix it, or to fix it in the lore. Yeah, they're trying to fix the math.
Well, the only way you can do it, I think, is from okay, so now we have an established group of people that already have their argument set up. Now, the guys who have been with those who are claiming to be flat earthers, right? They're hanging about, they're, all part of the community, so to speak, now are changing their arguments to be more like, yeah, I mean, I can see he's got a point, like this guy, he might be saying that the Earth isn't an act like the globe that we've been shown, like NASA and that, but it could be a globe. Like he's sowing seeds of doubt.
The controlled opposition is showing.
Yeah, and who knows? I'm not gonna claim that he's getting paid or any shit like that, but there would be there would be an incentive to kind of, you know what I mean, put that energy into these arguments, because he's already established within the group, so to speak, like he's been around. And what better way, right, but to have like some type of, I don't know if you want to call it provocateur. I don't think he's kind of provoking, I guess you can say, but I don't know. To me, it just seems like it's making, now Jaren is saying something similar, and I've heard David Weiss say something similar when he was asked, are you 100% for sure that the Earth is flat? And he was asked by what's his face, and he's like, well, I always call myself a true earther. And he was asked again, are you 100% sure that the Earth is flat? And he just was like, well, you could think maybe it's 1,000,000 times bigger or something. He said something to that effect. Now I'm like, oh, fuck no, dude. Like, this is like the worst way to even like discuss the way you think flat Earth is, to call it a globe just way bigger. So
yes, especially if your name is Flat Earth Dave.
Yeah,
good observation.
If you really want to see what's going on, look at the financials. Look totally at the financials. This trip, this whole thing, who's paying, who's making the money, who's coming out with the dough, what's going on?
You think people are willing to sell their souls? Is that what you guys are saying? People are willing
No,
to
I'm
sell
saying who's making the money? Who's making the deal?
Who's making the documentary that's going to go on Netflix?
Let's see if Matthew has an opinion on what he watched. All right, Matthew, what's up?
The documentary.
I watched the True Earth whatever video.
Yeah, how'd that?
I don't think there's only two options. He said it's either flat or a globe. Those aren't the only two options. But I guess you could say, well, if the Earth is really a globe, then we're all living on a globe. If the Earth is flat, then we're all flat earthers. So is that what he was saying? Like, we're all globers because
there's a little bit more context to that. So the Earth isn't flat because there's mountains. The Earth isn't a sphere because there's mountains. So the Earth can't be flat or a sphere. Therefore, the only nondescript shape left, according to them, is the term globe. That describes a nondescript shape.
Yeah, but everybody knows when you say flat or sphere, you mean flat except for the topography, or spherical except for the topography.
Hey, listen to this.
Right.
It's not flat because mountain. It's not globe because mountain. Therefore, it's globe. But why can't it be therefore it's mountain? If it's therefore it's mountain, therefore it's mountain. Why can't so his whole answer should be it's mountain.
So there's this argument, when people tell you, okay, the Earth is flat, and then they say, okay, but what shape is it? Right.
It's
So
mountain shape.
So there's this idea. There's a vacuum of the ability to describe the Earth in a single word. Because flat is only an aspect of the surface in that sense. Maybe it's an aspect of the orientation, but it's not really describing the entire shape. So, for example, ask somebody what shape is a tree. They might try to analogize it to certain shapes. They just say, well, it's shaped like a tree. No. So if you say the Earth is shaped like the Earth, that seems a little too redundant. So if you equivocate a nondescript shape to the term globe, you can then call the Earth a globe. Problem with that is that. Go ahead, Matthew.
I was just gonna say, yeah, that's why I like to say if you want to like have a dichotomy, you could say something like this. There are some people who think that the direction of down is parallel everywhere. Like the direction of down in New York versus Los Angeles is parallel, and there are some people who think that it's not parallel. So that would be a way to distinguish.
This isn't sufficient, Matthew. It's no longer sufficient. This is the evolution, okay? It doesn't cut it anymore.
Yeah, but most flat earthers would fit in the parallel category, and most globers would fit in the non-parallel.
Yeah, you get two parallel lines at that distance, and you try and measure that. Let's go.
What I'm telling you, Matthew, is there's an evolution now where globe exists within a parallel, horizontal, and perpendicular vertical matrix. Do you remember the old? Videos where people would hold a ball in their hand and pour water over it, and then they say, "Look, the water falls off, so it can't be a globe." That's not actually true when you think about it, because if you use that exact same demonstration and you just take out a little bit of clay, you make a little containment on the top of your ball you're holding in your hand, and then pour the water in. The water's going to sit inside that containment, right?
Right. Or if you just pour water on a basketball, the basketball's still wet, so some of the water's sticking to the basketball.
Upside
Right.
down.
So here's the key, Matthew. If you have a gigantic nondescript, roughly weird shape, right? But the area that we have is only a small area, you can have a third category, because it would be true. You're on this giant globule, so to speak, but in your local area, everything's flat, level, and the water's horizontal and level.
Okay.
But if you went,
I can see that.
a million miles to the right, you would actually just start falling off the where the glob is.
Potato Earth.
Yep.
There's one model that describes this idea, but without water. You guys have seen it before.
Yeah, it's called
Geoid.
what is it
Is that
called?
what it is?
No,
Look it up.
convex Earth, I think it's called.
Convex Earth. What?
Oh, you're talking about the
mashed
model.
It's also colloquially known as mashed potato Earth.
Okay.
I'm gonna post it for you, and then you'll know.
I learn something new every day. I love it. Some mashed potato Earth. Give me some of that.
Right, here it is. Now this is actually a documentary, and I think it was out of Brazil, where a bunch of dudes did a whole bunch of tests, which include going up on the tops of buildings and using very accurate machines to try to figure out if the buildings were actually, vertically splayed away from each other.
Yeah, that was like 2016, 17, somewhere in there, man. It was early. I remember seeing that. Very interesting.
That's like 2 degrees away from being that flying pizza in space, guys. I'm only saying.
Or being the true globe, right?
Yeah, it's 2 degrees away from.
It was interesting. I'll give you that, man. At the time, I've moved on.
That's more like a flying potato instead of a pizza. But
moving on. Is that what they came up with? Mashed potato Earth? Is that? I can't remember. That was long ago.
Those are dudes from South America that came up with this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember.
Convex Earth.
Fuck.
Yeah, so Matt pointed in there to try to, dichotomize people, but the problem is that the dichotomy no longer applies to the shape of the Earth. So if one person agrees all parallels, or all horizontals are parallel, and the other person says, well, all verticals are splayed radials, that those two statements don't actually inform you about the nature of the shape of the structure you're standing on. It's now within the community a severable point.
Right. I'm just saying, if you wanted to have a yes or no thing, that would be a way to split most globers from most flat earthers.
I don't think so.
Divergent plumb lines? Really?
Yeah, that's another way to put it.
Yeah.
You might think so, but not these sophists that come in here. They wouldn't agree with that.
Yeah, I mean, this would be my way to argue against those sophists, to say, hey, look.
But you know the amount of sophistry that happens. It's almost like, okay, for example, some guy who thinks he knows that the Earth is a globe really don't know anything about it. But once they start getting into these discussions, they want to just do the best they can to just discredit anything that we've ever said about the Earth being from the paradigm of the globe. Like, none of that's true. Nothing that Neil deGrasse Tyson is true. Nothing of any of these scientific communicators. All of them, they don't know what they're talking about. This is what they do. And then next thing you know, they're making up their own cosmology and saying that what we're saying is incorrect. So they don't even agree with mainstream. So even if you brought that point up and said this is what the dichotomy should be, they'd be like, no, I'm not going to agree with that. So they become contrarians. They become, just real weaselly in the conversation. So we never get anywhere. It's like,
they like arguing. I get it. I hear what you're saying.
So we're never gonna get to a point where they can actually, like, if somebody was really interested and they were just like, I think it's a globe, but I disagree with what you're saying because I see it more how I could kind of really side with a dichotomy, like it being the way you've just described, parallel or non-parallel. But they're not going to agree. The ones who come in here, they're not going to agree with those points because, even if we pointed it out to them, they would be like, no, you guys are incorrect because we said it.
Yeah, so that's why I like that question, because those sophists would still have to agree that that's a dichotomy. Either they are parallel or they aren't. There's no wiggle room in between. And so they have to either pick a side or say they don't know, I guess.
I'm going to do an experiment, thought experiment. I'm going to bring somebody coming in here. When they do, can ask them that question. You might not even be around, but I'll just to put it out, because I already know what's going to happen. They're just going to disagree with everything. They're not going to be like, no, I don't know. It's not what you said.
Okay, so what they would disagree with the question? How do you disagree with
I
the
have one right here. If I could interrupt and ask you guys maybe some general questions about the server.
Yeah, what's up? Well, the room, you mean? We're not owners of the server.
Sure, maybe. Yeah. Each one of these is kind of like their own independent thing and has their own rules, or
kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
You could think of it like
so. How does an individual like me who's unfamiliar with most of these rooms, or just the people in every right? How does someone like me discern whether or not I'm getting into a good channel where I'm not going to have my literal voice taken away just for communicating?
Well, just be a good faith interlocutor and don't be a sophist or try to
good faith interlocutor.
Yeah, that means that if we're engaging in a discussion and I ask you a direct question and you divert and start making another comment about something that's not relevant to the topic of what we're discussing, then that's going to show that you're going to not be on point and you're just being dishonest. And, people don't value that here. We value people who are going to be honest. Like, if you don't know something, just say, yeah, I don't know. But to stand proudly and say, like, yeah, I know, but I don't want to look for the answer or something. You know what I mean? Like, you don't want to participate.
Yeah, so be courteous, speak nicely, wait your turn, listen, don't interrupt people, just sort of normal rules of speaking well.
Pretty much.
Is that pretty much how you guys operate this channel, and not necessarily something I should take with me as an understanding across from each channel to channel?
Yeah, it's like
each channel has its own personality.
Yeah, I would say so. But
cool.
you're like a guest here, and people here who are hosts of this place, the 24/7. Basically, there's a what do you call it? It's a decorum. I don't know. There's a just a type of way of the way we do things here, and every room is different, right? So I would say just in here, if you know something, just say you know. If you don't, just say you don't. That's as easy as that.
Sure.
So, is there any questions you might have, or do you want
to? No, I have zero interest in having a conversation with you about why I feel like there is a globe, or why you feel like it's flat. Or it's kind of like one of those
zero.
Absolutely, my reason is kind of it's the idea that but bees don't really sit and explain to flies why they create honey, that sort of thing.
You're kind of cutting
that's all
out.
It'll ever be for me.
Your internet connection is
staticky. You got a horrible mic, bro. It's horrible.
I don't know what just happened. Are you guys hearing me okay?
Fix your microphone.
Yeah, you're coming in, but you're staticky and you're like garbly or something.
Yeah, so that makes sense. But just out of curiosity, why did you join this chat if you have zero interest in talking about the flat Earth?
Is that better? Well, I joined the chat because I definitely I heard him. I definitely had general questions about the server and kind of just how things were ran. And you guys seem like decent enough individuals that you were capable of answering my questions. Thank you for not jumping down my throat when I kind of hastily interrupted here. Yeah, it's just not my thing. I'd rather surround myself with people that share that specific same idea. I don't really seek out to find
You
flat
come in
earthers.
here, you interrupt, and then basically inadvertently call everyone in here fly.
No.
While you're a bee,
It's all good.
you
Don't
know,
worry
honey,
about it.
you don't.
You are painting
Wants
me
the
out to be
server info, it's fine.
that guy when somebody asks me a simple question. There's an inherent difference between me just out of nowhere making a derogatory statement, like, "Oh yeah, you guys are flies," or like comparing you to flies. No, somebody asked me from my opinion, so I gave it.
I have this sense of
Yeah,
like you have
I will
an
gladly do that. I
air
hope
you
you
have
have a
an
good rest
air
of your
about
day.
you, man, of a passive aggressive kind of an air about you. I've noticed that since you started talking. It's this tone that you have. I can notice it in people.
Very
You have
literal and inquisitive form of communication from me. But like
you
I
do
just said,
have
I
it.
don't really.
Just saying.
Sure, and that can be your opinion. I appreciate your input, brother. But you guys have a good rest of your day.
Yeah.
You too, man. Enjoy the rest of your day, bro.
Yep.
Just saying, man. He was a bit passive. You can just tell the
Dude,
tone in
he's
someone's
gonna
voice.
have a lot of problems in a lot of these rooms in this fucking. That guy ain't going too far, man.
Alpha, I think you're right. You have a keen sense for tone and understanding people, like just from a few sentences. And I think you're totally right about.
Yeah, I was with you, man.
It's just.
I'm like,
Can you sense it? Like, I mean, honestly, if he was just a regular guy, he would have been just sitting there. Hey, so you guys think the Earth is flat or something? We can, as people, we can all agree that we're gonna respond to that genuinely. But when somebody's coming in here and asking these kind of questions, it puts out the red flags. Like, what are you trying to say? You want to feel entitled when you talk? Like nobody can mute you? I don't think so, bud. That doesn't work in any channel. Everybody's got their own roles. Like,
just imagine that some kid came in and Matthew learns his math class, and acted like that. Matthew would have fucking shown him the
All
door.
right. That's right. So let's play a game.
Especially if he said, "Hey, I wanted to sit here in this math class, but I have zero interest in talking about math." I'm like, okay, welcome, but why are you here?
Yeah, then you ask him why. What questions do you have? He's like, sorry, I just don't, I don't like, explain to flies why honey's good, like what the fuck? Who says that? I'm a bee, like I'm the better animal,
All right, let's move on. Let's play a game.
What do you got, man?
Okay, so the game is I posted 2 images, and the game is called globe or flat. So which one of the objects is flat and which one's a globe?
Oh man, that's a little too easy, bro. I mean, really.
Oh shit! Fuck.
It's a little too easy, man. I mean,
yeah, but he's showing 2 objects entirely.
2.
He's not showing just the He's not showing just the surface of an object. He's showing the entire object. Keep that.
Go ahead, buddy. Go ahead. Show us.
Interesting, man. It's an interesting.
Yeah, who said that? Raymond? Hold on, AI. We got a glober just intervene.
I'll play. I would say the surface of the orange is roughly spherical.
A glober? Did you just call me a slur?
The first one is the partial surface of a globe.
Is calling somebody who thinks the Earth is a globe a glober a slur?
I never said I thought the Earth was a globe.
Oh no? Yeah. What do you think the Earth is then?
I'd like to say it's flat. I think that's cooler.
Really? Why would you say
it's
that?
like because like a snow globe. Like you ever seen Twin Peaks? Yeah, I think it's that.
But truth rarely matters. It doesn't matter if something is cool or not. We're curious if something is true or not.
Wow, who cares, man? Everyone want to waste their time debating about the truth. I mean, like, what do you like? What do you think is cooler? Like,
All right.
All
right, Ramen, let's play a game. Since you joined. I got 2 images there that I posted very recently. One is a stare at flat table, and the other is an orange. So I'm just going to ask you, out of those 2, which one is flat and which one is a globe?
Well, I think the stare is obviously the flat surface. And the orange, well, it would be a globe because it's round.
All right, cool. So let me ask you this question.
Yeah.
The stare at table there. How much do you think that piece of granite costs?
I don't know. How much is it?
$5,000.
What the absolute? For what? Construction?
Yeah. So what you use these for is to, when you're building machine parts and stuff, you put it on this table, and it will tell you if your piece is flat or not. So this table is actually engineered a tolerance of 0.0004 inches.
How big is it?
What is that? Is that a 10,000?
Well, it depends on how big the table is. How many feet is it?
Okay, so it's 36 by 48
inches.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
So that's dang good, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now, technically, schmecknically, even with this tolerance, if I told you this table wasn't flat because there's actually microscopic pores in the granite, would you laugh at me?
I would be confused as fuck. Not gonna lie.
Exactly.
Not flat.
This is not a flat surface I'm looking at.
We agree that it's not flat.
It's a flat planar surface with a tolerance of 4th decimal place, or what was it? The 5th decimal place? Hold on, let me double check.
Yeah, that's
the 4th
a
decimal
mountain to an
place.
amoeba. So
pretty dang
mountains
good.
aren't flat, as we know. So the amoeba will say that the Earth, that place is not flat.
Is that what the ant would see? Is that what we're saying?
No, the amoeba.
Oh yeah, so
The ant would see it flat.
Matthew, real quick.
Yeah.
So the 4th decimal place going backwards is what? The 1,000th, or is what? Or 10,000th? Matthew. Matthew.
Oh, sorry. I wasn't turned on. The first one is the tens, then second one is hundreds, then third is thousands, then the fourth one is 10,000s after the decimal.
Okay, so this is within 4/10,000ths of an inch variance across a 36 by 48 inch surface. Flat as a bologna sandwich.
Not according to the
It's a
amoeba.
slope.
He sees ridges in that flat surface. So because of ridges, that surface is not flat.
So the next question is, if the topography of the Earth was overlaid on this surface, how flat would the topography of the Earth be?
Flatter.
Yeah, it might be flatter than that, just because it's such a large surface.
That's what Neil deGrasse Tyson said.
Yeah.
Right.
So you have to do the variance to the dimension, and so the Earth is either in the 3rd or 4th decimal place, I believe, but this is the 3rd or 4th decimal place within inches. It's not a ratio of the flatness to the surface, so you'd have to convert that. Matt, you want to work on that together?
Okay, so 4/10,000.
Want to relax
over 48 inches? That's what you said.
Yeah, but let's do this.
You're making people do some homework, man. The fuck?
Yeah, I mean, we could do it. We could do it over a single dimension, or we could do it over the square. I don't know which is better.
I think just over the single dimension, like the maximum.
Yeah, so do 48 versus the alleged diameter.
Yeah, and then so
that'd be fair.
Compare that to the Earth. What do you want to say the maximum distance of the Earth is? What, 25,000 miles or something?
Well, we have to use the variance from the top of Everest to the bottom of the Marianas Trench, which is 13 miles.
So 13 miles versus what, 25,000 all the way around? Or do you want to use some bigger number?
Isn't K2?
No, because in this In this scenario, we'd be doing 48, so it'd be equivalent to the span, so it'd be the diameter.
Oh, it's like 8,000 miles. What do you want? I'm asking, what do you want to use as the diameter?
Yeah, we'd have to use 8,000, I think.
Just take a okay. Yeah, let me see.
So 13 is to 8,000 as 0.0004 is to 48.
What's the difference? If you help us.
Hold on, I'm working on it.
It would seem like that is about 1 or 2 orders of magnitude flatter.
You know what's weird is that Mount Everest is almost as high as the cruising altitude of a plane. Isn't that weird? Almost 29,000 feet.
Okay, well, in this case, I got that the Earth would be more variation than that table. If you scale the Earth down to that table, instead of having a variance of 0.0004 like the table does, it would have a variance of 0.078. So it'd be like, I don't know, maybe what is that, 20 times bumpier than the table?
Oh no. That's 0.0004 inches.
Yeah.
You would, in order to equivocate that, you'd have to have the Earth being only broken up into 48 segments. So that doesn't have that factor 0.004 to 0.78 isn't equivalent.
Yeah, that's what I did. I took the 13 miles and I scaled it down to 48 inches.
Yeah, but that wouldn't be 0.004 against 78.
Oh, against 0.078.
Matthew, did you do this right?
I think I did. Let me do it the other way. I'm gonna scale. I'm gonna scale that table up to the Earth size. Hold on.
Right, you do that. All I'm going to do is just divide the things.
I don't trust Matthew to do any math, friend.
Remember, this is a variance representative to the scale of the surface. Okay. I'm just gonna do it. I'm gonna screenshot my math. I don't know if I did it right either.
Okay, I scaled the table up to be, instead of 48 inches, to be 8,000 miles. And if you scale that up, then the 0.0004 scales up to be 352 feet. It's quite a bit smaller than Mount Everest. I'm pretty sure I did it right.
Seems about right there. Like I said, an order or 2 of magnitude.
Yeah, I'm like 80% sure I did it right. It's late at night, so I'm a bit lazy.
Yeah, the last time I did it, I think I did it with the square surface area.
Yeah, that's probably better.
And so they're actually only off by 1 order of magnitude.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I'm off by 2 orders. No, by one order, then double, and then if you square it, it'd be about the same.
I just did it where I just divided the smaller unit by the larger unit, and that gives a crazy variance.
Yeah, Yeah, but if you do that on both numbers, you should get about the same number, maybe 20 times bigger or smaller. I wonder how they make that table. You said it's made out of granite?
So some of them they make by just gravity grind.
Oh, so
they
they're
just
like
shake
polishing
them.
the surface?
Yeah,
Oh,
they
they're
like put the surface down. They put the surface down, and then like it shakes back and forth, and it just keeps sanding it off. That's one technique I know that there's a certain company that did.
Did they get the sandpaper flat?
It's like liquid. It's like relying on.
Oh yeah,
it's
that makes
relying
sense. Like
on
liquid.
liquid and gravity essentially.
Well, and isn't that how they make some of those telescope or mirrors? They have molten glass, and then they just spin it, or they keep it still, and then as it cools, it makes a completely flat surface, and maybe like that would be really low variance, I think.
Like for mirrors.
Yeah, exactly. That's how they make mirrors, right?
But it's curving slightly, ever so slightly.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's what I would say.
Even if you were to get it like flat and then you were to like center it horizontally, it would still be a slope on either side.
Yeah, but that slope would follow the 8 inches per mile, is what we would say, which is hardly anything if it's like 48 inches.
But I mean, like a flat surface, right? Position horizontally, perpendicular to vertical, right? On the globe, the side of your vertical will be a slope towards the vertical. So I guess, because slopes can be flat. That's, yeah.
There's Ham, who has the Big Slam.
Big Slam.
On
ask him
what?
about it.
Is he back?
Yeah, ask him about the Big Slam.
What's up with the Big Slam?
Here's the thing, okay, that these fake flat earthers, a lot of the I'm not going to say who, okay, Alpha Veritas, a lot of these fake flat earthers, okay, they want to be NASA's lackeys, right? They want to say, oh, the Big Slam isn't real, the Big Slam isn't real. Listen, okay, NASA wants to convince you that you're going to be a fish, okay? And that's the reality.
Ham, you lost your mind, Ham. You finally lost your fucking goddamn mind, eh?
And that's the reality, okay?
I know that's the reality, Ham. You lost your goddamn mind.
What are you talking about? The Big Slam is coming, and they don't want you to know about it.
Yeah, look at the text chat. He has it right there for you. It's outlined right there.
Mm-hmm.
Mic drop.
I have yet to get a single person to debunk this.
Ham, you finally
Right?
lost
All
your
these guys,
goddamn
these
mind,
like
Ham.
PhDs, it'd be so easy to debunk.
Hey, Vlad, did you see what he put in there in the text?
Dude.
Not really.
I'm kind of looking at it, man. It looks a little bit
It's not that. I mean, this
straw man-ish to me.
The
bro.
diagram. The diagram isn't that. It's not. It's just like three.
It's a bit of a straw man for sure.
3
100%.
points on there.
Right?
Yeah, couldn't
Okay.
you debunk it by saying we'd reach the speed of light pretty soon, like after about a year?
Listen, okay. If you thought that, okay, then why haven't we reached the speed of light? Right? You just debunked yourself.
Because it's
You just
not
debunked
true.
yourself. Okay. And here's the thing. Globy, right? Globies, right? They're all saying, "Oh, the Earth is going thousands of miles per second through the universe," right? But they're never going to say, "Oh, we're going to reach the speed of light," right? You're just intentionally misinterpreting my words. Okay? Okay?
Ham, you lost your goddamn mind finally, Ham.
You?
I mean, you already lost it, but it's just, listen. You already
just
had
can't
a
accept
fucked
the
up
truth.
head.
And here's the flat.
Now you clearly fucking lost your mind.
Do you accept Jesus in your heart? Yes or no?
My friend, let's not start this.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So
Okay,
why
you
do
and
you
Matthew
want the
can go.
Globy
Can you
Satanist
guys? You
solution
and Matthew can go somewhere and talk about
everybody? Why do you want the Globy Satanist NASA solution of making civilization go underwater and turn you into fish people? Why do you want that? When you can live on the surface like God intended and build the steel columns.
When is the fish people gonna? Because they've been trying for like hundreds of years now. When is this fish people gonna start?
When is it gonna start? It's already started all around you.
Where is?
Doesn't he
Well,
sound
okay,
like
so
that guy in the
started.
corner?
Welcome.
It's
welcome to the fish people world.
Doesn't he sound like the guy in the corner, though, is what I'm saying?
I
They're
am a
trying to
fish
turn you into a
person.
fish person.
I am a fish person already, bro.
I could tell.
Ham.
Okay. In any real flat earth, tell.
Ham. Really? Oh shit. You're a flat earther, bro? No way.
You guys have like a certain smell to you, okay?
Yeah.
Wait.
Like,
So can I ask?
Globers like you.
I want to ask my dichotomy question to Ham. So Ham, do you think the direction of down in Los Angeles is parallel to the direction of down in Boston?
You're going to have to use less complicated words, okay, Mr. PhD.
Sure. If I hang a plumb bob in Los Angeles and
I don't know what a plumb bob is. And this is what they do. This is what all the Globies do. Okay? The Globies, what they want to do, plumb bobs. Listen, nobody here, okay, is going to your big Harvard University. Stop using these big words like plumb bob. Okay? And start
Ham
talking
lost it. If you guys clearly can't see this, Ham has already lost it.
So Ham, what if I say you tie a weight on a string? Is that too complicated?
And now, see, this is what they do. Right?
This is what
they use academic terms like plumb bob.
This is what
and now,
they
when you
do.
ask them to simplify, now they're being condescending.
No, I'm not. I'm saying I tie a weight on a string, and that
Ham, your troll sucks, bro.
Yeah.
Every time you come in here with a new character, your troll sucks.
You can tie a weight on a string, yes.
Okay. If I do that here in Los Angeles and my friend does it in Boston, are those two directions parallel or not? That's the question.
Yeah. Of course.
I agree.
I don't think they are.
I agree, 100%.
Well, amen. That's what I'm saying. The Earth is flat. Yes. Amen.
I agree, 100%.
He used to be a glober. Hey, listen, he used to come out of this, like, he used to fucking come out, right? And he used to, like, say, you motherfucking flat earthers are retarded. He used to leave this channel screaming this shit. And now he came in here, he's a flat earther. Imagine this. Crazy.
Exactly. And
that's what happened.
That's what the...
Did you find Jesus? Hey, Ham, did you find Jesus?
Yes, amen.
Okay, you see this, guys? You see how much of a troll this guy is?
And this is what they do. They can't
This
respond.
is what they do. This is what Ham does. He finds another troll to come in here and fuck around. Crazy. I think he records this for entertainment purposes.
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be the name. The kingdom come, the will be done.
Okay, he doesn't even know how to say it right.
As
Friends,
it is in heaven, give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us trespass as we forgive those who trespass against us. Into temptation, deliver us from evil. I don't know what that word is. The kingdom and the power and the glory forever and ever. Amen.
He's reading it, friends.
I'm not reading it. That was just for my head. Okay?
He's reading it.
You fucking botched that. Like, that was embarrassing.
Yeah. And he's reading it on top of that. He's reading it on top of that.
I'm not reading it. How can you don't, this is what they do. This is what the atheists do in these channels. Okay? But anyway,
hey, buddy, I was baptized in a pool of holy water, my friend. I'm an Orthodox. Don't worry.
Now that we know the big slam is coming.
You're a fake.
Now that we know,
that was fucking pathetic.
Now that we know the big slam is coming, okay?
The big slam.
You have
is it one of those '90s hog slams? You got to get a big slammer for that one, right?
Sir, your
Like a
mother and
big
I
pog slammer.
performed a big slam last night. Okay, sir?
You see this? Hey, there he comes out. Yeah, the truth comes out, Ham. Hey, I like that one. It's okay, Ham. You spiral all day. You can spiral all day, buddy.
He's done, man. That was it. He crossed the line.
That wasn't
what
even
happens
funny,
when
though.
Ham enters the chat.
Horrible.
Just goes to shit.
We're talking about where we live. This place. You know.
Not my mother, but whatever, bro.
I want to go back to the substance. Okay, none of these character attacks, okay?
Bro,
They got real nasty.
you're trolling.
It's horrible.
You're trolling, bro.
I'm
Yes,
not
you
trolling.
are. Yes,
How
you
can you
are.
tell I'm trolling?
No.
Okay, you do this all the time.
Can we talk about the flat Earth? This is the flat Earth channel.
Buddy,
not the-
see, oh my god. Oh, so you're just gonna obfuscate the fact that you never done this before? Buddy, you do this all the time. What the fuck are you
This is
talking
called the flat Earth channel, not the Ham channel. I don't know why we're talking about
about?
Ham.
Obviously. So then Ham, shut the fuck up. Let's talk about flat Earth.
I
But
totally
Ham needs
agree.
to shut the
Okay,
fuck
so
up. Yeah, but
now
Ham
that
needs to
we
shut the
agree,
fuck
we're
up.
both on the same
Now
page.
Ham needs to
The
shut
Earth
the
is
fuck
flat.
up because it's not the Ham channel.
I agree. So the Earth is
Right.
flat.
So why is Ham why is Ham talking?
Why? Why are you talking, Ham? Stop
Yeah.
talking. Stop.
The Earth is flat.
Stop talking.
Ham.
Ham.
All right, shut the fuck up, Ham.
Please stop strawmanning me. Okay.
We're not strawmanning you, bro. I'm just telling you to shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Please stop ad hominuming attacking me. Please.
Oh, wait a minute. You called his mother something, man.
I know.
I
Imagine
never
that.
called his mother anything.
Yeah, he did.
No,
Everybody heard it.
I said
You
his mother.
fornicated with my mother. Yeah, you
said his
fornicated with my
and
mother.
I-
You say,
Sir?
yeah,
Sir,
That was
sir, I said his
disgusting.
mother and I
That's terrible.
performed a big slam yesterday.
Fucking
That's
mother.
not calling his mother anything.
He brought
Yeah,
in.
you're
very
calling my
nice
mother a whore indirectly.
No, she's a
Slamming
very
with
nice
the
lady.
Hey, you call my mom a nice lady. Good try, buddy.
All right. Good night, buddy.
Good night. Finally now that we know, okay, that the big slam is coming, we need to know who is the best presidential candidate to save us from
Dude,
that.
we're talking about the shape of Earth. We ain't talking about presidential candidates, man. Fuck off.
We need to save the shape of the Earth is flat. I agree. We're all on the same page.
We're on a fucking flat Earth server, man. This is not any political shit, man. We're talking about physics, measurements, distances, weights, measures. Yeah, come on. Get off of that other shit, man. Thanks.
Oh, finally. Thank God.
Thank goodness, man. Vlad, that was bullshit, man. Come on, right?
I've been saying this the whole time, and nobody's like doing anything about it.
I'm coming in strong, man. Like backing you up, man, because that was going shit show real quick, man. Fuck that.
You know, if anybody's gonna make a shit show, it's me. Ha. Yeah. Until I get muted.
Anyway, shape of Earth, measurements, calculations. It's kind of
Drop
stuff.
a couple of insults on Matthew Learns. Just the regular flatter shit.
Yeah, sure, man. He can handle it. He's a big boy.
Well, I mean, Jesus Christ. He's been doing it for 5 years now, I think.
Yeah, close to that.
Probably more.
5 years.
So he's just been taking it. He's just been taking it the whole time. It's great from everybody too.
So, like 1,000 years, that they said it was a globe. 500 years ago, they said it was a globe. 100 years ago, they're like, it's a globe, 100%. But up to that point, man, there was nobody to go, hey, man, who's seen the globe? Who saw the globe, bro? Who's seen the globe in this from outer space? You can see a round ball shooting. Anybody in here ever seen a fucking globe with their own two eyes? Anybody? That'd be great. Yeah, nobody, of course. But they went up high enough and they said, hey, man, we can see the globe, bro. And they came back and said, yep, everything we knew 1,000 years, 2,000 years ago, it's true, man. It's a globe. But if they went up there and saw that it was flat, Do you think they would tell you after 2,000 years of going, no, it's a globe, bro. Trust me, bro. Do you think they'd just turn around and go, no, we were wrong. My bad. I'm sorry you spent, millions of dollars, billions of dollars on this research we did. We were wrong. Sorry, bro.
Oh, and it was your money too, by the way.
It was your money, but we spent it and
we burnt it all.
We burnt it and going up there. We got balloons and
But we didn't even go up there. That's all fake. We just fucking have nice mansions and shit and drive nice whips.
Yep.
Eat lavishly for the rest of our lives while you fucking keep slaving.
Wine and $300 steaks and all that shit. Yeah.
Yeah, you guys are plebs. You don't deserve any of this. But you have to pay it for us. Yeah.
But would they tell you? I mean, that was the great comedic. I think is Matt Powerland. Great guy, great comedian. Said, "Hey man, you think they'd tell you the truth about what they saw that they predicted for 2,000 years?" They finally got up there and went, "Nah, we were wrong, bro. It's flat, bro. 100%. Yep, we fucked up. Here's all your money back. Sorry for wasting your time, money." No, they wouldn't do that. They just keep the scam going. Keep that scam going, man. Because we're raking in the money. That's my opinion. Anyway,
raking in the money. Eh?
Raking in the money.
Raking in the motherfucking money.
Anyway, people don't want to give up their livelihood. Oh shit, we were wrong, man. How often do you see that, man? Hey, I was wrong, man. I'll pay for that. I had a pizza guy, dude. My local pizza guy, man. I had a friend over, ordered this one pizza. He's like a vegan. No, he's like a vegan. Anyway, he don't eat a lot of
meat. He's a vagine.
Anyway, what doesn't? And the guy fucking put the chicken on the pizza. I'm like, dude, man.
Not the vagine on the chicken.
No, dude, man, I gotta get it without the chicken. And then he fucking made it again, and they fucked it up again.
Oh, that's 2 pizzas for free. Fuck yeah.
The owner goes, dude, I got you covered, bro. My bad. I go, he fixed it, but it took.
But you got lucky, man. 2 free pizzas, bro. It's good.
I got 2 free pizzas. Yeah, it was beautiful. It was for me. I eat the chicken, but my buddy staying with me. No, he don't eat the chicken.
Oh, buddy, you gotta eat the chicken, bro.
Wait, so what kind of pizza was it? I kind of I think I
white Alfredo. It was a white Alfredo.
Without the chicken, what? Without the chicken,
Alfredo with chicken and extra cheese.
Why would he?
My girl did something weird with regards to chicken pizza the other day, and I don't know that I ever want it again. But she got like this ranch sauce from Domino's.
The white sauce on.
No, not white sauce. It was ranch sauce. It was fucking weird.
Oh, that is weird. I wouldn't do that.
You'd think that it would go good because like you'll put ranch with like a chicken Alfredo pizza or a marinara sauce pizza, right? But like, nah, it was off. It was really off. It took me like maybe a slice and a half to figure out like what the fuck that flavor was, but it was weird.
Ranch.
So let me ask you a question, Palestine dog. Do you think the Earth's a globe?
I think Crit's wife gets fucked in front of him, but no.
Holy smoke, Crit, where are you at, brother?
I heard rumor that there was a video circulating out there.
So Crit actually sends you his newsletter, huh?
No. I heard that there was a video circulating about Crit recording his wife getting railed. I don't know if there's any legitimacy to that or what have you, but in my eyes, Crit is a cuck.
Dude, where did you and Crit cross paths? Like, what's up with Crit? Like, what's going on?
It's a big server, man. It's a big server. That's all I can say.
Yeah, he gets around.
Yeah. Just like his wife.
Jesus, dude. All right, so I take it you don't want to have a conversation about the topic of the shape of the Earth?
Yeah, the pizza was doing fine for me, honestly.
So no topic of the shape of the Earth conversation for you.
Okay, but before I get muted or like get leave the room, whatever happens first.
Like that happened first. Time Dash, do you think the Earth's a globe? I preemptively did that. Time Dash left. Come on. Where the fucking These guys need to grow a pair, man. What the fuck? These beta fucking globers that come in here.
That was weak, man. He just bounced like that. Boom. Before I get muted and server
Like,
banned,
bam. Fucking get muted.
And he gets muted and then he leaves.
You talking about my homie like that? What's the fuck's the matter with you, man? It's a homie. All right, we got fucking Vanu in here. You want to talk to him? He's probably about.
I'm not here to talk.
You're about what? You're about half the bottle in. About a fifth of scotch
I'm
already
here to
in.
listen.
I know you, Vanu, more than fucking. You like coming in here snoggered and fucking ranting and shit.
No.
All right, let me. Palestine wants to give a dinner suggestion. Let's see. Go ahead, man.
I tried something new tonight.
Nah, I changed my mind. Go ahead, Vanu.
I'm here to listen, mate.
Listen, fucking, don't you know by now there's no
For a
parking on the
change.
dance floor?
Yeah, mate, for a change.
That's good. Trying to spark up a conversation with these Globers, but nice. Yeah, I didn't know that Bev and Bev and crew are talking about that shit like that. True Globers. Cause the the regular Globers weren't cutting it. So the true Globers are coming out in force. They're gonna really tell you what's what now. Cosmology, everything. All kinds of explanations. They got it going on. See if we get these beta Globers to come in here. Fucking beta. Hey, speak of the devil. What's up, Ham? You back?
And look who comes crawling back. Okay, the channeled eyes without the big brain substantive haver Ham.
They never died, buddy. Shut the
Suddenly I'm
fuck up.
unmuted.
There you go. See.
Fucking Ham, dude. He's like that guy in the street corner. You listen to him every now and again. You pass by because you're going to the store and hear him just ranting some crazy shit. He's still ranting though. He don't make any sense, está loco, but you still hear him. He's on the street shouting. Don't buy Tesla stock, man. I'm telling you, it's gonna go down. In Palestine, dog. Dude, I want to talk about the shape of the earth. Talk about that other shit. Go ahead. What's your argument for the earth being a globe, Palestine?
Okay.
Stand
I'm
on 10
open to
toes,
have
brother.
I'm open to have that chit chat, but
Let's
can I
go.
please pass on a food suggestion?
Man,
I feel
fuck
like
that.
you guys would like it.
No, fuck all that. I want to talk about the shape of the earth right fucking now.
God damn it.
All 10 toes. Let's go. What do you got?
I don't know that I have the energy for this tonight.
Oh, dude. Can we get some fucking Globers in here? God damn it.
Hell.
Son of a bitch. Where are the fucking scruples on these guys? They don't make them like they used to and all kinds of shit like that. Fucking sake, dude. These fuckers used to come in here. I'm telling you, man, 2017, fucking guns blazing. Fucking the curve of the earth is seen everywhere. Mountains, plains, you fucking see it everywhere. It's like now they're fucking weak sauce, dude. I'm actually agnostic, Earth. I don't believe in any shape. Like, what the fucks, dude? Is that what you are, Palestine? Agnostic Earther? You don't believe any shape? You don't have a stance on anything?
Fuck no.
Right,
I know the Earth is a globe. Travel enough for it to know better.
Man. What the fuck? All right, so go ahead. What's your evidence for it?
No.
Drink a fucking Red Bull and let's
you didn't
go.
you didn't want to hear my fucking food suggestion.
Man, nobody gives a flying shit about that, man.
I feel like a lot of people here would have fucking loved it. I put it in the side chat, but fuck you,
that's
Alpha.
great.
I'm gonna fuck you next.
Yeah. Well, then what do you got? For
Bend
an
over.
argument? You got something?
Bend over. That's my argument. I'm gonna give you some
fucking
flat Earth
homo,
right
dude.
now.
Pretty homo, dude.
Gonna make you shit pancakes.
I think you're the only one laughing at that shit.
Good. I don't care.
So no argument for the Earth as a globe, just this shit?
Yes. Yes, I do. But honestly, to give it to you, no.
Because honestly, I don't think you have anything.
Guys, linguine with a basil alfredo and steak.
Yeah, you don't have anything. How about Jigsaw Plague? Jigsaw Plague, are you there? Just knock on everyone's door. Somebody's got to have a globe argument. Hello. Jigsaw Plague. Nope. Did he dip? Yeah, he dip. That's why you guys are losing this argument, Palestine. Just saying.
Dude, I'm gonna knock your fucking wife up. I'm gonna leave so much cum in her vagina that it just flows like the River Nile out of her pussy.
That's all you got? Empty
No.
words.
No. You're about to have a baby.
Empty words. By
Well, you just know, you can tell that he doesn't have sex is because he's so descriptive about it. You know, he thinks about it all the time.
I have a baby about to
he
be
didn't
born
get
in
no
December.
pussy, bro. Definitely.
I legit have a baby about to be born in December. So
that's
amazing.
Great. Hopefully,
yeah,
it
it's
doesn't have
based.
your potty mouth.
She.
Anyway, well,
she would
that's
never
great.
fall for a retard like you.
That's great. That's great. Now, what's your argument for the Earth being a globe? Come on.
One of my sperm cells is smarter than this entire room.
Yeah, well, let's see.
You sound real smart, dude.
You're talking all that smack, dude. Do you have
Shit
the
posting,
energy?
right?
Do you have the energy and the intellect to back it up?
I mean, sure, but I don't know that
Let's
you
go.
have the cognitive abilities to actually accept the truth, even if it smacked you in the dick.
Come on, let's go. What you got?
I would like to see an example of your cognitive abilities first.
Well,
could you take a cognitive test? Could you take a cognitive test for me?
Yeah, listen. We're not going to do any of that. Yes. What we're going to do right now is ask you if you know if the Earth is a globe, present your best case, and let's see if we can get into what you're saying, if there's any validity to it or not. So what's your best case for the Earth?
Define what you mean by globe, right? Within your question, define what you mean.
Yeah, the oblate spheroid that you think you live on, which is what you said earlier.
I would agree that we live on a spheroid. Yeah, I'd agree with that.
So,
seems to be reflective of things like the Sun, Venus, Mercury, Jupiter, Saturn, Neptune. Seems to be fairly reflective. Yeah. It's almost as though
we're not worried about what other things are. We're worried about the thing you're standing on is. So how do you know the thing you're standing on is an oblate spheroid?
Well, as I was getting to, right? It almost seems as though
we're not saying whatever something seems like. Once again, how do you know directly that the thing you're standing on is an oblate spheroid? Don't point to other things. The thing you're standing on, not other things. Follow?
I mean, if you keep muting me, I can't get anywhere.
Well, I don't want you to talk about other things, which you keep diverting to.
I don't want Kamala Harris to become the president, but
I don't care about that shit. Palestine. Why does your mind go scatterbrained? I'm only asking you to focus, right? Think about the Earth you're standing on. Is it a globe? Yes or no? And describe directly how you know.
Yeah.
Right,
again, as I was trying to say, it seems as though matter.
No, you're not going to get anywhere by doing that, man. I'm telling you. You see what I'm saying? I called you out. My contention is that you don't have the ability or the intellect nor the fortitude to actually get through this argument without diverting, which is you're showing me to be correct, actually.
I mean, I'm just not going to play by your dog shit.
This isn't dog shit, dude. This is you not being able to articulate a point about how you know the Earth's a globe. That's all.
So if one is to assume,
honestly, I'll let you go if you're able to do it. I'll let you go.
So if one is to assume that hot water is hot because it happens to be on a stove.
Good God. I'm asking about the Earth you're standing on, not hot water, brother. Come on. You can do better than that, man. Honestly.
I was getting there, right? I was getting there.
Go.
So, through the ability of correlation, right? Human beings can determine a great deal many things. It happens to be that all of the solar system's massive
It's so draining.
planet, right, happen to be spheroid.
Isn't it draining? Oh. Perhaps there's somebody else out there, but for now, Palestine.
Again,
what
correlative properties, right? If we observe multiple faces to multiple planets within our solar system, it's almost as though matter likes to gather across a single point. And then as it gathers more matter, it becomes, as we can see, a spheroid.
Palestine.
We see this in Saturn and in Jupiter. And
you stop talking like we're in third grade and you're a teacher. Listen, I'm asking you, when have you ever seen matter coalesce and do whatever you think is happening? When have you ever seen that in nature?
Actually, it's kind of funny you say that.
Yeah. So when have you ever seen matter coalescing like the way you're describing is happening in nature?
Yeah. Again, if you keep muting me, I can't get there.
All right, go ahead.
If you've ever seen foam form at the top of a river surface as it flows, it does the exact same thing.
Okay. So foam is equivalent to everything. So we're talking about matter in free space, okay? Not foam on the river. Come on now, Palestine.
Define free space. What is that?
Empty space. The vacuum of space.
Is space
the
empty?
Thing that when you look up in the night sky, you call that outer space, right?
Yeah.
All that
there's a lot of stuff
out
up there.
Yeah, right. How do you know that matter's
like even in
coalescing
space? There's a lot of.
Yeah, I know you get me now. You get me. I'm asking out there. How do you know things are coalescing?
Yeah, I mean, again, we see this, right?
I'm asking, where do we see this? That's the question. Where do we see it? Where have you seen this happening? When you look in the night sky, you tell me where you see this coalescing happening. Where's this stuff
Gas
happening?
giants like Neptune.
Gas giants. Okay.
Yes, massive, non-solid planets made of gas.
Which one?
Like I said, Neptune. That's one example. Yes.
So when did you? Okay, great. When did you see Neptune coalescing into what Neptune is?
We know that it's a gas planet.
I'm asking the question, and you need to answer because this was your premise, right? Things coalesce, right? All stuff is. You use foam as the example. Look at foam on a riverbed, on a river. So, when do you see that happening in free space, out in a vacuum of space?
By literally pointing a telescope up into the stars and observing different faces of a planet that is.
Different faces. Dude, now you're going off. You're not talking about things coalescing. You're just pointing at stuff that already exists. You're looking at something that already is there. I'm talking about the act of something coalescing. When do you see that happening? Because that's what you said is going on. Stuff is coalescing. Where do we see that happening?
Dude, the literal act of a planet like that maintaining its form shows.
Maintaining its form is not the same thing as fucking coalescing. Something coming together, the thing's already together, according to you, maintaining form. Yeah? Where do you see the coalescing happening? For God's sakes.
It unironically happens millisecond by millisecond.
Okay. Millisecond to millisecond, the shit is happening. Can you see it happening?
Yes, because
Yes. Really? Fucking where, dude? Where is shit coalescing like the way you're saying it's coalescing? Can anybody
doesn't
see
lose
this?
its shape? Yes.
It doesn't lose its shape. So things that you see in the night sky are fucking coalescing right fucking now. Everything.
That is how gravity works, yes.
No, I'm asking you a question. Do things that you look at, are they coalescing right now?
I literally just answered it, yes.
So
you on an anatomical.
The act of coalescing means something is coming together. Even though when we look up at the night sky, we already see things that are already there. They're not coming together. They're already there. And according to you, maintaining form.
Through the forces of gravity, yes.
Through the forces of gravity.
Yes.
But obviously they're coalescing, but we don't see that
in real time.
In real time. We
Yes.
don't actually see that action happening. Do you see coalescing happening?
Yes, all the time.
What is the act of coalescing?
So in this, wait, so hold on. Do you want me to?
No, I want you to tell me when you say coalescing, what do you mean? Maintaining form or something coming together? Which one? Pick one.
Dude, you gotta stop muting me every 5 seconds. I can just stop talking when you start talking.
I don't think you will though. But let's see.
I can definitely do so for you.
Let's try. Let's try. So either it's coming together or it's maintaining form. Which one do you think coalescing is example of?
It's actively coming together.
Okay. Now, when we look up at the night sky and see, like you said, Neptune, do we notice things coming together?
Yes. Yes. If you look at it from a small enough level.
Can anybody in this room agree that they see Neptune coalescing? It's got to be the act of coming together.
Here.
Well, I mean, I'm just asking anyone that wants to chime in that
Coming
agrees
together
that when they look at Neptune,
What's the question?
okay, when you look at Neptune, any glober that's in here, when you look at Neptune through a telescope, the act of coalescing is something coming together. Do you see Neptune coming together, or as he put it in another way, he didn't say coming together, he said maintaining form. So, is Neptune coming together or maintaining form?
Coming together with like something else, or like just on its own?
It's coming together. Listen, matter is coming together to form Neptune. We're actively seeing that happen.
Yes.
Yes, you agree with that.
Yeah.
What's the opposite of it? What's the opposite?
Hold on.
Falling apart, right?
Yeah. Who else can say that? I want to know who else will agree with this gentleman. Who thinks that when they look at Neptune, Neptune is actively coalescing right now? Coming together. Only two. That's great. So Neptune is coalescing and we can see it, according to you. Yes?
what the hell is this GIF in the side chat? Sorry. That's awesome.
So it's coming together and we can see it. Has never been stated by anyone, any fucking where. Do you have a citation? Do you have some example of what you're talking about? Because when you see Neptune in the night sky, you see it and it's there. You don't see it coming together.
Well,
it's already there.
Yes, it absolutely is already there, right? So the question here is
coming together.
Well, the question is, what would happen if it wasn't constantly coalescing? It would fall apart. Yes.
Don't be saying what would happen if it doesn't coalesce. I'm asking you for the example of the action of coalescing. Neptune, when you see it in the night sky, do you notice it coming together?
I certainly don't notice that it's just drifting off into a nebula.
I need you to answer the question.
It's coming together, and it's kind of both. It's like staying in form and coming together at the same time. Yes.
How the fuck can it be both? Either it's already maintaining its form, or it's coming together to form.
So, are you familiar with how the sun
put it this way.
functions in terms of its gravity?
If you see something coming together, it's not maintaining its form because it's coming together.
But if the internal gravitational pull from the center of Neptune is such that it can pull the outer bounds of Neptune in at the same rate that the gaseous properties of Neptune are trying to escape, you have a form.
Yeah, but
that's a constant battle.
Listen, you're saying shit that you don't have any knowledge on at the moment. You think you know what you're talking about, but you've never witnessed any coalescing happening. None whatsoever. Nobody's ever witnessed the thing that you're talking about. The act of coalescing.
Yes, because if not...
Yes, what?
Yes, they have. Because if not, the Neptune simply would dissipate. It would just lose its form and drift away.
Bullshit. When have you ever
bullshit?
Jedi, check this out. We got two globers in here. Let me see. I don't want to get their names incorrect. Gorilla Amp, or whatever.
Yeah.
And Palestine Dog. Now, Palestine Dog is championing the idea that coalescing is happening within Neptune. So Neptune, when he sees Neptune, it's coming together, coalescing actively. But
Okay.
it also is maintaining form.
Yes.
So I asked him, so the act of coalescing would be something coming together. But the thing that's maintaining its form, it's already together. If you're actively seeing it coalescing, where does that happen? Nobody's ever witnessed this shit, is what I'm telling him.
How did coalescing, this whole like specific topic, even come up? Like,
yeah, but we're like a bit far ahead of that. So Jedi, just to catch Jedi up, this is where we're at. So now his claim is for the Earth being a globe. We were all the way over here now, because the Earth came together, it coalesced. So now we're looking at Neptune. We're looking at other things other than the Earth, which is fine. I'll come back to the point. I have no problem with it. It's just kind of being long in the tooth about it. Anyway, after we got over a few ad hominems, right? Of course, him telling me about him trying to bang my wife or whatever. Like, it doesn't matter, because he's trying to do his trollish ways. But I saw past that. Anyway, back to the coalescing part.
I'm a relatively serious person in earnest.
Sure. So we're talking about you being able to describe the thing that no one sees, which is a coalescing of Neptune happening. And now you're claiming that this is actively taking place where there's no evidence of this occurring. None whatsoever. So you might think this is funny, but it's not, because you're making a ridiculous claim.
This is best illustrated with helium in a balloon. The helium in a balloon pushes out against the rubber boundaries of the balloon at the same rate that the balloon tries to pull the helium into a central point. Basically, the balloon's original deflated shape.
Listen to that.
It wants to return back to that.
Right.
Which is why that the moment that you release the helium, the balloon goes flat and it returns back to its original form. That's the same principle that's applied to that of the Sun, Neptune, Saturn, Jupiter.
No. So
it absolutely is.
Sorry, what you're mistaken with is you're correct. The balloon is stopping the gas from expanding. The balloon, the physical balloon, because gas wants to expand. So
just like Neptune.
Sorry to interrupt. So if you've got, say, Jupiter, a giant ball of gas in a vacuum, natural law will tell you that the gas will want to dissipate, disperse, expand into that vacuum. You notice that Jupiter, hold on, you notice that Jupiter hasn't got the container around it to stop the gas dispersion. So your claim would be a violation of the second law of thermodynamics to say that gas is not expanding into the void, the vacuum, the space.
Not so. Because there are denser
physical barrier.
There are denser elements that make up that of Jupiter, right? There are, in fact, denser elements, and those denser elements do.
Like what?
For example,
like what?
For example,
like what?
Can I? Jesus fuck! Argon gas, for example.
Because you're violating laws of nature right now, sunshine.
Yeah, it's exactly the thing which he just explained to you, according to natural law, is impossible.
Let's just get an all-inclusive list here really quick. Dense gases.
Where?
We're going to get an all-inclusive list for you.
Sorry, excuse me.
Put in the text.
So gases, I don't care how dense they are going to expand unless they have a physical barrier, which you called a balloon. The physical barrier is going to be the thing that stops gas expansion because physical barrier. You can't have any Jupiter.
Speaking of hieroglyphics, are you okay?
Yeah. Hold on, Jedi. You're
Sorry, do you understand the second law of thermodynamics? Do you understand the second law?
You were roboting that entire, that last 30 seconds, my dude. It was bad.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that, do I? Until you tell me.
We were trying to, but I think it was such that you weren't getting our feed. Would you mind double backing for a second?
He's back. Jedi, go ahead.
Yeah, am I still roboting, guys? I won't. If I am roboting, then I won't continue.
You're good.
No, you're not anymore. You were earlier.
Oh, awesome stuff. So I do apologise for roboting, guys. Thanks for letting me know. But your claim, your claim is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. You understand
so.
that gas expands, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Good.
Especially
Good.
in atmosphere.
And you gave the example of, to stopping that gas expansion, the balloon, the container, right?
In this case, yes.
Yes. So
the balloon is actually representative of that of gravity, and what if you wanted to actually refer to the natural world, right? Ultimately, what it's referring to is both heat and gravity, generally speaking.
Heat helps gas dispersion. It adds energy to gas.
Indeed, it does.
And
But in certain cases, too, it can also change the density of gases amongst other gases, causing said gases, especially in something like an atmosphere, to fall.
You're going to need a container to even start talking about density, dude.
That's where gravity comes into play. So when you have a large enough quantity of gas, you can get separate layers of gas even outside of a container. We know this happens in space because we've demonstrated it off the space station.
I get you. I understand. So
there's no physics breaking here.
Agreeing to is yes, gas.
You're breaking up again.
There's lots of gas and gas won't expand. There is. Gas expands.
Jedi, you're breaking out again, man. Oh, that was weird. Did you guys get that lagging trail? Like he muted a good 5 seconds before his audio feed stopped.
He's been having some issues.
That's kind of crazy. Never seen that before.
Let's see. Try again, Jedi, before I come in.
I will only make.
He's gonna pass.
Yeah, you're having bad connection issues, my dude. If I lived anywhere near him, I could probably help him troubleshoot that, but I'm not familiar with his network.
Anyway,
because I think he's from the UK.
Go ahead, Alpha.
Back to reality. If you were talking about gas expansion, it violates the idea that you're talking about gas being held down by gravitational pseudo forces. That is in no way any description of how gas behavior is depicted. Do you know gas behavior at all, Palestine?
Yeah. There's several gases though that do fall, especially with an atmosphere.
That's
right?
fine. You're talking about gases that are more dense than other gases. That's the only thing you're talking about.
So in a space
in that regard, when you're talking about gases that are heavier than other gases, right? In comparison to another, what you're going to realize is that all the way gas behavior is a depiction of how gas acts in a contained space. So let's say you have a small confined space. You have maybe 2 or 3 types of gases. Now they can stratify within that confined space. That's fine. Over time, what do you think that those gases will do? Because you have to identify what gas behavior is over time, not just an immediate kind of like a situation where you have.
Yeah, time is a component. I get what you're getting at, right?
So over time, right, gas behavior will dictate the movement of gases, which will be what? If you do understand gas behavior, you'll be able to answer this pretty quickly.
So depending on which gases, right? Like if you have carbon dioxide, oxygen, and helium, what you're going to get is several layers of gases over time as they start to disassociate from one another. There's going to be intermingling layers where atoms are exchanged back and forth. And so you may, for example, get if you were actually measuring the gas to the cubic foot, right? For example, or cubic meter in this, cubic foot in this case. Fuck the metric system. In this case, though, if you were measuring cubic foot, you would notice that, for example, things like oxygen, which can take atoms from both helium and from carbon dioxide, you'd probably have a small amount more over, say, a year period in this little box, right? Whereas carbon dioxide, you may lose some free carbon atoms, and you may even get some new gases out of that over a long enough period of time.
Yeah, so there is something happening within the way that you think gas behavior, the movement of gases are. So kinetic molecular theory actually explains gas behavior a lot more dominant for any application. So if you're trying to figure out equations like within the PV equals nRT equation, you're going to have to think about gases in a more idealistic way, which would be akin to thinking about it in the idea of kinetic molecular theory, which is gases have perfect elastic collisions. They don't repel, nor do they attract.
Yeah.
So in that example, we understand very, very easily, right, with that specific convention, understanding kinetic molecular theory, the fact that gases will be moving in a way that they do not lose any energy when they collide. Gas molecules in any collision do not lose energy, so they will collide against each other and the walls of their containment. So we do,
and then they'll
understand
just
that.
hover there.
No, they don't. They don't hover. That's okay.
Oh,
They're
whatever.
always moving.
Anyways.
They move into any direction indefinitely. They don't stop. So the idea is with kinetic molecular theory is that gas particles will move into in all directions, and nothing impedes their progress. There's nothing that's going to stop them from going into any direction. The gas molecules. So as they move into any direction, in all directions, they're not impeded by anything. They continue to move. So until they reach either another molecule and bounce off of it, or reach the walls of their container and bounce off of that. And that's the way it.
So then, how do you explain things like Jupiter, which are gaseous giants?
This is what I'm telling you. What goes against the idea of second law of thermodynamics. Now, Jedi was actually trying to explain it, but he got cut off, and I didn't. I want to let him actually get through it because he takes this point more than anyone. So, are you back?
But if I'm roboting, then I won't.
Try again. I mean, when you do, I'll jump in and just say you're roboting. But go ahead.
Yeah, no worries. So I posted something really interesting in the chat from James Clerk Maxwell, just speaking about how gases move. So we can all read along, right? Gases are distinguished from other forms of matter not only for their power of indefinite expansion, as to fill any vessel, no matter how large, and how heat. And how heat has a great effect in dilating them. This is what I mentioned earlier, that heat is going to help gas expansion, right? Because there's more energy within the system. But by the uniformity and simplicity of the laws which regulate these changes. Quite simply, gas fills space. You were correct when you said, yeah, if I got a balloon around it, like a container, to stop that gas dispersion. When you say that, yeah, gas expands, but if you've got a lot of gas won't expand. That's ridiculous to say so. Gas expands to fill space. So I understand that you think that Jupiter's a giant ball of gas, not filling space, dispersing into the vacuum, but that's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
So I don't actually make that assertion, though. That's words that you're putting in my mouth. So what I would actually assert is that Jupiter is, in fact, a ball of gas that through the ability of gravity to pull molecules together, based on denser elements being in the core and less dense elements being on the outer edge, right, the surface. The denser elements that are trapped in that core because they want to be together, they are ultimately capable of pulling these lighter gases into a singular point as closely as possible.
Hold on, Palestine. You're just recalling a narrative that you've heard. That isn't anything of what you just said isn't true. Because you don't know, like, first of all, that's not science. What you're talking about. That's a space mythos. And you're recalling it as you probably remember it, or you're trying to figure out a way to explain gas in a in a vacuum, which is like the vacuum of space. But you can't. There's none of that has any real application with science. So an actual applied science, that doesn't exist. What you're just describing is a mythos. You're telling us about a fantasy.
Not
yes,
so.
You are. Yes,
because
you are,
we see this in convection ovens, for example, right? The way that heat moves through
this is happening.
This particular body allows for certain element.
Palestine. That's happening within our paradigm. That's not happening outside of this place. Outside
this
of
rule
here,
happens to actually play into other gas balls.
No,
just
listen,
like it, like stars for that matter.
You're talking about a space mythos. You don't know anything about those things up there. You can know things down here, not up there. It's a very big difference. You can actually work with tangible things, which are things that are around you.
You can do exactly the same thing as Jupiter at a smaller scale.
No, you cannot.
Oh, can you?
Yes, you can.
Show me. Show me.
Okay. 2 seconds.
What,
Excuse me.
What are you actually talking about? That you can stop gas expansion because there's more gas?
That's bullshit. That's not even science. If you're saying that's science, you're wrong. You're so wrong, man. God. I don't know how you even
Magnetic
convince yourself
fields
of
are
this.
capable of doing this
How do you
with
Palestine, how do you
plasma.
convince yourself of this?
With plasma. My
Yes.
fucking God.
Magnetic fields are capable of containing gases.
I know what you're referring to. So does Jedi.
It's called plasma. Yes. You can maintain a plasma through a magnetic field.
Excuse me. Is that what Jupiter is? Is that what we're breathing? Are we breathing
as a matter of
plasma now?
fact.
Are we breathing plasma? Are we breathing plasma?
Jupiter operates along a very similar principle
You're not going to answer.
by utilizing
Answer the question, Palestine.
magnetic fields to maintain its
He's not
gas.
going to answer.
Alongside gravity, of course.
Palestine. Are we breathing plasma?
No, we're breathing primarily
Right,
oxygen,
then,
nitrogen,
so
carbon
you-
dioxide, and
Oh my God, he's
hydrogen.
That's Palestine. This is not analogous to what we're talking about.
It is.
We're talking
It is, as a matter of fact.
No, we're talking about gases. You're talking about magnetically containing plasma.
Which is also, by the way, we know for a fact that Jupiter has a magnetic field, and so it is actually fairly analogous here.
You don't fucking know that.
We do. We do. We've sent instruments out there, as a matter of fact.
You're becoming intolerable. Am I?
Why? Because I'm destroying your narrative with magnetic fields?
Because you're speaking bullshit, dude.
All right, I'll ask you again. Am I, is alpha, are you breathing plasma?
No, because it's not superheated.
Right then, so you are not talking about the same thing.
I am.
No,
as a
you're
matter
not.
of fact, I am.
Sorry, is
the same principles apply.
Sorry, is gas and plasma the same thing?
Gas can be superheated, and damn near any gas
Answer
to
the
become
question.
plasma.
Answer the question. Are they the same thing?
They are not technically the same matter.
All right.
They're
That's
not
what
the
we're
same
getting to.
thing. Right. So you can't stop
Plasma
gas
is just
expansion.
superheated gas.
Sorry, you might as well be turning water into ice at this instant, dude. Changing the matter isn't what we're talking about.
Yeah.
We're
not
talking
changing
about
states.
We're talking about
plasma is innately gaseous. It operates
It's a
along the same
different state.
principles,
It's a
but it's
different
considered a
state.
different state.
Yeah, we're talking about same state.
But that's the problem. That's what you're missing. And in this exact same
missing
case,
that.
this
How
is
are
the
we
same
missing that?
principle. This is the same principle that the sun operates on.
Palestine. Am I breathing plasma? Is that what we're missing?
No, that's actually what's radiating onto you from the sun.
Plasma's
energy.
Dude, what
Yes.
the fuck, dude?
It's the
Now
heat
you're
from
just
said
making
plasma
shit
created
up.
on the surface of the
You're
sun, giving
talking
you
a lot
heat.
of shit right now, man.
Palestine.
What else gives you? No. What gives you your
Why
heat, then?
are you doing this, Palestine?
I mean,
I'm trying to have a decent conversation with you, and now you're making shit up.
how so? Describe then what provides heat to the Earth,
No,
even if
that
it's
would
flat.
Okay, so what happens when you put energy into gas, like heat? What happens?
It gets more excited. The gas
It
heats
gets
up,
more excited and disperses faster.
depending on whether or not there's a relative gravitational
Depending on
field.
whether or not the gas is
Magnetic
plasma.
fields too. That could be a part to play.
That could. Yeah, we're not breathing plasma. If
I
you're
never
gonna be
said we
talking
were.
about-
I don't know why you're strawmanning me.
Because you brought up the analogy of, well, I can contain plasma. Yeah,
Which
we're
is
talking
in fact
about
a gaseous
gases.
state.
We're talking about gases, not plasma.
Same state. Not different states.
Can you talk about gas? And can you admit that gas fills space? Can you agree with the second law of thermodynamics so we can move on?
Well, again, I would have to have your explanation for how things like Jupiter, Saturn, Neptune, and the Sun maintain their form.
Dude, there
I'll
is
tell you.
no there's
I'll
no
tell you.
science that can back up any idea of what those things are. Absolutely no science whatsoever.
I mean, maybe not from your
called-
definition, but that's why it's called
Palestine,
theoretical
listen to me.
sciences.
Yeah, I know that. It's theoretical. It's in the name.
Of course it
how,
is.
How are you not getting it? It's not any applied science.
Of course, of course.
So then how are you saying any type of elemental composition of the thing you're in question right now, which is any of the ideas you're talking about planets, right? How do you know any of the elemental structure of what they're made of? You don't know this. Nobody does.
We have in fact taken measurements from Jupiter, right? We have sampled their atmosphere.
Dude, who has done that, man? What the fuck?
We've sent multiple probes that deep into space to sample things like this, and one of which actually just established an orbit, I think last year.
This is some bullshit, dude.
That was.
No, you haven't.
So how do you know? This is okay. Look, Palestine.
Not IO.
Palestine. Are you gonna listen, or are you just gonna ramble on about your space mythos?
I mean, okay. Let me be plain, right? I am welcome to an alternative theory.
So check this out. The alternative theory, but basically everything that we're telling you has to deal with what we know, elements and the way science works here on Earth, right? So this
on Earth, yes.
So this applied science will be how we can test
with a gravitational field and a magnetic field.
No, we're not talking about that yet. Just don't get too ahead of yourself already. Just relax.
Okay.
So we're only talking about applied sciences and gas behavior here on Earth. Now, when you start talking about other places that you can't verify, then that becomes unfalsifiable information. You can't just take some idea of something happening in another
location. Which means you can't say it's not true.
Hold on a minute. You can't falsify this shit. So how would you know if it is?
I can't say it's a guarantee, but I also can't say it's not true. So it's the best. It's the best estimate that we as spacefaring monkeys have as of thus far. And unless you have an alternative theory,
Palestine, I'm already telling you. I'm telling you right now. You've been told this story ever since you were very young. So you believe it like a religious doctrine, right? So right now in your mind,
really, like I said, I'm open to an alternative theory.
Listen, what I'm trying to tell you is that because of the way it's been like given to you, it's packaged to you in a way that it's complete with all the idea that there's a cosmology aspect to it. So you're attributing all these ideas to like what you think the world and all of the things out there are. You don't know none of this shit. It's been given to you like an information that you can't verify. So just as you stated earlier, you can't falsify it, or you can't know if it's true, but then you can say that it's true or it is true. Like there's no way to tell. So all you can do is just believe, and believe is just acceptance without any evidence. All you're doing right now is taking a story that you've been told and just telling us that's how it is. Like that's science. That's just how it is. And I'm telling you right now, you can't verify any of that information. You can't tell me that you know what Jupiter is for sure, or what Neptune, or any of those other things you call planets, because there's no way to test any of that information for its validity. So before
we get too lost in the weeds and you kind of lose me here.
No, I'm not gonna try to lose you, but the space mythos, if you keep going on about that, you can't verify any of it. So if you start talking about Neptune,
Jupiter, so then how are you going to say in the affirmative that it's not true? If you can't even disprove its truth,
I'm trying to
whether it is or isn't, then how are we going to have a conversation?
The physical and natural world dictate how our understanding of science is. The real world, where you're
as we understand it, yes, as we understand it.
When you try to say, let me extrapolate that outward into another place that I can't test, then you can't use that idea, because it could, in all realization, operate in a very different way in another place that you can never test. So let's just say, for example, things work just fine here where you're at. But if you try to think of the space mythos in a way that's like, well, it's kind of like here, we just apply the same principles as we do here over there. That's not going to work, because you can't test it for its validity. So the veracity of the claim, right, that it's happening this way or that way, cannot be tested, which is what I'm telling you. You're getting it fucking wrong. Because if it's happening here in a specific way, and you're trying to say it's happening over there just like that, and you can't test it, how the fuck do you know if it's right or wrong? You can't never say that
if we were wrong. If we were wrong, and by the way, I don't know where the fuck you were getting that Jupiter happens to disregard the second law of thermodynamics in association with its temperature changes, basically relating back to entropic value. But I kind of just sidestepped that because I'd like to keep things simple because it's easier to explain. But regardless of that, with respect to Jupiter, if we were wrong, why does it exist?
It doesn't
I
need to
want an
have an
answer.
explanation. I know you
Okay,
do.
so
So
then
does,
you
so
don't
does
have an
every
answer,
listen.
and
So
so
does,
you can't disprove
just
it,
wait.
nor do you
No,
have an
just wait.
alternative.
No, this is the problem, right? This is the problem with the space mythos. You were told a story at a very young age, and you're like, "Hey, give me another story to
Well, I
replace the
already
one I have."
disproved that Jupiter
No,
does, in fact,
you're
follow
just gonna
the
have to wait, dude.
second law
You're
of
just gonna have to wait.
thermodynamics.
This is the reason why you get muted, because you don't fucking wait. So the reason why you want me to replace your story right now is because you want an explanation for the thing that you're looking at. And because we can't support an explanation because the thing that's in question, whether it's any of the planets you think are there, we can't ever test them and verify any of the veracity of the claims that are being made. So we don't know what they are. So for us, intellectual honesty comes from the part where we're saying we don't know what they're made of. So for you to come over here and say you need to replace that story, otherwise I won't believe anything you say, that's your bad, because we're not going to stick to replacing replacement theology. That's not our business. Just for us to give you an understanding of the physical and natural world, and for you to accept that, and then for us not to extrapolate outward and say, hey, look, the thing that you're looking up there, it's a rock or whatever. It's got a gaseous atmosphere. We don't have to do that. That's not incumbent upon us to give you a replacement.
Oh God, this is boring.
It's boring because you want a fucking story. You want
No,
us to dress it
I
up
just
with, like,
want a
whatever we
reasonable
think is up there.
assessment of how things
You
like the
can't
sun.
fucking reason, dude. Listen to me. You can't
can
reason.
so
How
dude,
the
if
fuck
you're
are you
gonna
gonna tell
interrupt me, I can't
interrupt you.
actually engage, right?
Yeah, because you want us to replace your story like a bedtime story. All right, check it out, Palestine. This is what Neptune's made of. All right, flat earthers say that we think that it's, who gives a fuck, right? Because we're not gonna do that.
No, I just want to
That's
know
what you want.
I want to know what the assessment is. If it's not this, then what are
nobody
the other
fucking knows.
thoughts? So
Nobody knows.
okay, so then if you want to go by that theorem, then nothing can be known because
No,
even you
that's an
cannot
all or
prove
nothing
your own
fallacy.
existence.
No bullshit. That's all or nothing. You're
You
saying that
cannot
can't tell-
prove that you exist in a
That's bullshit.
physical space.
Nah, that's bullshit, Palestine. You're saying that if I can't explain to you what's up there, I don't know shit. That's wrong of you to do that. You can't do that.
No,
That's an
I'm
all or nothing
suggesting that
fallacy.
you can't even prove that you exist in a physical space right here, right now.
What do you mean I can't prove it? That wasn't even a question.
How
on
do
the
you
table.
know you exist in physical reality?
Listen, dude. Listen. That wasn't a question on the table. You're making
It is now.
claim about something. Yeah, because you're trying to make it sound like if I can't tell you what's up there, then how can I tell you I exist? That's what you're saying. It's kind of a weaselly segue into
Not at
your
all.
little,
It's a philosophical
into your little playground.
question.
Yeah, it's philosophical in nature, but I don't have to answer it because that's not what we're talking about. You need to stop
Agreed,
diverting.
but I think you should wrestle with it.
I don't need to. It's not.
I think you should, because
I
at
don't
this
need
point,
to.
if you
want a
can't
bedtime
prove that
story.
you even exist in the physical realm, but yet you're trying to suggest that this doesn't exist because I can't explain it.
I
Well,
never
you
said
can't
it-
even explain
no,
how you
I never
exist
said it
in
didn't
your
exist.
own skin.
No, I never
You
said
can't
it-
even prove that you
Palestine,
have skin.
You've already made so many things in this conversation wrong. I never said that it didn't exist. Never said that. I said when
Theory.
you look.
A theory.
I said
The
when you
actual
look-
applied
yeah.
science behind the theory
When you
is the thing
look
that
at-
you're trying to contend.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, because you don't fucking know what it is, and you're trying to say you do, and then you're asking me like, well, if you can't explain it to me, then you can't even know if you exist, and that's fucking
Well,
stupid.
no,
because
so
that's
if
not
you're
even-
saying that you don't know this, like in this case, I don't know that Jupiter is the way that I say that it is, right? Because I
Yeah.
can't prove it. But if you
That's a
can't
true
prove
statement.
to me that you exist, then what are we doing here?
No, I don't. Why
Are
do
we
you-
two
what the
simulacra
fuck
having a
does that-
conversation
No,
in
what does that have to do?
nether
What does it have to
space?
do? What does it have to do with the reality that you can't figure
Is
out? What's
Crit
up there?
really the cuck
You see
that he's purported to be?
No, you're
I don't
falling
know.
Off.
I
You're
can't
falling
prove
off
it.
right now. You're falling off right now because you don't have an argument for this. You
No,
know
you
that
Spiral, buddy.
There we go.
Yeah, you're spiraling
Spiral.
right now. You already know you don't have an answer to what's up there. You can't verify it either.
Already
then
admitted
I'm
to you
true.
that it's a theory, my dude.
Yeah, so
and
then why
I
are you
happen to
believing it?
find.
Why are you
I'll
believing
explain.
it?
I'll gladly explain. Because there is nothing. Number one, there's nothing else to replace said theory, and it's
There
gone
you
through
go.
multiple variations,
There you
as
go.
it were.
Thank you.
But
That's my point.
secondly, that's not
That's my
my
point.
only answer. Secondly,
That's my point.
Secondly, right? Even with that aside, if it were not the case that this does in fact apply, then this object simply would not exist based on the gaseous
bullshit.
properties that we understand if they
That's bullshit,
operate
because you can't do
identically.
that.
So you're interrupting
can't
me
do that.
while I'm answering your question.
But you can't do
You
that. You
want
can't
the
make
answer.
it sound
Do you
like
want the
you
answer
can't
or
make it
not?
sound no, because you can't make it sound like it wouldn't exist because you can't have an explanation that sounds like something
If
that we
it
would
obeyed the
use for
same
here.
laws on Earth as it did out there, then it would dissipate.
No shit.
So why is
That's
it
the
not?
fuck we're talking about. Because it's a fucking mythos, dude, that you're believing. So
Because
the mythos,
Jupiter's a mythos?
the mythos of the theory, you fucking moron.
Okay, so
God
then
damn
why
it, dude, you're fucking
why
an
does
idiot.
why does Jupiter not behave like other gases here on Earth?
Because it's not what they're fucking telling you it is.
So then what is it?
You ignorant mong. I'm trying to fucking tell you it's a story. They're telling you that's a fucking like a gaseous planet. How the fuck do you know that?
Well, again, we have taken what we believe at least to be that of samples of its
That's
atmosphere.
because you took it as a belief. You fucking reject. I'm trying to tell you this
So,
fucking.
so
this is the
again,
third
then what
fucking
is
time.
it? What is it?
Nobody fucking knows. There's educated guesses as to what it could be, and that's all you have because you're
Educated
hearing
guesses seem better than not knowing anything.
There you go. That's the problem.
Fair enough.
That's the problem, right? And I highlighted that like fucking 10 minutes ago. I told you want us to replace that bullshit story so you can have a fucking bedtime story. Oh, what the flat earthers think it's this.
But if
We don't give a
gases
fuck, dude.
behaved in a vacuum like they did on Earth, then it wouldn't exist.
It would not because of the mythos, but it would
Wait,
because
so
it's not the mythos.
if gases behaved identically
dude.
in space to the way that they do on Earth, it's because of the mythos that they don't? Or are you
No,
saying it's because the mythos that
listen, when
they
you
do?
look, it's like this. When you look up there and you say that's Neptune, that's fucking fine. Nobody knows what the fuck it
Holy
is,
fuck.
or they're trying to make it sound like it's it operates under a fucking paradigm like we do down here. You can't do that because if it was apparently the gas laws that we have down here, it wouldn't be there. But
Exactly.
because
So it seems to be that
shit,
there
I have to
are
stop you. I
other
wasn't done yet.
forces
I wasn't
there.
fucking done yet. No. So whatever is having that up there, do what it does. Nobody fucking knows the science behind all of it there. All we know is that it's a light that we can see. That's just about the fucking. That's it. It's a light we can see. It probably has different colors, right? Because what we see has all these different colors.
It's like a big light bulb in the sky.
Yeah. So what can you tell me about something that you don't fucking know what it is and verify what it is?
Well, for example,
you're making light of this shit like it's a light bulb up in the sky. How the fuck do you know what it is?
Well, no, I mean that's what it seemed like you were trying to explain it as.
Well, I'm asking you because you sound like you're Mr. Intellect over here.
When we observe Jupiter and the big when we observe Jupiter and we see that big red fucking spot on it and we see that it changes forms, it seems to suggest to us that it is in fact what people say it is. It's a giant ball of gas because we don't see in it with our massively overpowered telescopes.
How would you know
we
that?
don't seem to see that it operates in the same behaviors as that of a liquid, so we know it's not a liquid covered planet.
You're a fucking idiot, dude. Tell me how you're gonna verify that shit to be true.
I mean, we can
walk me down the steps.
We can pull some measure of photos and we can determine on time lapse as to what this actually looks like.
You're a fucking moron, dude. Looking at photos, time lapse and shit. You're gonna tell me an elemental composition by looking at something with a fucking photograph, dude. You're such an idiot. No wonder you Globers are taking because how are you gonna verify something's elemental structure from a photograph? You ignorant mom.
Because you can first determine as to whether or not it's behaving with certain properties of matter, being solid, liquid, or gas.
How'd you do that? And how'd you do that?
By observing the way that that object, whatever that object is, behaves. So, for example, when you see water from a long distance, you know that it's water because you can see, for example, a shimmering surface. Does it have to be? No. It could be a lot of metal.
You seem to be, I don't know, arrogant at this stage.
Well, I mean,
I just want to ask you some simple questions on the assertion that you've just made.
Yeah, sure.
So when we look at a body in a vacuum and say, well, it's behaving like a gas. No, it's not, because it's not dispersing. Now, I want you to show me, which the only data that you're going to be able to show me is spectroscopy. Do you understand what spectroscopy is?
Vaguely. I don't have like a major in it or anything like that.
Okay, then. So you wouldn't be able to determine the Fraunhofer lines within the spectroscopy and tell me whether that's uncondensed or condensed matter, would you?
Correct. I would not be able
so
to do that.
You don't know. So
No. I see. This is where I enjoy taking a social approach to this and talking to people that do know, right? Or reading their
Yes,
papers,
so
for
do I.
example.
Yes, so do I.
So, like when we see videos, for example, like this, right? I'm just gonna post a simple. This isn't like any major proofing or anything. It's just a simple video, right?
We already know there's no proof.
When we see videos like this, and it seems to show Jupiter moving in these these time lapses, it's like that's interesting because a liquid doesn't behave in such a linear manner, right? So as you see, there are very clearly defined bands on the surface of. There are very defined bands of Jupiter.
Depends what the liquid is.
Yes, of course it does.
Yes, yes, of course.
That's fucking debunk what you just said. Then
for this particular scenario, there's not any liquids that we can detect from here.
Then how the fuck do you know what liquids can't do that?
No, hold on. I'm trying to finish my sentence. There's no liquids that we can detect from here on that of Jupiter's surface.
Yes, we can.
So, what exactly is causing this?
Are you deaf? I said yes, we can.
What liquids are on Jupiter's surface?
That will be condensed matter.
What surface? Where even is the surface?
God, now you're not fucking listening. See, the spectroscopy data tells you it's not a gas. Just like the sun, it tells you that's not a gas.
Oh, okay. So would you mind deciphering the spectroscopy?
Would you like the spectroscopy data?
Yes.
And then would you like me?
Would you like to decipher it for me?
Would you like me to interpret it for you?
Would you like to decipher it for me?
Yeah, that's what I just said. I think you're one of these people who's very arrogant and likes the sound of their own voice and doesn't like being challenged on the shit that they say.
I'm asking you is if you would like to.
I offered you 5 times and you just carried on talking through me.
Oh yeah, because I don't really like being interrupted, and neither do you. So if you would like me to show you the same respect, then I will gladly do so. But I would like it shown in return.
Okay, no problem. But I can show you the spectroscopy data, which clearly indicates that things like the sun, that's a condensed matter. It's not gas, it's not plasma, because the Fraunhofer lines wouldn't show the way that they show if they were.
Okay,
so
let's see.
Okay, you're going to have to give me 5-10 minutes, mate. But yeah, I'll find it for you, no problem.
Yeah, I'd be interested in seeing this.
Cool. But anyway, those aren't balls of gases, because if they were, they'd be dispersing into vacuums.
Yep.
Well, so then are you suggesting that through lots of matter being in one place of similar matter, right? Let's say lots of hydrogen, they can form shapes? Like they can do something in free space?
Dude.
What's
not
the
say that.
suggestion here?
Gases don't have inherent shapes. They form the shape of that container.
Can gravity act as a container?
Does it?
No.
So lots of gas. Sorry. So lots of gas stops gas dispersing, right? Because there's lots of gas. No. Lots of gas doesn't stop the second law of thermodynamics. Lots of gas stops gas.
It actively actually assists in it in a pretty real sense.
No, it doesn't.
The ability for entropic values
to
exist within that of gas is pretty easy to observe. Actually,
no, shut up, dude. I can't stand this guy. He's fucking talking shit, dude.
Just making
There's no science back. There's no science back in any of the shit he's saying up right now. None. Zero. Fucking, I'm unmuting him, but he's talking shit, man. Stop doing that.
Am I making you mad, monkey man?
You're
Don't
not
monkey
even
out
talking
on me.
science anymore. You're talking space mythos shit. We don't
I
care
mean,
to know
maybe
about
to
that.
you, maybe to
Yeah,
you, but
maybe to me.
I am describing how it.
Fuck off, dude. How do you know any of that shit? The space mythos. How do you know any of that's true? I asked you, and you're like, "Well, we don't know if it's true or not. We don't know if it's true, and that's our best guess."
They literally
Fuck
sent
me,
up a
dude.
booster and brought it back. I don't know how this is an argument.
Mage. You guys are fucking space mythos, fucking fanboys. You think that all of that shit that up there, all that idea that gases on Jupiter and shit. You can't verify any of that fucking bullshit. And fucking Palestine dog already knows that. Yeah. How did you verify gases on Jupiter? Mage.
Okay, so just I want everyone in the room to
shut the fuck up. Answer my question. How did you verify gases on Jupiter, Mage?
Yeah,
Or you're just
I'm
gonna
gonna
go
answer
sit
your
on
question,
mute?
but no.
No, answer it now. Or you're gonna sit on mute. That's the last time I'm gonna unmute you one more time. If not, I'm just gonna stay on Palestine, which I was doing. How do gases stay on Jupiter?
You're a fucking
Mage?
coward, dude. I'm not talking.
Fuck off.
I seem to have accomplished what I set out to do here. I seem to have pissed you off.
Speaking your space mythos.
Yeah, you seem to be a silly little snowflake about the space mythos.
Acting like you're an oblivious fucking idiot to any of the real science.
No. So I'm actually not the oblivious idiot. You are.
Yeah, you are.
You are, quite literally.
When have you stated that any of that science that you're talking about in the sky is actually applicable to anything on Earth? None. Zero.
I already showed you, for example, that the second law of thermodynamics would in fact play privy to that of Jupiter in the way that we perceive it currently.
Work that way. It does not work.
It would.
Oh,
it would.
Deep shit now.
It wouldn't.
How so?
Because gas expands, doesn't it? That's what the second law dictates. It's an irreversible change.
No, actually, that's not what the second law dictates. As a matter of fact,
dude. Let me give you some examples.
The second law of thermodynamics means that heat energy.
Go ahead, Jedi.
All right. If he's not going to listen, then what's the fucking point? But let me give you some examples of an irreversible change. If you're lucky enough to be able to make yourself a hot cup of coffee in the morning, but you're absent-minded and forget about it, what is going to happen to that hot cup of coffee over time? Unmute him so he can answer, please.
It'll actually get warmer. I live in
there. Fuck you.
Right, bye. No point talking to you.
Yeah, fuck you, dude.
So you guys are just going to run away? Really?
Yeah, he ran away. Fuck him.
He didn't run away. You muted him.
I'll tell you what. Let's ask
fucking
you.
Dipshit.
So,
yeah,
let's
ask him.
You. Yeah, what happens to a hot cup of coffee over time?
Asking me now?
Yes, I'm asking you.
It gets hotter. Whoa!
So I say that
crazy.
It gets hotter.
It's warmer, yeah.
It gets colder. You fucking idiot.
Yeah,
if you leave your hot
each
cup
one of these.
Yeah. Even if it's 45 degrees out in the middle of your desert, your coffee was 100 degrees when it boiled in the kettle. So it's still going to get colder. This is an irreversible change unless you add more energy. So irreversible change. Second irreversible change is high pressure disperses into lower pressure environments. The reverse never happens. It's an irreversible change.
I'm gonna just say this, that these three gentlemen are anti-science. Mage, Palestine Dog, and Retard. They're anti-science. They don't understand it. They reject it. Flat out. That's what it is. Anti-science. A hot cup of coffee gets fucking colder. Everybody knows this. Fucking ignorant dipshits. Yeah,
this is what
you are anti-science, Mage. You said that hot cup of coffee gets warmer. Palestine Dog says hot cup of coffee gets warmer. Fucking Retard says hot cup of coffee gets warmer. All three of you said it. Fucking idiots, dude. That's the reason why you guys are losing this argument. I'm just saying. I'm gonna mute him.
I didn't say that. I was muted immediately upon joining. I was muted because...
Okay, answer the question then. Does a hot cup of coffee get warmer or colder when you leave it out on the countertop?
It gets colder.
All right.
Awesome.
Fuck.
Awesome. We've got some honesty in the house. Good. This is an irreversible change.
I think everyone knows that.
They didn't. Your other globe friends didn't.
They're not I've never met those people. To answer the other guy's question about Jupiter, we do it via spectroscopy. But I was trying to make a point about how you're being dishonest.
Oh shit!
But anyway,
somebody knows
whatever you
about
guys want to.
spectroscopy.
Go ahead.
Okay. Can you show me the Fraunhofer lines that point out to that's a gaseous state of matter? Show me
What's
the
your
spectroscopy data. Can you show me the spectroscopy data and identify the Fraunhofer lines that suggest that's a gas?
The what lines?
The Fraunhofer lines. Do you know the dark fingerprints? That's what they're called. So can you show me within the
Can you spell it
data?
out for me so I know what to look for?
No, fuck you. No.
Just fuck me, right? So you don't
Yep.
actually want to have an honest discussion. You just want
You
to
don't want that either. You
Sorry,
fucking
the
selfish prick.
crescendo. Sorry, the crescendo to the point is: can you give me the data, and can you isolate the data that tells us that that's a gaseous form of matter, please, within the data from spectroscopy?
Sure. Yeah. Give me 1 second.
He can't.
Yeah, I'd
I'm
like
gonna.
to see that.
What's up? What's up, Alpha?
Dude, what the fuck you been, dude? Waiting all night. What the fuck?
Ah, bro, my bad, bro.
You leave
I've
a
been
brother
up.
hanging and shit, man.
Oh, my bad, bro. I've been.
You leave me hanging in the fucking wind. I'm like fucking laundry and a fucking clothesline and shit.
Oh, brother, I'm sorry leaving the clothes on. I've been a little busy tonight, but I'm here. I'm here.
We got
And this guy's not gonna. This guy's nothing. He has nothing. We all know that.
We got Mage, Palestine Dog, and the other fucking guy bounced. But we got anti-science believers right now. They fucking say if you leave a hot cup of coffee on a countertop, it gets fucking warmer. Except for Mage, he fucking answered that correctly.
What?
Yeah,
Is that where we're
Palestine
at?
Dog,
Is
they're
that where
all
we're
about
at?
it?
Oh.
They're all about it. Fucking anti-science. Little bitches.
Unbelievable. That's a reversal of entropy, huh? Nice.
Okay. Here's something I found in the just a scientific journal. Put it in the side chat. Let's see. It's the
Spectroscopy of Jupiter.
AMS. AMS. Yeah, I guess this is just some spectroscopy data that you guys
Mage.
want.
Hold on, Mage.
Mhm.
Palestine, I'm not gonna unmute you. If you want to justify that it gets hotter, you're fucked, dude. You're way out of your fucking depth. You're gonna stay muted. Fucking anti-science prick. Stay muted. Go ahead.
Yeah. This is just a study where they looked at some spectroscopy data on Jupiter, which is what you guys were asking for.
Now we're talking about things on Jupiter. I thought we were talking about the Earth. What happened?
Well, yeah, earlier someone was asking, how do we know that the Jupiter is composed of a certain set of gases? And that's because certain gases emit certain wavelengths of light.
So once again, if you have something looking through a telescope and you're going to look at something, you're going to say you can determine what that gas is made out of by a telescope?
We were
absolutely, and it's because certain gases will emit certain wavelengths of light based on
Holy shit.
Hold on, APOC, but Jedi's carrying a point right now with Mage. So
go ahead, Jedi. My bad.
Sorry, before I'm literally going to read through, I've only just got to the abstract. I will isolate the things that I'm talking about. So just give me a couple of minutes and I'll read through it. But I am reading.
If there's anything else that is more specific that you're looking for, I can look for it and I can do my best.
No, Jedi's going to address you, but I think APOC was on a point. I was just telling him that Jedi was you and him were having a conversation.
Yeah, no doubt. Just real quick. So you're saying that when we look through a lens, we can verify a gas in the distance, not just 100 feet away from you, but we're talking about millions of miles away from you. That's what you're saying. We can identify it. Is that what you're saying?
What you see, so yes, but it's not just. So what you see in a telescope is light, and depending on how, I guess, like advanced that telescope is, something on Earth is not going to be as precise as something in space. Something like the James Webb telescope would be able to parse like what colors you're seeing, and we know from physics, from first principles physics, that certain gases emit certain wavelengths of light, and so it's sort of like you're reasoning backwards.
So you think that looking through gases, we could identify the gases behind it?
I don't know what that means. What do you mean?
So, like for instance, we're going to look through a medium, which is the sky above us,
right?
And then we're gonna try to dictate what's behind those gases by the lights that they're emitting, right? And we're gonna say this is according to the way we understand gases here on Earth. We're now going to claim that the thing we're looking at in the sky is made up of the same gases we identified here on Earth. Is that what you're saying?
Is there a reason to believe that gases would, for some reason, work different? That physics would work differently on other planets?
No, the point here would.
Dude,
Go ahead.
Like
Go ahead.
fucking Mage, you have no idea of this. You're only told this narrative. The narrative is what's giving you the confidence to give an explanation, but you can't verify any claim that the narrative has like you read or somebody's told you. So you can't. There's no validity to any of this shit you're saying. You're speaking out of your ass, and you want us to believe it's science. This is.
Are you going to respond to an actual claim?
Yeah, this is the epitome of fucking pseudoscience. What you're doing right now.
Are you going to respond to an actual claim?
100%.
It's the epitome, dude. We don't need.
So you have no response.
We don't need to dignify that bullshit with a response because there is.
Got you. Yeah. So that's just another way of saying you don't have a response.
What talking about a space mythos?
Got you.
Yeah, you know what? Let's talk about Middle Earth and let's talk about all the dragons that live on there. I think that's more relevant.
So
than
I've answered the question.
Bullshit that
Does
you're
anyone
talking
have
about.
any more questions?
No, Jedi was gonna tell you something. I'm muting.
What's up? Basically, the study I sent him, the researchers measured how much light was reflected in 4 different areas at different wavelengths with the high-level spectral resolution, which is again like if you have a precise enough telescope, you can see what the actual color of light is, and we know. So, like for example, what was it? Helium is yellow, methane is infrared, ammonia is microwave. Helium is several wavelengths, but I think the notably yellow and blue. And then hydrogen, I think, is mostly bluish green and red. And that's to do with the.
Are those gases in the sky by any chance?
In our current sky, yeah, we have. I think we're missing.
Okay. Now you're getting it. Now you're following. Now you're tracking.
No, we have all those gases.
I don't think he's getting
except
it,
for
dude.
ammonia.
He thinks you can look past the fucking medium that's got all those gases.
Okay,
to another fucking atmosphere.
Wait.
Let me give you an example.
Be able to look past the medium. What would be preventing us from looking past it, please?
Let me give you an example. Go ahead, Mike. Go ahead.
If I may. So there's a bigger problem than that. Okay, what they're positing is that what we can measure and detect down here, it doesn't necessarily mean that what's up there it would be perceived the same way from down here. Okay, that's number one. Number two,
why?
It was
my question is why.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Okay.
Well, we can get to that, but here's the bigger problem. Okay, the presupposition that those are gases to begin with. Okay, it helps narrow down the set of possibilities, right? Because like you said, okay, we have gas A, gas B. Gas A emits a certain frequency, so a certain color, whatever, and gas B does another one. Okay, and if we know that only these gases emit these particular frequencies, then we can narrow it down to a particular gas. Though I would put it to you, right? If all whatever it was helium emits blue, right? Then that means that all blue light emitting from a gas is helium. But I would put forth to you that are all things that emit blue light. Hang on, sir. Hang on. Are all things that emit that same blue light helium?
It depends. So some gases
are all things
no.
that
The answer is no.
emit.
No.
No, thank you. Okay, so you have to narrow down. You have to narrow down the framework into it being a gas to help you pigeonhole a particular answer. Okay, and this is where Jedi has gone into earlier about this not being a possibility at all, given the other physics that we know. Okay, you see what I mean? So there's all sorts of problems like this that poke holes in this theory. Okay, that no one seems to be able to address.
Those problems, I think, result from a fundamental misunderstanding.
Can I point
physics.
something out?
So, are you going to allow me to respond, or?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, but he pointed out the fatal flaw in your logic. Why aren't you not addressing that?
Exactly.
I'm literally addressing it right now.
Go ahead.
So, when you use a telescope to look at light, so do you guys agree that there are 3 phases of matter: solid, gas. What was the liquid?
No.
You don't?
No.
Solid, liquid, gas.
Do you guys believe that solids, liquids, and gases exist?
There's more states of matter.
Yeah, you need to
other than plasma. I guess plasma is technically one, but what are the other ones that we're missing?
Plasma,
Yeah. What other than plasma? What else?
So we have condensed liquid metals under extreme pressure that don't act the same way as conventional metals. So that would be another form of matter. I can't remember the name. Give me 2 minutes and I'll go and find it. But there's at least 5 or 6 now.
That would
still be superfluid helium. Another one.
Yeah, liquid. Yeah.
Superfluid helium is another.
There we go. So
Those would
superfluid
that would
would
either
be 5.
I think that's a liquid.
Yeah, it's slightly different.
Helium's a gas.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have mass volume. Oh, hold on. What was your question? Say it again.
I guess so. If you guys grant that there are 4 phases of matter, then we can look at our observation of the light that's being emitted, and we can say, okay, well, the source of this light must either be a solid, liquid, or a gas, because it's not a plasma, because nothing's hot enough in order to produce a plasma, and we can rule out a solid because otherwise you would see something floating in space.
You can simply just say you don't know. You can just simply say you don't know.
You would see something around the planet that would be solid.
Well, hold on though. In the paradigm, you have the traditional solid, liquid, gas, plasma, but then you have the extension of it, which is pseudoscience. You have the Bose-Einstein condensate, the fermionic condensate. You have the quark-gluon plasma, and then you round it up with the superfluid. But these are all theorized, Narnia type pseudoscience shit, to where they only introduce these things for you to believe that they are actually able to measure at a great distance and depict what is and what isn't. But the point that we're trying to address to you is that how do you know that when we're looking at something in the sky through the medium of which we're looking through it, how do you know that those readings aren't between what you're viewing? And if you're looking at a gaseous cloud, for instance, to say that it's representing Jupiter or Saturn or whatever you think it is, but how do you know that you're actually taking that reading from that said location of millions of miles away? What if that's something in between you, as if I was standing in between if you took a photo and I'm standing in between you and your mom, which is the one that you're taking a photo of, but you're going to register your mom as me because I'm the one in front of her. You get what I'm saying? Yes or no?
I don't get what you're saying.
Okay, well, that's too bad, though. That's a shame.
Okay.
But go ahead.
I guess so. We can rule out that it's not a solid and it's not a liquid. That only leaves gas, and then we can.
We can't. No, we can't.
You can't do that because you don't even know what you're looking at.
Well, we do know. We know that we're looking at certain wavelengths of light.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Yes, we. What do you mean? Yes, we do. We have telescopes where we look at the light.
But they don't whisper in your ear, bro. You don't have the whispering model of the telescope that tells you what it is you're looking at.
Like we know what we're seeing. We know we're seeing light, right? We know we're seeing different wavelengths of light. So the question is, what's the source of that light? Well, we know the source of the sun, but what is reflecting that light?
No, you don't know that. No, you don't know. How do you know? How do you know the source is from the sun?
That's another claim.
That's different question, different answer. Do we want to stick with one topic at a time? Because
don't claim stack. Don't claim stack. Then don't claim stack.
You claim stacking.
Fine. I mean, sure. Regardless of where the source of light comes from,
Mage, I think someone's trying to talk, bro.
Reflected by something by some body that we're observing. It's
Mage, you know it's a body. Mage, just relax.
Mage, let me clear something up. Okay, I just want to clarify something that you said. Okay, when we take a telescope and we get a reading, okay, and we read the color blue, let's say, or fucking white, whatever the fuck, okay. All we can say for sure is that that's the reading we're getting, right? That says nothing about the exact source because we don't know what processes or filtering or alterations that could have happened to this light on its way to the reader. Okay, this is what I think APOC was getting to with his analogy. If you take a photo of something, but there's something in the way of the thing you're trying to take a photo of,
Exactly.
that thing in the way alters what you're looking at. So then you misread that thing that you think you're looking at as being the thing that's actually filtering it or blocking it out.
Thank you.
So the assumption that the thing that we're looking at, for example, the supposed ball of gas, which, you know, Jedi can probably get into with you, okay, is actually emitting a blue light. You have to assume that to be the case. And then you have to assume that it exists in a vacuum, right? That has no means of actually altering the light itself throughout its trajectory, if you want to call it a trajectory. But you hear my point, right? You're stacking assumption upon assumption upon assumption, and there's no way of actually validating this unless you believe those who say they've sent out probes and stuff, which has other issues. But you hear my point. Need not I go on? Okay, so
well, those people do send out probes, but let's say they don't. Let's say that we just have ground telescopes. I wouldn't say I'm not a physicist, but physicists are pretty, like, it's pretty well known how the atmosphere impacts the light that comes from, like, outside of it.
Once again, hold on, bro. Mage, wait, Mage, hold on. No, I gotta cut him off. Mage, once again, you're missing the point that you're saying. You're claiming what's in front of that lens, yet you're not, at least giving a logical, how can I say this? You're not at least like putting into your own logic that you are looking at something that might be disrupting what you think you're looking at. And I'll go back to my analogy.
But what would that thing be? Is my question.
That's me. Okay, so here's the point.
If you're what? Okay,
look, in my analogy, think about it this way. In my analogy, you take a photo of your mom that's 100 feet away, but I'm standing in front of her. Now, when you say, if you were to take, like, you had this magical lens that could take up the composite of everything that your mom is, but I'm in the way. So everything that you come to a composite of is me, actually. And then you're claiming I am your mom because I was in between through your lens of what you're observing. And then you don't understand, or you're not, at least you're not, willing to grasp that when you're looking at something in the sky, you're not understanding that there's gases between your scope, your lens, and the object you're looking at. And now you're falsely equivocating, I know what is way over there, without addressing the fact that there can be something in between what you're looking at. And that's reality. Do you understand that? Yes or no?
Yeah, the atmosphere. Is that what you're talking about?
Everything above you. I'm talking about everything in between you and that object. And you're trying to, like, make a staunch. You're taking a staunch. You're taking a staunch position that we know what this object is made out of, without realizing that you can literally being through your lens identifying something that's actually in between what you're looking at, but you're claiming that as a source that you're looking at.
What would be in between my telescope and Jupiter, such that I mistake that
The
thing for
sky.
Jupiter?
The sky.
So like I said, the atmosphere, right?
Yeah.
So you're right. The atmosphere does impact.
The Earth is round.
Yeah, real quick.
Good.
Yeah. Do we know if the container is in between you and Jupiter or not?
Hey guys, guess who it is?
Oh shit, that's a good point, Heretic.
What was say that again?
Yeah, so would the container be in front of Jupiter, or is it between you and Jupiter?
What is this container you speak of?
You'd have to have a
Earth is
container.
round.
Yes.
Says, which law of physics says that you need to have a container?
What are you talking about, Dimitri? The Earth is flat.
Second law of thermodynamics will describe an irreversible change. Gas
You gotta be a rounder.
to fill the limitation of its volume. PV
That's not what the second law of
NRT.
thermodynamics says.
It's what? There's an irreversible change is described easily as
hot goes to cold, as you agreed earlier, and high pressure disperses into space.
That's not the second law of thermodynamics. That might be the first or third.
No,
The second
it's
has
the
to do with
You don't
entropy.
know any. You don't know any of the fucking
You don't
laws.
know any three of them.
Said.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not the first or the
Okay,
third. Or
okay.
yeah, you don't know what you're talking about.
Can you actually read it out for
One
me?
of the
Yeah,
easiest,
I'll
one of
tell
the
you what.
easiest ways to demonstrate it, and one of the most cited ways to demonstrate entropy and the second law of thermodynamics is to demonstrate the expansion of gas into a vacuum. Dude, that's it.
I mean, okay.
So I was going to expand to fill the volume.
Where do you like? Somebody said that you.
How does gas
here
expand
by
into a
the second
vacuum?
law of thermodynamics. Like that's what I'm more curious about. Like yes,
That's what
gas
we're talking about.
into a vacuum is an instance of entropy. But like I'm talking about the other thing
Yes,
that
that's what the second law dictates. Entropy. In
yes,
this case, an irreversible change. High
yeah.
to low.
Sure.
Like, remember the coffee? Sorry, my friend. Remember the coffee earlier? It got cold. It's an irreversible change, right? Unless you add more energy into it, right? You make it hot again.
Right.
High pressure disperses into low pressure environments. Would you like Richard Feynman to explain this to you?
So, under what circumstances are you referring to? Like if you have. So here's the thing: if you have a force, so the forces that are acting on whatever gas, that's the pressure. And if you have a container, that's just the normal force of the container on the gas. That's the
Now
pressure.
you're talking about dynamic pressure. No, now you're talking about dynamic pressure. You're introducing delta into the mix. You're adding a new variable.
Dynamic pressure. Pressure is just force over area. It doesn't. There's no. I don't know
You're adding new variables. If you're adding a force to something that's already naturally occurring, then you're adding a new variable.
No. What is pressure? What is pressure?
Pressure is force over area, and area given in feet. Oh, hold on, I haven't finished. Area given in feet or meters described as a physical boundary for gas to press against, like a container.
No, it's not. It has to be a physical boundary. That's where you're wrong.
It has to be a physical boundary.
Nope, it can be a mathematical boundary as well.
Hold on. So I say yes, you need a physical boundary. What are you saying? So I can understand you.
So, and I'll ask, do you have a scientific or source or journal or anything where it says physical?
He asked you a fucking question.
Answer the question.
Yeah. The answer to your question is that it could be a physical or mathematical boundary. And in the case of the answer, it's mathematical.
Demonstrate the mathematical boundary. Yeah, go ahead and demonstrate the mathematical boundary for gas, please.
No, it's not. It's not. You don't demonstrate it. It's an investigation.
There you go.
Like we impose it on the world, like a coordinate system.
So we just
It's an inherent value. It's an inherent value. That's crazy, bro.
Like that mathematical surface can run
you just say so,
to a
right?
physical boundary or not. It doesn't.
Was it like
there's
an
no
Earth
restriction in
chastity doll or
physics
something?
on that. They're just
mate. What causes pressure? I'll give you a clue. It's not a mathematical boundary.
So when you say what causes pressure, I don't know what you mean by that.
So what? Very simple. What causes gas pressure? Very simple.
PV equals nRT.
Again, I don't know what you mean by that. You could say, like, how do you measure pressure? Because that's what it is. It's a measurement of the force.
I'll tell you what. I'll help you. Have you ever pumped up a tire?
Yeah.
Awesome. So what's the consequence of putting the gas inside the container?
So the consequence of me like pumping my tire full of gas is that the gas gets harder. Like there's more pressure exerted.
Thank you. There's more pressure. That's right. The gas, by consequence of containment, is now pressing against the containment and causing pressure.
Yeah, but if we wanted to, that's a physical surface. Now, if we wanted to measure pressure with no container, we would use a mathematical surface. We wouldn't use a physical because there's no physical surface.
Mage, does a mathematical boundary cause pressure?
Boundaries don't cause pressure. Period.
Did they do when the tire? It did.
No.
Yeah.
The tire doesn't cause pressure.
Mate.
The force of the gas molecules is exerting a pressure on the tire. It's not causing a pressure. That doesn't mean anything.
Yeah. Gas pressure is defined as the force of the gas exerting upon the walls of its container.
You
No,
took
it's
away
not.
the tire, you wouldn't have the pressure.
No, it
Ding
isn't. And
dong.
if you think it
Really
is,
don't
find
need
me a source
interruptions
or
right now.
anything that agrees with you.
Hey, let Heretics talk. Let Heretics talk.
He's not even the one talking.
Yeah,
But
but
if you
let him
took away the
talk.
tire, you wouldn't have that pressure. Ding dong. That's what you need the
No,
pressure.
Yeah,
to
well,
ding
no,
dong.
no, that's not
Fucking
true.
ding
You
dong.
still could have pressure
Who
as
is that?
long as there's a force
Hold
being
on, let me
applied over a
explain.
unit area. That's
Let
pressure.
me explain. If I've got a container with an amount of gas in it, we understand that by consequence of containment, the gas is under pressure. What happens if I increase the size of the container but keep the amount of gas the same? What happens?
The force that's being exerted will go down
Awesome. So less gas pressure. What happens if
because
I
of the
add
force
energy?
being
Hold on, I
exerted.
haven't finished. So what
Let him
happens
finish.
if I add energy like heat to the gas? What happens now?
I think temperature increases, right?
The temperature, and what happens to the pressure? Does it go up or does it go
Ideal
down?
gas law. I think pressure goes up.
Awesome stuff. So if you add energy into this contained system, by consequence of it being contained and there being more heat, there is more kinetic energy within the gases. They vibrate and move faster, causing more pressure. You'll notice that within every example of PV equals nRT, there's a container of fixed volume, because if you don't have a fixed volume, the gas will continue to expand indefinitely.
Not indefinitely. Again,
Yes.
up to a point
Yes, definitely.
relative to the force that's being applied. That's what I'm trying to get at. It won't
You
go.
said
It won't just
mathematical
expand forever.
boundary, mate. Mathematical boundaries don't cause pressure. What causes pressure is the physical interaction of the gases pressing on the limitation of volume, i.e.
You're using this
the
word cause.
container.
This doesn't cause pressure.
It's
This
an
is what pressure is measured
antecedent,
as. It's
mate.
measured as the force per unit of the physical container. But if here's an example. Here. Here's a really good example.
You're just not
There is
listening.
pressure
we
that is
didn't order a Yappuccino. We're good. We're good.
Just trying to very simply point out a fundamental law of nature that has been described in the lecture that I posted earlier, with the example of gas, which is bromine, expanding into an available volume. It's the simplest description of the second law of thermodynamics. It is simple. Mathematical boundaries don't cause pressure. It's an antecedent consequent relationship, as in when you put gas into a container, by consequence of containment, the gas is causing pressure.
Yeah, that's just not true.
That's correct.
And that's evidenced by the
It's
fact that
true.
there's pressure.
Right.
No.
So now you're going to disagree with fundamental laws of nature as
No, you're
described in the
misunderstanding those fundamental
lecture that I
laws. And
posted.
I can't explain them if you keep muting me.
Dude, I've already posted several citations with regards to this.
Where?
In the chat.
Okay, look, I'm looking. I can scroll through it. If someone could link it, that'd be much quicker.
That's
There's
crazy.
pressure. There's pressure
Here's
being
the last
exerted
one.
on your hand right now, but there's no container, is there?
No, because that's already existent gas pressure. We're talking about the cause of gas pressure, not you waving your hand in already existent pressure. That's not causing the pressure of
Okay,
already
you keep saying
existing
causing the
pressure.
pressure. Where is your scientific source that pressure is a caused thing by the walls of a container?
Okay, give me 2 seconds. I'll post this one as well after I've
He's
read
gonna
it out.
post it again. He's gonna post it again.
Jedi's absolutely correct about this.
In the
100%.
meantime,
So you posted a YouTube video.
I'll tell you what.
Not
Yeah, the
have a
YouTube.
scientific.
Not even Jedi, you numpty idiot.
No, that is Jedi.
Jesus, bro.
That
All right,
literally
so
is.
I'm going to read this out before I post it. Gas pressure is the name given to the force exerted by gas particles colliding with the walls of their container. Pressure is force exerted over an area. Gas is the force exerted by the gas on a specific area. I'll post that one for you. There's 20 more to come.
All right, just send it.
And in the meantime, Mage, can I ask you? Could you clarify what you mean by a mathematical surface, please?
So, okay, for gas pressure in a container, in truth, all pressure is measured relative to a mathematical surface. It's convenient for the walls of a container to make that mathematical surface the container. And
Okay.
these forces, the forces that are being exerted on the wall.
That's just some bullshit, dude. That's not a physical reality.
Yeah,
that's propaganda.
If I understand you correctly, let's say I have a cubic meter, okay, and in there I have whatever CO2 and shit, okay. I mean, whatever, it's 10 psi or 100 psi, doesn't fucking matter, right? Are you saying that I can, by me measuring the actual pressure within, for example, a square centimeter within that cubic meter overall, and I get a certain reading, a certain pressure, right? Is that the that theoretical cubic centimeter volume? Is that what you mean by mathematical surface?
I'm a little. So is this cubic space, right?
So sorry, could you repeat that? Cut out.
Is this a mathematical or like a physical volume?
The cubic meter is a physical container, and in which I specify whatever parameters and variables necessary, such that gas inside is, let's say, 100 psi, 50 psi, whatever the fuck. Okay, and I want to determine what the pressure is when within a specific cubic centimeter, let's say in the middle or on the corner, or let's say in the middle to be really abstract, right? Because there's no physical boundary delineating that specific cubic centimeter, right? Is that what you mean by mathematical surface?
So maybe I'm misunderstanding your question, but if in this case, since there is a container, since pressure is force per unit of area, the physical surface, the physical surface would run concurrent to the mathematical surface that you're using to calculate your pressure, and then you would just adjust whatever tools that you're using.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So can you demonstrate? You answered my question, sir. You answered my question. Now my other one is: can you therefore demonstrate pressure without a container?
Yeah. So the biggest example would probably be the atmosphere.
Okay, so now you're begging the question, sir. Okay, so you are begging the question.
The very thing in contention, then you're just going to use it to reassert the thing that's being contended with.
Well, he asks. So he's asking for me to demonstrate pressure.
No, but do you understand what I just said?
Of area is pressure. Wait, let me answer.
You understand what I just fucking said to you?
Get away, gentlemen.
Okay, so the force that's being applied.
Okay, cool. Do you get what I just said to you? Because that's key to everything that's being discussed right now. We don't need you to blabbermouth your way over that point, because that is the point. Do you get it?
Yeah, it's not begging the question. So I guess I don't.
Really? Okay, so you just simply reasserting the thing that's in contention as evidence of the thing in contention is not begging the question? How so?
Because the force that's being applied is gravity. So we know that there's pressure because there's a force. And we just apply the area over the surface of the Earth. It's really that
claim stacking. That's claim stacking.
So that's the claim. Yeah,
it's not the claim. It's just what's true. I mean, people nowadays don't want to rocket science and do their own research, but not my fault.
Okay, what research did you do which yielded any evidence for gravity-containing gas?
For gravity-containing gas? What do you mean by
you're saying?
There's a force that's being exerted. I don't know what you mean by. I don't know what this contained word means. What do you mean?
Right. So, are you aware of the ideal gas formula P V equals nRT?
Yep.
How was he this confused?
Awesome stuff. Where's the G?
Where's the G?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, where's gravity in the ideal gas formula? Where's gravity in the second law of thermodynamics? Where?
I got you. So so P equals F over A, right? Because I have to do this mathematically for you.
No, the question was where's the G?
Yeah. The G is going to be in whatever. So like you would set F over A equal to P, like a what is it? PV.
Yeah, let him wing it, guys.
I'm not hearing any V's here. Hearing a lot of P, hearing a lot of V. Where's the G?
Equals nRT. So by the way, it would be mg because that's the force. So the mg would just be the F.
What force? Force? No, that's the gas.
I don't know if you're going to understand this fully, but here's what we're doing. We're setting
Or you were just
pressure.
winging it 2 seconds ago.
No, I'm not winging it. This is literally simple math.
Why don't you just concede?
I'll just put it in the
You're
side
not
chat
even
for you.
answer the
since you guys just
question,
figured it out.
bro.
So your answer to where is the G in the formula was an F.
I'm not
Be
gonna
that
lie. Major's not well versed in this. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Nice. Yeah.
Nah, but he's winging it.
Going through it.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
yeah.
put it in
Point
the
to
side
that.
chat
It's
for you.
NG.
It's right there. It's the force. It's the force. Like that.
Of
That's
the gas,
it's right there.
force of the gas on an area. That's
Yes,
the gas
which
you're
equals
talking.
pressure, and we know that
Excuse me,
pressure is also equal to nRT over V.
Mage.
I don't need to
The
cite it.
area.
Like you guys agree with me.
Mage,
If you
you're
believe
becoming intolerable. My
Yeah,
God, man.
that formula
So the
that formula
force.
is incorrect too, by the way.
It is
Yeah,
incorrect. That's why you can't cite it.
Yeah, he's winging it.
So what he did was he replaced F with G, the fucking smarmy little slime ball. That's why you couldn't cite it.
I mean, you need to look up the ideal gas formula, and it'll have a description for you. The force is the gas movement, moving in constant straight line motions, interacting with the area, given in feet or meters, and described as a physical boundary to press against. You'll notice that all of the experiments from Boyle's law, Gay-Lussac's law, Avogadro's law, Dalton's law, parts of Brownian motion, and the second law of thermodynamics will dictate that the only way to cause pressure is to have a volume, the physical boundary for the gas to press against, as given with force over area. There's no G here. The cause of pressure is the containment.
So am I going to get muted again, or like how does this
Are you
work?
Probably.
Well,
What you said
keep
is just
talking
false.
over
Like
people,
simply
mate.
put.
I'll mute you all night long.
Sorry, it's just wrong. PV equals
Where's your
NRT.
source? If you think it's true, like no one has provided a source yet. You have yet to provide a
No
source.
problem. So I've provided 6. You haven't read 1. I'll go and provide more. No problem.
I was looking in the side chat. I saw a YouTube video. That's not a source.
Which was
that's not a source.
Which was a university lecture over 70 years ago.
Yeah, I don't care.
You don't care. So
Finding a source from a scientific journal, I don't care.
Mage, let me just understand that you're just going, nuh-uh.
No, I'm not going nuh-uh. A university lecture is not a scientific source.
A university lecture.
You can say whatever you want. Listen, I'm not going to hold my breath.
You are saying whatever you want, literally. When you're not posting citations, it gets posted. Well, I don't like that one. Okay, the fuck.
I mean, yeah, like if I just made some wild claim and then I just posted some YouTube video, like obviously that wouldn't be evidence.
Did you say earlier that it was force over unit area?
Right, which I just said equal to the ideal gas law for
area
pressure.
what? Area of what? Area of what?
Area of whatever mathematical surface we impose on the pressure that we're trying to measure.
Surface.
Like this is not new. You guys can look this up for yourselves.
Yeah.
We are right now.
Like I don't know if you guys know this, but like, why do you think that there's like? Why do you think that the atmosphere at sea level is one atmospheric pressure? If in the globe, like, how do you think globers do this? Like,
I think it's because there's a container to contain the gas in the first place.
I know you think that.
Yeah. Okay. So
No.
Yeah.
Globers don't.
No. You're not going to just ask a question then steamroll the answer, you fucking dipshit. So I think it's because there's a container to contain the gas in the first place in order to have a gradient of it. Now, what do you want to blabbermouth about?
Yeah, but physicists don't, and yet they still believe there's pressure. Sure.
Okay. Physicists. Do they have an experiment in order to demonstrate gravity being the cause of gas pressure? Go ahead.
What do you mean the cause of gas?
Yeah, no, gravity being the the thing you've been saying this whole time? If you're that retarded, I'm going to just exclude you from this conversation by banning you from this chat. You're confused now about your very claim, you fucking moron. Do you have an experiment for gas pressure being caused by gravity, yes or no?
I never used the word cause. Jedi did.
Okay,
Jesus.
game over then. Goodbye.
Oh,
Gravity doesn't cause gas pressure. It's not even your claim, so you have no contention with us. Next.
Isn't that crazy, Heretic? They like get confused about the things they've just been arguing for like 30 minutes straight. And they're like, wait, so what?
Yeah, the very thing that he's saying, huh? Yeah, is that stupid?
Oh, did he go? That's a
Yeah,
shame.
yeah.
I was just going to drop MIT on his fucking head. That's a shame.
Probably wouldn't have mattered, Jedi. He mightn't have liked that one. You would have had to get another one.
Yeah, right.
Here's a citation. Nuh-uh, I don't like that one. Get me another one, please.
This is why explanations are an L2, because you give them an explanation and they'll just say the same thing. Oh, I don't like that. Oh, that's why we don't do that. That's hilarious, man. I love how Jedi will post citations and he'll be like, well, you can just do this.
Okay.
Oh, can you demonstrate that? Well, why would I do that? Well, because you're saying you can do it.
Right, which doesn't make
show
it's
me.
not coherent.
Well, mathematically.
Okay. So the guy who just got confused about his own claim.
Pressure is measured.
You're not going to overtalk me. That didn't work last time. You didn't figure that out, I guess. You're pretty slow on the uptake. But yeah, so last time you were talking about gravity causing gas pressure, and then when it was said back to you, you got confused over your own fucking claim. Have you figured out your claim? Yeah, can we at least?
I never said.
Yeah, can we at least? You never said that gravity causes gas pressure.
No, I said that it's measured as the gravitational force per unit of area. Like that's like I said.
Okay, so gravity doesn't cause gas pressure then.
What does it even mean to cause pressure? You can't even.
Okay, well, you're so confused. Yeah, you're so confused about how gas pressure is actually caused that you're not qualified to have this
Why are
discussion.
you even arguing?
Yeah, you're just.
This is why nobody
fundamentally confused about what gas pressure is and how it can be caused. So there's no possible way that you can actually have this argument. You can't argue it. You just have to sit and listen and learn some stuff, like some real basics.
But you went through all this trouble of
measured.
about
It's not
waving your
caused, it's
hand through an
measured.
air with air pressure. I don't know why you're talking right now, but you gave us an example of you waving your hand through air, which is already pressurized. But you think that pressure is caused by gravity or some sort of force, right?
The pressure is measured as the force of gravity.
Yeah, okay. Is pressure?
Thank you. We got that part.
Is gas pressure an effect?
Where's that?
Is gas pressure an effect? So, in other words, the force of gravity is acting on the atmosphere.
No, dummy.
We are 10 steps ahead of you right now.
I'm not gonna this is not how it works.
Is it an effect? Yes or no?
Just going to keep loading citation after citation after citation after citation for this guy.
When you guys want to be intellectually honest, let me know.
Hold tight. So the pressure of a gas is the force that the gas exerts on the walls of its container. Chemistry.
That link does not open for me.
So again. How many universities?
It's not the link isn't working. Does it work for anyone else?
Okay, no problem. I'll find you another one. In actual fact, just scroll up. I've given you like 10 now. You're gonna go again. So containment doesn't cause pressure? Is that what you're saying?
He's gonna cry at the one that I'm about to drop in there.
Come on, Mage. Are you saying that containment doesn't cause pressure?
He has been saying that, and this fucking moron is gonna weep at what I just posted. Read that out for us, please.
Mic drop.
Tell you what.
Done.
I'll read it for him.
Next.
Pressure is caused by gas molecules hitting the walls of the container. With a smaller volume, the gas molecules will hit the walls more frequently, so the pressure will increase. Remember the little conversation we had about the size of the volume and what would happen to the gas pressure? When you increase the size of the volume, the pressure will go down. If you increase the temperature, PV equals nRT temperature. If you increase the temperature, gas pressure will rise.
because of the more kinetic energy held within the gases, they move faster, hitting the walls of the container more frequently.
Oh shit!
Don't understand. So I don't understand, Mage, why you're disagreeing to this fundamental law of physics.
Like I said,
But you gotta
mic
ask him
drop.
if he likes it. You gotta ask him if he likes the post.
Does this one satisfy you, sir, or would you like more?
Wait, but you gotta offer him like a back rub, and some popcorn. Like, are you comfortable now? Are you good? Can we get you a drink, snack, to go along with the citation? Like, come on, man.
We
You
just
guys are
want you
being
to
very
agree.
distracting while I'm reading through this. Hold on.
Oh,
Oh,
God.
dear. Just agree
Poor baby.
causes pressure.
This word is capitalized in all caps. Cause, bro. Come on now.
No, he's deafened
Do
now.
you speak any English? Isn't that so funny? They go from like full on expert to like, well, hold on, I don't understand these basic English words. You said cause. What do you mean by that? Like,
Oh my god, you guys are so. Literally, the first sentence is for a fixed mass of gas.
yeah, okay.
So that's a container. Okay, so then a container is implicit in the example that it's describing.
Does it cause pressure? Does it cause pressure?
Oh my god, this
Does
is
it
just
cause
pathetic.
pressure?
Like, this is what happens when you don't actually study the thing that you're trying to disprove.
Heretic, you called it.
Mage, does the containment cause the pressure for the fixed amount of gas in the volume? Is that what's happening?
If you want to use the word cause, fine.
Awesome stuff. What happens to the gas if I was to click my fingers and remove the container and outside is a lesser pressure? What happens to the high pressure gas?
The gas outside of the container would start exerting pressures on that gas, and it would start to disperse into the greater fluid.
The higher pressure will disperse into the lower pressure environment.
Yeah,
right?
that's because the gases within the container are exerting forces on each other.
No,
and so
that's
they
because there's no
disperse.
container.
Yeah. So when we remove
within the container previously, right, which you've removed, right. So in
Yes.
other words, the
High
forces
pressure
that were
goes to
containing
low.
them now
So
the
high
now the
pressure goes to low.
molecules of the gas are exerting that on each other, and so they disperse.
So high pressure goes to low pressure, correct?
Yes. High pressure. Yeah, high pressure goes to low pressure.
So then we agree then to cause pressure, we require containment. If you don't have
that's a non sequitur. How did you go from what we just said to that?
Well, you
Make that
you
argument.
spread it out. You said
No, I didn't.
okay, pause. Yes, you did. You said
I
okay.
said gas goes from high pressure to low pressure.
You
How do you go from that
very
to you need a
wimpily
container?
said, like a bullied little 5-year-old, that containment causes pressure. Yeah.
Where's your argument for that?
So we
I didn't say
also
that.
understand. So we also understand that if we were to remove the container, the gas will fuck off. Correct?
Yep.
Good. So if there's no physical boundary separating high pressure from a vacuum, the second law will dictate an irreversible change will happen and the high pressure will disperse into the lower pressure environment. Correct?
In the absence of a pulling force, yeah.
So, in the absence of any mention within the second law of thermodynamics, any mention within PV equals nRT, you're going to conjure a force that stops gas
PV equals
expansion.
nRT is not the second law of thermodynamics. I don't know how that's relevant.
No, he didn't say that it was. You're not tracking.
Maybe I'm not tracking. Can you repeat what you said?
You're not tracking. So we're using these two things in combination. The second law will dictate that gas expands indefinitely until
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Until it does. Would you like another citation from this?
Yes, please.
Okay, no problem.
In the absence of a force like gravity, you're right, it would. But we have gravity, and that's why it's pressurized.
You can never show that ever.
Can you?
What do you mean? So if we show gravity, then we've already shown it. Like we've already shown it. We have proof of gravity.
Cite it from the second law. Cite it where it says that gravity will reverse it. Yes, cite it from the second law.
Wait a second. You guys don't even believe gravity is real?
No, cite it from the second law where it says it'll reverse entropy. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Cite what? The second law doesn't.
You get confused by your own claim every single time. Cite where it says gravity will reverse entropy from the second law.
It won't. Nothing reverses entropy.
Thank you.
Good.
I didn't say that.
Like a citation for that as well.
For
that
what?
Gravity doesn't affect the entropy of a system.
I don't
You're claiming it
necessarily know if
does.
that's true. I actually don't. I don't know if that's true. I don't know how forces affect the entropy of the system. But the system is pressurized because there's a force that's acting on the gas.
Sorry, do you think that gravity's Do you think gravity's a force?
Depending on which model you want to use, it can
which
be. But
one are you using?
You can approximate it as a force if you want. It's convenient, yeah.
When it's
I mean,
convenient.
really, Einstein proved that it's actually the bending of space-time, and particles are actually moving through an altered path through curved space. But you can approximate that as a force. It doesn't change the fact that there's still pressure.
Okay, so can you, and this was asked of you earlier, can you show us gases being affected by gravity, as in not indefinitely expanding, without begging the question that the sky is a vacuum and the atmosphere isn't dispersing into that vacuum? Can you provide a scientific experiment, please?
Wait, I'm confused. How is it begging the question when we have evidence that there's a vacuum?
Because it's a thing in contention.
Okay,
the gas isn't. I want to be clear so you understand. This is the thing that's in contention. That gases are not increasing in entropy and dispersing into an available volume as dictated in the second law of thermodynamics. You're saying that
it follows the second law of thermodynamics. Just fine.
Show it then. Show it. In the second law of thermodynamics,
Yeah,
show me that entropy
you're
will
just going to
not
say I'm begging
increase.
the question if I use
Excuse
literally
me.
the biggest
Excuse
example
me.
as the example
Mate.
to prove that.
Mate, in the second law of thermodynamics, I want you to cite it, put a fucking ring around it and highlight it where it says that gravity will affect the entropy of a system, please. Being as I'm just about to post something that will literally just go against your fucking claim. Actually, I'm going to read it out. Gravity is not reducing entropy because, unlike a wall, it cannot bind a large number of particles in a limited volume. Think about angular momentum conservation and what it means to a gravitational system. And it looks like it can't bind the universe either. This comes from this comes from Chem Libre text. Gravity doesn't affect the entropy of a system. That means that gas expands indefinitely, even if you say gravity.
No, it doesn't. No, you literally just don't understand the physics you're reading.
I do. So
no, you
can
don't.
you elucidate and show us gravity reducing the entropy of a system, please?
And I can't use the atmosphere as the example?
What?
No, because I want a scientific experiment that invalidates the second law of thermodynamics.
Yeah, so if we do scientific experiments on the atmosphere, that doesn't count?
Can you show gravity?
Yes or no? It doesn't count. Yes or no?
Entropy?
Answer the question. Yes or no? Does it count?
No. Can you show
then
gravity?
No. Then I'm not going to bother talking to you.
Okay, dummy. I'll bite on that. I wouldn't mind biting on that. You're going to use the atmosphere. You're going to use the atmosphere in your experiment. Yeah, just give me your.
You're just irrational. You shouldn't be reasoning.
Shut up. You're going to use the atmosphere in your experiment to show that gas pressure can be caused by gravity. So, what's your observed phenomenon?
The atmosphere.
Observed phenomenon. Atmosphere. Supposed cause. What's that?
No. We observed that the atmosphere is
supposed cause of atmosphere. You fucking moron. Hey, I'm just going to shut you off. Hold on. Supposed cause of atmosphere.
Supposed cause of atmosphere? Gravity.
Okay.
Yeah. Gravity.
Wow.
Now, how did you vary and manipulate gravity to show that it caused atmosphere?
Wait. So you think that we have to?
Are you asking yeah. Yes, we definitely do think you're going to have to do an experiment to actualize your hypothesis. Yes.
All right. Let me look.
So, just to be clear, well done, heretic, mate. I love you. I literally should have gone with this, but yeah. So, if you observe phenomena is gas pressure and your presumed cause is gravity, you're going to need to actualize your hypothesis in an experiment where you vary and manipulate your presumed cause, which is gravity, to cause pressure. So, can you show that then, please?
Frantic Googling ensues.
I mean, it's not frantic. We have fields for this. Like, you guys are going
Yeah,
back
you'll be
range.
fine. Don't worry. You'll find exactly the experiment you just claimed. It'll be all right.
Right. So whilst you're looking for that, I'm going to read this out. This is from Arthur Eddington, astronomer royale and a peer of Einstein, right? If your theory is found to be against the second law of thermodynamics, I give you no hope. There is nothing but to collapse in the deepest humiliation. That's what's happening now. You're collapsing in really deep humiliation, dude.
You know, what I find funny is that they make the argument and then go Googling for the answer. That's just funny. Why are you arguing without knowing?
Yeah, you did that backwards.
The answer. It's insane. He was telling Jedi, "No, you're wrong. Nope, you're wrong." Okay, Jedi.
What,
How?
what
How?
happens if you
Hold
try
on,
to
let me
decide?
Google it.
Can I just go, nuh-uh? Don't like that one. Who cares?
He did it to you, so it's more than fair that you throw one back.
Yeah, who cares? I don't like his haircut. Fuck him.
He says, "Well, why can't I use the thing in question as the proof?" Well, because that's the thing being contended. So you can't use the thing in question and then turn around and say, "Well, this thing that's being questioned right now, this is the proof." Like, you're stupid, moron. This is where the debate lies. You can't. I don't understand how they don't get that.
Yeah, he's asking about a gas, and the atmosphere is composed of a gas. But here you go. I'm going to send it again, just like I
The
did
atmosphere
last
is.
time, which you didn't have a response for because you don't know anything about how Jupiter or spectroscopy works. Here you go.
Hold on. So
the predictions that we made from the hydrostatic equation were verified through measurement.
The question was, how did you vary and manipulate gravity, you dumb fuck? Try again.
Yeah. Again, do you think that if our
how was? Yeah, you don't need to ask me a question in order. Yeah, you don't actually have to ask me anything to answer what I just asked you.
We don't have to manipulate gravity to isolate it.
So you don't have an experiment then? Thanks.
Yeah. What makes you think that you need an experiment to prove a hypothesis?
Mate, yes, you do.
Why?
We're doing natural science here.
Yeah. That's one way. Yeah. What's the other way?
The way that we're going to be doing this.
What's the other way? What's the other way other than experimentation?
Mate, we're trying to go against the second law of thermodynamics, right?
No, we're not. This is completely in line with the second law.
You just said.
Can I literally finish what I'm going to say? And if you don't like it, you can have a go at me after I finished it. Is that all right? Good. Shush. So you're making a claim which is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
No, it's not. No, just full stop there. Pause. It's not.
You just did that 2 seconds ago.
Yeah, mate, you're going to shut up and listen to Jedi. Jedi, please.
Look, if you're just going to say nuh-uh, then you're going to have to go and show me within the second law that gravity's even fucking mentioned. It's not, by the way.
The little weasel just put his ears on.
Fucking
Wait, but how does he forget what he just said, though? I don't understand. Is he doing it on purpose, or he doesn't understand what he's doing?
Now, Mage, just so you know, if you put your fingers in your ears like a little kid and go la 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 la, I can't hear them because I don't want to, you will be ejected from this room. So, please listen to what Jedi has to say, or you go bye-bye.
Fucking off,
Not a
man.
problem. See you later. He who dares my son.
Bye, mate. Right, I see Dazza is in the chat, but not in the VC. Dazza, it's interesting how you always pop up when these conversations come along. I haven't actually heard you speak for months, so get yourself in the chat before you start stinking up my fucking side chat, please. That's what you always fucking do. Stop stinking up my chat and get in the VC, Daz.
Sorry, guys. My audio just keeps cutting out. It's like just going black. So did he get banned or did he get banned?
Yeah, he got banned.
Oh, all right. Seems reasonable. What did I miss? It just keeps cutting out. So what did he say last? That was the final straw.
He wanted to overtalk, and then he got muted for doing it, and then he deafened.
The deafen? Yeah, it's like, why are you deafening, bro?
He's not going to listen if you can't overtalk. He's not going to listen either way.
That's easy.
Actually, he didn't get banned for doing it the first time. He got banned for doing it after he was instructed not to do it. So it's not like I'm not a fair player sometimes.
Well, we got Gorilla Amp, who's just been going on and on in the side chat. Why don't you step up?
Yeah. If your Twitter fingers are rest, you can join.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see,
easier to talk.
I can't really participate in the conversation that much because, like, we're using a lot of, like, scientific terms that I'm just not aware of, and it's
Like
I have a
Waterhill?
Huh? Like what?
Waterhill? That's too technical for you.
Actually, yeah, I really don't even know what that is.
It's just because the last guy was like a wannabe scholar. He's a complete fraud. But yeah, so he wanted to take it to like some sort of scholarly level, and that's why the conversation became like that. But it could also be very simple.
Yeah, I can talk if it's like pretty simplistic. If we go into if we talk about thermodynamics and like science and really complicated shit, I can't really say anything. I have a very pseudo understanding for stuff like that.
Pseudo? Oh.
Not even. That's a compliment.
Well, that's a big word.
All right, Gorilla,
Well-
just 2 seconds, gentlemen. Right. So it sounds like the second law of thermodynamics is really fucking complicated. It's not. It just describes a very fundamental law of nature that we work with all the time. You understand, for example, if you boil water and make a cup of coffee, what happens to the hot coffee over time? What happens, mate?
It gets warmer.
No.
Oh my
No,
God.
it gets colder.
Yeah,
it gets colder. Okay, so the guy that said that earlier, when he said it gets, when he gets
that earlier? That was crazy.
yeah. So about the thing that was said earlier, that it gets hotter, that is something I really just don't understand.
They were trolling.
Is it trolling or like I don't know.
They're
not
dead ass, bro. I can understand that you're trying to understand. Answer the question again. If you forget about making your coffee when it was hot and you go back to it later, how do you find the coffee? Is it colder? Yeah, awesome. So this is all the second law of thermodynamics is talking about. Energy transfer, how energy moves. Eventually, over time, hot will go to cold. In the same way as we're talking about gases, right? If you have high pressure gas, and over there is a lower pressure environment, lower gas pressure, the high pressure will disperse into the lower pressure environment. This is what causes wind. It's just very simple laws of nature, right? That's what we're talking about, how nature works. So if we've got high pressure gas here that we're breathing, oxygen and nitrogen, and we're told that up there is a vacuum, that very simple law of nature will dictate the high pressure gas will fuck off into that available space. That's all we're saying. So according to that law, the vacuum of space, as we're told, can't exist because we'd all be dead.
Well, then what would flat Earth be like contained in?
A container.
A container?
Yes, because we have gas pressure, right? And the cause of gas pressure is a container, like a tire or a football or any container of gas. By consequence of there being a container, there will be and can only be in this situation pressure. Because if you don't have a container, there's nothing physical for the gas to press against to cause pressure. And if you don't have a container, the gas will fuck off. Very simple, right?
Wouldn't Earth basically count as a container since oxygen can't escape into the vacuum of space? Wouldn't the I would say, like, I would think that the gravitational field would keep in that that gas and would act as a container.
Yeah, I understand what you think would happen, right? But I can and we can give you gravity in this instance. But gas isn't affected by gravity. Where is gas produced, my friend? Do you know?
I don't actually, no.
So on and within the surface of the earth. Like the evaporation cycle, right? Sun comes out, heats the water turns to gas, right?
Yeah, water vapor, yeah.
Yeah. So which direction does the gas go after the sun has heated the water? Where's it go?
It's whichever way that the wind is blowing it. I'm not sure.
It disperses upwards, doesn't it?
I think, yeah, it should, yeah.
Yeah. So when we say gravity, I drop a pen and it goes down. Well, that's not how gas behaves. Gas is produced on and within the surface level of the earth and goes up to fill the available volume of the space above it. Very simple law of nature, right? We can demonstrate this every single day. In actual fact, we work with this. Hydraulics, for example. It's really simple, dude. So if they're claiming that up there's a vacuum and gravity's stopping the gas from dispersing into the vacuum, all we have to do is point out that gas disperses and isn't affected by gravity. Now, we could go further down the path and say, I tell you what, if you're going to say gravity, can you validate that within a scientific experiment? And we understand that gravity has never been validated within a scientific experiment. And most definitely, as we were talking to Mage about, there's no experiment that shows that gravity affects the entropy of a system, as in it doesn't stop gas dispersal.
But that, I don't really get the idea of that. So if gravity does not influence gases really, in, are you saying like any way at all?
In any way whatsoever, because if it did, then gases wouldn't disperse to fill the limitation of volume. Gases would not disperse.
So how? Okay, so you're saying basically, so since we're in just a container, that is how the oxygen on our planet stays on our on our flat Earth. In your belief, since it's in a container, it's not going to escape anywhere else, and that's why we have breathable oxygen around us.
Yeah, because if we don't have containment and up there's a vacuum, the gas will fill the space.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, which, I mean, I understand that, but I feel like that's where I would think that gravity is containing that and is what prevents that from escaping.
Okay, that's fine if you believe that, but you will be believing something without any evidence. As in, there's no experiment that shows that gravity stops gas from dispersing into space.
Yeah,
And
that's
what I mean
like
by space is an available volume to fill.
I'm sorry. Can you say it one more time? I'm sorry.
What I meant by space is an available volume to fill. There's no experiment that shows gravity stops gas dispersion. There's no experiment that proves gravity in the first instance. So you will be believing without evidence.
It's something I'd have to research in. Like I said, it's just something I'm not.
It's fine, dude. I don't want to blow your mind away. It sounds complicated, but really it's not. But yeah, I suggest you look into it. We've posted loads of citations. If you want me to start you on a reference journey, I can help you do so. I can show you like many universities, MIT, University of Kentucky, loads of universities, dude. Loads of university lecturers like Neil Feynman and so on that speak about how gas expands. It's very simple.
I'd give it a look for sure. Just because, like, I'm not gonna just absolutely shit on the idea or whatever. I'm not gonna, be like that.
Yeah.
I just when I'm talking in the side chat with I think if we want to call out people that just don't use their mics and stuff and put shit in the chat, like One Big Pond just seems to be a big fan of fucking putting in gifs of, oh, watch out, we got a badass over here, and just like random shit instead of talking, just pulling out fucking shit out of your ass. It's really annoying.
Explanation that I'm replying to you actually.
Oh, okay. I actually didn't see that. I'm sorry. Hold on.
I'm not here to chat over Mike, to be honest.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm not really here to chat over Mike either, but I was called out. So I thought I'd speak, even though I don't really have much things of substance to say. I think science is very complicated for my brain. I don't educate myself on it.
Well, think about this. So the Earth and reality exists for itself, right? It creates and destroys itself. It's a total field. So you can pick apart reality like the oxygen and say, where does it go? But, that's the stupid question, isn't it?
It's not for me to answer.
So you got to approach the way you perceive reality a bit different.
Can I go?
So it all exists within
quickly?
a system.
Oh, sorry. Thought you were done.
No, you can go. You're good.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Just a thought, right? Because if I heard you correctly, you're saying, "Oh, all the science stuff is so complicated." And
yeah, I think you're lagging a bit, but yeah.
I'm down pretty. Sorry, I'll make it brief there. What science were you taught to lead you to a certain understanding that we live, for example, on a globe? A science, I suppose, that you do understand, right? That's what I think a lot of them are curious about.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Are you gonna buy it first?
Oh
Okay.
shit! What's happening? Someone in a fucking store. So I went through the the basic just public education in America, like public school education. That's how I've learned those basic principles of science, like the laws of gravity and solids, liquids, gases, all that kind of shit. Just very, very general things like that. I don't know. That's just how I learned some of those things.
Did they like demonstrate everything that they shared with you, or did they just tell you that XYZ is so?
What do you consider demonstration? Like
demonstration? I don't know. A demonstration, for example, here I have a block of ice, right? Put a little thermometer next to it, reads whatever 0 degrees, -1 degrees Celsius. Oh, I'm going to put a lighter next to it. Oh, this thing goes from a solid to a liquid. Oh, I caused a phase change by changing the temperature. Bing, bang, boom. One instance of a basic scientific experiment demonstrating phase change. Oh, check mark. There's a basic principle right there. That type of shit. So did they do that for every base principle that they taught you?
For every basic principle? No. No. There was not a physical demonstration of how those things work. It was a lot of it through videos.
Okay, videos of other people doing experiments, or just videos with like animations and stuff?
Videos with it was usually
Or a
animations.
combination of both. Okay, maybe a combination of both could be fair there.
Yeah.
But if it's fully animations, that's
Hey,
where
by any
things
chance,
get a
give me
little
a ride
wonky.
down the street? What? Oh, that's his ride. No, all right. And
You're
I'm
hot
locked
micing,
in.
sir.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, you might as well
Everybody's
just
hot.
mute yourself since you were calling me a fucking retard and a fuckface earlier. Just mute yourself. Just don't unmute just to fucking interrupt. Go on.
But you hear my point, right? If it's just animation, not animation preceded or succeeded by demonstration, it boils down basically to storytelling. Don't you find?
Yes. Yeah, it'd be storytelling, but I'm assuming, like, when I watch these videos, that this is based off of research that other people have put the time into, and I'm assuming that it's not made up or off of your assumptions.
Right, and that's fair. At least you're being honest with that. Okay,
right.
And that's where I think I'll speak for myself. That's where I said, okay, no, something's wrong, because I was brought up under the same, standard Western education. Okay, and after hearing a lot of people speak about these matters, a lot of people in these rooms and others, it started to click. Like, yeah, no, this thing, it wasn't really demonstrated; it was just proposed to be the case, and they referred to this guy who just basically made up a theory and then put forth a mathematical model and showed that things work out in according to the math, but it doesn't demonstrate the base principles. It just shows a correlation between a phenomena and a mathematical model, and then backs it with a story. Like, there's a big difference between that, and I think this happens because this other thing. Let me change or play with this one thing and see how it directly affects this other thing. You see, like, there's quite a distinction there. And, that's when I started trying to listen, like, okay, something's wrong with in the big some pieces in this big picture don't add up. Follow?
Yeah, I think I follow.
That's why I asked, right? Because if you were taught all the science and actually taught the science and demonstrated all the science, and you came to your conclusion that we're on a ball, well, that's one thing, versus partial demonstration, partial storytelling, thus mixture of knowledge and belief. That's a whole other thing, right? And I thought, from what you said before, that you were of the former category, right? Which I was not. So I just thought to ask, maybe you knew something we didn't.
Well,
thank
you. There's just basic things that would confuse me if I thought that the Earth was flat, and that I feel like can only really be explained if it was a globe. So I watched a video of a fighter pilot, like a jet pilot or whatever, following the sunset, going like the exact speed that the sun would, or that the Earth is rotating, and that the sun would be shining on that spot. So he was flying and was watching a infinite sunset because he was going the speed that the Earth. I don't know. It's hard to even explain, but I think you kind of understand what I'm saying. It's just stuff like that. It's just, how would the sun work if the Earth was flat? How could that pilot really follow the sunset if it was just a flat Earth? It doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Well, in one model, you have a ball in space orbiting another ball in space, right? Okay, that's a cool story. And the other model, or if you want to call it a model, which would, be equally as valid, because it's not like any of us in here are really going to go check it out, right? There's other things that we can make inferences about, because that's all the mainstream really does at this level. They make inferences, right? You have a flat plane, you have a ball of light, whatever, and it just traverses laterally across the plane. So your fighter jet's chasing it. I mean, it sounds so simplistic, but it's just like, there are variables at play. To a 5-year-old, they both sound equally as plausible, right? Because they probably are. Except when you start factoring in other things, that's when it starts to get a little wonky. All right, so I would presume that it sounds confusing to you, perhaps, because maybe you were, raised for 25, 30 years under the prior assumption and nothing more. I mean, I certainly was.
I don't know. I'm going to trust. I'm going to trust modern science because that's what I've been told to do, and
as you see fit, man. As you see fit. If you can provide their science to back your trust, I mean, that would be great. I think a lot of people in here are looking for that. But even for yourself, if you can scrutinize some of their claims and, critically think about some of the things that they say, you might find something you might find something disturbing or not. I don't know. But you do you, man.
It's up to you to distrust those types of things, or wait, did he just leave? Oh no, you didn't just leave. My bad. But it's up to you as an individual to, actually trust those things or not. That's just what I'm going off of since I'm so unintelligent for the topic. And I thought it was a well-established thing that we've thought for a long time that the Earth was round. I'm not sure where the fine line is to think for yourself or trust that kind of stuff, and if it's even worth your time thinking that the Earth is flat. I don't know.